Dragon King's Son-in-Law Chapter 251. Cultivation is difficult. How about Yujiya and Yanzi share a room? Grandma suggested. No, they refused at the same time. Xie Yujiya had been humoring Zhao Yanzi, but the latter's attitude began to get on her nerves. That was why she immediately showed her opinion even though she knew Zhao Yanzi wouldn't agree to share a room with her. Grandma was surprised at their answer. In her eyes, gentle Xie Yujiya and adorable Zhao Yanzi were supposed to like each other. Then, what's your suggestion? Grandma asked after a moment of hesitation. Hao Ren busied himself with clearing the table and didn't join the discussion. Obviously, placing Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujiya together was a bad idea. Although Zhao Yanzi didn't regard him as her Fuma, she would try her best to protect her right as his owner. How about Grandma and I sharing a room and Z sleep in one room by herself? I'm afraid we will disturb each other if I share a room with Z, Xie Yujiya said. Grandma was about to nod when Zhao Yanzi yelled, Grandma, I want to sleep with you. She was determined to oppose everything Xie Yujiya suggested. She walked up to the stairs to Grandma's side. Xie Yujiya gave in. Okay, I'll sleep in the middle room. The middle room was Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang's room. It was a big room, and she had meant to give it to Zhao Yanzi as a favor. However, Zhao Yanzi thought Xie Yujiya tried to get close to Grandma by offering to sleep in Grandma's room. Anyway, she felt she must guard Grandma against Xie Yujiya's schemes. In her heart, Hao Ren was like a doll she neglected each day when it sat on the head of her bed. However, when some other kid came to her home and tried to take the doll from her, she would do everything she can to stop it. Okay, that's settled. Yujiya, your room is next to Hao Ren's, and if you have any problems, you go to him. And I will keep this little girl company tonight. Grandma pinched Zhao Yanzi's pink and soft cheek. Hearing Grandma's words, Zhao Yanzi was nervous again. Right, with Grandma and I sharing a room, Xie Yujiya will be free to do whatever she wants. What if she gets up and goes to Hao Ren's room in the middle of the night? But she had promised to share a room with Grandma and couldn't go back on her words. She had made her bed and must sleep on it now. Okay, let's go wash up and call it a night. Seeming to have noticed the hostility between the girls, Grandma tried to smooth things over. Okay, I'll help Ren clean the dishes. Xie Yujiya walked to the dining room. Zhao Yanzi gritted her teeth and glared at Xie Yujiya as if she wanted to jump on her from the stairs. Ignoring Zhao Yanzi's displeasure, Xie Yujiya walked to Hao Ren's side and began to help him clear the table. Come into the room, Z. I'll tell you stories. Grandma held Zhao Yanzi's hand and started for her room. Zhao Yanzi looked up at Grandma's friendly face, feeling morose. If Ren dares to bully you, you tell me, and I'll deal with him. Caressing Zhao Yanzi's delicate face, Grandma took her into the room. In the dining room, Xie Yujiya was efficiently clearing up the dirty dishes. Then, she put them into the sink in the kitchen before washing and letting them dry. It's late, and I'm going to bed now. Tomorrow we have classes. Drying her hands with a small towel, Xie Yujiya said. Okay. Hao Ren looked at her and was at a loss for words. She walked to the stairs, and Hao Ren heard her soft steps on the floor and a soft click when her door closed. Looking at the surging black sea outside, Hao Ren sighed slightly. Shutting the doors of the cupboard, he also walked up to the second floor. Zhao Yanzi and Grandma were talking in their room, but they were 2 doors away with the door and windows closed. Hao Ren couldn't hear clearly what they were talking about even with his acute hearing ability. Not wanting to eavesdrop at their door, he gave up any thought of listening to their conversation. He opened the window to a crack and let the humid sea wind come into the room. Then he sat down on the bed cross-legged and began cultivating the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll absorbed the essence from nature to replenish the stock in his body while maintaining the balance of the 5 elements. By now, Hao Ren had unlocked 39 openings and was only 1 step away from Gen level. He didn't know that Xie Yujiya in the next room didn't sleep after her shower. She was also sitting cross-legged, cultivating. Despite their different cultivation techniques, they both absorbed the essence in nature to nurture their bodies. It was a common cultivation technique among the human cultivators. Surges of essence began to accumulate from the surrounding areas kilometers away from there. They came to the air above the house before turning into pure 5-element sparks, flying toward Xie Yujiya's room. If any human cultivators had seen such a scene, They would have thought a nascent soul realm master was cultivating there. Turning the chaotic essence from nature into the pure five elements essences before absorbing them into the body was the awe-inspiring cultivation technique that only nascent soul realm masters could manage. However, this effect came from the life note in Xie Yujia's palm. With the life note, cultivators could steal the life essence from nature and insert it into their own bodies. By condensing the nature essence into the purest elements and injecting them into her body, Xie Yujia was practicing a great technique. The reason that the old grandma planted such a powerful life note in Xie Yujia was not that she had great talent in cultivation. To the contrary, it was because Xie Yujia's cultivation talent was too poor. Among the 100% nature essence energy, she could absorb at most 1%, which meant that 99% of the pure nature essence was wasted and would return to nature. Besides, Xie Yujia was an inexperienced cultivator. Afraid that the salty wind would damage the furniture in the room, she had shut the windows tightly. That was why the windows blocked the large amounts of pure nature essence that all cultivators coveted. Only a tiny part of it penetrated the windows in the form of faint light unseen to the naked eye and entered Xie Yujia's body. In the room next to hers, Hao Ren was cultivating quietly while the dragon core in his body was absorbing the surrounding essence like a small engine. Most of the nature essence blocked by Xie Yujia's windows began to enter Hao Ren's room through the open window. The intensity of the essence in the room was so great that it could rival with ninth heaven. Hao Ren shivered, and his dragon core began to absorb the large amounts of essence without having to condense them. In his hidden space, Little White also sensed the change of essence intensity in the air, and it began to roll around desperately in the space. Usually, with the effects of the array formation, the hidden space's essence intensity was 2 or 3 times higher than that in the air outside. However, the current essence intensity in Hao Ren's room was 100 times higher than that of the hidden space. Hao Ren was immersed in cultivating and was oblivious to Little White's frantic jumping in the hidden space. With a bang, the most crucial 40th opening in the dragon core was unlocked. It was the result of the force of the surging essence. Like the whirlpool currents under the power of an engine, the surges of essence pierced an opening in the dragon core. Gen level. It was the equivalent to the core formation realm for the human cultivators. With the formation of the gold core, nature changed. In fact, the air above the house was already tumbling due to the activation of the life note in Xie Yujia's palm. The completely activated dragon core began to swallow the surrounding essence like crazy to replenish the lost essence in the dragon core. By now, 40 openings evenly positioned in the dragon core were connected to each other. This was a small-scale array formation, essence absorption array formation. It was a unique feature of the dragon core and the reason why the dragon cultivators have a faster cultivation speed. Rough, Little White was tumbling in the hidden space, desperate to get out. After the elevation of his realm, Hao Ren felt refreshed. Through the crack in the window, he shot out a beam of sword energy. The white beam of sword energy shot into the sky and disappeared into the dark clouds. It flew hundreds of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Hao Ren felt he had boundless nature essence at his command. The feeling of core formation was totally different from that of the foundation establishment. Sensing Little White's frantic movements in the hidden space, Hao Ren finally let it out. It jumped out immediately and raised its nose in the air, absorbing the pure essence in the room desperately. Boom! Flames enveloped Little White's paws, and its body was filled of essence instantly. Parts of its 4 paws turned golden. It had successfully elevated into a level 1 spirit beast. In the next room, Xie Yujia lamented, "Why? Cultivation is so hard. I don't feel a thing after cultivating for such a long while." She fell back onto the bed. Resigned, she pulled up the quilt and stopped cultivating. She didn't know that she had absorbed less than 1% of the abundant nature essence. Most of the essence had returned to nature, and Hao Ren absorbed a small part of it, and Little White absorbed an even smaller part. After elevating to Gen level, the equivalent of the core formation realm, Hao Ren continued to circulate the light-splitting sword shadow scroll to solidify his realm. Meanwhile, Little White felt the fast disappearance of the nature essence. It barked frantically but couldn't do anything about it. If the nature essence of such intensity could last a few more minutes, Little White would elevate from level 1 to level 2. The night passed quietly. The second morning, Hao Ren heard someone knock on his door. Sitting cross-legged, Hao Ren exhaled deeply before opening his eyes. "Who is it?" "It's me. I made you breakfast." Xie Yujia's crisp voice sounded from outside the door. Chapter 252. Enemies met. "I just got up. I'm coming in a minute," Hao Ren answered her. Hearing Xie Yujia's voice, Little White jumped up from the carpet. Ruff. Ruff. Did you hide Little White in there?" About to go downstairs, Xie Yujia heard the barking sounds and asked. "Yeah." Resigned, Hao Ren walked over and opened the door. Little White ran to Xie Yujia and jumped into her arms. It seemed to like Xie Yujia more than Zhao Yanzi. Hao Ren wondered if it was because Xie Yujia's body was warmer. "Why does it have golden fur on its paws?" Xie Yujia petted Little White and found the difference in its paws. "No idea. Maybe it evolved," Hao Ren answered casually. Xie Yujia nodded, then she gave him a hard look. "Lazybones, are you going back to the bed? Get downstairs for breakfast." Okay. Rubbing his eyes, he followed Xie Yujia downstairs. In fact, Hao Ren was energetic due to his recent breakthrough into the Gen level. Besides, he had not slept at all last night, and he felt wronged to be called lazybones. Grandma was already sitting in the dining room and beside her was a pouting Zhao Yanzi. "Why? Little White." Zhao Yanzi had been sulky, but she grew excited at the sight of Little White. She beckoned to Little White, who immediately jumped from Xie Yujia's arms to the ground before dashing toward Zhao Yanzi. With its golden paws, it looked like it was running on 4 golden clouds. It was a cute and dashing sight. Little White jumped into Zhao Yanzi's arms with such great force that it almost pushed her to the floor. The moment it was in her arms, Little White began to lick Zhao Yanzi's neck fawningly, making her giggle. "Whose dog is this?" Grandma asked. "One of my classmates gave it to me," Hao Ren said, since he couldn't tell his grandma it was, in fact, a lion. Anyway, there was not a trace of a lion's dignity in Little White. "It's a pretty dog, but your mom will probably have an issue with it." Watching Little White frolicking with Zhao Yanzi, Grandma said. "She's not here." Sitting at the table, Hao Ren opened the milk and began to eat the sweet potato soup Xie Yujia cooked. "It has almost been 1 month now. I guess they will return soon. Otherwise, I would stay longer in Zhejiang," Grandma said. "Really?" Hao Ren was surprised. Recently he had not spared a thought for his always absent parents. He was surprised they would come back soon. Hearing the news about the imminent return of Hao Ren's parents, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia's eyes lit up. "They called me a couple of days ago. When she comes back, your mom will become the head of an institute that studies ecosystems or something, with a ranking 2 levels higher than before, the same as that of the mayor. I'm not sure about the details, though," Grandma mumbled with the soft sweet potatoes in her mouth. "What about my dad?" Hao Ren asked immediately. "It seems he will get a promotion, too. But I don't quite remember to what level." Grandma waved her hand uninterestedly. All she cared about was when Hao Ren would give her a great-grandson. "Okay." Hao Ren nodded and continued to eat his sweet potato soup, wondering if his parents would be even busier after the promotions. "Grandma, Little White is well behaved. Let it stay home and keep you company." Zhao Yanzi lifted Little White and said to Grandma. "Okay. Anyway, you can't take a little dog to school. Let it stay," Grandma said with a laugh. Seeming to have understood their conversation, Little White suddenly became agitated. It jumped into Zhao Yanzi's arms, not wanting to stay home. After all, there would be many girls loved it and fed it at East Ocean University. If it stayed home, it would be trapped with an old lady. However, Hao Ren didn't give it any choice. After breakfast, he led Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi out the door, leaving Little White with Grandma. After all, Grandma was alone, and the little dog could keep her company. Besides, Little White was not a little dog but a spirit beast that could protect Grandma if she was in danger. Hao Ren drove the white Ford out of the garage, in which there also parked a Ferrari, a gift from Zhao Hongyu. However, Hao Ren didn't want to drive such a fancy car to school. After all, keeping a low profile was important. Zhao Yanzi called shotgun, trying to show everyone her position as Hao Ren's formal wife. Having no intention to fight with her, Xie Yujia sat in the back seat without a word. The car drove along the road by the seaside, and the scenes were enjoyable. While Zhao Yanzi watched the sea on their left, she saw Hao Ren's profile. She was surprised that this uncle had grown more handsome than yesterday. She didn't know that Hao Ren had broken through from the Li level to the Gen level last night. He had a different aura. Illusion, it must be an illusion. Zhao Yanzi shook her head in denial. What's the matter? Do you have a headache? Seeing her shaking head repeatedly, Hao Ren asked anxiously. No. Don't bother me. Zhao Yanzi suddenly bared her teeth, and Hao Ren was so startled that he almost drove off the road. Sitting in the back seat, Xie Yujia watched them bicker with a faint smile. Ah, little white! Zhao Yanzi shouted suddenly. Hao Ren looked toward the window close to Zhao Yanzi's seat and found a mini-sized little white was hovering in the air outside of the window. With flames enveloping its paws and its tongue hanging out, it kept at the same speed as the car. Xie Yujia had been watching the sea on the left side of the road. Hearing their yells, she also saw the flying little white. She had never imagined the little dog would be able to fly. The events in the last couple of days had changed her views about almost everything. That's weird. How could mini-sized little white fly? Did it elevate to a higher level? Zhao Yanzi wondered while she rolled down the window. Her words reminded Hao Ren. Had little white also elevated? Hao Ren was sure it had when he saw its 4 golden paws. If it had not elevated, it would never have been able to use its innate power at will. A little white dog flying on flames alongside a fast car would be an astonishing sight if anyone saw them. It was fortunate that it was early morning and their car was the only car driving on the seaside road. Little White flew through the open window and jumped into Zhao Yanzi's arms joyously. Hey! Didn't I tell you to stay with Grandma? Hao Ren glared at it while driving. However, Little White pretended to be dumb. It licked Zhao Yanzi's palms ingratiatingly and made her laugh. Although shameless, it was brilliant. After some observations, it had found that Zhao Yanzi was in a higher position than Hao Ren on the food chain. Little White had to listen to Hao Ren, and Hao Ren must listen to Zhao Yanzi. That was why it fawned over Zhao Yanzi, the big boss. Sure enough, Hao Ren couldn't reprimand it properly when it was in Zhao Yanzi's arms. Under Zhao Yanzi's protection, Little White knew it was safe from Hao Ren's displeasure. What is Little White? Xie Yujia asked cautiously from behind. It's a spirit beast, one of bin level. Hao Ren had been a cultivation layman a couple of months ago, but now he could teach Xie Yujia some stuff about it. Bin level spirit beast, Xie Yujia murmured to herself as if she was digesting this information. Grandma must be bored at home by herself. I'll ask my mom to pick Grandma up tonight, and she can come to our home. She can also stay with us for a couple of days, Zhao Yanzi suggested while petting Little White's soft fur. That's a good idea. You can call her and see if she's willing to go, Hao Ren answered. Sitting in the back seat, Xie Yujia listened to them talk like an intimate family, and suddenly she felt like an outsider. While Hao Ren drove the car, Little White frolicked with Zhao Yanzi until the latter gave it 3 essence replenishment pills. Then, it crawled to the back seat and took a nap on Xie Yujia's soft thighs. Hao Ren had seen through its tricks. The creature couldn't ditch him, the master, but it would rather stay with beautiful girls instead of Grandma, an old lady. Well, it's useless to reason with a spirit beast. From the back mirror of the car, Hao Ren saw Little White rubbing its golden paws on Xie Yujia's thighs while sleeping. Hao Ren sighed silently. Hao Ren drove Zhao Yanzi to her home with the sweet potatoes Grandma gave her. Then, he drove to East Ocean University since it was still early for Zhao Yanzi to go to school. She would rest in her home before Zhao Hongyu drove her to school. Hao Ren restarted the car. Xie Yujia remained in the back seat. She didn't ask to move to the front passenger seat. Without Zhao Yanzi's babbling, it was quiet in the car. Hao Ren was considering if he should turn on the radio to break the silence when Xie Yujia said abruptly, Hao Ren, I extra. Still sleeping, Little White turned on her thighs. Lying on its back, it continued its nap. Why did you say that? Hao Ren's heart lurched. I used to think it was impossible between you and Zhao Yanzi because of the age gap. But I find that you two are quite compatible, Xie Yujia said in a low voice. After a moment of consideration, Hao Ren said, there are things I didn't tell you. Since you are half in this circle, I'll explain everything to you. Okay. Go ahead. Xie Yujia nodded gently. It happened. Hao Ren was interrupted when a Rolls-Royce Phantom suddenly cut in front of him. I was going to your school to find you and didn't expect I'd run into you here." The window of the Rolls-Royce Phantom rolled down, and Zheng Yitao's face appeared behind it. "Uncle Black Wolf, hit him," Zheng Yitao instructed in a light tone. Chapter 253. Take care of it. Right after Zheng Yitao gave the order, Black Wolf, who was driving the car, pulled the steering wheel toward the white Ford. Without any hesitation, he used the Rolls-Royce's huge body to put pressure on Hao Ren's white Ford. Although Hao Ren hadn't been driving a lot in the past, he was no rookie either. He turned the steering wheel and avoided them when they tried to switch lanes. However, the drastic turn caused the tires and the ground to emit a screeching noise. And Xie Yujia, who was sitting in the back, laid down because of the momentum. Zheng Yitao was laughing, and Hao Ren was enraged. Just because others are ordinary people, this second-generation rich Zheng Yitao thinks he can bully others as he wants? Push him again. Zheng Yitao saw Hao Ren's angry face and gave another order. Hao Ren decided not to bother with him anymore, so he stepped on the gas pedal and quickly went through the intersection. Want to escape? Not so easy. Zheng Yitao was enjoying the sensation of cat chasing mouse. Uncle Black Wolf, chase him, hit him. Xie Yujia, who was sitting in the back, turned around and saw the Rolls-Royce chasing after them. She asked worryingly, "Who are they?" "It's a long story. I will tell you when we get away from them." Hao Ren stepped on the gas pedal again. They were half an hour away from East Ocean City's rush hour. More and more cars started to appear on the road. Although Hao Ren's white Ford wasn't a big car, it was well taken care of. Hao Ren was driving through the traffic and made it through all the green lights. Yet, Black Wolf's driving skill was superior. As the top assassin of West Ocean, he was no weaker than any of the top agents. Even if Hao Ren were driving a Porsche instead of a normal Ford, Black Wolf would still be able to chase after him with confidence. As if it was a blink of an eye, the Rolls-Royce appeared in front of Hao Ren's Ford. If they turned their car sideways, they could have blocked Hao Ren's way out and made him crash the car into themselves. Just before the turn signal was on, Hao Ren didn't have the time to think. He switched the car to the turning lane and made a left turn immediately. The black Rolls-Royce followed closely as if a wolf was chasing after a sheep. Bang! The Rolls-Royce hit the back of the white Ford. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia leaned forward as they were inside the car. Hao Ren gritted his teeth and stepped on the gas once again as he drove towards the western suburbs. Two cars were rushing in the city early in the morning. It would be bad if anyone got hit. Yet, this crown prince of West Ocean did not think of that at all. "Yujia, I'm driving towards the western suburbs. I will drop you off when I get the chance," Hao Ren said while he was concentrating at the steering wheel. "Who are they?" Xie Yujia asked while she turned around and looked at the cold-blooded man with a scar on his face who was inside the Rolls-Royce. Some grudges within the circle. Hao Ren speeded up to 100 km per hour. However, the Rolls-Royces was still following closely behind them. Xie Yujia saw Hao Ren starting to get serious. She didn't ask further questions as he had to concentrate on driving. She held Little White in her arms and held onto the armrest. One car was chasing after another. Within 20 minutes, they arrived in the western suburbs. As Hao Ren realized that there was no way he could escape from them, he stepped on the brake and stopped the car on the side of the road. The Rolls-Royce pulled over and blocked the way of the Ford. Black Wolf remained ice-cold and did not speak. Zheng Yitao lowered the window and said arrogantly, "So you decided to stop running now?" Hao Ren opened the door and walked to the back of the car. He then saw the bumper of the car was a little off, but the car was perfectly fine. If the car were broken, he wouldn't know how to explain to his father. Zheng Yitao walked out the car as well and stared at Hao Ren. "Call me master 3 times and let me beat you up. Then, leave Zhao Yanzi alone, and I will let you go." In the meantime, Xie Yujia got off the car from the back seat. Zheng Yitao laid his eyes on Xie Yujia and said, "Oh wow, this beautiful big sister will be mine as well." Xie Yujia looked at him speechlessly and thought, "Who is this kid? Such a badly behaved high school student." "Uncle Black Wolf, grab her into the car," Zheng Yitao released an order. Black Wolf stepped out from the Rolls-Royce emotionlessly and walked toward Xie Yujia. Zheng Yitao could feel the nature essence inside Xie Yujia's body. Since he was a cultivator, there was nothing he wouldn't dare to do. not to mention that Xie Yujia had a superior temperament and appearance. Bang! A golden sword energy shot towards Zheng Yitao's face. Zheng Yitao's provocations did not bother Hao Ren. However, Hao Ren would not tolerate him as he tries to hurt Xie Yujia. Ha! Zheng Yitao waved his hand as he wanted to block the sword energy. However, he found himself taking a few steps back due to the force. Hao Ren made Xie Yujia stayed behind him and stared coldly at Zheng Yitao and Black Wolf, who had a scar on his face. Haven't seen you in a few days and you have reached the Gen level. Zheng Yitao was shocked. He then decided that Hao Ren had to be taken care of. Zheng Yitao wasn't only arrogant, he was even more malicious than Old Man Zheng. As he would become the head of West Ocean one day, he was trained to be murderous and decisive by Old Man Zheng even though he was still young. Hao Ren has improved so much in such a short amount of time, which exceeded Zheng Yitao's expectations. If he let Hao Ren continue to grow, Ren would become his biggest opponent in the future. Zheng Yitao did not hesitate further. He released a black handprint directly towards Hao Ren. Hao Ren grabbed Xie Yujia and took a step back. Little White suddenly turned big as it gently pushed Hao Ren and Xie Yujia with its head and put them onto its back. Fires appeared around its paws as it flew toward a small mountain. Want to escape? Zheng Yitao ran across the road while he was chanting at the same time. Then, he took off and flew towards Hao Ren. On the other hand, Black Wolf, who was wearing a suit and had a cold-blooded face, formed a red energy sphere without the need to chant and started flying towards Hao Ren. A con-level girl, and a kid who had just reached Gen level. Black Wolf didn't care about them at all. He would not hesitate to kill them if Zheng Yitao ordered him to do so. However, it seemed like the Crown Prince of West Ocean enjoyed chasing and torturing them more at this moment. On Little White's back, Hao Ren saw them getting closer and closer. So, he tapped on Little White's back and said, "Descend." Little White went straight down and landed on an empty valley. Although East Ocean City was next to the sea and the coastal area was a plain formed by the impact of sediments, the suburb had a hilly terrain. There were barely any human activities there since the mountains had not yet been developed. It was Xie Yujia's first time sitting on Little White's back. While they were flying, she was holding onto Little White's white fur as she felt nervous. As they all landed, Little White stood next to Hao Ren and roared furiously towards Zheng Yitao who was flying quickly towards them. Bang! A fireball that was as big as a giant rock was shot towards Zheng Yitao who were trying to land. This fireball was even bigger than Zheng Yitao. And the speed of the fireball was so fast as if it was a cannonball. It was extremely powerful. Since Zheng Yitao didn't have any weapons and was caught off guard, all he could do was to form an energy sphere with his bare hands. Boom! The fireball hit Zheng Yitao's enchantment and immediately shattered it into pieces. His body flew 100 meters backward, and his hair was all burnt. Little White, impressive. Hao Ren looked at Little White, shocked. The fireball attack was comparable to a Gen-level cultivator's full-blown attack. Little White raised its head proudly and shook its white hair as it pretended to be powerful. It was so proud at the moment. Hao Ren wanted to compliment it once again. However, a second later, Little White started shrinking from a tall lion into a palm-sized white puppy. It lied next to Hao Ren's feet and started whining. It was the fireball attack that spent all of its nature essence. Damn! It seems like I still can't count on you yet. Hao Ren picked Little White up and threw it back into the hidden space. Xie Yujia was shocked as she saw everything that was happening. She still could not react from what had happened. Within a few seconds, Zheng Yitao dived from the sky as fierce as he could be. From his birth to now, he has never been humiliated in his life. It wasn't hard to understand why he was so mad. Yujia, step aside. Hao Ren stood up straight and opened up the few hundred acupuncture points of his body. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll was quickly released. Spiritual auras started to gather on Hao Ren's body as he began flashing. Basic sword array, fire array. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many red fire sword energies started, raining, towards Zheng Yitao. While Zheng Yitao was still in the air, it was inconvenient for him to move. The fire sword energies started gathering together and formed two fire rings as Zheng Yitao was completely surrounded by them. Bang! A purple light suddenly shot from the side, shattering the 2 fire rings that were formed by 32 fire sword energies. Collect. Hao Ren used his mind power and gathered the pieces of shattered fire elemental sword energies back into his body. Light-splitting sword shadow scroll could also be used to absorb elements. These pure fire elemental sword energies could be absorbed and released as needed. Therefore, even if the sword array was broken, the sword energies could still be retrieved and wouldn't be wasted. It has only been a few days, and you have become so strong. It seems like you should not be kept alive any further. Zheng Yitao, who finally landed on the ground, said fiercely while he was still in shock. He turned to Black Wolf, who just saved him, and said, "Get rid of them. The girl can be taken care of. The boy is an assisting inspector," Black Wolf said coldly and calmly while he was holding Zheng Yitao. "Then kill the girl first." Zheng Yitao gnashed his teeth in anger and said. He wanted Xie Yujia for himself at first as he has seen how beautiful she was. But now, since he was burning with a frenzy of rage, all he wanted was to see Hao Ren cry bitterly. Black Wolf didn't want to get involved in this fight between the 3 kids, since he has reached mid-tier Qian level, and they were all below Gen level. However, he would not hesitate when Zheng Yitao gave an order. Anything that could be harmful to the Crown Prince of West Ocean, he would kill if it wasn't too troublesome. Chapter 254. A desperate fight. Hao Ren became nervous as he heard that they were trying to hurt Xie Yujia. He used to think of Zheng Yitao as a kid who would sometimes say harsh words out of discontent. He had never expected that this Crown Prince of West Ocean actually intended to kill others. Little White. Hao Ren released Little White from the hidden space. Take Yujia away from here. Staring at Black Wolf's wild eyes, Hao Ren sensed the heavy and dark murderous intent. Little White rolled out of the necklace. The golden bell was swing in front of its neck with a tinkling sound. The only thing he could do at the moment was to get Lu Linlin and Lu Lily there, but that would take time. Therefore, his only choice was to let Yujia get away while he tried to hold them off. Little White started to howl, and sparks came out of its paws. However, it couldn't grow any bigger. It's useless. I can kill a level 1 spirit beast like that effortlessly. Slowly walking toward them, Black Wolf said in a deep voice. Hao Ren glanced at Zheng Yitao, wondering how he could be so brutal at such a young age. Zheng Yitao would be a horrible disaster if he ever took over West Ocean. It made sense that Zhao Guang didn't want Zhao Yanzi to marry Zheng Yitao. As the thought crossed his mind, a Hunden lightning shot out of his palm. Black Wolf reached out to grab the Hunden lightning and crushed it in his palm. As someone who was comparable to Zhao Yanzi's third uncle, Black Wolf was inferior to Zhao Kuo in terms of cultivation, but he didn't lack in terms of combat abilities. He could call himself the #1 cultivator in the mortal world since Zhao Kuo was missing and the other seniors in the dragon tribe were reluctant to get out of their seclusion. He had done some research on Hao Ren. He couldn't know Hao Ren's capabilities, cultivation techniques, and combat techniques any better. Hao Ren's Hunden lightning could break 5 elemental essences, but that only worked if his opponents were on the same level as him. It wouldn't harm anyone in Qian level if they were prepared. Sneak attacking me. How dare you? Seeing another gray cloud of essence flying toward him, Zheng Yitao shouted at Hao Ren. Yujia, you go first, Hao Ren said in a low voice. Although Gen level couldn't compete against Qian level, he still wanted to buy some time for Xie Yujia. It's not going to help no matter how you try to run. Black Wolf walked forward. Water elemental array formation. Streaks of ghastly blue sword energies stabbed at Black Wolf. Black Wolf lifted his arm and blocked. The 9 water elemental sword energies stabbed him in the palm but couldn't go through his skin. The only thing they did to him was that they shook his arm a bit. Interesting. Gen level damage dealt by someone in Gen level. Black Wolf ignored Hao Ren's attack and kept walking toward him. However, his eyes were locked on Xie Yujia. He pointed at Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia was in total shock. She still didn't figure out what was happening. Her mind was still blank when a thumb-thick purple light shot toward her. Bang! Hao Ren blocked this strike for her, and he backed off half a meter and fell onto the ground. A big hole appeared in his body, out of which blood kept flowing out. Hao Ren hadn't been injured ever since he started cultivating. His body was as firm as iron in comparison to ordinary people. However, his shoulder was stabbed through easily by Black Wolf's finger strike. Xie Yujia was terrified since she had never been in such a situation. Hao Ren. She ran over to Hao Ren, trying to help him to get up. Whoosh! Black Wolf struck out his finger immediately. If a senior cultivator were present and witnessed this, he or she would know that this was Black Wolf's famous finger technique, Unreal Demonic Finger. Luckily, Black Wolf didn't use all of his strength. Otherwise, Hao Ren might have been killed by this fast and mystic Unreal Demonic Finger. Go! Hao Ren dragged on Xie Yujia. Puff! Hao Ren was left with a bleeding hole in his left hand. You can choose to protect her over and over again, but don't blame it on me for your injuries since you aren't my target, Black Wolf said gloomily. Hao Ren. Seeing blood continuously come out of Hao Ren's shoulder and arms, tears rushed instantly out of Xie Yujia's eyes. Although she hadn't figured out what exactly was going on, there was no doubt Hao Ren would do whatever it took to protect her. One more shot left. The game will be over after my finger points at her heart. Slowly walking up to them, Black Wolf said. Hao Ren managed to stand up while bearing the extreme pain. He pulled Xie Yujia, who had tears all over her face, behind him. What was happening at this moment went beyond his expectation. He thought West Ocean and East Ocean were just at odds but never expected that Zheng Yitao would prey on innocent people. Uncle Black Wolf, get me my golden spear. There is no need to leave that woman alive. Standing not too far away, Zheng Yitao said, giving his order. Black Wolf walked forward with a gloomy face. Hand in the golden spear so you can survive. Woof! Woof! Little White dashed up and started to bite Black Wolf's pants. Get away! Black Wolf lifted his leg. Little White crashed into the mountain in the distance after tumbling in the air. It won't take me too much effort to open your hidden space and get the golden spear. Walking up to Hao Ren, Black Wolf stopped when he was only 2 steps away from him. Powerful and threatening pressure overwhelmed him instantly. Golden spear, fine. Hao Ren took the golden spear out of his hidden space. As Black Wolf was about to reach for it, Hao Ren suddenly released all of his Hunden lightning instead. The flashing lightning and rumbling thunder extended from the shank all the way to the tip of the spear. As Zheng Yitao was connected to the natal Dharma treasure, he instantly felt extreme pain. His mind got injured, and he wasn't able to keep his balance. Kill him. Zheng Yitao gave his order. It was dangerous to oppose the inspectors, but Hao Ren was just an assisting inspector. Nobody knew the truth as they were in the middle of nowhere. Xie Yujia suddenly ran out from Hao Ren's back and stood in front of him. Her tears were all dried up. Instead, there was only determination left on her face. She had no clue what kind of a world this was, but she would never allow Black Wolf to kill Hao Ren. Your resistance is futile. Black Wolf stepped up and grabbed Xie Yujia by her neck. As a secret master in West Ocean, he had slid over the informers arranged by the inspector, and the cultivators he killed in the past hundreds of years were countless. There were times when he missed and encountered inspectors, he would just kill them without a second thought. Xie Yujia was having trouble breathing. Her face turned from pink to pale immediately. However, she didn't plan to get out of the way even though she was in danger. How dare you touch someone who is guarded by me? An angry howl came from the sky all of a sudden. A 10 meters wide green palm landed. Black Wolf sensed something strange, so he dodged and transformed into a streak of light. His experience of killing for hundreds of years had given him the sense for danger. However, he was firmly smashed by the green palm when he had only flown tens of meters away. Black Wolf's body fell at the speed of a bullet. Dust rose from all directions. Black Wolf landed and was embedded at least half a meter into the ground. Whoosh! 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 A dozen golden notes shot into every key acupoint in Black Wolf's body. Bang! 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 Shortly, all the acupoints exploded one after another. Black Wolf, who was a mid-tier Qian level cultivator, lost all of his strength and was never able to cultivate again. Can't Dragon God Shrine care less about their business? The giant green palm waved and sucked the half-dead Black Wolf up to the air. The giant palm then transformed into a small palm and flew towards Zheng Yitao, who was overly stunned. How can someone at such a young age be so brutal? The phantom-like palm slapped Zheng Yitao on the face repeatedly. He was spinning so much that he could see sparks fly. I'll leave the rest for you to take care of. the giant hand formed by the green light left with the unconscious black wolf and flew to the west. Chapter 255. Life-Death Note. Black Wolf had been taken away. However, blood was still gushing endlessly out of Hao Ren's wounds. "Grandma," Xie Yujia murmured as she stared at the sky. Then, she helped Hao Ren to stand up and asked, "How are you feeling?" "Blood is gushing out like it's free." Hao Ren gave her a bitter smile. Zheng Yitao, who was standing at a short distance away from them, picked up his coil dragon golden spear but was afraid of move around. "Don't move, Hao Ren." "Let me try." Xie Yujia covered the wound on Hao Ren's hand with her right hand. The golden Dharma note in her palm started to rotate slowly. Then, the wound was shrinking unbelievably. Everything recovered as if nothing happened. The only thing that could prove the existence of the serious wound was the hole in his shirt. This, Hao Ren stared at Xie Yujia in shock. "Grandma had told me that the life-death note controls life and death directly. It can kill or save people within seconds." Similarly, as golden lights flashed, the wound on Hao Ren's shoulder healed, and his skin turned smooth again. Not even a trace of scar could be found. As for Xie Yujia, it seemed like it didn't take her much effort to use the golden Dharma note twice. "So, does this mean?" Hao Ren looked at Xie Yujia in amazement and thought, "As long as I'm alive, I will be able to recover from any injuries with the help from Xie Yujia?" Although the old grandma didn't show up, she injected a dozen golden Dharma notes into Black Wolf's body. Those notes had exploded and destroyed every meridian in his body and left him no chance to cultivate ever again. This was the power of the Death Note. However, the grandma had controlled the power of the Death Note purposely and kept him alive. She was going to let the Dragon God Shrine take care of the rest. Otherwise, she could have controlled the nature essence inside Black Wolf by using the Death Note, and Black Wolf, who was on mid-tier Qian level, have exploded. "Is everything alright now?" Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren with tears all over her face. "I'm fine now." Hao Ren shook his arm and didn't feel any pain. Meanwhile, Zheng Yitao was about to run away with the coiled dragon golden spear in his hand but was instantly spotted by Hao Ren. Realizing that Hao Ren was staring at him, Zheng Yitao started to shiver. "You can take care of the rest." The words left by the old grandma when she was taking Black Wolf away was still ringing in his ears. "My grandpa wouldn't let you go if you ever touch me." After thinking for a while, Zheng Yitao straightened his back and said, "I'm not taking advantage of you. This is just a practice." Hao Ren stood up and dusted himself off. A red energy sphere appeared instantly. "Who wants to practice with you?" Zheng Yitao started to panic, but he wasn't too scared since he had his natal Dharma treasure in hand. He shot a beam of golden light toward Hao Ren immediately. The coiled dragon golden spear could unleash all of its power without being restricted by the natural laws in Nine Dragon Palace. Just like how Hao Ren's sword array formations could unleash the power of Gen level, Zheng Yitao's coiled dragon golden spear could also release the power of Gen level. It was this natal Dharma treasure that empowered him and enabled him never to lose a single battle against the cultivators who were within the same level as him. This was precisely where his arrogance came from. Earth Elemental Sword Array Formation. The long-awaited and thick sword energies dashed out fiercely. A yellow disc appeared and spun toward Zheng Yitao. The earth elemental essence was supposed to be majestic like the great mountains. When placed in this sword array, its powerful attack could suffocate enemies. The golden light that came out of Zheng Yitao's coiled dragon golden spear was cracked down immediately by the sword array formation created by the earth elemental sword energies. It was the battle between Gen level. Hao Ren was at the low tier while Zheng Yitao was at the top tier. However, the result was evident as one of them had his anger burst out while the other began to panic. Zheng Yitao was knocked out dozens of meters away by the earth elemental sword array formation. He could barely stand up even with the help of the coiled dragon golden spear. Hao Ren didn't want to push him around too much since he was just a high school student. Thus, he took back the sword energies and didn't bother talking to him anymore. Little White slowly crawled out of the piles of rocks in the distance. There was still some blood at the corner of its mouth. It was kicked away by Black Wolf and got seriously injured. Little White. Xie Yujia rushed to Little White and started to cure its injuries. Boom. Within 2 seconds, Little White turned into its snow lion form with its claws flaring. Little White was also at Gen level. Zheng Yitao assessed his situation and realized that he wouldn't be able to win since Hao Ren and Little White were both at Gen level and Xie Yujia was able to heal them infinitely. What he didn't know was that Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had received the signal from the bell and were trying to locate and rescue them. They would tear Zheng Yitao apart if they saw that Hao Ren was injured. East Ocean had to take the overall situation into consideration, and the old grandma couldn't embarrass the dragon god shrine too much. However, the Lu sisters didn't care that much. I was just trying to scare you. I didn't mean to kill you. Holding the coiled dragon golden spear, Zheng Yitao said as he shivered. Hao Ren didn't want to waste time listening to his explanation. He called Little White over and sat on its back with Xie Yujia. Awoo! Little White howled and flew into the sky. 6 sword energies shot straight down from the sky, creating 6 big holes neatly around Zheng Yitao. They were warnings from Hao Ren. Little White had already flown hundreds of meters in the air. Hao Ren stopped it at the side of the road and put Little White away in the hidden space and fed it 2 basic essence replenishment pills. Hao Ren fed Little White at least 2 pills a day, only hoping that it wouldn't be hungry. However, he didn't know that Little White was getting further on the path of advancement. On 6th Heaven, the Sky Mountain sect that specialized in raising spirit beasts would only feed them 1 pill a month. The way Hao Ren raised Little White was insane. Inside the Snow Lotus Cave, it didn't matter how magical the 7-colored Snow Lotus was. It was still a spiritual herb that had never been extracted or purified. Moreover, the number of Snow Lotuses was limited, so every grown snow lion could only have 1 little piece. However, Little White wouldn't think about how lucky it was. Its rule was to eat when there was food and make a scene of by throwing a tantrum when there wasn't. It forgot about the shame of being kicked away as soon as it took 2 essence replenishment pills. It then fell asleep after it found a corner in the hidden space. The Lu sisters, who were hurrying to rescue them, lost their connect the moment Hao Ren put Little White into the hidden space. Whoosh! Whoosh! They landed in the valley and saw Zheng Yitao, who had red palm marks on his face. Lu Linlin asked, "Hey kid, have you seen our Gongzi?" Zheng Yitao stared at them blankly. "I mean Gongzi Hao, who is very handsome, looks gentle when he smiles, has elegant gestures, and is very popular among girls." Lu Linlin gave a bunch of descriptions but still received nothing from the dull kid in front of her. Then, she added, the one with a snow lion. That way. Zheng Yitao pointed in one direction. "Well, good boy, I'll give you some candy later." Lu Linlin grabbed Lu Lily and flew away. 2 Qian-level masters disappeared before his eyes instantly. Zheng Yitao stared at the direction they took off and was in a great shock, and he sat straight down on the ground. Chapter 256. Gen-level Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were looking for Hao Ren in the sky while Hao Ren was driving back to East Ocean University with Xie Yujia. "Are your wounds still hurting?" Sitting in the passenger seat, Xie Yujia asked Hao Ren softly. "It's fine now." Hao Ren drove the car calmly. The clothes he was wearing at the moment were all ripped apart and had bloodstains all over, but the determined look on his face made him look reliant and manly. Xie Yujia was going to ask him about his relationship with Zhao Yanzi, but she held it off after a second thought. The car traveled on the road quickly, and they were back on campus soon. After dropping Xie Yujia at the front of the academic building, Hao Ren started the car again. "I'm going to get some new clothes. The ones I'm wearing now look terrible." "Okay." Xie Yujia nodded. She felt a bit relieved after seeing that Hao Ren was totally fine. Hao Ren drove off slowly. After he saw Xie Yujia enter the academic building through the rear-view mirror, he turned back immediately and drove to the administrative building. After parking the car downstairs, Hao Ren raced into the building and rushed to the stairs. Hao Ren went to Su Han's office by bumping the door open. After closing the door, Hao Ren clenched his teeth as he couldn't take it anymore. He jumped on the couch, and his entire body twisted. It was a requirement to experience the pain that results from the transformation of the body when advancing from Li level to Gen level. He looked like he was driving calmly earlier, but he was actually clenching his teeth and trying to overcome the painful struggle. The extreme pain had already started when he was giving Zheng Yitao a lesson. He pretended to be calm only because he didn't want to expose his weakness to Zheng Yitao. Now, sweats were dripping down Hao Ren's forehead. On the way back, he stayed silent while driving. It seemed like he was deep in thought or trying to suppress his anger, but the fact was that he almost fainted because of the sharp pain. He didn't want Xie Yujia to worry about him. Therefore, he tried to refrain himself from showing anything abnormal. There were some elixirs that could eliminate the pain in Su Han's drawer. However, Hao Ren didn't want to take them even though he was suffering extreme pain. The greater the pain he overcame, the brighter the future he could have. The realm he could reach would be limited if he relied on elixirs. Lumps of clouds gathered in the sky above the administrative building. He had to put up with the extreme pain that would thoroughly remold himself in order to advance in the realm, and he had to go through a lightning tribulation because of the elevation in light-splitting sword shadow scrolls level. He used to have Su Han's protection, but he could only rely on himself at the moment. Purple cloud lightning tribulation. A needle-thin dash of lightning split the array formation that was set up in Su Han's office and stabbed directly at Hao Ren's heart. The immeasurably powerful energy instantly filled Hao Ren's body. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll immediately started to eliminate the lightning power that kept getting more powerful and was dashing around Hao Ren's body. Hao Ren's meridians would burst whenever the lightning went through. Half of the 8 extraordinary meridians were damaged. Meanwhile, the recreation of the meridians wasn't completed yet. Hao Ren had to endure the tribulation for human cultivators and the tribulation for dragon cultivators. One mouthful of fishy and sweet blood gushed to his throat, but Hao Ren forced it back down. There would be a lightning tribulation every time the light-splitting sword shadow scroll went up in level, and the power of the lightning tribulation would get stronger each time. Hao Ren needed to be entirely concentrated while he was going through this. Otherwise, he could lose all of his cultivation strength and die. The needle-thin purple lightning pierced into Hao Ren's body continuously. He felt like every acupoint on his body was going to explode. Hao Ren felt like the full power of life Death Note was probably similar to this. Boom! 108 main acupoints in his body couldn't bear it anymore and finally exploded. At this moment, all the clouds in the sky disappeared in a flash. Half an hour later, Hao Ren slowly woke up and saw his clothes completely torn apart. The couch he was lying on turned black and burned as well. Hao Ren was quite terrified after going through that. It was indeed dangerous to go through a lightning tribulation without anyone else watching over you. The dragon core was as smooth as before. All the 40 openings on the dragon core had been smoothly polished. Although the acupoints and meridians in his body were still quite numb, they were slowly recovering. If Hao Ren had been a regular brat before, he could be called a talented cultivator now. The experience of thoroughly remolding himself was extremely painful, but his body composition and quality improved spectacularly. Yu Rong and the others might not be able to tell the difference since they were with Hao Ren almost every day, but any of his old classmates from high school would be surprised to find that Hao Ren had turned from average to outstandingly handsome. Even his gestures and expressions followed the natural laws. Whoosh! Hao Ren exhaled. He almost dropped his phone on the floor after realizing how ragged he was. He picked up the phone and saw a message from Xie Yujia asking how clothes shopping was going. Hao Ren thought for a while and replied that he got the clothes and would be back in class soon. He couldn't go out like this, so he called Lu Linlin and asked her to bring him some clothes. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily felt anxious as they could not trace Hao Ren. They didn't realize that they could have used their phones until Hao Ren called them. Lu Linlin patted her head. Although they bought cell phones, they never remembered to use it. The Lu sisters arrived at Su Han's office shortly with a set of clothes. Seeing Hao Ren in some burned clothes, they were shocked. "What happened to you, Gongzi?" Hao Ren showed a bitter smile. "I'm at Gen level now." They paused for a second out of surprise, and then their expressions turned joyful. "Congratulations, Gongzi. I'm lucky that I got the 40th opening." Hao Ren looked at them and asked as he took over the clothes, "You guys aren't leaving the room?" Lu Linlin and Lu Lily looked back at Hao Ren, covered their mouths and laughing. Finally, they walked out of the office while holding hands and waited for him outside. As a matter of fact, how could a door block them if they really want to look? Hao Ren walked out in his new outfit. He looked extraordinarily handsome except for his messy hair. He was gentle yet had power, and he was calm as well with fierceness. If it were on Fifth Heaven, a cultivator at the core formation realm like him would be called Uncle Master and respected by the cultivators in the sect. Gongzi is getting more and more handsome now. Seeing Hao Ren coming out, Lu Linlin slipped in some sincere but also flattering words. So, the reason that Gongzi looked for us was to have us watch over you? I'm sorry we were late. Biting her lower lip, Lu Lily apologized. Hao Ren didn't want to talk more about what happened in the valley, so he shook his head and said, "No worries, it was scary but not dangerous. Everything is fine." He looked back at the burned couch in Su Han's office and said, "I guess I have to get Su Han a new couch now." "Leave that to us," Lu Linlin and Lu Lily said joyfully. The stronger Hao Ren got, the happier they became. They knew many interesting places in the mortal world. Unfortunately, Hao Ren wasn't able to explore with them with his current strength. Chapter 257. Everyone on alert changing into new clothes. Hao Ren realized that it was too late for him to return to the dorm for books. He went directly to the academic building for class. The class was already half over when he got to the classroom. It was a course in a small classroom which had only a front door. "Sir, sorry I'm late." Hao Ren stood in the doorway with empty hands. "It's fine. Come in." Oldman Sun was notorious for his fierceness among the students, but he was genial with Hao Ren. "Hiss," Yu Rong and guys sitting in the back row gasped. They dared not skip any of Oldman Sun's classes, but Hao Ren. When Hao Ren trotted to the back row of the classroom, Xie Yujia, who was sitting in the front row, noticed that he was wearing new clothes when he passed by. She smiled at him, and Hao Ren smiled back and gave her a little wave. Beside Xie Yujia, Ma Lina bumped her with her elbow with a teasing look. In the back row of the classroom, Zhao Jiayi scooted over and pulled Hao Ren to his side. "According to our reliable sources, you and Xie Yujia were both absent last night. Did you spend the night out with her?" Zhao Jiayi asked Hao Ren with arched eyebrows. "You are more impressive, captain of the basketball team. I rarely see you nowadays." Hao Ren tried to change the subject. Oldman Sun coughed loudly in the front of the classroom. Realizing that his voice was too loud, Hao Ren immediately shut up. He found his voice got more resonant after breaking through to Gen level. Xie Yujia turned and looked at Hao Ren with a faint smile. Hao Ren smiled back. Now that they shared the same secrets, they felt closer than before. Although Zhao Jiayi didn't know what they were smiling about, he was envious. As the captain of the basketball team, many girls came to watch him play each day, but none of them was nearly as gentle and beautiful as Xie Yujia. Of course, Xie Yujia was Hao Ren's girl, and Zhao Jiayi felt nothing but happiness for his good buddy. After the class, Zhao Jiayi and the others left without dragging Hao Ren to play online games. Naturally, they expected that Hao Ren would go out with Xie Yujia. However, Xie Yujia was not the clinging kind of girl, especially at school. She told Hao Ren that she was going to the library and rode her bike to borrow books. They were intimate but not clinging, perfect for the both of them. After knowing Hao Ren's secrets, she was no longer worried about him. Their relationship returned to normal. Meanwhile, Hao Ren had his own business to tend to. First, he ran to the place behind the library and took out Little White, which attracted a group of girls who fed it. Then, he went to Su Han's office to cultivate quietly, trying his best to absorb the 5 elemental essences from nature. He knew that he should never slack back in cultivation. Although the dragon core could absorb nature essence by itself, the cultivation progress would be slow if he didn't work hard at it. The incident with Black Wolf showed him that despite all the rules and restrictions, strength spoke the loudest in the world of cultivation. If a high-level cultivator broke the rules and made a move against a low-level cultivator, the latter would have absolutely no power to defend himself or herself. After cultivating through the 2-hour lunch break, Hao Ren returned to class in the afternoon. Then, he went to Zhao Yanzi's home to tutor her. It was dinner time, and the campus was full of boisterous crowds. Not wanting to attract attention, Hao Ren left his car at the administration building and took a bus to Zhao Yanzi's home. Zhao Yanzi had just gotten home, and Zhao Hongyu was cooking dinner while Zhao Guang was looking through some files in the study room. "Hello, uncle, auntie." Hao Ren opened the door and entered the living room. "Hello, Ren." Zhao Hongyu walked out of the kitchen with a plate of vegetables in her hand. It has been a while since the last tutoring session. Hao Ren lifted the tutoring materials in his hand, which took him the entire afternoon make. "Ren, you've been busy lately." Zhao Hongyu looked at him with a smile. "Yeah, He's busy in love, Zhao Yanzi, who was watching TV on the sofa, said with a pout. Really? In love with who? Zhao Hongyu asked curiously. Zhao Yanzi remained silent. Zhao Hongyu didn't pursue the topic. She smiled at Hao Ren and said, I'll go get the fried pork dish. You two should go to the dining room. She then turned to the direction of the study room and called, Zhao Guang, time for dinner. Zhao Guang rubbed his head and stood up. As he walked into the living room, he nodded at Hao Ren. He looked preoccupied with troubles on his mind. The four of them sat by the table, which was full of delicious-looking dishes, reminding Hao Ren of the old days when he came here every day for dinner. I called your grandma today to invite her to our house, but she insisted on staying in your house by the sea, Zhao Hongyu said while placing the plates and chopsticks before each of them. It's okay. Grandma will be fine since Uncle Wang will come to the house to take care of her. Hao Ren smiled at her gratefully. Oh, how are things going in the Dragon Palace? The elders are still recovering. Elder Xingyue is taking care of Su Han, and Zhao Yanzi's third uncle is still traveling. Everything is peaceful for the time being, Zhao Hongyu said. Great. Hao Ren nodded. Today, Zheng Yitao and I. We know already. Zhao Hongyu interrupted Hao Ren. Zheng Yitao? Zhao Yanzi got curious. Some trivia stuff. Eat your dinner. Zhao Hongyu placed a pair of chopsticks before Zhao Yanzi with force. Zhao Guang's face was grim. He didn't speak, seeming to have a lot of things on his mind. By the way, I've talked to Elder Sun, and you can go to his martial arts dojo when you want to practice. It's not far from your school, and you may go anytime you want, Zhao Hongyu said. Okay. Hao Ren answered. He could practice the boxing technique in the small forest by the school, but he needed an open space to practice the sword array formations. With the conflicts between East Ocean and West Ocean escalating, he must increase his strength as much as he could. However, to make his parents and grandma happy, he couldn't give up his studies and must pass each exam as well. On top of that, he must squeeze some time out to tutor Zhao Yanzi. From the looks of Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang, they didn't want Zhao Yanzi to be involved in the conflict. They hoped that she could live her life like an ordinary middle school girl. After dinner, Zhao Hongyu urged Zhao Yanzi to go to her room for the tutoring session. Zhao Yanzi wanted to stay in the living room a little bit to watch TV. But at her father's stern look, she went upstairs reluctantly. With the bag of tutoring materials in his hand, Hao Ren followed her up the stairs. He had prepared a lot of practices for her to make up the time lost. After they had gone upstairs, Zhao Hongyu's calm and ease expression disappeared. She looked at Zhao Guang with worry. Is it very serious? Zheng Yitao lost 1 level of cultivation strength in the fight with Ren, and he is now on Li level. With what I know about Old Man Zheng, I'm sure he will use this excuse to come to us with a large group of masters from West Ocean. I've ordered Elder Sun to stay alert and have guards all over the city, Zhao Guang said with a sigh. Chapter 258. The boss in East Ocean City. Zhao Yanzi stomped up to the second floor and entered her room quickly. I'm tired. The moment she got into the room, she jumped onto the bed. Hao Ren walked into the room with the tutoring materials. He had expected that she would get lazy despite her promise of hard work. Instead of urging her to do her work, he sat down at her desk and began to check her past few days' homework. Her math homework was full of red cross marks. It was a pathetic sight. He opened her English homework and found that the situation was a little better, though the teacher marked out quite a few grammar mistakes with red ink. Then, he saw the large number of red circles highlighting her mistakes in her Chinese homework. Geography, biology, physics, each of the homework was full of red marks. Is Zhao Yanzi even paying any attention to her studies? While he flipped through the homework, Hao Ren's confidence began to drop little by little. She wasn't a good student before, but her homework had never received such fierce attacks from her teachers. By now, he had a general understanding of Zhao Yanzi's study ability. She had been at her peak while preparing for the midterm exams. However, she had quickly lagged behind and once again became a poor student in her teacher's eyes now. Hey, it's time to study. Hao Ren tapped her feet. Zhao Yanzi lied on the bed lazily. I'm tired. Stop complaining. I checked your homework, and most of the answers are wrong. Hao Ren glanced at her in exasperation. The stuff we learned recently is really hard, such as geometry, algebra, convex lenses, concave lenses, and irregular verbs and tenses. I have a headache whenever I look at them. Zhao Yanzi turned over and sat up. They are hard, but you still have to learn them. Hao Ren took out 2 test papers. Tonight, we will focus on math, tomorrow will be physics, and the day after tomorrow will be English. Before he finished, Zhao Yanzi fell back onto the bed. Compared with studying these concepts, she would rather cultivate even if she had to withstand the pain. However, she had promised Zhao Hongyu that she would study hard while Hao Ren cultivated for her. Hao Ren didn't know about her promise, but she couldn't go back on her words now. Stop complaining and do the test. I know middle school geometry is hard, so I prepared a test of geometry problems for you to write. Hao Ren placed the paper before her. I haven't done my homework yet, Zhao Yanzi screamed. Then I'll go since it's a waste of my time if I stay. Instead of arguing with her, Hao Ren stood up and turned to the door. Don't. Zhao Yanzi grabbed his hand suddenly. If Hao Ren left now, her mom would know that she had been slacking and would scold her. Then do the test. Hao Ren nudged his handwritten test paper forward. He had selected the problems carefully from the practice booklets and placed them in order of difficulty to suit Zhao Yanzi's current level. He had spent a whole class copying the problems and the geometrical drawings. It was not an easy task. Although Zhao Yanzi didn't understand the effort he put in it, he knew he had done his best to help her. Stop nagging. I'll do it. Zhao Yanzi pulled over her backpack reluctantly and took out a pencil and an eraser. Then, she began writing the test in her bed, while lying on her belly. Hao Ren looked at her, wondering what was up with her pose. However, he didn't want to disturb her as she was doing the test. Lying on her belly, Zhao Yanzi put the backpack under the paper and began to do the test with a big sigh. Doing lots of practice problems was a traditional but effective way of getting a good mark on the exams. In order to tutor Zhao Yanzi, Hao Ren reviewed all the middle school concepts and even studied the new concepts that were added to the curriculum after his graduation from middle school. It was not an easy job to be Zhao Yanzi's tutor. With her unlikable personality and poor academic foundation, no wonder Zhao Hongyu had difficulty finding a proper tutor for her. Zhao Yanzi knew Hao Ren was stubborn and wouldn't bend to her tantrums. Reluctantly, she began to write the mock test. Furrowing her brows and nibbling the head of the pencil with puffed cheeks, she swung her lower legs back and forth while lying on her belly. Hao Ren sat on the chair beside the bed, supervising her while checking the time. Seeing her swinging legs and frowning eyebrows, he found her a little adorable. I sat for a whole day, and my lower back is sore. Zhao Yanzi turned to look at Hao Ren abruptly and said. What do you mean? Hao Ren looked at her suspiciously. Massage my back. Zhao Yanzi turned back to the paper and said. Hao Ren froze for a moment since it was the first time that Zhao Yanzi gave him an order. Hao Ren cleared his throat before scooting his chair toward her pink bed. Zhao Yanzi turned her attention back to the paper with a frown. If you don't massage my back, I won't do the test, Zhao Yanzi said casually with her eyes on the paper. Okay, I'll try. Gingerly, Hao Ren placed his hands on her lower back. Her waist was slim, and he could feel her smooth and supple skin underneath her sweater. It's sore. Do it. Zhao Yanzi twisted her lower back while writing the paper. Okay. Tentatively, he patted her lower back lightly to appease her so that she could focus on the paper. Left. Zhao Yanzi instructed while she drew the pencil across the paper. While Hao Ren's hands moved to the left, Zhao Yanzi yelled, right. Then, his hands moved to the right side of her lower back. Up a bit. Yeah. Right there. More. Hao Ren's hands moved from her lower back to her upper back then to her shoulders, massaging her with the right amount of force. After a while, Hao Ren heard no more instructions from her. Thinking that she was busy writing the test, he continued the massage and checked up on her. Then, he found her soundly asleep. Her posture was not ladylike at all. A trickle of saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth and traveled along her pencil onto the test paper that Hao Ren had spent hours to make. Well, you are enjoying my labor too well. Withdrawing his hands, Hao Ren pulled out the test paper from her dripping saliva. He gritted his teeth and had the urge to wake her, but he controlled himself. Judging from her unladylike posture, Hao Ren was sure that she was not faking it. Obviously, she had been tired recently. Damn girl, Hao Ren glanced at her before tucking her into her quilt. Then, he took the paper to the desk to check her answers. She only had finished half of the test, and the answers she gave were mostly wrong. Since Hao Ren selected the problems, he knew the concept that was tested by each problem. Therefore, he had a general understanding of Zhao Yanzi's weaknesses in geometry. He marked the paper carefully before analyzing her mistakes. He checked his watch and found that it was already 9 o'clock. He needed to go back to his dorm. He looked back and saw Zhao Yanzi still soundly asleep in her bed. She seemed quite like Little White when she slept. Hao Ren didn't wake her up and urge her to finish her homework. He took out her homework and did some of the difficult problems. Placing the answers beside her homework, he stood up quietly before turning off the light and shutting the door behind him. Zhao Hongyu was checking an architectural design in the living room. Despite the threat from West Ocean, she didn't want to leave her work behind. When Hao Ren tiptoed down the stairs, Zhao Hongyu looked up. The tutoring session is over. Yeah. Hao Ren nodded and walked into the living room. How was Z today? Zhao Hongyu asked him. Well, she worked hard today. Hao Ren covered for Zhao Yanzi. I hope she studies hard and understands the hardships in life. With a slight sigh, she looked at Hao Ren. I'll drive you back to school, okay? Hao Ren declined immediately. No, thank you. I'll take the bus back to school. Where's uncle? He went out to handle some emergencies. Seeing the concerned look on Hao Ren's face, Zhao Hongyu continued, don't worry. It's something related to his business. Hao Ren nodded. Besides managing the Dragon Palace, Zhao Guang had to manage the businesses on land. After all, the businesses on land related to the activities of the cultivators of East Ocean. Also, Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu were working hard to create a steady and peaceful environment for Zhao Yanzi. When Zhao Hongyu walked Hao Ren to the door, something occurred to her. Oh, you have a spirit beast that is capable of flying, right? Yeah. Hao Ren looked at her curiously, not knowing why she brought it up. Since that is the case, you can fly in the city on your spirit beast. Zhao Hongyu looked at him. As long as you put a stealth energy sphere around you, ordinary people can't see you. But cultivators can't. Hao Ren was about to raise a question when he suddenly realized that the dragon cultivators couldn't fly due to the supervision of the inspectors. Now, he was an inspector. Little White rolled out from Hao Ren's necklace. With a booming sound, it turned into its snow lion form with golden paws and white fur. Hao Ren put a reddish-pink energy shield around him and got onto Little White's back. It flew high in the air. Since Su Han, the regional inspector of East Ocean City, was now recovering from her injuries in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, as Su Han's assistant, Hao Ren was now the highest-ranking official among the cultivators in East Ocean City. Chapter 259. Recruiting me into a club? With flames burning around its paws, Little White flew steadily in the sky with Hao Ren on its back. As a common species left behind in the mortal world by the Sky Mountain sect, Little White had a very average bloodline, which meant that it had almost no chance of advancing and evolving. Although the common species of spirit beasts had traces of ancient godly beasts' bloodline in their bodies, the traces of bloodline were so thin that they were extremely difficult to activate. Even the adult snow lions living in the Snow Lotus Cave on the Sky Mountain could only activate the most basic innate power such as Fireball spell and Frozen spell after eating snow lotuses for many years. However, with the large number of elixir pills Hao Ren fed it, Little White, though not an adult yet, had activated its flying ability and had even developed the fire elemental power. It meant that Little White, which had been despised by that girl on Fifth Heaven, now possessed the power of level 1 spirit beast. If Hao Ren fed it elixir pills every day and Little White cultivated hard, it might have a chance to completely activate the ancient bloodline in its body and advance into a godly beast. However, Hao Ren and Little White didn't know about the situation. Little White just ate when it was hungry, and Hao Ren would feed it 2 essence replenishment pills each day to stop its badgering. Sitting on Little White's back and looking down at the city from a height of hundreds of meters above the ground, Hao Ren felt a wondrous feeling. Little White was also enjoying the breeze. It flew leisurely, as fast as a floating balloon. Just months ago, Hao Ren had never imagined that he would be able to ride a lion and look down at the entire city from the sky as an inspector. Matters with Zhao Yanzi, West Ocean, school, and more were all forgotten as he stared at the brightly lit East Ocean City in the quiet sky above the city. He had wanted to live an ordinary life, but he had to adapt to the changes and get used to new things. Little White, let's get down, he ordered in a low voice as he patted Little White's neck lightly. With a low roar, Little White dashed toward the East Ocean University campus below them. Like a shooting star, they arched toward the ground. Bang! Little White landed in the small forest. Hao Ren, who was enjoying the amazing feeling and the beautiful city view from the sky, jumped off Little White's back dizzily and slapped its head. Damn dog! Couldn't you land gently? Little White looked at him innocently with its big black and watery eyes. Well, this is an extra elixir pill for you. After taking out an essence replenishment pill from the wooden box in his hidden space, Hao Ren tossed it into Little White's mouth. Little White felt wronged a moment ago, but it instantly became joyous. Transforming into its mini-size, it ran around Hao Ren's ankles, rubbing its head against his legs like a kitten. You have no backbone. Picking it up by the back of its neck, he tossed the beast into his hidden space. During the night, the dew was substantial in this forest, and that was why no student couples came here to make out. It provided Hao Ren with a perfect landing place. After straightening his clothes, Hao Ren walked out of the forest before crossing the campus and returning to his dorm. Huang Jianfeng and the others were playing cards in the dorm, and they would never have imagined that Hao Ren had been patrolling the city in the sky. They thought he went out with Xie Yujia, so they didn't ask him any questions when he came back to the dorm late at night, right before the gate would be locked up. Hao Ren was no longer the same person he was 2 months ago, but his buddies saw him every day and didn't notice the transformations. Next morning came. Zhao Jiayi had spent the night in the stadium practicing and didn't return to the dorm. Ever since he became the captain of the basketball team, he got quite busy. Seeing that Cao Ronghua and Zhou Liren were still soundly asleep, Hao Ren washed up and went jogging. Cultivation could improve his physical strength, but it couldn't give him combat ability in melee battles. After running 20 laps around the campus, he went to the small forest where he landed last night and practiced horse stance punch 1,000 times. After the high-intensity workout, he only sweated slightly. It was still early, so he practiced the fundamental boxing techniques that he learned from the Dragon Palace 9 times. The movements were not hard for Hao Ren in his current state. However, it was a test of physical strength and endurance to make each movement accurate and proper. After all, this set of boxing techniques were used to train the soldiers in the Dragon Palace, and the lowest leveled soldiers were at Li level. In other words, this set of boxing techniques with no name was the training technique for cultivators. After practicing it 9 times, Hao Ren was soaked in sweat even though he had reached Gen level. It was a top-rated set of boxing techniques that could toughen one's muscles and bones. Zhao Jiayi or Zhou Liren probably would have collapsed to the ground with fatigue after practicing only half of the boxing techniques. Some movements were beyond their strengths and abilities. If they forced themselves to do those movements, they probably would break their bones or get cramps. Exhaling deeply, Hao Ren walked out of the small forest and toward Academic Building C with his bag in his hand. It was breakfast time, so Hao Ren merged into the crowds in the direction of the cafeteria, planning to have breakfast before going to class. Hello. Suddenly, a tall and thin girl wearing a pair of glasses stopped Hao Ren. She stared at Hao Ren for a few seconds before giving him a warm smile. Do you have any interest in joining our club? Hao Ren looked at her and shook his head, not interested. Unlike the ordinary school clubs, ours is an internal club called the Association of the Five Dragons, she continued. The Association of the Five Dragons? Hao Ren activated the light-splitting sword shadow scroll, looked at her carefully, and saw a pale blue light around her. She belonged to one of the water elemental dragon clans, but Hao Ren didn't know which branch she was from, lake, river, or stream. Seeming to have sensed Hao Ren's question on his mind, this girl introduced herself in a low voice. I belong to Dongjing Lake. You should be a member of East Ocean, right? Since we belong to the same circle, we should have each other's back. Hao Ren thought for a moment, but he still shook his head. When he was below Gen level, the so-called circle ignored him. Now that he had broken through to Gen level, they immediately sent someone to recruit him, trying to pull him into their circle to strengthen their force. Hao Ren wouldn't fall for their tricks. Besides, there were all kinds of conflicts between the different circles, and Hao Ren didn't want to be a part of it. With a wave of his hand, he walked out of the cafeteria. On his way to the academic building, several senior students came to him and invited him to join their mysterious clubs. Hao Ren refused them all. When he walked around the campus as a low-level cultivator who was working on the spirit concentration scroll, they pretended not to see him. When some big events happened in the dragon tribe, and they met on the roadside to discuss, they had never thought of including Hao Ren. Even when Huang Zuji tried to bully him, none of the so-called fellow dragons offered help. That was why Hao Ren ignored them now. Are you sure that you won't consider our offers? We have many cultivation discussion groups, and we could trade low-tier Dharma treasures with each other inside our association. The head of our club is a Dewey level master, and he will give you some guidance. You've just reached Gen level, but it's difficult to solidify your realm without the guidance of a master. We have many single dragon girls in our club. If you find someone you like, you too can practice dual cultivation. Hao Ren's refusal didn't dissuade them. 3 representatives from 3 clubs followed Hao Ren tightly. To be clear, I'll join none of your clubs. Afraid that they would follow him into the classroom, Hao Ren stopped to make his attitude clear. Although Gen level is not weak, it's not powerful either. Since you are around the school every day, I suggest you join one of our clubs. One of them began to threaten him. Well, do you mean that you guys will find opportunities to attack me if I don't join any of your clubs? Hao Ren asked them in a harsher tone. Right. The 3 of them answered at the same time. After all, in East Ocean City, there were only about 8 cultivation clubs. None of the Gen level students could stay independent. They had been indifferent to Hao Ren when he was below Gen level. However, he had to join one of them after he reached Gen level. On the surface, they talked about taking care of each other. However, their real purpose was to strengthen their force to overpower the other clubs. We'll give you 3 minutes to consider. You must choose one of the 3 clubs. The senior-looking student gave Hao Ren an ultimatum. They forced him to join one of them. They thought that Hao Ren wasn't very powerful as a Gen-level cultivator. The other 2 representatives surrounded him with their arms crossed. Judging from the lights they emitted, Hao Ren knew that each of them was on or above Gen level. If Hao Ren refused to join one of their clubs, they would put down a red energy sphere and attack him. None of the Gen-level students could stay out of their control. It was the unwritten rule. Of course, after a cultivator joined one of the clubs, he or she would have to contribute to the club by handing in money and offering labor. Uninterested, Hao Ren turned around and continued toward Academic Building C. Stop. The senior student launched an attack suddenly. As the vice president of the C-Light Club, he was a Gen-level cultivator, and he wanted to pull Hao Ren into his club. Hao Ren blocked his arm and leapt half a step forward. Meanwhile, the other 2 representatives entered the fray. Since Hao Ren had expressively told them that he wouldn't join any of their clubs, they decided to teach him a lesson. They had never paid attention to Hao Ren when he was below Gen level, so they didn't know about his close relationship with Lu Qing and his identity as the Fuma of the East Ocean Dragon Clan, the real ruler of East Ocean City. Bang! 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 With both hands, Hao Ren pushed their arms away. The effects of the fundamental boxing techniques were showing. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll could be used in long-range combat, and the fundamental boxing techniques could be used in melee combat. Surprised, the 3 representatives immediately put nature essence into their hands before launching another round of attacks at Hao Ren at the same time. Since he refused to join their clubs, he became their common enemy, and they would teach him a lesson. In the horse stance, Hao Ren moved half a step to the left before punching at the senior student who had launched the first attack. With 5-element sword energy on his fist, Hao Ren's punch on the senior student's chest forced him back 3 steps. Hao Ren then turned and blocked the arms of the other 2 attackers before punching their bellies. Instantly, the 2 girls who were at top-tier Gen level were knocked away. Hao Ren had used the explosive momentum from the fundamental boxing techniques and the Hunden lightning, which could break all 5 elements. All this happened in the blink of an eye. For the students in the distance, they just saw the 3 of them leave Hao Ren's side abruptly, but the details were lost to them. The 3 attackers all stared at Hao Ren in shock. Although their attacks were not coordinated, they were all cultivators either on or above Gen level and good fighters in the school. However, they couldn't even get near Hao Ren, a student who had just reached Gen level. The 2 girls felt a numb sensation in their bellies, and they couldn't activate their nature essence as if all their energies were locked up for the time being. Hunden lightning could break the 5 elements in nature, while the 5 elemental sword array formations were even more powerful. Since they were in a public place on the campus, Hao Ren had not unleashed his full strength. After all, I'm an inspector, and you dared to attack me? Hao Ren brushed the dust off his clothes before looking at them coldly. Inspector? The 3 senior members of the cultivation clubs all looked at Hao Ren in surprise. They concentrated and took a closer look, and sure enough, there was a faint golden flame mark on Hao Ren's forehead. None of them had imagined that this young gen-level cultivator would be an inspector. They were stunned. After all, attacking an inspector was a serious crime. Hao Ren could arrest them this moment since an inspector could act first and report to the headquarters later. Even as an assisting inspector, Hao Ren's status was many levels higher than theirs. While they engaged themselves in playful battles in the school, this sophomore had become an assisting inspector. Ignoring the stunned looks on their faces, Hao Ren walked past them and continued toward the academic building. At this moment, a thick dark cloud floated across the sky above East Ocean University. With a livid face, Old Man Zeng came to East Ocean City with 6 Qian-level elders and 10 Kun-level elders on a punitive expedition. Chapter 260. Hand him over. When Hao Ren came to the classroom, it was already full. Zhou Liren had occupied seats in the 3rd row, and he beckoned to Hao Ren. Here, here. He had rushed here after the morning's advanced mathematics to grab good seats. However, he was doomed to be disappointed today. Xie Yujia and Ma Lina walked into the room, chatting and laughing. Xie Yujia was wearing a white t-shirt with a cartoonish pattern and a pair of pale blue jeans. The clothes were ordinary, but she looked refreshing and bright in them. After all, simple clothes needed an excellent figure to show its effect. Without the fancy designs to conceal the shortcomings of the body, Xie Yujia presented her real and natural form. Xie Yujia believed in dressing simple, and her figure looked great in simple clothes. Xie Yujia smiled lightly when she passed Hao Ren before pulling Ma Lina to the back row. Zhou Liren looked back at Xie Yujia and bumped Hao Ren with his elbow. Hey, I observed carefully in the past couple of days and found that Xie Yujia is even more beautiful than before. Hao Ren didn't think it was surprising. After all, she has begun cultivating recently, and it enhanced her complexion. Besides, with her excellent talent, her aura and strength will improve faster than other cultivators, he thought. He didn't know that Xie Yujia's talent in terms of cultivation couldn't get poorer. The old grandma wouldn't have taken her as her last disciple if talent was the only thing she cared about. Xie Yujia had a stone body type. She was very insensitive to the nature essence, and it was challenging for her to absorb it. The old grandma planted a nascent soul realm life note in her body, so she possessed the cultivation speed of a nascent soul realm master. Despite the life note, Xie Yujia was still in the qi refinement realm. With this insane life note, she could concentrate nature essence at a high intensity, but she could only absorb 1% of it. Even Zhao Jiayi or Zhou Liren had better cultivation talent than Xue Yujia. However, the old grandma saw through all that and didn't care about what realm Xie Yujia could reach. After all, no one would dare to mess with her with the old grandma as her master. Xie Yujia and Ma Lina walked to the last row of the room and sat in the middle seats. Zhou Liren turned to look at Xie Yujia again and lamented, "Women do get more beautiful as they mature. How come I didn't find Xie Yujia beautiful before?" Hao Ren also looked back at her. Sitting in the last row, which was the highest point of the room, Xie Yujia's skin was as bright and translucent as a newly peeled egg, good enough for a skincare commercial. After all, great skin would significantly boost a girl's natural beauty. Tap. Tap. The sound of high heels resonated in the corridor outside of the classroom. Next to Hao Ren, Zhou Liren immediately sat upright. A bit further away in the row, Cao Ronghua and Zhao Jiayi also looked expectant. All the other guys turned their gazes toward the door as well. A teacher in business attire walked into the classroom. It was a young female teacher. What? The guys were astonished. The teacher walked to the platform. Ms. Su Han is not available, and I'll teach the course as her substitute for the next few weeks. No, the guys were greatly disappointed. Obviously, the young substitute teacher had dressed carefully, but she could never hold a candle to Su Han. In the next few weeks, we'll work together. My name is. The young teacher began to write her name on the blackboard, but the guys had no interest to know it. They came to the class to see Su Han, the #1 beauty in East Ocean. Even though they couldn't talk to her directly, it was still enjoyable to watch her. They lost all interest in the course with the appearance of the substitute teacher. As Suhan's biggest fan, Zhou Liren felt like he had never been this disappointed in his life. He slumped onto the desk and looked dispirited. "When will Ms. Su come back?" A guy blurted out the question to the substitute teacher. It was not giving substitute teacher face. "Maybe 2 or 3 weeks. It depends on the school's scheduling. Possibly, I'll teach the course from now on." The substitute teacher looked around and said disapprovingly. "Well, if that's true, I'll skip this class in the future," Zhou Liren lamented. Many guys shared his thoughts, which meant that the most popular course would quickly become the most unpopular one. Meanwhile, Hao Ren thought about the substitute teacher's words and thought it was quite possible that Su Han would take the opportunity to give up her position in the school. It was an eventful time since East Ocean and West Ocean were fighting with each other secretly, and her leisure life would come to an end. It was quite likely that she would focus her attention on her job as an inspector. However, Hao Ren wanted her to stay in the school. Buzz. His cell phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw a text message from Xie Yujia, who was sitting in the back of the classroom. It read, "What happened to Su Han? Is she dealing with family issues? Do you know anything about it?" "She is sick," Hao Ren replied to the message. He didn't think that Xie Yujia knew about Su Han's identity, so he didn't say too much. "Sick? She is taking several weeks off? Is her illness very serious? Could you contact her and tell her that we'll go visit her tonight?" Xie Yujia's reply came instantly. Xie Yujia was the best student in the class, and Su Han had a good impression of her. Besides, Su Han was exceptionally kind to her due to the mark left by a soul formation realm cultivator on her shoulder that was only visible to inspectors. That was why Xie Yujia was grateful toward Su Han, the cold teacher in other students' eyes. "I will tell you more about it when the class is over," after a moment of consideration, Hao Ren replied. While the guys lamented their misfortune in the classroom, Oldman Zeng went to the headquarters of Mingri Group with 16 senior elders. Oldman Zeng was dressed in dark red Chinese traditional suit while the 6 Qian level elders were wearing silver suits and the 10 Kun level elders were wearing black suits. One could see their ranks at one glance. They walked into the grand hall in a pyramid-like formation with Oldman Zeng in the front. "Sir, who are you visiting? Please register your name here." The young and pretty receptionist saw their aggressiveness and immediately called out to Oldman Zeng. Oldman Zeng looked like a fit old man in his 60s while the 16 elders behind him all looked like they were 40 to 50 years old. If they had been a group of younger men, the receptionist would have been scared. But to her, they were just a group of old men pretending to be the mafia. When she called out, the guards standing by the pathways walked over and tried to stop them. "Sir, who are you visiting? This is a private building not open to the public." "Humph." With a wave of his hand, Oldman Zeng sent the guard, who was speaking, rolling on the floor. The remaining guards immediately surrounded them. With several pushes, Oldman Zeng sent all the guards flying backward. The old man is a martial arts master. The captain of the security team took out his walkie-talkie and called out urgently, "Send backup to the grand hall." With a livid expression, Oldman Zeng walked directly into the pathway with the 16 elders. When the captain picked up the electric baton and tried to stop them, the receptionist called out with the phone in her hand, "Brother Liu." The boss said, "Just let them up." Without stopping, Oldman Zeng kicked the blockade in front of the pathway, and it shattered under his foot. He could have gone directly to the East Ocean Dragon Palace to see Zhao Guang, the Lord of East Ocean. Instead, he came to the headquarters of Mingri Group with 16 elders and forced their way up, showing everyone that he was here to make trouble. They took the elevator to the top floor. In the hall, the employees of Mingri Group and the pedestrians on the street all stared at the elevator in astonishment. Ting! The elevator arrived on the top floor. With a snort, Oldman Zeng led 16 senior elders toward Zhao Guang's office. If Zhao Guang couldn't give him a satisfactory answer, he wouldn't mind destroying the whole building with the elders. A member of East Ocean injured Zheng Yitao, the crown prince of West Ocean, and damaged his dragon core, making him drop to Li level from Gen level. Now, Zheng Yitao couldn't even use his natal Dharma treasure, Coil Dragon Gold Spear. Such a disgrace made the conflict between East Ocean and West Ocean escalate to a new degree. A war could break out. After all, the dragon core was foundational to a dragon, and it was related to his or her life. Since Zheng Yitao's dragon core was damaged, and his realm dropped, it would be extremely difficult to recover. It would even hinder his cultivation future. This time, Oldman Zheng healed Zheng Yitao's damaged dragon core at the cost of 500 years of his own cultivation strength. Despite his efforts, Zheng Yitao's gen-level realm was not as stable as before. That explained Oldman Zheng's burning fury. Bang! Oldman Zheng kicked a big hole in the door to the office at the end of the corridor. Sitting in the chair behind the desk, Zhao Guang looked up from the file in his hands. "Elder Zheng, what brings you here?" Bang! The door broke out and flew onto the red carpet in the office. "I believe you know what happened to Zheng Yitao." Oldman Zheng walked in front of Zhao Guang and left a deep handprint on the redwood desk. The burning rage in his eyes showed that he was prepared to kill Zhao Guang regardless of the consequences. "I heard about the incident with Zheng Yitao. It seems to me that the Dragon God Shrine accidentally hurt him in the process of capturing Black Wolf." Still sitting, Zhao Guang looked up and said to Oldman Zheng. He had received warnings when Oldman Zheng flew across the sky above East Ocean City with 16 elders. He also knew that they came directly to Mingri Group after landing. However, no one from East Ocean had the power to stop Oldman Zheng and his elders. The only thing he could do now was to think of a way to send them back. He was not pleased to see Oldman Zheng running wild on East Ocean's territory. However, he had no choice but to hold his anger in check. Dragon God Shrine. Oldman Zheng stared at Zhao Guang with his widely opened eyes. It's true that Black Wolf was captured and brought to the Dragon God Shrine, but none of them dares to hurt my grandson. Zhao Guang put down the file and stood up slowly. Hao Ren did injure him. What do you want? What do I want? Oldman Zheng glared at him while another handprint appeared in the redwood desk before Zhao Guang. The files were shattered into pieces. In the past, Oldman Zheng would never have come to East Ocean's territory to mess with them, didn't matter how mad he was, let alone yelling at Zhao Guang. But now that Zhao Kuo had disappeared after the heavenly tribulation, the strength of West Ocean was much more powerful than East Ocean. The East Ocean Dragon Palace was protected by traps and array formations, but Oldman Zheng didn't have to worry about anything when breaking into the headquarters of Mingri Group. Ren is the Fuma of East Ocean. If you dare to mess with him, East Ocean won't stand by and watch. Zhao Guang looked at Oldman Zheng and said lightly. Very good. Oldman Zheng emitted an overwhelming pressure, causing wild winds in the entire building. With a wave of his hand, he shattered the door to his left. In the meeting room sat the elders of East Ocean such as Elder Sun. Oldman Zheng raised his head and turned to the meeting room overbearingly. He emphasized each of his words, I will give you 3 days to hand over Hao Ren. Or, Oldman Zheng squinted his eyes, I'll get him myself. The East Ocean elders all looked stunned. Undoubtedly, Oldman Zheng was using this excuse to make trouble for them. If East Ocean handed over their Fuma, it would be a great humiliation to them. If East Ocean tried to protect Hao Ren, Oldman Zheng would have a proper excuse to declare war on them. After all, although no one had witnessed the details, it was true that Hao Ren had injured Zheng Yitao and made the Crown Prince of West Ocean drop to a lower realm. This chapter's initial release occurred on the N0v3LB1N site. More importantly, the combat ability of West Ocean was now much greater than that of East Ocean, so they had a louder voice. It didn't matter that Hao Ren could justify himself. Since he had injured the Crown Prince of West Ocean, Oldman Zheng had every reason to make trouble for them. None of them knew that a human cultivator on the Soul Formation realm was involved in the incident and that officials in the Dragon God Shrine did not personally capture Black Wolf. However, even if they had known about it, a human cultivator on the Soul Formation realm wouldn't get involved in the internal conflicts among the dragon clans. Anyway, Oldman Zheng would hold East Ocean accountable no matter what. I must have him in 3 days. By the way, his title of assisting inspector is nothing to me. After issuing the threat, Oldman Zheng stomped out of the office, leaving behind a few deep footprints on the floor. Even official inspectors had to make ways for Oldman Zheng, the ruler of a significant region. While Su Han was recovering from her injuries in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, Oldman Zheng didn't think that the distant Dragon God Shrine would offend him by helping an assisting inspector. Standing behind his desk, Zhao Guang looked at the mess in the room before turning to look at the elders in the meeting room. Several elders sitting by the rear side of the table looked at him and wanted to say something. Anyone who dares to suggest that we should hand over Ren will end up like this bead. Zhao Guang pointed at a glass bead on a shelf full of handcrafted items, and that bead shattered instantly. Chapter 261. Sun Yun Martial Arts Dojo. After his second class, Hao Ren walked out of the classroom with Zhou Liren and the others. Hao Ren. Xie Yujia called out to him at the door. Well, don't follow us. Go to your girlfriend. Zhao Jiayi turned to him and pushed Hao Ren to the door before walking to the stairs with Zhou Liren and the others. Xie Yujia quickened her steps. Did you forget the thing about Su Han? Oh. Hao Ren nodded at her reminder. In the class, he had been busy copying practice questions for tonight's tutoring session and was now a bit dizzy. Su Han, I mean Ms. Su. How is she now? With the bag on her back, Xie Yujia walked to Hao Ren's side. She is injured, Hao Ren said. Injured? Is it serious? Xie Yujia asked anxiously. She needs a few weeks to recover, Hao Ren told her while walking to the stairs. Xie Yujia walked alongside him. I want to visit her. Can you take me to her? Xie Yujia asked after a moment of consideration. She doesn't live on land. I need to ask first before I can tell you if I can take you to her, Hao Ren told her. It's okay, Xie Yujia said. Tell me tomorrow if you get a reply. Hao Ren hesitated for a few seconds before asking her, how much do you know about me? Xie Yujia looked around and made sure that they were alone near the stairs. She said, I only know that you are also cultivating. Oh, it feels like you and I are not in the same circle. Not in the same circle. Hao Ren thought for a while and knew she was right. After all, Xie Yujia didn't have a dragon core, and he couldn't see any light around her. What's the Dragon God Shrine? Xie Yujia asked. She had been caught off guard by the incident with Zheng Yitao. Later when she had time to think about it, she was full of questions. Dragon God Shrine is a major organization like the United Nations. It can put sanctions on cultivators and is also a place for arbitrations and rulemaking. Hao Ren told her what he knew about the organization. In fact, he didn't know a lot about the Dragon God Shrine, except the fact that inspectors belonged to Dragon God Shrine. He didn't know how many inspectors it had or where it was located. United Nations? Xie Yujia asked casually, are there any permanent members in there? I don't think so. While they talked, they had walked out of the academic building. However, Xie Yujia's casual question made him think. The dragon tribe was divided into 5 smaller clans including metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The proud metal dragons had the lowest number while the water dragon clan had the most substantial number of members including the branches of river, lake, and ocean. Among them, the 4 ocean dragon palaces were undoubtedly the dominant forces, each of which governed hundreds of thousands of members. Faced with such major powers, even the Dragon God Shrine, which was supposed to oversee all the dragons in the world, wouldn't challenge them without considering the consequences. From this perspective, the 4 ocean dragon palaces were just like the so-called super nations. The super nations showed respect to the Dragon God Shrine while the latter would occasionally bring 1 or 2 bad guys from the super nations to law, but it would never touch the core interests of the 4 ocean dragon palaces. It meant that when 2 super nations fought, the Dragon God Shrine would have to stand by and watch. If the West Ocean took all the land territories from the East Ocean Dragon Clan by force, East Ocean Force led by Zhao Guang would have to retreat to the Dragon Palace. If they engaged in a war, the East Ocean would lose due to its weaker strength. If they admitted defeat without a fight, the East Ocean would have to give up the huge businesses they had operated on land for tens of years to the West Ocean. It would be impossible to count on the Dragon God Shrine to claim justice for them. What are you thinking? You look so serious all of a sudden. At Hao Ren's silence, Xie Yujia turned to look at him and asked. Nothing. Hao Ren looked at her, grateful for her previous comment which made him understand the whole situation. He had thought West Ocean was only pressuring them and wouldn't dare make a move. Now that he thought about it, he realized that Zheng Yitao's provocations were just part of West Ocean's strategy. If they couldn't stand Zheng Yitao's provocations and attacked him, the West Ocean would use this excuse to declare war against them. As the Crown Prince of West Ocean, Zheng Yitao was certainly not like the moron he appeared to be. However, West Ocean didn't expect that Black Wolf would be captured, and Zheng Yitao would be severely injured. Hey! Anything wrong? Seeing Hao Ren was deep in thought again, Xie Yujia waved her hand before his eyes. Nothing. Hao Ren said and shook his head. It seemed that he had entered their trap. He thought Zheng Yitao was a stupid rich kid and injured him severely in rage. It was just what West Ocean needed. This weekend, I'll go visit the old grandma with you. Hao Ren turned to Xie Yujia and said. Hao Ren was sure that the supermaster who destroyed Black Wolf with one strike from the sky was the old grandma. However, Xie Yujia shook her head slightly. The old grandma said she doesn't want to see you. Besides, she said she wouldn't be bothered with other people's business. The old grandma doesn't want to see me. Hao Ren looked at Xie Yujia and guessed it was probably because of his relationship with her. I'm going to the library. Are you coming with me? Xie Yujia asked him. No, Hao Ren shook his head. Well, I'm off to the library then. Tell me tomorrow if I can go visit Su Han. She walked to her bike parked before the academic building. Then, she rode it slowly toward the library in the distance. Hao Ren looked after her and was sure that the old grandma wouldn't intervene in the conflict between the dragon palaces. She had placed issues before the dragon god shrine, which showed her reluctance to interfere with internal business in the dragon tribe. It would have nothing to do with her even if West Ocean and East Ocean butchered each other. Watching Xie Yujia's bike disappeared around the corner of Academic Building D, Hao Ren sighed before walking toward the gate of the school. Everyone thought he and Xie Yujia were dating. The fact was, they lived their separate lives and didn't bother each other. Since their secrets were shared, they could both relax. While Hao Ren was cultivating, Xie Yujia was also cultivating. In the past, she didn't want to lose to little older brother. Now she didn't want to lose to Hao Ren. She knew she had to work hard to improve herself to enter Hao Ren's world. Hao Ren walked out of the school gate and bought a piece of bread from a deli to fill his belly. Since there was no class that afternoon, Hao Ren went to Elder Sun's martial arts dojo downtown. Elder Sun's martial arts dojo was located on the west end of Nanjing Road, which was one of the busiest streets in the city. Hao Ren came to the door and saw the huge signboard above it, Sun Yun Martial Arts Dojo. The dojo was named after Elder Sun's name. At the sight of the signboard, Hao Ren remembered a recent news report which said a martial arts training center named Sun Yun Martial Arts Dojo had been expanding all over the country in recent years. By now, they had opened locations in 15 cities, and the dojo in East Ocean City was obviously the headquarters. After a short pause at the gate, Hao Ren stepped into the majestic-looking dojo. The moment he walked in, he saw a group of young people practicing in the hall. They were divided into two groups. One group was obviously disciples of the dojo since they had brawny physiques and standard movements. The other group was people with different physiques and clumsy movements. They were evidently city people who came here to work out. It was noon, and the employees working in the nearby office buildings took the long lunch break to exercise here. Nowadays, weight training, yoga, and Pilates were quite popular, and this martial arts dojo had become a popular workout place in the city. Of course, becoming the most popular workout place in the city was only one of the functions of Sun Yan Martial Arts Dojo. A more important service was to train over 6,000 professional security guards each year for all walks of life. What was more, due to the simple and effective training methods of the dojo, even the police put their training base in the dojo and sent police officers here for regular training. The moment Hao Ren walked into the hall, a disciple from reception immediately came over and greeted him. Hello, are you here to learn martial arts or to visit a friend? I'm here for Sun Yun, Hao Ren said. Our boss? The young disciple looked at Hao Ren. Are you Mr. Hao Ren? Yes, Hao Ren answered. The disciple's attitude got even more respectful. The boss has arranged a special space for you. Please follow me. Hao Ren nodded and followed him. The disciple didn't have any lights around him, either because he was a master who had concealed his power or an ordinary trainee here. These trainees or disciples were here to learn martial arts. The dojo provided them with meals and boarding, and they must work very hard. They were tested regularly on martial arts and conducts, and those who failed the tests would be ousted. Also, these trainees and disciples were required to run the daily operation of the dojo. For example, they taught the paying guests martial arts, helped guests pick out training venues, and created training programs, etc. Of course, they didn't work for nothing. After they passed the final test, Sun Yun Martial Arts Dojo would offer them jobs with steady and competitive salaries. Besides, as graduates from Sun Yun Martial Arts Dojo, the disciples enjoyed an excellent reputation. Some wealthy businessmen from Hong Kong would even come here to select bodyguards. As the dojo's business grew, the graduates enjoyed a bigger network of brothers and sisters all over the country. Elder Sun was a short man, but his strategic vision was indeed great. Crossing the hall, they went into the backyard, and VIP training rooms were on the two sides of this corridor that led to the backyard. Hao Ren saw some VIP members taking private lessons in the rooms, and their masters were the senior disciples of the dojo. Operating on such a big place downtown showed Elder Sun's affluence. He was also managing the most luxurious restaurant in East Ocean City. These businesses were only a small part of East Ocean's on-land empire. Hao Ren could only imagine its great business powers in the whole region, other parts of the country, and even overseas. Well, isn't this the sophomore? When Hao Ren was passing a VIP training room, a familiar and annoying voice came from it. Hao Ren stopped and looked in. Sure enough, Huang Zuji was practicing martial arts in the VIP room, and with him was Heishi University Taekwondo Club's captain who had once come to East Ocean University for club exchange activities. Soaked in sweat, they were both dressed in the trainee costumes of the dojo. Their instructor was a 1.8 meters tall young disciple of the dojo. At the sight of Heishi University Taekwondo Club's captain, Hao Ren was both surprised and amused. Hao Ren had thought he was an excellent Taekwondo practitioner, but now he realized this captain had improved his strength with the practice of Chinese martial arts before showing the strength disguised as Taekwondo. The friendship between Huang Zuji and this captain showed that Huang Zuji had directed this captain to trash East Ocean University's Taekwondo club and messed with Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. He did it because the Lu sisters had refused his pursuit and joined the Taekwondo club, making the Taekwondo club more popular than his rock climbing club. Since he couldn't retaliate them himself, he made his friend, who was from another school, challenge East Ocean University Taekwondo club. It was quite despicable of him. Do you know how much it costs to be here for 1 hour? Do you think you can afford such a place? Wiping his sweat with a white towel, Huang Zuji walked to the door and taunted Hao Ren. During the club exchange activities, he saw Hao Ren fight without any techniques and thought Hao Ren was here to practice martial arts. He was about to mock Hao Ren some more when the young disciple who had been teaching Huang Zuji martial arts cupped his hands to the young disciple, showing the way for Hao Ren, saying respectfully, "Uncle Master." The young disciple beside Hao Ren just nodded. The punch you just showed needed to move upward a bit more with less strength. Keep it up. Thank you for the tip, Uncle Master. Ignoring him, the young disciple bowed to Hao Ren respectfully and pointed his arm. Mr. Hao, please continue. As instructed by the boss, your room is the Supreme King training room in the innermost part of the dojo. Okay. Hao Ren continued walking. After all, he was now a cultivator. He wouldn't lower himself to Huang Zuji's level and bicker with him. Huang Zuji's eyes widened while he watched Hao Ren walk forward. Did he pay for the most expensive room? It's not the most expensive room since it's not open to the public at all. Huang Zuji's instructor corrected him with a bit of envy in his voice. Chapter 262. The good team. As Hao Ren proceeded 10 meters forward, he came to a door with a sign that read, Supreme King. After Hao Ren opened the Tang-style sliding door, he noticed that the room wasn't as big as he thought it would be. It was just a room bigger than 10 square meters with a giant door. In the middle of the room, there was a round altar made of materials that looked like gold and wood. The young disciple who led Hao Ren into the room took 2 crystal-clear jades out of his chest pocket and put them into the dent of the round altar. Suddenly, the dark round altar started shining. If a cultivator who was on or above 5th heaven saw this scene, he would have screamed. 2 top-tier spirit stones for a small, short-distance teleportation array. Such a waste. This room is only a teleportation point. The real cultivation site is located somewhere else, the young disciple said to Hao Ren. Hao Ren now knew that this young disciple was also a member of East Ocean. Furthermore, his level was definitely higher than Hao Ren's, and that was why Hao Ren couldn't observe his true strength. Hao Ren fixed his shirt and stepped onto the round altar. As the young disciple started filling the round altar with his nature essence to activate the 2 spirit stones, Hao Ren suddenly felt a moment of dizziness. When he looked around again, Hao Ren found himself standing on top of another round altar in a rural area. A disciple from the Sun Yun martial art dojo was standing right beside the round altar, responsible for guarding the teleportation array. Beside him was tens of white spirit stones, and he was cultivating with his eyes closed. As Hao Ren appeared, the disciple raised his hands towards him. "Where is this place?" Hao Ren asked. "This valley is in the outskirt of East Ocean City. When Gongzi finishes cultivating, you can go back to the city anytime you want," he replied to Hao Ren. Not everyone knew that Hao Ren was the East Ocean Fuma, especially these low-ranked soldiers. Like the cultivator who was guarding the teleportation array, he had no idea that the Fuma was standing right in front of him. He thought Hao Ren was just a normal gen-level cultivator. Therefore, his attitude wasn't particularly respectful either. Of course, Hao Ren didn't mind this. As he saw the young disciple close his eyes and start cultivating once again, he walked towards a plot of flat ground in the valley. Shallow blue light surrounded the border of the valley. Hao Ren guessed that the cultivation site was protected by an array so that even when an ordinary human entered the mountain, he or she would not be able to enter the site. As Little White woke up from a nap, it started jumping up and down in the hidden space. When Hao Ren released it from the necklace, it started running around in the valley. However, a moment later, Little White lost its interest as it realized the valley was nothing special. It started walking toward Hao Ren with its curled-up tail. It then raised its head and started sticking out its tongue, telling Hao Ren that it wanted some elixir pills. "Little White, turn big and go over there 100 meters away." Hao Ren picked it up by its ear and threw it a few meters ahead. Little White didn't seem to understand and thought Hao Ren was playing with it. So, it ran back to Hao Ren excitingly. "Go, go, go, go there." Hao Ren gently kicked its belly. Little White decided to hug Hao Ren's leg and act like a spoiled pet. "Damn, I'm not playing with you." Hao Ren grabbed its body again and threw it to the front. Little White rolled in the air. Then, when it was about to hit the ground, its body suddenly turned big. Bang! Little White's huge body hit the ground and created a small pit. Before it could steady itself, Hao Ren released a water elemental sword energy from his finger and shot it towards Little White. Little White looked at Hao Ren innocently. It could not believe that its master, who normally treated it well, would suddenly attack it. As it could feel the sword energy flying toward it, Little White rolled on the ground lazily and avoided the attack. "Caring for nothing but eating, it is time to train you." Hao Ren released another gold elemental sword energy. Little White finally realized that Hao Ren wasn't playing with it. Therefore, it immediately moved its butt and tried to avoid the sharp sword energy. The sword energy hit the rock behind Little White and left a mark. Hao Ren lowered the power of the sword energies to the minimal. Therefore, even if Little White got hit, it would not suffer any injuries but would only feel the pain. Since Little White was scared of pain, it would not let these sword energies touch it. If comparing Little White's strength to Hao Ren's, it would be stronger. However, it was too lazy, and that was why Hao Ren had to spur it on. Hao Ren released two sword energies once again. Little White jumped high up into the air and flipped beautifully as it avoided the two sword energies. However, when it landed on the ground, it stuck out its tongue and started panting. Although it has been eating elixir pills every day, it was always sleeping. Because of its lack of exercises, Little White had gained weight since the last time it was released from the Sky Mountain Lotus Cave. It won't be good if I don't force it to lose weight. As Hao Ren thought about it, he shot 3 sword energies continuously. Little White rushed to hide, but a wood elemental sword energy still hit its butt, causing some pain. Shoo! 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 Hao Ren did not give it any chance to rest as he released 3 more sword energies. Boom! Little White's 4 gold paws suddenly shot out flames, and it flew higher into the air. "Just because I can't beat you, doesn't mean I can't run." Little White stuck its tail up and quickly flew high up into the air. Yet, Hao Ren did not show any mercy and continued to shoot 2 fire elemental sword energies toward Little White. Little White flew at an extremely fast speed. Its flying speed seemed more than 2 times faster than before. Now, Hao Ren knew that it was even lazy flying him before. Bang! 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 Hao Ren threw 10 sword energies and created an escape-proof net, blocking Little White from all directions. As Little White realized there was no way it could fly over the sword energies, it gave its best and tried desperately to fly higher. However, with a loud banging noise, Little White's head hit the invisible ceiling as it has flown to the end of the protection array. Slash, 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 slash. 4 sword energies directly hit its belly. Little White grimaced in pain as it flapped its paws. It flipped twice in the air and spat out fire toward Hao Ren, who was on the ground. Desperate little doggy would bite. Not to mention that Little White was a bin-level spirit beast. If a spirit beast does not show power, you will think I am a little puppy. A fireball flew toward Hao Ren at an extreme speed. Alright. Hao Ren steadied himself as his hands started sparkling, and he caught the fireball, which was shot as a protest by Little White. Hunden lightning could break the 5 elements of the world. Little White's fireball was made from fire elements. The fireball attack broke apart instantly and was turned into pure elements. Hao Ren then used the light-splitting sword shadow scroll to absorb the elements. At the same time, he waved his left hand and shot 5 sword energies toward Little White again. As Little White realized it couldn't escape, it decided not to dodge anymore. It roared and spat fire. The fire melted all 5 sword energies and flew toward Hao Ren. Water elemental array formation. 16 pure water elemental sword energies formed a line and flew through the fire clouds. Water countered fire. The water elemental sword energies created a big hole in the middle of the fire cloud, and the forces of the sword energies' rotation put out the fire and continued to fly towards Little White. Little White has its black eyes wide open, and its spirit beast potential erupted once again. It spat fire and formed many arrows as it was imitating Hao Ren's sword energies. 2 10-meters-long arrow collided in midair, bang. The white essence and the red essence formed 2 spheres and started spreading outwards, and the forces caused by the collision destroyed and broke the rocks and trees in the surrounding area. The cultivator, who was guarding the teleportation array and was resting with his eyes shut, opened his eyes as he felt the entire valley shake. He has seen cultivators practicing by themselves or with each other but never with a spirit beast. Although there were spirit beasts inside the Dragon Palace, they were all low-level spirit beasts. Those who could spit fire would be considered a high-level spirit beast. Shoo! 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 7 sword energies were shot toward Little White once again. The cultivator shockingly looked at Hao Ren, who was on the ground shooting swords energies. What kind of technique is that? His body is covered in the blue light, but he was using the techniques of 5 different elements. Does he practice a 5-elemental technique? Little White, who was in the air, spat fire again. Spirit beasts were tamed demon beasts. The fire they spat was no ordinary 5 elements flames. The hot sizzling fire burnt the 7 sword energies to ashes in an instant. The fireball was rotating at an extreme speed and continued flying towards Hao Ren. Little White started to use its full strength as Hao Ren had made it very desperate. Hao Ren noticed that the fireball was extremely powerful. Therefore, he would not dare to catch it. Instead, he moved aside immediately, avoiding the attack. It seemed like Little White held back a little as the fireball was powerful but slow. Boom! The fireball hit the ground and created a 4-meter-wide huge pit in the valley. The cultivator who was guarding the teleportation array was left speechless. Is that really what a gen-level cultivator's power looks like? Even the fireball shot by the spirit beast has reached the power of the gen level. I'm afraid that this young-looking cultivator has the power of Kun level. Roar! Roar! Little White was a bit angered as it raised its head in midair. The fireball attack was almost as strong as Samadhi True Flame, which was beyond the 5 elements. The attack was comparable to Hao Ren's Hunden lightning. In the valley, essence fluctuation came wave after wave. Hao Ren could feel that Little White was consuming nature essence to pill itself up. Last time when they were fighting against Zheng Yitao, it couldn't supplement its essence. And now, inside the protection array, it could supplement its essence from the protection array anytime it wanted. Its black mouth started glowing red as it was preparing for the next round of attack. Little White absorbed the whirlpool-shaped essence, and its next attack would be at least 5 or 6 times stronger. Wawawa! Wawawa! 80 sword energies formed instantly around Hao Ren's body. As Hao Ren has reached gen level, he could use the one-line snake array formation that was beyond the basic array formations. The reason why he came to this huge practice arena was to learn how to use this sword array. 80 sword energies appeared out of Hao Ren's body and were floating around his body. The sword energies were pointing upwards and started to move slowly as if Hao Ren was the reincarnation of a sword god. The cultivator who was guarding the teleportation array has never seen such array formation before. He was so mesmerized that he couldn't breathe. Roar! Little White released the fireball. The fireball started expanding into a giant, terrifying fireball with a diameter of 1 meter. The burning heat was tumbling down and was about to burn everything. Although Hao Ren was 100 meters away from the heat, his hair suddenly turned dry as if it was going to start burning. This was the power of the Samadhi true flame. The cultivator who was guarding the teleportation array hurriedly placed 2 high-tier spirit stones into the round altar. They were risking their lives, not practicing. Half of the valley would be gone if the giant fireball hit the ground. It was at this moment Hao Ren's 80 sword energies flew up at the same time. One-line snake array formation. The 5 elemental swords' energies meshed together and formed a head and a tail as they started making some creaking noise. In a dazzling light, 80 sword energies formed a long snake and started rushing towards the fireball. Bang! The fireball collided with the sword energies. The sharp sword array went through the fireball and created a big hole in the middle. Yet, the fireball continued to fall. Bang! The fireball hit the ground and created a huge pit that had a diameter of 10 meters. Although Hao Ren dodged it immediately, some of his hair was burned, and a few holes appeared on his clothes because of the fire. Above the sky, the sword energies continued to shoot towards Little White. Dispersion. Hao Ren controlled the sword energies with his mind. The sword energies that were all lined up before were broken up into 80 sword energies with different colors. It was at the moment Hao Ren realized that his skill of controlling the sword energies has improved to another level. Not only could he release and pull back the sword energies, but he could also. High up in the air, Little White was surrounded by 80 rotating sword energies. As Hao Ren learned how to use the one-line snake array formation, he could now control the sword energies freely. The cultivator who was guarding the teleportation array was utterly shocked. Not only could this 20-years-old cultivator release 80 sword energies, but he could also control them to go anywhere he wanted them to go. And the attack that smashed the fireball, only a gen-level cultivator could have that kind of power, right? As 80 sword energies surrounded Little White, it started to get a bit dizzy and angry. It suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the 4 closest sword energies into its stomach. As Hao Ren hesitated for a moment when he noticed he had lost control of 4 sword energies, Little White swallowed 3 more sword energies. Little White was a lion, and its ancestors were known as the Swanee One. Swanee swallowed the clouds and spat smoke. It would eat all kinds of essences. Even though Little White was desperate, it held back and only consumed a few sword energies. In a real fight, it could swallow all kinds of attacks. Hao Ren saw that the situation was no good and he immediately pulled back the rest 73 sword energies into his body. If Little White continued to consume the sword energies, all his training and cultivation in the past few months would have gone to waste. Alright, you won. Hao Ren waved at Little White and threw 2 elixir pills to it. Little White, who was being haughty, saw the pills and immediately descended onto the ground. After this fight, Hao Ren could no longer call Little White a dead dog, as it was indeed a combat-type snow lion. All it needed was more training and to gain more combat experience. Yet, Hao Ren did not know that as the descendant of Swanee, not only could Little White swallow nature essence, its feces were the super fertilizer for growing spiritual herbs. Let's go. It's time to go to Z's house. As Hao Ren saw Little White munching the elixir pulls and leaning on his leg, he picked it up and threw it into his necklace. One-line snake array formation was so powerful that it was comparable to the power of a gen-level cultivator. And for Little White, seemed like even 3 or 4 gen-level cultivators still wouldn't be able to defeat it. If East Ocean and West Ocean started fighting against each other, Hao Ren believed that he and Little White could have a chance of surviving. Chapter 263. Making a stand, Hao Ren tossed Little White into his hidden space before walking to the teleportation array formation again. This time, the cultivator guarding the teleportation array formation looked at Hao Ren in a new light. His eyes were filled with respect and a little fear. After the 2 spirit stones were placed in the round altar, he immediately activated the array formation. Hao Ren stepped onto it and instantly he returned to the Supreme King training room. The disciple who led Hao Ren into the room was sitting beside the teleportation array formation, cultivating while waiting for him. Sensing the fluctuations of nature essence, he looked up and saw that Hao Ren had returned. Immediately, he walked over to him. "Mr. Hao, how is it?" "It's a good place." Hao Ren looked at him. "Isn't Elder Sun in the dojo today?" "He is out dealing with something urgent." Oh, Hao Ren didn't pursue the topic, thinking that Elder Sun must be very busy as one of Zhao Guang's essential assistants. He didn't know that Elder Sun was in fact in Mingri group talking about the issue regarding West Ocean. The disciple led Hao Ren out of the room toward the main gate of the hall. "Mr. Hao, the boss told me to give you this if you are satisfied with the room. It's a Supreme Diamond VIP card. With it, you can practice in any of the Sun Yun martial arts dojo at any time you like. Besides, if you have any other problems, all the dojos will help you solve them." He took out a card and handed it to Hao Ren. Hao Ren put the card into his wallet. As the martial arts dojo branched all over the country, Sun Yun Martial Arts Dojo provided training services and personal protection to the owners of the Supreme Diamond VIP cards. Although this card was not necessary for Hao Ren who had reached Gen level, it was beneficial to those who were concerned about their safety in the big cities. This exquisite Supreme Diamond VIP card couldn't be obtained by a sponsorship of hundreds of thousands of yuan. By issuing 10 or 20 of such cards, the dojo would gain an income of tens of millions of yuan which could provide the business with the funds to open more locations. Elder Sun indeed had an excellent business instinct. When the disciple walked Hao Ren to the door of the dojo, Hao Ren checked his watch and found that it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He and Little White had spent a whole afternoon practicing in the valley. By now, Huang Zuji and the captain of the Taekwondo club from Heishi University had left the dojo, and Hao Ren didn't care about their whereabouts. He now knew that captain's combat skills came from the training sessions in Sun Yun Martial Arts Dojo since Huang Zuji had bought a silver membership for him. In the western corner of the hall, several brawny disciples were talking loudly around the workout equipment. It was the afternoon, and the clients who came here to work out during lunch break had all left. A new wave of clients wouldn't come until after 5. Seeing that Hao Ren was looking at the equipment, the disciple guiding Hao Ren asked him, "Mr. Hao, would you like to try it?" Since it was still early, Hao Ren decided to see what they were talking about. As they went over, the boisterous disciples all quieted down and greeted the disciple who was guiding Hao Ren, "Uncle Master." "Well, keep at it." The disciple waved at them. He turned to Hao Ren. "This is a machine used to measure strength. Mr. Hao, you may try it if you like." Compared with the disciples in the dojo, Hao Ren's physique looked quite thin and weak. Hearing their uncle master's words, the disciples all looked toward Hao Ren curiously. Before they entered Sun Yun Martial Arts Dojo, they had all practiced for years by themselves. Today, a junior disciple had just joined the dojo, and they were here to measure the junior disciple's strength. "Okay, I'll try it." Ever since he started cultivation, Hao Ren had never measured his strength. He walked to a huge wall pulley, gripped the handle, and exerted some force. 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600. 600 pounds of strength in one arm. Wow! The disciples around him all gasped. The new disciple had meant to show his strength before the senior disciples, but now he was stunned at Hao Ren's strength. Sun Yun Martial Arts Dojo is full of masters, and even this weak-looking friend of this uncle master has 600 pounds of strength in one arm. I should work hard in training in Sun Yun Martial Arts Dojo, he thought. Hao Ren released the handle slowly and nodded slightly when he saw the number. 600 pounds. However, he had not used his nature essence yet. The number would be much greater if he used it. "Would you like to try the other equipment?" the disciple asked Hao Ren. "No, I'm heading back now," Hao Ren said. Stunned, the disciples looked at Hao Ren as he left, and they finally remembered to exhale. Obviously, he is a master and a friend of the boss, they thought. The disciple walked Hao Ren to the door of the dojo. Hao Ren thanked him before taking a bus back to school. Then he grabbed the tutoring materials and went to Zhao Yanzi's home. It was not yet 5 o'clock when he got to Zhao Yanzi's home. Zhao Hongyu had just arrived home. "Hello, Auntie." Hao Ren put down the material and greeted Zhao Hongyu, who was rinsing vegetables in the kitchen. "Hello, Ren. You are early today," Zhao Hongyu answered in the kitchen. "I had no class this afternoon, so I came early." Hao Ren walked into the kitchen. "Auntie, can I help you?" Zhao Hongyu didn't refuse the help. She stepped away from the sink and said, "Help me rinse the vegetables, and I'll chop the potatoes." "Okay." Hao Ren turned on the tap water and rinsed the vegetables in a big bowl. Even though he had 600 pounds of strength in each arm, his hands were light when doing housework. According to Chinese martial arts theory, martial arts were used to temper bodies and stop atrocities. The purpose of martial arts was not for violence or killing, it was for the protection of the people. That was why Hao Ren put more restraint on himself while his strength grew. However strong he grew, he would never regard the mortals as worthless ants. "I talked to your grandma on the phone a couple of days ago, and she told me that your parents would be coming back next week. Is that so?" Zhao Hongyu asked Hao Ren while chopping potatoes. "Yeah, I guess. But they will probably postpone their return since they are always busy." Hao Ren continued to rinse another batch of vegetables. "When your parents come back, we can go out for dinner together," Zhao Hongyu suggested. "Okay." Hao Ren nodded. At Zhao Hongyu's unexpected dinner invitation, Hao Ren knew she wanted to talk to his parents about something. Since his parents were not back yet, he didn't pursue the topic. "Oh, Auntie, I need to ask you about something." Hao Ren stopping rinsing the vegetables and turned to look at Zhao Hongyu. "Oh? What's it?" Zhao Hongyu asked lightly. Xie Yujia, whom you met once, wants to visit Su Han," Hao Ren said. "I have a vague memory of her." Zhao Hongyu picked up another potato and squinted her eyes slightly. "She is also cultivating, right?" "You know about it?" Hao Ren asked without thinking. On the second thought, East Ocean City was the territory of East Ocean Dragon Clan, and any minor or significant events in the city couldn't escape their eyes. "Yeah, she's also cultivating. Since she has no dragon core, she is one of the human cultivators, right?" Hao Ren asked. "Yeah, a human cultivator." Zhao Hongyu bit her lip. Since her master remained on land, her master must be a soul formation realm cultivator. When the 9-Dragon Palace appeared above East Ocean City, the cultivation sects on and above Fifth Heaven sent out many human cultivators, so their existence is no longer a secret. Zhao Hongyu paused for a few seconds before continuing. "In the past, the conflicts between them and us were small-scale. But this time, the human cultivators experienced heavy casualties, and the relationship between us became a bit tense." "You mean?" Hao Ren was baffled. Zhao Hongyu turned to look at Hao Ren. "We can't defend a soul formation realm cultivator. Since Xie Yujia is the disciple of this Grand Master, we East Ocean Dragon Clan as the host need to be nice to her. However, the relationship between the human cultivators and dragon cultivators is not as harmonious as it appears, and that's why the Grand Master behind your classmate Xie Yujia will not help us if East Ocean and West Ocean start a war." After a pause, she continued, "What I want to say is that the East Ocean Dragon Palace is our home base and thus is not open to human cultivators by principle. However, her wish to visit Su Han is out of her kindness. I mean, she can visit Su Han, but she's not allowed to see the details of the place. Shall we blindfold her? That's the only solution. If your classmate agrees to be blindfolded, we can let her into the Dragon Palace." Zhao Hongyu gave him a definite answer. "Okay, I'll talk to her about it." Hao Ren nodded. "Another thing, Ren." Zhao Hongyu continued to stare at Hao Ren. "It seems like you are close with this classmate of yours." Hao Ren looked at her in surprise. "I know you are good to Z and that you kept your distance with Xie Yujia, but you must make a stand. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily came from the heavenly realm and has nothing to do with us. Their close relationship with you is a good thing for East Ocean. Su Han is an inspector, and your relationship with her poses no problem. However, Xie Yujia is one of the human cultivators." Then, she changed her tone abruptly. "In other words, I have no problem with it if Lu Linlin and Lu Lily want to follow you and serve you for the rest of your life. They like to have fun, but they are good to Z. However, I think it might not be appropriate for you to keep a human cultivator close by your side." Hao Ren was surprised that Zhao Hongyu would bring up this topic. He was lost in thought. "Anyway, you just need to know where you stand. I'm not pressuring you. As long as you are good to Z, I won't mind other things you do." I just don't think that Xie Yujia will take our side due to her identity, Zhao Hongyu said slowly as she opened the lid of the pot. Chapter 264. It's not what it looks. Hao Ren remained silent while he continued helping Zhao Hongyu cook, and Zhao Hongyu turned her attention back to the cooking, working smoothly with Hao Ren. When the dinner was almost ready, Zhao Yanzi and Zhao Guang returned. Due to the tense situation with West Ocean, Zhao Guang had been personally driving Zhao Yanzi to and from school in the last couple of days. He had arranged some elders to patrol around Ling Zhao Middle School as well. Mom, today's dinner smells especially good. In her blue school uniform, Zhao Yanzi skipped into the kitchen. Hee, with Ren's help, I had more time to add the dishes delicate, Zhao Hongyu answered with a smile. Well, it's his duty to help. Zhao Yanzi pouted and rolled her eyes at Hao Ren. Hao Ren smiled helplessly. He guessed that Zhao Yanzi's good mood was due to Zheng Yitao's absence at school. Tonight's dinner smells good. Even Zhao Guang praised in a loud voice from the living room. Of course. I picked the dishes. Zhao Yanzi skipped out of the kitchen joyously. She was extremely pleased when she heard that Zheng Yitao dropped to a lower realm in cultivation, but she didn't realize the consequences of the incident. Okay. Dinner is ready. Zhao Hongyu walked out of the kitchen carrying 2 dishes. Zhao Hongyu skipped over and picked up 2 slices of pork with her fingers and put them into her mouth. You greedy little cat. Placing the dishes on the table, Zhao Hongyu patted Zhao Yanzi's forehead lightly, and Zhao Yanzi stuck out her tongue at her mom. Then, Hao Ren walked out with another 2 dishes. There's soup in there. Do something useful and go get it. Zhao Hongyu reached out and pinched Zhao Yanzi's nose. Okay. Zhao Yanzi strode into the kitchen and carried a big bowl of soup out of the kitchen. Seeing her clumsy movements, Hao Ren knew she rarely did housework and was afraid that she would drop the bowl. Putting down the newspaper, Zhao Guang walked to the dinner table and sat down. Let's eat. Zhao Hongyu took off her apron and exhaled deeply. Obviously, she put in the effort every day to cook the delicious dishes. After putting the big bowl of soup on the table, Zhao Yanzi blew at her fingers to cool them down. Her clumsy and cute movements made her look like a bunny. Ren, sit down for dinner. You worked for more than half an hour with me. Zhao Hongyu pulled Hao Ren to sit down at the table. Hao Ren looked across the table at Zhao Guang and asked, Uncle, is there any news about West Ocean? Old man Zheng came with 16 senior elders, and they are staying in a hotel in East Ocean City. For now, there's nothing serious, Zhao Guang said. That old man came? It doesn't bode well if he's here, right? Zhao Yanzi picked up her chopsticks and asked. Put your mind to study. Don't worry about other stuff, Zhao Guang said with a stern expression. Zhao Yanzi wrinkled her nose in displease. What? Hao Ren can participate in East Ocean's business and I can't, she thought. Today, I went to Elder Sun's martial arts dojo, and the power of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll is getting greater, Hao Ren reported. Good. The cultivation process can't be rushed, Zhao Guang nodded. He saw that Hao Ren had advanced from Li level to Gen level, but he didn't mention it because he didn't want Hao Ren to get too proud. Besides, in Zhao Guang's eyes, the fact that Hao Ren had reached Gen level wouldn't help the current situation. Also, Little White is more powerful than before as well, Hao Ren continued. Little White? Zhao Yanzi's eyes lit up as she looked up. It's been a while since I last saw it. Vaguely hearing Zhao Yanzi's voice, Little White got agitated in the necklace. Hao Ren opened the hidden space and released Little White from it. Haha, Little White. Zhao Yanzi put down her chopsticks and picked it up. It seemed she liked Little White far more than Hao Ren. You haven't finished your dinner yet. Zhao Hongyu knocked on the table to remind Zhao Yanzi. Mom, give Little White something to eat. Ignoring Zhao Hongyu's warning, Zhao Yanzi lifted Little White up high. Little White was very cool with its snow-white fur and golden paws. Zhao Yanzi teased it before tossing it up into the air. With sparks of flames bursting from its paws, Little White began to fly around the spacious living room. When its paws were enveloped in flames, its mouth opened and spat out sparks of fire. It was a magnificent sight. This instantly attracted Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang's attention. They wondered, is it really only an ordinary bin-level spirit beast? It could use such power in its mini-form. Little White, transform. As if she was training a lion in the circus, Zhao Yanzi patted Little White's back a little when it flew back to her. Bang! It immediately turned into a normal-sized snow lion with golden paws, long fur, and crystal-like black eyes. It was 100 times more majestic than the stone lion statues in front of the gates of big companies. Ah! Zhao Hongyu looked at Little White and gasped. Zhao Yanzi said proudly, "Mom, I told you that Little White is great." Zhao Hongyu pursed her lips and looked at Zhao Yanzi in disapproval. "Look at the carpet." Zhao Yanzi looked at Little White's paws and found that they had burned 4 big holes in her mom's precious carpet. Little White! Little White! Hao Ren waved his hand at it immediately. Oblivious to the damage it caused, Little White shrunk and withdrew the flames before jumping into Hao Ren's arms. "Mom! It didn't do it on purpose," Zhao Yanzi defended it. "Okay. Go on with your meal." Zhao Hongyu signed helplessly. Compared with Little White, Zhao Yanzi had damaged much more stuff when she was little. She was used to the damages in the house. Meanwhile, Zhao Guang stared at Little White in Hao Ren's arms and asked after a few seconds of consideration, "Which level is it on now?" "It should be level 1, Hao Ren said. Little White wriggled in Hao Ren's arms. Knowing that it has caused trouble, it tried to get into Hao Ren's necklace, but it couldn't get in since Hao Ren didn't open the space. Since the red flames it spat out had a faint gold in them, I think they are not ordinary flames. The internal fires of spirit beasts are demon fires that can be used to make elixirs," Zhao Guang said. Ever since Hao Ren took back hundreds of level 10 godly elixir pills from the 9-Dragon Palace, Zhao Guang had begun to regard elixirs as one of the most important strategic resources. However, the godly elixir pills had too much energy and couldn't be taken in large doses, and they took a long time to digest. If East Ocean and West Ocean started the war, the elixir pills on and above level 3 were very important. Making elixirs? Hao Ren was interested. The only time he witnessed the process of elixir making was when little Taoist Zhen made the pills to save Zhao Kuo's life. He had seen the miraculous effect of elixirs with his own eyes. As to the elixirs Elder Xing Yu made for Su Han, they were ordinary herb medicines. In fact, the real form of little Taoist Zhen was a demon beast that had activated its intelligence. That was why the fire it spat could be used to make elixirs. Making elixirs with the fire Little White spits, well, I may try it someday. With one tug of its tail, it would spit small-scale fires. With 2 tugs, it would spit middle-scale fires. And 3 tugs, it would spit large-scale fires. It is almost as easy as turning on the fire on a gas stove, Hao Ren thought to himself. I brought it up because we have a great Dharma treasures master in the East Ocean, but we need a good elixir master. Little Taoist Zhen is interested in making Dharma treasures. Although he can make elixirs, he rarely does it since it takes more time and effort, Zhao Guang said. Especially making large quantities of low-level elixir pills. Little Taoist Zhen wouldn't lower himself to make them, Zhao Hongyu added. I suppose that making elixirs is like cooking. You just put the materials in the pot and control the fire, and then it will be done, Zhao Yanzi interrupted. Zhao Hongyu glanced at her but didn't find the energy to correct her. After dinner, Zhao Hongyu urged Zhao Yanzi to go upstairs for the tutoring session. Hao Ren followed her up to continue teaching her geometry. Zhao Yanzi opened her bag and took out her homework booklets one by one. Reluctance was written all over her face. She didn't think it was a big deal when she heard that Old Man Zeng had come to East Ocean City with 16 elders. If the East Ocean Dragon Palace was considered the home base for the East Ocean Dragon Clan in the ocean, then East Ocean City would be the home base of the East Ocean Dragon Clan on land. In her mind, people from West Ocean were not powerful enough to cause trouble on East Ocean's territory. After she finished her homework as fast and rough as she could, she turned and reached out her hands with her palms facing upward. Hao Ren took out the test paper from his bag and placed it in her palms. Zhao Yanzi took it and reached out her hands again. What? Hao Ren was confused. I spent all my pocket money on snacks. She waved her hands. Why don't you ask your parents for money? Hao Ren glanced at her. You had to ask? Zhao Yanzi squinted her eyes with a pout. I can loan you some money, but you must work hard during the tutoring sessions. Hao Ren pulled out his wallet. You are giving me money, not loaning. She took his wallet from his hand and took out 3 100 yuan bills. I won't take a lot, 300 is enough. The corners of Hao Ren's mouth twitched as he thought, I only have 400 yuan in there, and you took 300. And you called that, not a lot. In fact, Zhao Yanzi had her own problems. Since Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu wanted her to live frugally, they gave her very little pocket money each month. However, she loved snacks and sneaked out of the school to buy them during lunch break every day. Also, she loved shopping with Ling and couldn't resist the pretty stuff that caught her eye. That was why her pocket money always ran out before the next month came. If her third uncle hadn't given her hundreds of yuan each time he saw her, her pocket money couldn't have supported her lifestyle. Now that Zhao Kuo was out of East Ocean City, her funds were getting quite tight. After she bought a 500 yuan gift for Ling's birthday last week, she was now penniless. You must control your spending habits, Hao Ren began to lecture her. Zhao Yanzi covered her ears and wouldn't listen. Exasperated, Hao Ren took out his cell phone and dug out a picture. When he placed the cell phone in front of her, Zhao Yanzi's eyes widened while her lips twitched. Immediately, she tried to grab onto the phone. In the photo, she was lying on her belly in bed. Her head rested on the test paper handwritten by Hao Ren, and she drooled and wetted half of the paper. She couldn't leave such a damaging picture in Hao Ren's cell phone. Hao Ren lifted the cell phone abruptly, and Zhao Yanzi didn't grab onto it. With such a picture on his cell phone, he would be able to make Zhao Yanzi do what he told her. Thud. Hao Ren's wooden chair tipped backward. Zhao Yanzi didn't get the phone, but the momentum sent her onto Hao Ren's chest. She fell with him. Well, you're supposed to be having a tutoring session. What are you doing? Zhao Hongyu had come up to check up on Zhao Yanzi. Hearing the loud sound coming from Zhao Yanzi's room, she pushed the door open. She saw Hao Ren lying on the floor with frightened eyes while Zhao Yanzi laid on his chest. Her lips almost touched Hao Ren's. Zhao Hongyu froze at the sight. Zhao Yanzi turned her head and saw Zhao Hongyu. Immediately, her face flushed as red as blood. Mom, it was him. Zhao Yanzi pointed at Hao Ren on the floor and suddenly choked back her words. If Zhao Hongyu saw the picture, she would know that Zhao Yanzi had been sleeping while Hao Ren was tutoring her. It would be a disaster. Him? What about him? Zhao Hongyu walked into the room and asked. No, nothing. Zhao Yanzi stood up with a red face. Hao Ren cleared his throat and stood up from the floor. He took the picture last night just for fun and didn't expect that Zhao Yanzi would react so violently and cause such a big upheaval. Go back to your studies. Exasperated, Zhao Hongyu turned and left the room. Looking at Zhao Hongyu, Zhao Yanzi knew her mother got the wrong idea. With a flushed face, she wanted to explain herself but didn't know how. She touched her mouth and couldn't remember if their lips had touched or not. When Zhao Hongyu was out of the room, Zhao Yanzi's flush began to decrease. After a moment of consideration, she turned to look at Hao Ren. Did we, or not? She asked. What? Hao Ren looked at her in bafflement. It was difficult to understand what she said. Seeing Zhao Yanzi touching her lips, Hao Ren touched his own involuntarily. Well? Did we? Zhao Yanzi frowned anxiously. Hao Ren finally understood what she had been trying to say. The fall was so sudden, and Zhao Hongyu walked in so abruptly. In the panicky flurry, he didn't notice if their lips touched or not. Maybe we did, Hao Ren answered after a few seconds of hesitation. Really? Zhao Yanzi wrinkled her nose and furrowed her brows in embarrassment. What should we do then? Hao Ren asked her. What can we do? Zhao Yanzi glared at him. You took my first kiss, you evil uncle. Seeing her violent reaction, Hao Ren laughed. Since Hao Ren laughed, Zhao Yanzi looked at him suspiciously. Well? We didn't. Inhaling deeply, Hao Ren looked at her. Do you want the answer to be yes or no? Zhao Yanzi paused for half a second. Of course I want the answer to be no. Well, then the answer is no. Hao Ren pushed the test paper on the table toward her. Chapter 265. Beauty Pills. Zhao Yanzi's room was fragrant and quiet. Hao Ren tutored her geometry until 9 o'clock. After their tutoring session, Zhao Yanzi finally got the hang of it. After all, it was not a difficult subject for her since her mother was an architect, and she had inherited some of her mother's sense of space. For Hao Ren, geometry was a piece of cake. He was the best at it when he was in middle school. That was why he had quickly grasped the concepts in the books that Zhao Hongyu gave to him. As soon as the session ended, Zhao Yanzi almost pushed him out of her room. Her small hands that were pushing on Hao Ren's back were soft, but her arms were firm. I'm going to go to the Dragon Palace for a visit tomorrow. Do you want to come? Hao Ren looked back at her while she pushed him out. No, I won't go. Zhao Yanzi shook her head without hesitation. She had no interest in the dull life in the Dragon Palace and would rather stay on land. Today, she had her hair down, and it covered her ears. When she shook her head, her hair flew up like an umbrella, revealing her white ears underneath. Then, should I come to tutor you tomorrow? Hao Ren turned to look at her. She stood in the doorway and looked up at him, biting her lip. I'll take a day off on Friday. But, come shopping with me on Saturday. Hao Ren looked at her and nodded. Okay. He took 2 steps forward with the bag in his hand before turning again. Just the 2 of us? Well, how many people do you want? Zhao Yanzi looked at him in bafflement. Okay. Hao Ren nodded and turned to the stairs. Then, he turned his head and asked her, was it our first kiss? I think when I first met you, we had. That doesn't count, Zhao Yanzi said immediately. Hao Ren wondered how she decided what counted and what didn't. But looking at her fierce eyes, he decided not to ask and immediately went downstairs. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu were watching TV in their bedroom. Hao Ren didn't disturb them. He walked out of the house quietly before releasing Little White from the hidden space and flying toward the school in a red energy sphere. He got back to school. The night passed quickly and in the blink of an eye, and Friday morning came. All the students were excited since the weekend was near. Zhao Jiayi would be leading East Ocean University's basketball team to play an away game this weekend. Since Xie Wanjun went to the US, Zhao Jiayi had become the core figure of the basketball team. Due to the lack of a coach, he had to manage the daily business of the team and got quite busy with it. Looking at the Zhao Jiayi's empty seat while his classmates filed into the classroom one by one, Hao Ren felt a bit lost. In the company of Ma Lina, Xie Yujia, in a military green jacket and boots, walked into the room. She looked around and spotted Hao Ren. Then, she strode toward him. Sitting in his seat, Hao Ren watched as Xie Yujia, who was fresh and elegant, walked toward him. Suddenly, his heart raced. Indeed, she was more beautiful than before. But more importantly, ever since they settled into their relationship, an indescribable feeling began to engulf him. When she was the class president, Xie Yujia had to manage all the affairs of the class. Ever since she quit the position, she had an aura which was as fresh and heart-touching as a gentle breeze. All the guys in the class felt like she was a different person. Did you ask? Can we visit Suhan today? Xie Yujia stopped before Hao Ren. The faint fragrance of soup on her clothes floated into Hao Ren's nose. Oh, they said yes. You can come with me after school, Hao Ren answered her. Okay. Xie Yujia smiled before walking back to the front of the classroom. In the eyes of the guys around them, they were a perfect couple. However, Hao Ren knew that the relationship between him and Xie Yujia was that of 2 childhood sweethearts who cared about each other. It seemed like they had returned to the time of little older brother and little carrot in one night. After the morning classes ended, the students were all busy preparing to go home. Since Zhao Jiayi was busy with the basketball team, the 4 roommates couldn't stick with each other this weekend, so Zhou Liren and Cao Ronghua had decided to go home. Xie Yujia walked to Hao Ren's side with her bag. I need to go back to my dorm to pick up some stuff. How about you? Xie Yujia asked Hao Ren. I thought we were leaving directly after school, so I asked Zhou Liren to take my books back to the dorm. Hao Ren dug out a key. I drove to school this week, and I have to drive it back home. Oh. I didn't see you driving around. Xie Yujia walked out of the classroom with Hao Ren shoulder to shoulder. I didn't want to attract attention, Hao Ren said. Xie Yujia turned to look at him and smiled sweetly. She liked his low profile. They walked to the administration building, and Hao Ren drove Xie Yujia to the south student dorm area. He parked by the entrance of the dorm building and waited for her in the car. Well, isn't this Hao Ren? Ma Lina walked out of the dorm building with a big bag on her shoulder and saw Hao Ren sitting in the car. Unlike Xie Yujia, she went home every weekend and brought all her laundry back home. Xie Yujia washed and dried her own clothes and earned her pocket money by working during winter and summer breaks. Hao Ren looked at her and smiled. Not bad. Picking up Yujia in a car. Ma Lina teased him. How about I give you a lift? Hao Ren asked her. I can't accept. Only Yujia can sit in it. With a laugh, Ma Lena walked to the gate of the dorm area with her big bag. Although she liked to gossip, she was a nice girl. Shortly after, Xie Yujia walked out of the dorm building. She got into the car and asked him after a moment of consideration, "Are there any shops near Suhan's hospital? If not, you can stop on the right when you drive out of the gate, and I'll buy some bananas and apples." Hearing her words, Hao Ren almost laughed. Taking bananas and apples to the Dragon Palace, he thought. When Hao Ren didn't answer, Xie Yujia leaned back on the seat. "Forget it, let's find one when we get there. The fruits sold in the shops around the school are expensive and not tasty." Okay. Hao Ren stepped on the gas and drove toward Zhao Yanzi's home. Xie Yujia didn't want to disturb Hao Ren while he was driving, so she looked out the window. Recently, she had been cultivating very hard but had little progress. She planned to ask the old grandma about it this weekend. Soon, the car arrived at Zhao Yanzi's home. At the door, a black car was waiting for them. Elder Sun and 4 bodyguards in black suits walked toward Hao Ren's car. "Gongzi. Hao, we'll go with you to the Dragon Palace," Elder Sun said. Not seeing Zhao Guang or Zhao Hongyu, Hao Ren knew that they were not going with them. Maybe they had more important business to handle. Elder Sun walked over and opened the door of the white Ford, handing a strip of black cloth to Xie Yujia. Baffled, Xie Yujia looked at him, not understanding his intention. "Yujia, cover your eyes with it. It will be fine." Hao Ren came over and comforted her. Xie Yujia looked from Hao Ren and the short Elder Sun before taking the black cloth and tying it over her eyes. Elder Sun got into the black Benz with 4 well-trained bodyguards. Hao Ren drove, following them. Except for the first time he met Elder Sun, Hao Ren had never been nervous. But now, Hao Ren felt pressured. Instead of guiding them, Hao Ren felt like Elder Sun and the 4 bodyguards were here more to monitor them. When they arrived at the seashore, Hao Ren helped Xie Yujia out of the car. Hearing the sound of waves, Xie Yujia couldn't see through the blindfold and got very nervous. She tightly gripped onto Hao Ren's hand. "I'm only visiting Suhan. How come things got so weird?" Xie Yujia was full of questions, but she trusted Hao Ren and refrained from voicing them. After opening the tunnel, Elder Sun led them into the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Xie Yujia was still blindfolded on the way. Finally, they entered a side palace. It was Elder Xing Yu's residence and where Su Han was staying. "You can untie it now," Elder Sun said. Hao Ren reached out and untied the black cloth over Xie Yujia's eyes, and she exhaled deeply and looked around, finding herself in an ancient palace with water flowing hundreds of meters above her. Her look of astonishment was precisely the same as that of Hao Ren's when he first came to the Dragon Palace. "We forgot to buy fruits," Xie Yujia blurted out. Bang! Hao Ren's mind became blank. "Is it Yujia?" Su Han's voice came from the room. "It's me," Xie Yujia answered in her clear voice. "Come in," Su Han said. Xie Yujia stepped forward and pushed open the ancient engraved wooden door. Hao Ren followed her while Elder Sun and the 4 bodyguards stayed outside. Su Han was sitting on the bed, cultivating with her eyes closed. At this sight, Xie Yujia froze for half a second before understanding why Hao Ren used to go to Su Han's office. "Hao Ren told me that you are injured, and I wanted to come and visit you." Looking around the super spacious bedroom with beautiful stones paved on the ground, she said in a low voice. "It was a minor injury. It's no big deal." Su Han looked very calm. In fact, Xie Yujia and Su Han weren't that close. Xie Yujia wanted to visit Su Han out of kindness and didn't expect that she would end up here. Oh, another thing. Hao Ren suddenly remembered something and took out a small box from his hidden space. From the small box, he picked out several small bright red flowers. "These are the red flowers you mentioned last time. I found them." Su Han was calm, but her eyes lit up instantly at the sight of the red flowers in his hand. The main ingredient of beauty pills. She thought that she would have to go to the Snow Lotus Cave on Sky Mountain for the flowers, and it was a surprise that Hao Ren had found some for her. As crazy as she was about cultivation, she was still a woman, and all women were interested in eternal beauty. "Where did you get them?" Su Han had been pale due to her injuries, but now her face flushed with excitement. "I got them accidentally." Hao Ren didn't tell her that he bought a dozen of such small flowers for only 1 mid-tier spirit stone at the convention on Fifth Heaven. This chapter's initial release occurred on the N0v3L Bean site. Su-han didn't probe. Instead, she grabbed the red flowers from his hand and murmured, "Beauty pills." "What are beauty pills?" Seeing Su-han's passionate expression, Xie Yujia blurted out. Remembering that there was someone else in the room, Su-han cleared her throat and put on a calm and mysterious look. "Oh. Beauty pills are pills that can sustain one's looks permanently. In other words, they are pills that could keep people forever young." Forever young? Hearing her words, Xie Yujia got interested and curious. With the red flowers in her hand, Su-han thought for a moment before turning to Hao Ren. In East Ocean, who can make elixirs? Making elixirs, Hao Ren thought for a while and could only think of little Taoist Zhen. There's one, but he has a weird personality and rarely helps us. In fact, after making a pill for the Dragon Clan last time, he expressively told us that it would be the last time he helped us, Hao Ren said. Su-han did some calculation and said softly, with a top elixir master, these materials could make 3 beauty pills if 100% successful. She had known that beauty flowers were growing together with the 7-colored snow lotuses in the Snow Lotus Cave in Sky Mountain, but she wasn't sure if they were mature or not. Besides Sky Mountain, the other place that had beauty flowers was Fifth Heaven. If she failed to find them after breaking into the den of the snow lions, she would take the risk and break into the cultivation sects on Fifth Heaven to find them. That was why she was greatly pleased when Hao Ren got her more than a dozen mature beauty flowers. By now, she was 22 years old, and her most beautiful moment would go very soon if she didn't take the beauty pill. After all, the cultivators didn't care about old age. As long as someone looked young, they were young. For Su-han, who wished to push the limit of cultivation, it would affect the elevation of her realms if she tried to sustain her beauty with her cultivation strength. The only solution to keep her beauty without affecting her cultivation was taking beauty pills. In fact, the beauty pills would not only sustain her beauty but keep her body in a youthful state as well. She would remain a junior in the cultivation world as long as she didn't reach the heavenly dragon realm. Beauty pills were not useful to realm elevation, but they were treasures in the eyes of all female cultivators. Hao Ren is quite resourceful. Su-han had a higher regard for him. Then, she looked at Xie Yujia and hesitated for a few seconds. "Yujia, you master can make elixirs, right?" "Old grandma?" Xie Yujia blinked. "I have no idea." Su-han knew that cultivators on the soul formation realm could do anything in the world. It was nothing for them to make a super powerful Dharma treasure, not to mention some elixirs. While Su-han was debating with herself if she should ask Xie Yujia for help, the doorbell of Zhao Yanzi's home rung. "Who is it?" Zhao Hongyu, who had been doing housework with her hair up, went to open the door. On the doorstep stood a white-haired old grandma. Chapter 266. Grandma had people to depend on, making elixirs. "I'll ask for you." Xie Yujia nodded at Su-han and said. Su-han smiled pleasantly and wanted to give Xie Yujia something as appreciation. Then, she remembered that Xie Yujia's master was a soul formation realm cultivator, and she probably didn't need anything from her. It was the first time Xie Yujia saw Su-han smile, and it was too beautiful. Even though she was a girl, she was stunned when she saw Su-han's beauty. Su-han's beauty was indeed on another level. "Hao Ren, also ask for me to see if that East Ocean's elixir master is willing to help out or not. If he's willing to help out, I can give him a lot of compensation," Su-han said to Hao Ren again. Hao Ren thought, that kid is Chu Niu's disciple, and his background is not inferior to Xie Yujia's. The entire East Ocean Dragon Palace promised him a great reward, and it was barely enough for him to save Zhao Kuo last time. Since making the beauty pills was a simple task, little Taoist Zhen probably wouldn't help. Even though he thought so, Hao Ren still didn't want to disappoint Su-han. "Okay, I will ask if I get a chance to meet him. I will keep the materials. Whoever could find a way to make elixir can come and get them," Su-han said. Perhaps because of the good news of potentially getting the beauty pills, Su-han's complexion turned rosy. "Su-han, drink some medicine." Elder Xingyue, who was wearing a green robe, walked into the room. Seeing that Su-han's condition was stable, Xie Yujia was slightly relieved. "I won't disturb your rest anymore. I wanted to buy some supplements for you originally, but there wasn't good timing." Thank you for thinking of me." Su Han sat up slowly and held onto the porcelain bowl that contained the black liquid medicine. Her figure was beautiful and graceful. The more Xie Yujia looked at Su Han, the prettier she seemed. Su Han looked like a goddess that came out from a painting, especially when wearing the chiffon dress. In contrast, Xie Yujia felt like she wasn't even comparable to Su Han in terms of temperament. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia walked out of the bedroom, and elder son and 4 bodyguards, who had been waiting for a long time, came up to them immediately. "Please cover your eyes, young lady." Elder son took out a black cloth. "Okay." Xie Yujia took over the black cloth from elder son's hand and covered her eyes. She was kind-hearted, but it didn't mean that she was insensitive. She could feel the alertness from elder son and the 4 bodyguards' eyes. This place wasn't where she should be. There would be a small structure in 5 steps and a pavilion in 10 steps. The corridors were curved just like ribbons, and the corners of the eaves were raised high. She slowly raised her hand and tried to grab Hao Ren's arm. Hao Ren held onto her hand, which was slightly sweaty from being nervous, and led her out of this palace. Closing her eyes and handing herself to another person required complete trust. There were too many uncertainties and potential dangers in front of them. However, Xie Yujia felt relieved when Hao Ren led the way. Even enough she couldn't see anything, as long as Hao Ren was there to guide her, she would get out of any situation. Hao Ren dragged Xie Yujia softly and felt all sorts of emotions tangled together. When Xie Yujia was worried about him, she would ask a lot of questions. However, once she understood the situation, she didn't ask further. As long as it was something that she decided to do, she would persist until the very end. Nothing could be an obstacle for her. Walking out of the main entrance of the Dragon Palace, Hao Ren took out the water-repellent bead. He continued and walked to the beach. After they got inside the car, elder son drove Xie Yujia and Hao Ren back to the city. "Gongzi Hao, these were madam's orders. Pardon me for the intrusion." Elder son came to Hao Ren's side of the car door and slightly cupped his hands together when they returned to the city. "No worries." Hao Ren smiled at him. The Dragon Palace was a secret place. It was indeed a bit abrupt for Hao Ren to take Xie Yujia there. "Please find me if you need anything else." Elder son got back in his black Mercedes-Benz and drove away. "There's a bus that I can take. I'll get off here." Xie Yujia opened the car door and waved at Hao Ren. "Rest up over the weekend." She didn't even ask about the palace. Since those people didn't want her to know, she didn't want to give Hao Ren a hard time and suppressed her unnecessary curiosity. "You too. Rest up well." Hao Ren looked at her and couldn't say anything else. Xie Yujia smiled at him. Then, she saw the bus coming their way, so she took her bus pass out and quickly got onto the bus. Phew, Hao Ren drove away as he exhaled. He headed toward his home beside the beach. At the same time in Zhao Yanzi house, the old grandma walked toward the door, turned around, and raised her hand. "That'll be everything. Farewell. Take care." Zhao Hongyu nodded gently. Wah! A ray of 5-colored godly light beam appeared under the old grandma's feet, and she vanished instantly. Zhao Hongyu stood at the doorway, paused for 2 seconds before turning around and closing the door gently. Hao Ren's white Ford returned to his home. As he drove the car back to the garage of the house, Hao Ren heard laughter inside. Could it be that Zi's family is here for a visit? Hao Ren parked his car inside the garage and rushed into the house. On the sofa in the living room, Grandma was surrounded by Lu Linlin on the left and Lu Lili on the right. They were chatting happily. Gongzi. Seeing that Hao Ren had come back, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili stood up at the same time and greeted Hao Ren. "When did you guys come?" Hao Ren looked at them surprisingly. "They came at noon and chatted with me for the whole afternoon." Grandma held Lu Linlin and Lu Lili's waists and said pleasantly. "Oh, I see. Hao Ren went to the Dragon Palace today, and it was already late when he came home." Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were considerate and came all the way here to accompany his grandma. "Not only just this time. When I was away at Zhejiang, they also came to visit me every week. People in the village thought that they are my granddaughters." Grandma held the Lu sisters in her arms and made them sit down again on the sofa. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were not only pretty and had good figures. Most importantly, they were kind-hearted and knew how to please elders. Therefore, Grandma was very fond of these two latecomers. They called Hao Ren Gongzi, and called her Taijun. Grandma asked them to change it, but they couldn't. After listening to it for a while, Grandma got used to it and treated it as a nickname instead. Their bodies were soft and warm, and their words were pleasing and appealing. Why would Grandma have any complaints when accompanied by them after being alone for so many years? Especially when these two girls served her peeled grapes and massaged her legs. Grandma was flattered and felt like she was floating in the air. The treatment of the immortals in heaven was probably something close to this. Chapter 267. Trying to mess with Grandma. When Grandma was talking, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily switched their positions. They leaned against the sofa and took turns massaging Grandma's shoulders. The tiny streaks of nature essence followed through the meridians into Grandma's body and made her feel refreshed. These two girls' massage techniques are extremely good. Okay, you guys take such good care of me, but I don't have anything to repay you with. Even though it was comfortable for her, Grandma still held their arms to stop them. Taijun, you are the reincarnation of the god of luck, and you ought to enjoy life and be happy, Lu Linlin said gently. You two girls keep unflattering me. Grandma took their hands softly and dragged them in front of her. During this period, the Lu sisters got familiar with Grandma. Grandma treated them as granddaughters, and they also took care of Grandma attentively. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily fell in the arms of Grandma and made her laugh in joy. In contrast, Hao Ren was ignored on the side. Ren, why are you blanking out? Go make dinner. Suddenly Grandma looked up and urged Hao Ren. Oh, okay. Hao Ren walked toward the kitchen and suddenly thought, wait a minute. How did my status become the lowest all of a sudden? Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were talking and laughing with Grandma in the living room. Hao Ren walked into the kitchen, grabbed all sorts of ingredients from the refrigerator, pondered for a while about what dishes to make, and got busy. The sea was right beside the house, and the East Ocean Dragon Palace was hidden in there. Hao Ren's house was close to the Dragon Palace. Hao Ren thought of these random things while cooking. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily came to the smoky kitchen and went behind Hao Ren's back. Gongzi. Hao Ren, who was cooking, shivered. He turned around to look at them and saw them smirking at him. Hey! Don't scare me. Hao Ren glared at them. They lowered their head as if they were admitting their mistakes. However, they looked up and walked close to him within a few seconds. We'll help, Gongzi. Do you know how? Hao Ren looked at them suspiciously. They shook their heads. No. Hao Ren sighed. They took another half step forward and stood beside Hao Ren. We can learn how to cook from Gongzi. Hao Ren's cooking skill was very limited. All he could do was make food that was edible and average in taste. His cooking skill couldn't be comparable to Zhao Hongyu's or Xie Yujia's. Seeing Hao Ren not replying, they stood on the sides and watched him. So, you must put oil to fry then add water. That's how you cut the meat. I almost cut my finger last time and that hurt so much. Use low heat to cook. You can't turn it all the way up. Hao Ren began to sweat from the heat coming from the natural gas stove, and the Lu sisters were discussing and learning at the same time. I'll teach you two how to make this soup. Hao Ren turned around and looked at them. The two girls widened their eyes joyfully. Seeing their pure and silly expressions, Hao Ren couldn't stifle his laughter. Turn to medium heat and put in the meat first. Lu Linlin went up and placed the meat slices that Hao Ren cut into the pot. Then put vegetables in and add the seasoning and salt, Hao Ren instructed. Lu Lily dropped the vegetables in clumsily. Both of them were curious about everything and were quick learners. For salt, only put a little bit. Don't put too much. Seeing Lu Lily tilt the salt container, Hao Ren hurriedly held onto her palm. Lu Lily blushed and nodded obediently. Under Hao Ren's instruction, she poured out a bit of salt. Hao Ren held her slim hand, and he felt like he was grabbing a smooth jade. You can't add that, it's pepper powder. Seeing that Lu Linlin was about to dump the pepper powder in, Hao Ren reached out and grabbed Lu Linlin's hand. Lu Linlin put the pepper bottle down, smiled at Hao Ren, and looked at him with her pretty eyes. I thought Gongzi likes my little sister. It seemed like you didn't want to let go of her hand. Sis, Lu Lily called out gently. The blush on her face was even more apparent. Well, Gongzi is holding my hand now, Lu Linlin giggled happily and said. Hao Ren looked at her helplessly and moved her hand away. He thought she didn't know the seasonings, but she took advantage of the situation and teased him. Gongzi, my sister and I will sleep over tonight. Lu Linlin looked at Hao Ren with a smirk and said, "As long as you guys don't go wild, you can stay wherever you want." Hao Ren tapped Lu Linlin's forehand with his finger. He couldn't act as a gongzi, and that was why Lu Linlin and Lu Lily became more and more mischievous. "How do I take the steamed fish out?" Lu Lily ran to the steamer and asked. "Use the cloth and be careful of the heat," Hao Ren reminded. He took out 2 pieces of wet cloth, put them in Lu Lily's hands, and taught her how to get the plate out without touching the pot. Hao Ren's front chest touched Lu Lily's back, and the side of their faces almost touched. Lu Linlin giggled as she stirred the meat soup and dipped the tips of a pair of chopsticks into the soup before putting the tips into her mouth to taste the flavor. Everyone seemed to be having a good time in the hot and steamy kitchen. Standing outside of the glass door of the kitchen, Grandma looked inside with confusion and strolled back to the living room. Lying on the sofa leisurely, Grandma turned on the television and chose the channel with Chinese opera. She thought proudly, "Who said our Ren has no luck with girls?" After 10 minutes, Hao Ren brought out the finished dishes from the kitchen with the assistance of the relaxed and happy Lu Linlin and the nervous and cautious Lu Lily. His cooking still wasn't as great as Zhao Hongyu's, but as long as he spent time and cooked patiently, the taste wouldn't be worse than small restaurants. Grandma was extremely pleased to be eating the meal that her grandson cooked with 2 beautiful girls accompanying her. The atmosphere was lively, and elderlies usually liked that. "Taijun, try this. We took out the fish bones for you. I'll get you some soup and cool it down for you." Even though Lu Linlin and Lu Lily didn't know how to cook, they were very good at serving Grandma during the meal. Grandma never experienced this type of care and felt like she was the old lady from a prestige family. She didn't need to do anything since the 2 considerate and smart girls would have everything taken care of. Grandma was already soft-hearted, and her mind started to change after getting closer to the Lu sisters. Zia is cute, Yujia is considerate and sensible, and Linlin and Lily are even more well-behaved. As if Grandma's mind was filled with honey, she felt like everything she ate was delicious and sweet. The days when she was lonely seemed to be gone once and for all. While they were eating happily at the house, Zheng Yitao, who still had a light scar on his neck, led the 16 senior elders of West Ocean and flew toward the house by the beach. "Capture that old woman. I'll see what he dares to do next." Zheng Yitao summoned his golden spear and yelled as he clenched his teeth. Chapter 268. Fell right into the trap. "Grandma. Why didn't you go when Zi's mom asked you to live with them for a few days ago?" Hao Ren ate while asking his grandma. "I didn't want to bother them, and your parents will be back in a few days anyway." Grandma drank the soup and replied, "I have to force them to live here for a while this time." Dong! The entire house suddenly shook intensely. The soup in Grandma's spoon suddenly spilled on her clothes. "Is there an earthquake?" Grandma put down the spoon and asked nervously. The moment Grandma spoke, more than a dozen powerful aura came from outside. Pooh! 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 The isolation array formation that Lu Linlin and Lu Lily set up around the house was destroyed when they heard the sound. Hao Ren stood up immediately. From his sharp senses of being at Gen level, he could tell that the house was surrounded. Soon, the house stabilized and stopped shaking. Grandma was still a bit suspicious. Could it be that a nearby building fell? "Grandma, please continue eating. I'll go check." Hao Ren walked to the door and turned around to look at Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. "You guys eat and accompany Grandma." His tone was calm, but he knew clearly that there were many enemies. As Hao Ren walked out the door, a red energy sphere enveloped him instantly. Zheng Yitao, holding the golden spear in his hand, smirked viciously as he stared at Hao Ren. At the same time, 16 rays of silver light passed through the door and flashed into the interior of the house. Luring the tiger out of the mountain, Hao Ren wanted to turn back, but Zheng Yitao's long spear stabbed forward and blocked Hao Ren's way. Pung! 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 The sound of a series of explosions came from the house. Obviously, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were fighting with the 16 elders from West Ocean already. Hao Ren looked up and discovered that the surrounding 15 meters of the house had been covered by a red energy sphere. It meant that this house nearby the ocean had already been isolated into a small world. Other people couldn't see and hear what was going on inside it. Hao Ren was worried about his grandma. He raised his hand to shot out a Hunden lightning and continued to rush toward the entrance of the house. The white lightning made a series of zapping sounds and hit Zheng Yitao's chest, but it didn't cause him any harm. Underneath Zheng Yitao's clothes was the golden sun chained armor. This was a treasure that West Ocean took from the Nine Dragon Palace a long time ago. After West Ocean's decades of research, 12 restrictions on it had been opened, and it could defend against any attack under Gen level. Hao Ren's Hunden lightning could break the 5 elemental energy shields, but it couldn't cut through this golden sun chained armor from the Nine Dragon Palace. Wah! The long spear stabbed unrelentingly at Hao Ren's face. Last time, there was only Black Wolf to protect him. However, Black Wolf was only good at assassination and not at head-on fights. This time, Zheng Yitao had 16 senior elders around him, so he was fearless. Hao Ren didn't have any weapon, and that was a huge disadvantage for him. Sword array formations required a certain distance in order to exert its power. Zheng Yitao was close to Hao Ren and attacked him continuously to prevent him from releasing sword array formations. Hao Ren heard the fighting sounds in the house and had to dodge Zheng Yitao's golden spear. It was imaginable how anxious he was. West Ocean's action already went over the line. Pung! Little White rolled out from the hidden space and instantly spat a fireball at Zheng Yitao. Zheng Yitao raised his spear to block it, but the fireball suddenly cracked and burned some of his hair. Where did this B***starred come from? Zheng Yitao's golden spear released a golden light and struck Little White's belly firmly. Little White rolled on the ground, crawled up, and spat another fireball at Zheng Yitao. The fireballs that were released were Samadhi True Flame. One-line snake array formation. Hao Ren seized the chance and released the sword array formation. 80 sword energies dashed at Zheng Yitao's forehead and struck furiously. The power of Gen level integrated with Little White's Samadhi True Flame. Zheng Yitao swung his long spear and avoided the attacks quickly. However, this sword array formation moved with Hao Ren's thoughts and went behind Zheng Yitao's back. Using his mind to control the swords, he almost reached the realm of the sword god. Light-splitting sword shadow scroll didn't rely on Dharma treasures because itself was the strongest Dharma treasure. Pa! 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 As if a string of coins hit Zheng Yitao's chained armor, it created a series of crisp sound. Even though the sword energy couldn't pierce through the golden sun chained armor, the power of Samadhi True Flame struck Zheng Yitao. Zheng Yitao felt a burn on his chest, and the dragon core that wasn't solid enough was injured again. Samadhi True Flame was the flame that could make elixir pills and cores. This scorching heat burned Zheng Yitao's dragon core. How could he feel good about it? Zheng Yitao was confident with his recovered strength of Gen level with the addition of the coiled dragon golden spear and golden sun chained armor. He thought that it would be more than enough to fight against Hao Ren, who barely just stepped into Gen level. However, Hao Ren and Little White's speeds of advancement were beyond his estimation. One-line snake array formation, which was more advanced than the basic sword array formations, could pierce through a small hill. The fireballs that Little White spat were Samadhi True Flame that could melt ordinary Dharma treasures. Gen-level cultivators wouldn't be able to stand the combination of the Samadhi True Flame and sword array formations. If Hao Ren cast with his full strength and Zheng Yitao didn't wear the golden sun chained armor, he would be turned into ashes from this encounter. At this moment, the 16 senior elders followed his instructions and already rushed into the house. He would be daydreaming if he thought that he could obtain protection of the elders now. Besides, Hao Ren wouldn't give him the chance to do so. Earth Elemental Array Formation. Fire Elemental Array Formation. 2 sword array formations with enormous scope aimed at Zheng Yitao's direction and flew toward him overbearingly. After reaching Gen level, Hao Ren's nature essence was even more abundant, and every single fundamental sword array formation's power doubled. Earth Elemental Array Formation and Fire Elemental Array Formation contained 32 sword energies each. As long as Little White could harass and buy him some time, Hao Ren could release the sword array formations. Little White fought up close, and Hao Ren cast ranged attacks. It was the perfect combination. 16 elders went inside to seize an old woman. It should be a mission that would be accomplished immediately. Zheng Yitao was worried that there might be traps inside, so he had all of them go inside. At this moment, he believed that the elders of West Ocean would come out and rescue him after a few seconds. Then, he would be able to beat Hao Ren up and make his head look like a pig's head. Seeing two overlapping array formations coming at him, the golden spear in Zheng Yitao's hands expanded to 3 meters in length. When he swung the golden spear, it released dozens of golden lights, and they all seemed powerful. Pung! 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 With more than a dozen collisions, the space in front of the entrance turned into a vacuum, creating a whirlpool effect. Zheng Yitao felt like his chest became stuffy. The dragon core that wasn't fully recovered from last time cracked again. Seeing Zheng Yitao not moving, Little White didn't hesitate and instantly spat out 2 fireballs, and both landed on Zheng Yitao's chest. Hao Ren's sword energies didn't stop either. It formed a one-line snake array formation and rushed towards Zheng Yitao's Danjiang acupoint. 80 sword energies came one after another and struck at Zheng Yitao like an electric drill. Even though the chained armor was not broken, it still made him feel terrible. He flew 4 meters away, and his long spear also flew out of his hands. Little White, who now turned back into its snow lion, jumped over. Its sturdy and powerful golden front paws pressed down on Zheng Yitao's hands. Ow! Little White revealed its fang, touched Zheng Yitao's face, and roared. Its sharp teeth touched his nose, and Zheng Yitao's hair was blown into different directions from the breath of the howl. As if an ordinary person was pushed down by a tiger, Zheng Yitao was terrified and almost lost his soul. Also, Little White's mouth contained a tumbling hot fireball, and its front paws could emit flames at any time as well. This forced Zheng Yitao to stay put. Grandma! Hao Ren was worried about his grandma and rushed into the house. In the living room, other than a broken glass coffee table and display cabinet, there weren't any significant damages. The 6 Qian-level elders and 10 Kun-level elders were bundled up with 1 black and 1 white ring. They couldn't move their hands and feet as they were tired against each other. They sat on the cold floor like petals of 2 flowers. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily stood on the side. Lu Lily was reciting a Dharma spell and looked at them calmly, and Lu Linlin stuck white cloth inside their mouths. If they were both holding a submachine gun, they would look like professional kidnappers. On the floor of the living room was an arrangement of many flashing 5-colored circles. It was evident that the whole living room was covered in traps. If someone stepped on them, he or she would immediately be captured. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily relied on the traps to capture and arrest the 16 elders. In fact, these elders fell right into the traps. Hao Ren was worried about his grandma and asked them hurriedly, "Where's Grandma?" Too many people came in at once, and Grandma fainted. Lu Lily pointed at the direction of the sofa. Grandma lied sideways on the sofa with panic still evident on her face. Grandma already had high blood pressure and was terrified by them too. Hao Ren clenched his fists, turned towards the elders, and released dozens of sword energies. Every single sword energy pierced into their skin. Zheng Yitao had the golden sun chained armor to protect him, but they didn't. The Lu sisters' Yin-Yang Qian Kun bracelets were known as the supreme treasure. Even in the heavenly realm, they were considered powerful Dharma treasures. They could not only set traps to capture these elder who hadn't reached the heavenly dragon realm, but they could also suppress the nature essence of the Qian-level realm once enemies were captured. Even though their foundations weren't destroyed, their nature essences were sucked away entirely by the Yin-Yang bracelet. The elders would need 10 days to half a month of cultivation to go back to their original realm. Therefore, they couldn't resist when Hao Ren's sword energies pierced through their body. They could only frown and endure the pain. Gongzi, you are too generous with these bad people. Lu Linlin raised her hand and sprinkled a bundle of gold flowers. Wah! These prickly gold flowers pricked the elders' faces and caused them to grimace from the pain. Yet, their mouths were blocked and couldn't yell even if they wanted to. Lily, teach them a lesson too. Lu Linlin yelled at Lu Lily. Oh, Lu Lily nodded obediently. Pa! No one knew where she got her long whip from, but the whip created a loud sound against the floor. This long whip was made with a silver-colored material. It was shiny and looked like it would hurt if it were used to whip someone. No matter if it were the prickly gold flowers or the silver long whip, they were both normal weapons instead of Dharma treasures. Hao Ren looked at them and had a weird feeling. Let's wake Grandma up, and we'll talk about the rest later. Hao Ren walked to the side of the sofa, held Grandma up, and said, "Okay." Lu Lily put the long whip away and took out a low-level spirit replenishment pill. She used water to dissolve it and feed it to Grandma using a cup. Even though she had her own weapon, she was not used to teaching people lessons. Gongzi, what should we do with these people? Lu Linlin guarded the 16 elders and asked. Seeing that Grandma would wake up soon, Hao Ren couldn't think of much. Throw them all into the ocean. These were the elders of West Ocean anyway, they definitely wouldn't drown. Alright. Lu Linlin held a bracelet in each hand and opened the back door. She found that the elders' bodies were too big and bumped into the door. Then, she recited the Dharma spell in silence. 2 bracelets both tightened up to the point where they almost squeezed out the 16 elders' internal organs, and that was just enough to drag them through the door. She threw them toward the sea with force. This rude approach couldn't be associated with Lu Linlin's beautiful appearance. The 16 elders flew into the sky at the height of a few hundred meters. Lu Linlin chanted the Dharma spell again to retrieve the 2 yin-yang bracelets, and the 16 elders, who hadn't recovered their nature essence yet, were dropped into the ocean like dumplings being dropped into the pot. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's powers had only recovered to Qian level, but their natal Dharma treasures weren't from the mortal world. The 16 elders who were above Kun level were just unlucky to encounter Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily didn't beat them up too much because they were in a good mood. At this moment, Grandma slowly woke up. When she saw the coffee table and cabinet broken into pieces, she looked at Hao Ren nervously. What just happened? A bunch of people were here to collect money but came to the wrong house, Hao Ren said. Where are they now? Grandma asked. They paid for the damages and left. Sigh. This community is not that safe. Grandma turned to look at Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. Are you 2 girls alright? No worries, no worries. Lu Linlin acted like she just took out the garbage. She clapped her hands and walked in through the back door. Grandma is very useless and got scared by them. My head is still dizzy now. Grandma rubbed her head and sighed. We didn't expect that this kind of thing would happen. Go and rest, Grandma. We'll clean up. Lu Lily helped Grandma to stand up. Okay, I'll go sleep for a bit. Grandma was still in shock and walked to the 2nd floor with Lu Lily's support. Gongzi, there's still a bad kid outside. Should we beat him up? Lu Linlin came up to Hao Ren and asked. Hao Ren walked out of the door, and Lu Linlin followed him. Zheng Yitao, who lost his natal Dharma treasure, was pinned to the ground by Little White's front paws. Zheng Yitao still tried to struggle. However, Little White suddenly sat down and used its robust butt to press Zheng Yitao down entirely on the ground. Little White was reasonably polite for not pooping on his face. Seeing Hao Ren walking out, Zheng Yitao turned to Hao Ren difficultly. What is it to have a spirit beast help you? If you are strong enough, let's fight with dignity. Fight with dignity? Hao Ren looked at him scornfully. Bringing 16 elders to attack my house is fighting with dignity? Since West Ocean didn't care about the rules, he didn't need to be gentle to Zheng Yitao. Initially, he thought Zheng Yitao was young and could be molded into a good person. Looking at him now, this kid was full of bad intentions and did things without caring about the consequences at all. As long as I get my natal Dharma treasure back, you can't win against me in a fight. Zheng Yitao faced Hao Ren and continued shouting. Same thing. Throw him into the ocean, Hao Ren said indifferently. He walked over, picked up Zheng Yitao's coiled dragon golden spear, put it into his hidden space, and waved at Little White as he pointed at the ocean far away. Little White was extremely smart and understood what Hao Ren meant. It used its teeth to pick Zheng Yitao up by his clothes. Then, it flew to the distant ocean. Little White flew further and higher before suddenly opening its mouth to let go. The severely injured Zheng Yitao was dropped into the water like a missile. Seeing this scene, Lu Linlin smiled pleasantly, came close to Hao Ren, and almost leaned on his arm. Haha, Gongzi is too nice. Please take care of my grandma. You don't have to get involved with other things, Hao Ren said to her while turning around to walk back to the house. My little sister and I don't want to get involved with other things, but Gongzi's matters are also ours. If West Ocean Dragon Clan dares to hurt Gongzi, my sister and I will go to West Ocean Dragon Palace and make them pay. Lu Linlin frowned and said. Hao Ren smiled and walked up the stairs to check on Grandma's condition. Underneath the sea surface, the situation was changing subtly. 16 weak elders of West Ocean fell into East Ocean's territory and were immediately sent to East Ocean Dragon Palace. Similarly, Zheng Yitao, whose dragon core was injured for the second time, couldn't escape from the soldiers of East Ocean. After 4 hours, Old Man Zeng, who was notified, appeared at the entrance of the East Ocean Dragon Palace angrily. Zhao Guang, who stood at the entrance to greet him, seemed to be in a good mood. "Hand back my people." Old Man Zeng spoke sharply as his entire body trembled. "Why is Elder Zeng angry? Our East Ocean and your West Ocean had been allies. This time, your West Ocean's elders and Crown Prince encountered strong enemies and fell into East Ocean's territory by accident. We are taking care of them attentively." Old Man Zeng suppressed his anger, but his facial expression darkened. Zhao Guang's intent was very apparent. Now that West Ocean's 16 senior elders and Crown Prince were held hostage in East Ocean's hands, West Ocean needed to think twice before doing anything. "Do not worry, Elder Zeng. Zeng Yitao isn't too injured. As long as he rests up, he can leave here anytime. However, those 16 elders' injuries are very critical and can't be moved temporarily. East Ocean must try our best to help," Zhao Guang said slowly. How could Old Man Zeng not understand the hidden meaning? East Ocean would keep Zeng Yitao for a few days, but East Ocean would fully control the 16 elders. According to plan, Old Man Zeng wanted to utilize West Ocean's power advantage, focus on the problem caused by the Fuma of East Ocean, and give East Ocean a hard time. However, the situation turned around too fast. "Just go back, old man. Maybe after a few days, they'll feel better and return your stupid grandson back to you." Little Taoist Zhen, who came to see what was going on, saw Old Man Zeng's twisted face. Thinking it was funny, he couldn't help but say something. Little B** starred. "This is no place for you to talk." Furious, Old Man Zeng didn't have a place to vent his anger. When he heard this strange kid speak, he swung his hand instantly. Little Taoist Zhen didn't see it coming. A solid slap landed on his face and knocked him to the ground. Chapter 269. Hit the wrong guy. Little Taoist Zhen struggled up. He had a palm print on his cheek with a big bump on his forehead. Zhao Guang looked at Old Man Zeng quietly with a bit of sympathy on his face. And the East Ocean elders standing behind Zhao Guang all had pity in their eyes. It was pathetic. Not only was the 16 senior elders and the Crown Prince of West Ocean held hostage by the East Ocean Dragon Palace, but he had hit the only disciple of Chu Niu, one of the ancestors of the dragon tribe. Gritting his teeth, Little Taoist Zhen didn't speak. He held his cheek and looked up at Old Man Zeng with hatred. Humph. Old Man Zeng was still angry. "Even a little kid of East Ocean dares to look at me this way. Do you really think you are invincible?" Zhao Guang cleared his throat. "Elder Zeng, the kid is not from our East Ocean. Whoever he is, he deserved the beating for talking to me like that." Old Man Zeng found it was worthless to talk about such trivial things. Instead, he pointed his finger at Zhao Guang. "I'll forgive your Fuma for hurting Zeng Yitao, but today you must release Zeng Yitao." "Old man, I won't forget you." Rubbing his face, Little Taoist Zhen said in a vicious tone. Seeing the kid was still arrogant after the beating, Old Man Zeng was enraged. He lifted his hand and wanted to send him flying with one palm. Bang! Elder Lu suddenly stepped up and blocked the strike. Old Man Zeng's strength was so great that it forced Elder Lu to back off 4 steps. "Your East Ocean elders are so weak." Earning back some face, Old Man Zeng withdrew his palm. Ignoring Old Man Zeng's mocking words, Elder Lu bent over and leaned toward Little Taoist Zhen, asking genially, "Little Taoist Zhen, are you hurt?" Elder Lu had been with Zhao Guang for many years as one of his most important assistants. Although his cultivation strength was not the greatest, his rank in the Dragon Palace was very high. That was why Old Man Zeng found his concern for this kid in the Taoist robe quite unsettling. "I'm fine." Little Taoist Zhen waved his hand, his eyes staring at Old Man Zeng hatefully. Abruptly, he turned and went into the Dragon Palace. "I forgot to introduce him to you." Seeing the weird look on Old Man Zeng, Zhao Guang took half a step forward. That was Little Taoist Zhen, the disciple of Grandmaster Chu Niu, who is temporarily living in East Ocean Dragon Palace. Boom! Although they were on the bottom of the sea, Old Man Zeng felt as if thunder exploded on his head. Who was Chu Niu? He was the oldest son of the legendary godly dragon. In the 9-Dragon Palace a few days ago, one roar of his had killed thousands of cultivators. Even the affluent 4 ocean dragon palaces wanted to host this ancient ancestor. And he slapped Chu Niu's last disciple to the ground. Old Man Zeng shivered all over, wishing for a quick death. All the members of the 5 elemental dragon clans knew that among the 9 ancestors, only Chu Niu was still traveling in the mortal world, and this ancestor's temper was peculiar. In the world of cultivation, the older the cultivators got, the more protective they were. If Chu Niu vented his anger out on West Ocean, the result would be disastrous. Looking at the furious little Taoist Zhen, Old Man Zeng was stunned into speechlessness. "I'm busy. If you have nothing to say, I'll send your crown prince back to you in 3 days when his injuries somewhat recover." With that, Zhao Guang didn't wait for Old Man Zeng's answer and went back into the Dragon Palace. The elders followed him while the generals guarding the gate stood before the entrance. With 16 senior elders and the crown prince of West Ocean under his control, Zhao Guang was tough. He didn't even allow the aggressive Old Man Zeng into the door. Old Man almost lost his temper, but he knew it would get him nothing. He had demanded East Ocean to hand over Hao Ren in 3 days, or he would run wild in the East Ocean's Dragon Palace with 16 senior elders. But now East Ocean turned the table and gave him an ultimatum of 3 days. If the West Ocean behaved well, East Ocean would release Zheng Yitao intact in 3 days. With his lifeline in the hands of East Ocean, Old Man Zeng had no choice but to give in. He had ordered the 16 elders to protect Zheng Yitao and didn't understand how such a powerful team, which consisted of 6 Qian-level cultivators and 10 Kun-level cultivators, had been captured by East Ocean. Zhao Guang was also puzzled about the same question. He had been sitting in the East Ocean Dragon Palace discussing with the elders about how to handle the emergency when 16 elders and Zheng Yitao dropped into the sea around the Dragon Palace like dumplings. The patrolling soldiers easily captured them. He thought hard and concluded that it was the Grand Master of the Soul Formation realm in East Ocean City who made an exception and sent the East Ocean a big present, solving the crisis for East Ocean. He would never imagine that it was, in fact, a gift from his son-in-law. Meanwhile, regardless of the contribution he had made, Hao Ren was massaging Grandma's feet in her room. At her age, Grandma was easily sore in her legs and feet. Hao Ren massaged the acupoints and muscles on her legs while chatting with her. "Ren, kind-heartedness is your biggest virtue." Sitting in a wicker chair, Grandma looked at him genially and said in satisfaction, "Grandma, you work so hard, and it's my duty to give you a massage." He dumped the cool water and placed another basin of hot water to soak her feet in. Then he stood behind her and pounded on her back, massaging it. "I think Lu Linlin and Lu Lily are very nice girls." With her eyes closed, Grandma said abruptly. "Of course they are. Otherwise, you wouldn't have invited them to stay the night here," Hao Ren said. "They live with their grandpa downtown, but he is busy and always not home. They have no other relatives in the city, and I regard them as my own granddaughters. You must pay more attention to them." Grandma caressed the jade bead in her palm and said, "Got it." Hao Ren could do nothing but nod. "And how is little Z lately?" Grandma continued to ask. "She's fine. She has lagged behind in her studies recently, and I'm tutoring her." "Oh, I will go shopping with her tomorrow," Hao Ren reported, gently massaging her shoulders. "Good. Z is still a little girl, so you must be lenient on her. I have the company of Linlin and Lily, so you don't have to worry about me." "Okay, and how is Yujia lately?" Grandma asked again. Exhaling lightly, Hao Ren wondered if Grandma was doing a roll call. But he couldn't voice his thoughts. Instead, he answered immediately, "She's fine, too. She had meant to visit you this weekend, but she is quite busy, and I don't know her exact schedule." "Well, Yujia is a good girl, and you must do well with her," Grandma said meaningfully. She continued after a pause, "Thinking about it, Yujia's quite pitiable being left alone in East Ocean City while her parents are both out of the country." Hao Ren nodded his agreement. With Xie Wanjun gone to the USA couple of days before, she must be even lonelier living with her auntie and uncle who ran some small businesses. "You must invite Yujia to our home on the weekends. She can make here her own home." Grandma looked back at Hao Ren. "Look at Linlin and Lily. They are easygoing and warmed up to me very quickly. Linlin and Lily regard me as their master. Of course, they warm up to you quickly," Hao Ren thought to himself. However, he agreed to Grandma's sentiments. Xie Yujia was indeed lonely. She had made up her mind to go to the US to reunite with her parents but was stopped by Hao Ren. Okay. You've massaged me for more than half an hour now. My entire body feels relaxed. I'm ready for bed, and you go back to your room and rest." Removing Hao Ren's hands from her shoulders, Grandma said genially. "Okay. Have a good night, Grandma." Hao Ren bent to pick up the basin and backed out of the room. In the next room, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were frolicking with each other, and their crisp voices came through the door. "They are so carefree," Hao Ren lamented in a low voice. Dumping the water, he returned to his room to wash up for the night. Tomorrow, he would go shopping with Zhao Yanzi, and it would be a tortuous day for him. Dang! Dang! Suddenly, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily appeared before him in peach-colored pajamas. Seeing Hao Ren's surprise, Lu Linlin walked toward him pulling Lu Lily behind her. "Gongzi, our pajamas are very pretty, aren't they?" Hao Ren's mind became blank. In the late night, they walked into a guy's room in pajamas and asked him if their pajamas are pretty. This is, he thought. We forgot something important. Lu Linlin walked over and picked up his right hand. It's been a while since we last measured your 5 elements. Lu Lily walked lightly to the other side and picked up his left hand. The peach-colored pajamas accentuated the pink on her face. Lu Linlin was radiant, and Lu Lily was shy. Even with their hair down, Hao Ren could immediately tell them apart. Gold, 21. Wood, 18. Water 22. Fire, 19. Earth, 20. After a moment, Lu Linlin reported the numbers. "Gongzi, the 5 elements in your body are almost balanced," Lu Lily said in a low voice. Hao Ren nodded. Only he knew the hard effort he put in to gain the balance of the 5 elements. Of course, without the Lu sisters' tips, he would never have achieved it. With the 5 elements in his body moving toward equilibrium each day, he found it was easier and smoother for him to circulate the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Especially after he reached Gen level, which was equivalent to the core formation realm, he could control the sword energies at will and could even form sword array formations. The power of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll was beginning to show. It was indeed hard to cultivate the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. But with Lu Linlin and Lu Lily helping him with the balance of the 5 elements, his progress was quite good. "Linlin, Lily, if you are not ready for bed, please do me a favor." Hao Ren withdrew his hands and looked at them. "What favor?" They blinked and looked at him with their big, innocent eyes. "Guard me while I try the lightning cultivation," Hao Ren said. Chapter 270. Lightning Cultivation. After a moment of hesitation, they nodded obediently. They thought Hao Ren was asking them to warm his bed. Hao Ren put on his jacket and walked out of the room while Lu Linlin and Lu Lily followed him closely in their peach-colored pajamas. Grandma was already soundly asleep. The 3 of them walked out of the house and the residential area, going quite a distance along the beach. The Lu sisters wore only pajamas, but their cultivation strength protected them from the chill. They stopped in a place hundreds of meters away from the house. Looking at the distant shoreline in the darkness, Hao Ren exhaled deeply. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll was a sword technique and also a lightning cultivation technique. In the past, due to his weak cultivation strength, Hao Ren didn't dare to summon lightning although he knew about the nature of the technique. Now that he was on Gen level or the core formation realm, he had left the beginner's stage and was somewhat successful at cultivation. With his current strength and being protected by Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, it wouldn't be a very dangerous thing for him to summon the bolts of lightning to temper his body. Swoosh! Swoosh! 80 sword energies shot out of his palm and formed a perfect circle around him. The 80 sword energies shot up from the sand into the high sky before coming down and entering Hao Ren's body through the Beihui acupoint in the top of his head. The whole process was swift and clean. Controlled by his mind, the sword energies were so sharp that they could cut through iron like butter. By turning the nature essence into sword energies, one could cut off an enemy's head thousands of kilometers away. In the mortal's eyes, Hao Ren was already a sword god. It was the realm in which the invisible sword was more powerful than the solid sword. "Linlin, Lily, you stand outside of the circle. If the lightning goes beyond it, you make your move." Hao Ren turned to instruct the sisters. "Okay, Gongzi," they answered in their fresh voices. The night breeze blew on the sisters in their peach-colored pajamas, which was a beautiful sight on the beach that only Hao Ren could enjoy. After the preparations, Hao Ren took a deep breath and condensed a Hunden lightning in the center of his right palm. Crackle. Crackle. This Hunden lightning was swallowing the 5 elemental essences from the surrounding. Swoosh. The gray sword energy shot up like a rocket into the high sky. Standing beside him, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily stared at Hao Ren in the center of the circle. The cultivation process of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll was slow but steady while the cultivators used it to absorb the 5 elemental essences from nature. If the cultivators wanted to speed up the process of realm elevation, they must use the method of lightning cultivation, which tempers the body and increases the cultivation strength with bolts of heavenly lightning. Taking thick 5 elemental essences from the lightning power was certainly highly efficient, but it was also risky. That was why the cultivators must choose an open space and a clear night to cultivate this way. The power of lightning was extremely harmful to ordinary cultivators. If there were other cultivators around, the bolts of heavenly lightning summoned from the sky could hurt them by accident. It would be like sending a heavenly tribulation onto the ordinary cultivators. For those cultivators with weak cultivation strength, it would be a fatal blow. The gray sword energy shot into the clouds. Instantly, a bright white beam of lightning followed the Hunden sword energy and came down with it. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily concealed the fluctuations of their nature essence to avoid disturbing Hao Ren's cultivation. The white heavenly lightning struck toward Hao Ren. Prepared, Hao Ren raised his hands and condensed a thicker cloud of gray sword energy, blocking the heavenly lightning with lightning power. Boom! The heavenly lightning hit the center of his palm. Hao Ren, whose body was now as hard as iron, was struck half a meter into the sand. The fine sands were scattered outward like shattered debris from a shotgun. Absorb. Hao Ren gritted his teeth and absorbed the power of the heavenly lightning through his pores. After watching Zhao Kuo in the heavenly tribulation, he was convinced that he could absorb the power of lightning into his body. While Zhao Kuo had used his powerful nature essence to counter the power of the heavenly lightning, Hao Ren absorbed it by using the balanced 5 elemental powers of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. If one heavenly lightning were triggered, the other bolts of lightning resting in the clouds would pour out from the hole and follow the root of his nature essence one after another. In Zhao Kuo's heavenly tribulation, the bolts of lightning got stronger one after another until all the bolts of lightning stored in the tribulation clouds ran out. The bolts of heavenly lightning Hao Ren activated were not as powerful as those in Zhao Kuo's heavenly tribulation, but they were more than what an ordinary cultivator could bear. Boom! The second heavenly lightning followed the trace of smoke of the last lightning, crashing toward Hao Ren with flashes like a burning fuse. Hao Ren put more nature essence into the circulation of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Bang! A big hole that was half a meter deep appeared in the place where Hao Ren stood. Fine sand grains flew outward once again. If he had stood on a granite rock that was several meters thick, the rock would have cracked under the force of the lightning. Before he could take a breath, the third heavenly lightning struck down. The accumulative effect attracted lightning clouds from a distance, and the power of the bolts of lightning got stronger and stronger. It showed the danger of the Hunden lightning cultivation. Crackle! The lightning flashed. Hao Ren's sword energies couldn't block the third heavenly lightning which tore his clothes into pieces. However, when the third lightning entered his body, Hao Ren had a clear feeling that the nature essence in his body was fully activated while his dragon core had signs of waking up. His entire body was full of strength. If he released a Hunden sword energy now, he could create a huge wave on the surface of the sea. He felt extremely good. His body was like a half-empty battery that got fully charged. The fourth heavenly lightning crashed down. Boom! Hao Ren's hair stood up, and his body felt somewhat numb. The aggressive lightning power ran wild in his body, and the light-splitting sword shadow scroll was not fast enough to absorb them immediately. The dragon core was activated. With a cracking sound, a new opening appeared in it. The acupoint absorbed all the lightning energy that entering his body. Like a cow storing the grass in its stomach for rumination, the new opening in the dragon core put all the energy in it. Seeing that the fifth heavenly lightning was about to crash down, Hao Ren gritted his teeth and was prepared to take one more. He gestured at Lu Linlin and Lu Lily and told them that he would jump out of the circle to escape the sixth heavenly lightning and end today's lightning cultivation. Crackle! The fifth heavenly lightning was brewing in the high sky. At this moment, the furious old man Zeng suddenly flew out of the sea. East Ocean Dragon Clan, wait and see. He spat out the words forcefully before shooting into the sky while enveloped by a beam of light. Crackle. Dozens of bolts of heavenly lightning in the clouds suddenly found their target. Like wolves pouncing on prey, they instantly surrounded the astonished Old Man Zeng. Meanwhile, on the beach, Hao Ren waited for a long while for the powerful fifth heavenly lightning, but it never came. More than 10 kilometers away from him, Old Man Zeng plunged into the sea once again after being struck and turned black by the bolts of lightning accumulated from the surrounding areas. Chapter 271. The first date baffled, Hao Ren stood on the beach, looking up into the sky which had become quiet. Strange. Is it possible that the lightning cultivation is no longer effective? Standing on either side of him, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily looked at each other and didn't understand the situation as well. Forget it. It's quite a feat to have unlocked one opening. Hao Ren withdrew his sword energies before looking at the Lu sisters. It's done. Let's go home. Okay, Gongzi. They answered cheerfully, stepping up to hold his arm before walking with him toward the house by the seaside. In pajamas, their bodies felt warm. Above the quiet beach, the clouds had scattered, revealing the bright moon and sparse stars in the sky. Humming a song, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily skipped along, each holding one of Hao Ren's arms. Hao Ren's clothes were torn, but he was pleased since tonight's cultivation proved the effectiveness of the lightning cultivation. In the sea far from them, Old Man Zeng stumbled out of the water. His face was burned black by the lightning, and he had even lost half of his dragon horn. Looking at his torn robe, he exhaled a black breath and let out a furious roar. He had cultivated hard for hundreds of years, but the efforts were all lost in one night. The sudden heaven tribulation had cost him a small part of his realm, making him drop to low-tier Qian level from mid-tier Qian level. Who launched the sneak attack on me? Old Man Zeng roared tragically while his burned hair and mustache began to fall from his head and face. Oblivious to the fact that his lightning cultivation on the beach had cut a small part of realm off Old Man Zeng, Hao Ren took the cheerful Lu Linlin and Lu Lily back to the house. Grandma was still soundly asleep in her room when Hao Ren tiptoed back to the second floor with the sisters. Gongzi, at his door, Lu Linlin looked at Hao Ren and said, "What?" Hao Ren looked at her. "Forget it. It's nothing." Lu Linlin lowered her head, bringing the tip of the two forefingers together. "Okay. Good night." Hao Ren smiled at her. He turned and entered his room. When he was closing the door, he heard Lu Lily ask Lu Linlin outside the door, "Sister, did you want to sleep in Gongzi's room?" "What are you talking about? I just wanted to chat with him." "Ach, it hurts, sis." Then, their voices disappeared. Resigned, Hao Ren smiled and changed into his pajamas to sleep. Even when he was not cultivating, the dragon core was quietly absorbing the essence from nature. The power he got from the bolts of lightning tonight was equivalent to what he got from 1 week's cultivation. Of course, this method was only available to cultivators like Hao Ren who were cultivating the 5 elements simultaneously and had masters like Lu Linlin and Lu Lily guarding him. Otherwise, even Gen-level cultivators would have their meridians destroyed by such powerful lightning. By cultivating 5 elements simultaneously, he had 5 elemental pillars in his body to counter the bolts of heaven lightning. However, for cultivators who cultivated only 1 or 2 elements, the lightning power would break down to the 5 elemental essences, and only 1 or 2 aggressive elemental essences would be blocked. The other 3 or 4 elemental essences would severely damage their bodies. The dangerous cultivation technique and strict restrictions were the reasons why the lightning cultivation had lost its appeal and was forgotten by cultivators. After all, it was challenging to borrow the power of the heaven Tao to elevate realms. Quietly, Hao Ren straightened up his meridians before going to sleep. The next morning, the sunlight shone on his bed, waking him up with its warmth. "Sleeping in my own bed is indeed comfortable," he yawned and stretched. Then, his hands bumped into 2 soft bodies. Opening his eyes, he found Lu Linlin and Lu Lily sleeping on either side of him in their quilts. The room was filled with their fragrance. They had slept with him for half a night. Sunlight shone through the windows and spread in the room. Convinced it was not a dream, he immediately sat up. His movements woke Lu Linlin and Lu Lily up. Rubbing their eyes, they looked at Hao Ren and said, "Let us help you change out of your pajamas." "No, no, no," Hao Ren jumped out of bed, clutching his pajamas tightly. "We wanted to keep you company, but there are no mats in your room," Lu Linlin explained. Hao Ren had been to the Dragon Palace and knew the so-called bedrooms all had small beds for maids. However, he was still panicking when he saw Lu Linlin and Lu Lily sleeping by his sides. Seeing the alarm on his face, Lu Lily giggled, covering her mouth with her delicate hand in embarrassment. "Go back to sleep. I have something to do today." Swiftly, he took out his clothes from the closet and left the room. After his escape, Lu Linlin pouted and looked at Lu Lily helplessly. "I just wanted to chat with him. Who knew that would sleep like a log?" Lu Lily giggled and said, "Sister, the middle spot where Gongzi slept on is still warm. I'll take the spot now." "Damn sister, it's mine." Lu Linlin rolled over and occupied the middle spot. They messed with each other in their pajamas in Hao Ren's room. Meanwhile, Hao Ren had changed out of his pajamas and walked into the living room. Seeing it was already 9 o'clock, he went into the garage. He looked at the white Ford and the red Ferrari in hesitation before starting the Ferrari. After the first formal lightning cultivation last night, he felt so good as if all the cells in his body had been reborn. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll was a technique to cultivate sword energy through lightning cultivation, while the Book of Sword Energy Array formations that the old grandma gave him recorded real sword techniques. In the future, he would rest for several days before summoning the lightning again to temper his body. In this way, the 5 elements in his body would be replenished very quickly. After all, as long as he had built a solid foundation, the later stages of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll would get easier. While he drove, he remembered that Zhao Kuo, who had lost all his cultivation strength, was also cultivating the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Suddenly, he was concerned about the current state of Zhao Kuo. Thinking about it, if Zhao Kuo hadn't disappeared, Zhao Yanzi wouldn't have lost her source of income, and he wouldn't have to go shopping with her. The sky was clear, and the sun was bright. When he came to the door of Zhao Yanzi's home, it was 10 o'clock. Ding! Ding! Hao Ren rang the doorbell. Dressed in a tightly fit purple sweater, a pair of pale blue jeans, and white denim shoes, Zhao Yanzi rushed out of the door with her hair down. In the sunlight, she looked young and bright. The thin sweater accentuated her elegant figure so well that Hao Ren suspected she was taking physique classes on the weekends. Bang! She got into the car and wrinkled her nose at Hao Ren. "Let's go." "Z, you won't come back for lunch, right?" Zhao Hongyu opened a window and asked her in a loud voice. "No, we'll eat out." Zhao Yanzi turned her head to the window and yelled back. "Ren, tonight, we'll go to your grandma's place. You can go there with Z directly," Zhao Hongyu told Hao Ren. "Okay." Hao Ren started the red Ferrari which shined brightly in the sunlight. Looking at them through the window, Zhao Hongyu smiled in satisfaction with a spoon in her hand. It seemed to be Z and Ren's first date, she thought. Sitting in the passenger seat, Zhao Yanzi emitted a youthful aura. Her straight hair gleamed a dark red color in the sunlight. Her hair was fine and straight. While she looked down at her clothes, her hair fell forward and blocked her face, revealing her small ears. "Where do we go?" Hao Ren asked her while driving. "Nanjing Road," Zhao Yanzi pursed her lips and answered in excitement. As the center of East Ocean City, Nanjing Road was full of stores and malls and was the favorite shopping place for girls. Hao Ren drove toward Nanjing Road. While he looked at the right rear mirror, he sneaked a glance at her. Zhao Yanzi was young, but she had inherited her mother's slim figure and her father's distinct facial shape. She was indeed pretty. The limited version Ferrari attracted the eyes of the pedestrians. Finally, they arrived at Nanjing Road, the center of East Ocean City. He drove around and parked the car before walking with Zhao Yanzi to the car-free zone. Strolling with Zhao Yanzi, Hao Ren found many young people doing a double take. Zhao Yanzi in grade 8, and she looked like a pretty girl next door. Her bright eyes and delicate face attracted many admiring glances. Her fashionable sweater accentuated her lively and exquisite figure. It was not sexy but very eye-catching. At least 6 so-called star scouts ran over to offer auditions for movies or commercials, but Hao Ren turned them all down. Some journalists secretly or publicly took her pictures, and Hao Ren spotted their movements immediately. However, he didn't care about the photographers as long as they didn't bother her. If her pictures were posted in fashion magazines, her vanity would be satisfied. It was the weekend, and many young people were out shopping. There were many pretty girls and handsome guys among them, but none of them looked as dashing as Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren. In a clean short-sleeved shirt and a pair of casual jeans, Hao Ren was one head taller than Zhao Yanzi while they strolled together. Besides Zhao Yanzi's photos, he didn't know that the photographers were also taking pictures of him. After reaching Gen level, he had a unique presence. In the eyes of the fashion photographers, it was laziness in simple clothes, an aura even a professional model couldn't mimic. Of course, for the young people, their glances were mainly at Zhao Yanzi, who was as pretty as a star. Hao Ren was quite handsome, but not devilishly dashing. The sight of Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi walking together gave them an amazing feeling, making young couples look at them with amazement and envy. Feeling their admiring glances, Zhao Yanzi, who had been walking with Hao Ren shoulder to shoulder, stepped closer to him. After a few seconds of hesitation, she gently tucked her hand under his arm. Hao Ren shivered and looked at her in surprise. Zhao Yanzi pulled him forward until he caught up to her pace. She raised her head slightly and glanced at him. "Uncle, don't pretend to be dumb. I know you are smug." With her arm around his, Hao Ren turned to look at her and couldn't help grinning. He was indeed enjoying this. Chapter 272. The Sucker. The mall was inevitably crowded on the weekend. The more expensive the area got, the fewer people shopped there. However, Zhao Yanzi specifically dragged Hao Ren to those areas. Hao Ren's wasn't broke, but he was still astonished to see the tags that showed tens of thousands of yuan. It was surely not easy to hold on to Zhao Yanzi's little hand. Zhao Yanzi dragged Hao Ren around the marble area and set her eyes on a fabulous princess dress at last. "I want to try this one on." Hao Ren went over to check out the price instead of the material. "Geez, 6,500 yuan. It's on sale now. Only 3,500 yuan, the saleswoman came over and said to Hao Ren. Zhao Yanzi took the hanger out and handed it to the saleswoman. "It looks gorgeous. I'll try it on." "This dress, can it even be worn in public?" Hao Ren looked at the fancy cake dress with so many layers to it. The royal palace style didn't seem like something that should appear on the street. The saleswoman could tell that they were young, and she wasn't sure if they could afford it. But she still took the dress out for Zhao Yanzi since she wanted to try it on. Zhao Yanzi hugged the fluffy dress cheerfully and walked into the fitting room. Hao Ren saw how excited she was and remembered that he never bought her a lot of gifts before. He even forgot to buy her a birthday gift. He decided to buy the dress for her if she really liked it, although it was pretty expensive. Zhao Yanzi changed into the dress from her jeans after a few minutes and walked out of the fitting room. The long princess dress almost reached the marble floor, and the bright light shined on the dress, making Zhao Yanzi look even more glamorous. "Attending a ball? So pretty," the saleswoman praised sincerely. Zhao Yanzi spun in front of the mirror 2 times, looking satisfied as well. Her tight, thin sweater made her youthful shape stand out, and the long elegant dress made her look taller. "Okay, I'll take it." Zhao Yanzi was very assertive. "I'll pay with my card." Hao Ren took his credit card out of his wallet and handed it to the saleswoman. She didn't expect them actually to purchase the dress. She was stunned for a bit before taking the card and smiling. "Hee hee, you are so nice to your little sister." Little sister, Hao Ren didn't know what to say. "1 second, we need to pick a jacket." Zhao Yanzi's eyes scanned between the racks. "A Western-style jacket." Hao Ren got nervous. "One more." The saleswoman got excited again. "Western-style jacket? For what kind of event?" Zhao Yanzi bit her finger as she scanned. "I need a costume for my play." "Romeo and Juliet?" the saleswoman asked. Zhao Yanzi nodded shyly. "Oh, I was wondering why you wanted to get a Western-style jacket." She led Zhao Yanzi into the fancy formal clothes area. Hao Ren followed closely after Zhao Yanzi. "Romeo and Juliet? How come you didn't tell me about it?" he asked. "Why do I have to tell you?" Zhao Yanzi glimpsed at Hao Ren. Hao Ren didn't know how to answer. "This jacket matches the dress perfectly," the saleswoman said to Zhao Yanzi in front of a gorgeous formal jacket. Hao Ren once again was shocked when he saw the price tag. 8,300 yuan. "This one is on sale as well. It's only 6,800 yuan now." The pretty saleswoman smiled at Hao Ren cheerfully. "I'll try it on." Zhao Yanzi wasn't worried about the money at all. She grabbed the jacket and walked to the fitting room. Soon enough, when Zhao Yanzi got out of the fitting room in the formal jacket, her entire temperament changed again. A bit of mystery was added. Haha, so pretty, the saleswoman struck while the iron was hot. In other words, she was looting a burning house. She stared at Zhao Yanzi's sneakers and said, "It seems like we haven't got a pair of matching shoes yet. Why don't you get a pair of pretty milky white high heels? It would look so beautiful on you, and it is only 3,999 yuan now." Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren and thought for a bit before she said to her, "It's okay. This is good enough for now. I'll go get changed while you wrap it up for me." After half a minute, she got out of the fitting room in her original outfit. Hao Ren didn't expect to spend over 10,000 yuan by going shopping with Zhao Yanzi. Her spending ability was absolutely horrifying. "It's okay. I already saved you from a pair of shoes." Zhao Yanzi stuffed the bags of her dress and jacket into Hao Ren's hands after she noticed his sorrow face. Then, she held onto his arm and left this high-end store on the top floor of the mall. A store whose name Hao Ren hadn't even heard of. "Hey! When is the play you mentioned?" Hao Ren pulled on her smooth hand a little to slow her down. "Tuesday evening," Zhao Yanzi said lightly. "Next week?" Hao Ren asked. "Of course," Zhao Yanzi said slowly but sternly as she stared into Hao Ren's eyes. "Can I come and watch?" Hao Ren inquired again. "Whatever you want," Zhao Yanzi answered absent-mindedly as she walked in front with one hand lightly dragging Hao Ren. Hao Ren looked at her as she walked. He knew that she was only too shy to invite him to see her play. However, she secretly wanted him to come, so she dragged him to shop for stage costumes. It was just a different way of delivering the message. Zhao Yanzi sure wouldn't spend other people's money randomly. She only took the allowance from her uncle. As for the gifts from the guys who were interested in her, she threw them all away. Otherwise, as popular as she was, she could have had many rich guys spending their money on her as long as she told them to. She walked cheerfully in her sneakers, skipping from step to step. Since Zhao Yanzi said so, Hao Ren definitely would be going to see her play. He knew that all the top-tier middle schools would arrange for plays, and Romeo and Juliet was the most common play. The girl who played Juliet would usually be the most popular and prettiest girl in school. Zhao Yanzi was chosen to play Juliet, and it demonstrated how popular she was at school. "The school's costumes are dirty and ripped, so I wanted to buy a new one," Zhao Yanzi explained quietly as they walked. Hao Ren could imagine how beautiful Zhao Yanzi would look in the brand new outfit on the stage in front of the entire school. He now understood why Zhao Yanzi was pretty tired lately. It turned out that she had been practicing for the play. "Who is playing Romeo?" Hao Ren asked in a low voice as he squeezed her hand. Zhao Yanzi turned around and rolled her eyes at Hao Ren. "You don't know him." However, when she turned back around to hold the handrail of the escalator, she felt the sweetness in her heart. Chapter 273. I don't even mind. They took the escalator down to the first floor of the mall, and Zhao Yanzi suddenly covered her tummy with her hand to let Hao Ren know that she was hungry. "What do you want to eat?" Hao Ren asked her. "KFC." Hao Ren asked her, "You are not a kid anymore, and you still want KFC?" Zhao Yanzi suddenly turned to Hao Ren and said, "I wanted to save money for you." Hao Ren didn't know what to say, so he accompanied her into KFC. It was lunchtime, and Nanjing Street was located downtown. Therefore, there were many people in this KFC location. Not only was there a long lineup, but all the tables were taken. Hao Ren stopped Zhao Yanzi when he saw the crowd. "There are too many people here. Let's go somewhere else. I'll buy you something more expensive." "It's okay. Here is fine." Zhao Yanzi was too lazy to go somewhere else, so she went straight into this KFC. She waited beside a table. The people sitting there were about to finish their lunch. Seeing how stubborn she was, Hao Ren went to the back of the line with the bags in his hands. She bought clothes over thousands of yuan, yet she wanted to save him money on food. Hao Ren truly couldn't understand girls' thoughts. He waited in line for over 5 minutes. Hao Ren got a burger combo and a wrap combo. Then, he went back into the crowd to look for Zhao Yanzi. Here, Zhao Yanzi raised her right hand. She had already snagged 2 seats. She was in the thin purple sweater, waving her arm. Her small mouth and nose reminded Hao Ren of the sparrows in the spring. "Here, just waiting in line made me sweaty." Hao Ren put the tray on the table. Since there were many customers, they had to share the table with others. They couldn't sit in front of each other as usual. Therefore, they had to sit side by side at the table, and it brought them even closer. Zhao Yanzi almost leaned onto Hao Ren's shoulder. She held onto the chicken wings in excitement as her smooth arm rubbed Hao Ren's arm recklessly. Hao Ren could even feel her body heat through her thin sweater. Her youthful and charming look attracted the guys' attention around them. They were all jealous of Hao Ren. "The fries are mine. The ice cream is mine too." She kept scrambling at Hao Ren's food after having finished her own. Hao Ren was complaining in his mind, but it was very lucky for him to be bullied by such a pretty little girl in other people's eyes. "Hey! I already drank that," Hao Ren shouted when she took his bottle of Coke. "So what?" Zhao Yanzi put her orange juice in front of Hao Ren. "Here, mine doesn't taste good, so you can have it." Hao Ren looked at her, stupefied. If he remembered correctly, she would have killed him if he touched anything of hers a month ago. And now she would let him drink the orange juice she just had? "Go ahead. What's your problem? I don't even mind." Zhao Yanzi put the cup into his hand after seeing him not responding. There were tiny water drops all over the plastic cup along with Zhao Yanzi's handprint. There was even her lip print on the straw. Hao Ren took a sip of the orange juice. It was sweet. At the same time, Zhao Yanzi took large gulps of the iced Coke Hao Ren just had. Zhao Yanzi put the empty Coke bottle down when she realized that Hao Ren was staring at her. Her face blushed, and she appeared to be angry again. "What are you looking at? I'm full. Let's get out of here." She dragged Hao Ren up. Then, she lightly patted a little boy, who was standing beside them waiting for the seat, on the head and said, "These seats are yours, little guy." The boy immediately cheered up. Zhao Yanzi walked out of the crowded KFC with Hao Ren. "Alright, where do you want to go next?" Hao Ren took in a deep breath of fresh air after they got outside. "Go where? You are such a little kid." Zhao Yanzi stared at Hao Ren. "Let's get back earlier to see grandma." Hao Ren was utterly speechless. "Zhao Yanzi called me a little kid." She dragged Hao Ren toward the parking lot forcefully. However, Hao Ren didn't feel a slight hint of murderous intent in the entire process. Zhao Yanzi looked as aggressive as usual, but she was actually very gentle. She would only act like this if she were with someone she could rely on. Hao Ren was dragged to their vehicle by her. He put the bags of clothes in the back seat, started the car, and drove to his house. It was a sunny day, and it was the perfect weather to drive a convertible. The Ferrari arrived at the beach steadily. The golden sunshine, the blue ocean, and the clear sky put them in a pleasant mood. Zhao Yanzi kept her mouth and eyes closed as she breathed in slowly, enjoying the breeze. The wind blew into her light sweater and swept her hair to the back of her head. She looked pretty and graceful. There was no need for any word or music as the very situation was relaxing and comfortable. The sports car drove forward at high speed. Zhao Yanzi suddenly opened her eyes and turned to look at Hao Ren. Hao Ren got nervous. What's the matter? You look a little handsome from this angle," Zhao Yanzi said quietly. "Not good enough for a princess like you," Hao Ren said back to her. "Humph." Zhao Yanzi turned to her right where the ocean view was. After half an hour, they arrived at the house. Zhao Guang's black Chevrolet was already parked outside. "Dad. Mom." Zhao Yanzi went inside with her new clothes as if she was entering her own house. Grandma came to the door cheerfully and held Zhao Yanzi in her arms. "Grandma." Zhao Yanzi called out in a sweet voice. It was so sweet that one could make honey out of it. Hao Ren parked the car in the garage and came in the house. It was very lively in the living room. There were Zhao Yanzi's family of 3, the Lu sisters, Grandma and Hao Ren himself. The house had never been as lively as this moment. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were busy bringing everyone tea and water, and Zhao Hongyu helped them with the glasses. Obviously, she had just arrived as well. The twin sisters looked like 2 little butterflies in their light pink laced shirts, plage short skirts, and leggings. They didn't seem overbearing at all even though they were both Qian level masters. On the contrary, they looked more like 2 patient maids. Zhao Guang stood on the side silently, watching Lu Linlin and Lu Lily take care of Grandma. He wondered if they were the ones who restricted the cultivation techniques of West Ocean's 16 elders and threw them into the East Ocean. "I bought a dress and a jacket today, Grandma." Zhao Yanzi took out the clothes as she leaned on Grandma. "Ah, they are so beautiful," Grandma praised and asked, "How much are they?" "Not much. The dress is 350 yuan, and the jacket is 380 yuan, Zhao Yanzi answered without blushing or blinking. Hao Ren had his eye wide open, and he almost choked himself. Zhao Yanzi lightly cut the price by skipping a 0. "Hee, that is not expensive at all. Z is so good at getting the good deals," Grandma said as she ran her hand through Zhao Yanzi's smooth hair. Only Zhao Hongyu, who studied design and architecture, knew that the price of the clothes would not be cheap as soon as she saw them. Since Z has a limited allowance, Ren must have paid for all of them, she thought. "Here is your Longjing tea, Grandma." Lu Lily brought a cup of hot tea to Grandma. Hee, good, take some rest yourself." Grandma pulled her down on the couch. The tea gave out a strong fresh aroma. Zhao Hongyu took a glimpse at the tea leaves in the cup and realized that it was actually top-tier greenwood leaves instead of Longjing tea leaves. Even cultivators on and above fifth heaven couldn't have easy access to greenwood leaves. Greenwood trees were of pure wood element, and its leaves contained nature essence. It could definitely help Grandma to live a prolonged life. In fact, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily traded 250 grams of top-tier greenwood leaves with the piece of a mid-tier spirit stone when they went to the trading convention on Fifth Heaven with Hao Ren last time. The dragon cultivators and human cultivators seldom communicated since they were cautious toward each other. Therefore, the spirit stones, which weren't so important to dragon cultivators, could be used to trade for some rare items that weren't commonly seen in the mortal world. Zhao Yanzi took her new dress and jacket upstairs to get changed while Hao Ren stayed in the living room to entertain the guests as the host. Grandma was in high spirit. She chit-chatted with Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang and told them stories about her stay in Zhejiang. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily sat on the couch, combing each other's hair lovingly after serving everyone their drinks. "Do I look pretty, Grandma?" Zhao Yanzi suddenly appeared on the stairs in the dress and jacket she just got. There was a small platform on the stairs when the stairway turned, and it looked like a natural stage for Zhao Yanzi. Her appearance in her new outfits was beautiful. "Little Jumu is so pretty." The twins couldn't help but praise her. Zhao Yanzi was very satisfied with their compliment, and her impression of the girls had improved. She never saw them as opponents. On the other hand, Zhao Yanzi only saw Xie Yujia as a serious threat. Grandma gave Zhao Yanzi's outfits a lot of compliments as well, although she mostly complimented Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi was so happy. She held the railing and spun twice before hopping back onto the second floor to get changed. Hao Ren saw how cheerful she was. He knew that she wasn't very confident on stage, so she was looking for some encouragement. Hao Ren's expectation for Tuesday suddenly got very high at this thought. He imagined Zhao Yanzi, who had always been good with her words, stuttering on stage and making a fool of herself. "I got a lot of groceries on the way here. We can enjoy hot pot tonight." Zhao Hongyu smiled at Grandma gently after Zhao Yanzi disappeared at the end of the stairs. "Yeah, we have a good number of people for hot pot." Grandma nodded in agreement. Didi, Zhao Guang's cell phone suddenly rang. He slowly picked it up. Hao Ren, with his acute hearing, immediately heard Elder Lu's worrisome voice through the phone. "Bad news, Dragon King. The 16 elders from West Ocean have escaped from the Dragon Palace." Chapter 274. Kicked an iron board. How did it happen? Zhao Guang asked immediately. The inception of this chapter's publication is linked to N0V3 £11N. Oldman Zeng came to the Dragon Palace in a fury. He broke into the palace and unlocked the acupoints of the 16 elders. Then, they rushed out of the palace together, Elder Lu told him over the phone. Hearing the news, Zhao Guang's face turned livid with rage. Oldman Zeng was so outrageous that he broke into the East Ocean Dragon Palace. He didn't know that Oldman Zeng was struck by lightning last night, and half of his dragon horn was cut off. Thinking of West Ocean's masters who were imprisoned in East Ocean, Oldman Zeng went insane with rage, and that drove him to break into the East Ocean Dragon Palace to free the 16 elders. While Elder Lu was reporting to Zhao Guang, ferocious Oldman Zeng led the 16 recovered elders toward Hao Ren's house by the seaside. "A mere mortal dared to set traps for our West Ocean Dragon clan." Oldman Zeng understood the whole incident from his elders and decided to capture Hao Ren's grandma in person. He couldn't find Zheng Yitao in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, so he didn't dare to stay longer in the palace and left in a hurry. After flying out of the sea, he thought for a while and decided to capture Hao Ren's relative and trade for Zheng Yitao. It would be an easy solution. The 17 people formed a triangular formation while they flew swiftly above the sea surface toward the seaside villa. Meanwhile in the house, seeing Zhao Guang put down his cell phone with a heavy expression, Grandma smiled genially. "It's okay. You can go and handle your business." Zhao Guang hesitated and wasn't sure if he should go back to the Dragon Palace to check up on the people in there. Oldman Zheng had high status in the Dragon tribe, and the elders guarding the East Ocean Dragon Palace wouldn't dare to hurt him without Zhao Guang's permission. That was why Zhao Guang was afraid that Oldman Zheng had caused casualties in the Dragon Palace. Since Elder Lu got the news from Premier Shah, he didn't know about the details of the conflict himself. Meanwhile, Oldman Zheng and 16 elders were getting closer to Hao Ren's house by the seaside. Oldman Zheng was experienced and knew that the Lu sisters used a pair of powerful Dharma treasures. However, he would arrange the 16 elders in an array formation and use it to counter the pair of Dharma treasures. In the house, Zhao Guang was silent for a short moment. "Well, I'd better go back and have a look." The moment he stood up, thunder crackled outside. He walked to the window and looked out but could see nothing unusual. While they were flying above the sea surface, Oldman Zheng and the 16 elders also heard the thunder. Oldman Zheng, who had just been struck by lightning last night, shivered involuntarily. "I will say this one last time, don't make a move against mortals." A majestic voice came from the white clouds in the high sky. Swoosh! Then, 16 bright shooting stars shot down from the sky and landed on the spines of the 16 elders. With muffled grunts, the 16 elders all fell into the sea and created 16 splashes. Oldman Zheng immediately paused in midair. Swoosh! As if they were water skiing, the 16 elders slid onto the beach by momentum. When they stood up, they were horrified to find that their cultivation strengths of Qian level and Kun level were all destroyed. They were turned into mortals. Their cultivation strengths were all burned up, and they couldn't activate even one trace of nature essence. Their cultivation strengths were not locked but destroyed. The hundreds of openings in their dragon cores unblocked, and their hundreds of years of cultivation were gone. You tried to make moves against mortals repeatedly. This time, the punishments are just reminders. If you do it again, both your bodies and souls will be destroyed. The stern voice resonated in the high sky. Who is it? Stunned, Oldman Zheng flew up into the sky. Look up. The gods are watching. The voice answered him while a dazzling shooting star shot down. It struck Oldman Zheng's back, making him fall half a meter. Oldman Zheng tried to fly up again, but another shooting star hit his head. Then another and another, there were 7 of them in total. They struck him down meter by meter until he fell into the sea. When he got out of the sea, he was horrified to find that his cultivation strength had been lowered from Qian level to Zhen level. His tough dragon core seemed to be blocked by cement, and only 40 small openings were left. The sky was again peaceful. The white clouds floated leisurely as if nothing had happened. Grand Dragon King, what should we do? Soaked, the elders stumbled to Oldman Zheng's sides. Oldman Zheng gritted his teeth and looked up at the sky. In 100 years, we will never bring up the topic of taking East Ocean's territory. Having lived hundreds of years, he wanted to cry at the current pathetic situation. He had taken West Ocean's elites to East Ocean City, intending to exert pressure on the East Ocean Dragon clan. However, before the battle began, his force was destroyed. Not only did the top 16 elders lose all their cultivation strengths in one instant, but he himself had dropped from the powerful Qian level to the insignificant Zhen level. This loss didn't include Black Wolf, who had been captured by the Dragon God Shrine. The force that West Ocean had spent hundreds of years nurturing was turned into dust in the blink of an eye. Right now, Oldman Zheng only wanted to go back to the West Ocean Dragon Palace and end this nightmare. Although notorious for his cunning and viciousness, Oldman Zheng was suddenly filled with fear. He waved his hand, saying, "Go home, go home." East Ocean was deceptively powerful, and he could never defeat it. Oldman Zheng finally understood the deceptive game the East Ocean Dragon clan had been playing. Obviously, it had shown its weakness to lure him into their trap. The elders who had lost their cultivation strengths had never seen Old Man Zeng in such a panic. They looked at him with the same panic, asking, "Grand Dragon King, what about the Crown Prince? We can't help him now. We'll talk about it after we get back." Old Man Zeng fled toward the road on the seashore. Since he was lowered to Gen level, he could be killed easily by a Dewey level cultivator. Besides, he was leading 16 elders who were literally mortals. Old Man Zeng could think of nothing but to get back to the West Ocean Dragon Palace and hide there for 200 or 300 years. He was arrogant and aggressive and thus had made many enemies. If his enemies knew that he had been lowered to Gen level and lost most of his elders, they would undoubtedly hunt him down for revenge. He could only be saved inside the Dragon Palace under the protection of the palace's defense array formation. It would be a disaster if he met any of his enemies on his way back to the Dragon Palace. Old Man Zeng lost all of his previous arrogance, and in its place was fear. While stumbling on the beach, something dawned on him, and he paused and yelled, "I was tricked, tricked." "What's it, Grand Dragon King?" the 16 elders asked him anxiously. "I took one wrong step and lost everything," Old Man Zeng said with sudden understanding. "Zhao Kuo must have passed the heavenly tribulation and flown into the heaven as a heavenly dragon. It is Zhao Kuo who had been messing with us." Thinking of the shooting stars and meteor shower, Old Man Zeng was still afraid. He murmured to himself, "The realm of heavenly dragon. It must be Zhao Kuo. We were all tricked by East Ocean." He stomped hard on the sand. In the next 500 years, no one talks about taking East Ocean's territory. Since they have a Grand Master on the heavenly dragon realm, we West Ocean will never gain the upper hand in the battle with East Ocean. In his mind, only Grand Masters on the heavenly dragon realm were capable of such power. The more he thought about it, the more fearful he got. Since Zhao Kuo has reached the heavenly dragon realm, from now on, West Ocean will have to give ways to East Ocean, he thought. In his panic, he would never have imagined that Zhao Kuo had failed the heavenly tribulation. In fact, the one who struck them was a Grand Master on the Soul Formation realm. Meanwhile, in the house by the sea, Zhao Guang thought for a while and decided to go back to the Dragon Palace to have a look. Digging out his car key, he walked toward the door. "Auntie, I have to deal with some urgent business matters. I will come back later." "It's okay. Get on with your business first," Grandma said with understanding. Zhao Guang walked out of the house and passed the door, driving away in the black Chevrolet shortly. Zhao Hongyu was worried about Zhao Guang, but she remained calm and continued to chat with Grandma. Hao Ren knew something was wrong, but since Zhao Guang was already dealing with it, he settled down and kept his grandma company. After about 10 minutes, Zhao Guang returned. "What's wrong?" Seeing he returned so soon, Grandma asked. "Nothing. The problem is solved." Zhao Guang looked relaxed and cheerful, entirely different from the look he had when he left a moment ago. Even Zhao Yanzi had never seen her usually stern father so cheerful. Zhao Hongyu was curious, so she bumped Zhao Guang lightly. "What happened?" When Lu Qing called Zhao Guang, she had heard the conversation. It didn't sound like good news since Old Man Zeng broke into the East Ocean Dragon Palace and rescued 16 West Ocean elders. "Hee, Auntie, it was just a business issue. It's all solved." Zhao Guang's tone was upbeat, and his face was flushed with excitement. He looked different. "It is good to hear that your problem is solved." Grandma didn't probe. Seeing the cheerful expression on his face, she was relieved. However, Zhao Hongyu was not satisfied. Pinching his arm lightly, she asked in a low voice, "What happened?" Hao Ren was also curious, and he listened attentively to their conversation. Zhao Guang looked back at Zhao Hongyu before glancing at Hao Ren and answered in a whisper, "West Ocean just sent a peace treaty through their premier. They will trade the life of Zheng Yitao with 25,000 kilograms of gold, 50,000 kilograms of silver, 310,000-year deep ocean corals, 800 top-tier nightly pearls, 500 foundation building pills, and 12 West Ocean mystic ice. Besides, they offered a peace period of 500 years between the two oceans." Chapter 275. A big family, really? Zhao Hongyu had been calm in every emergency, but this time she was astonished. "I don't know if it's a trick of theirs. Tomorrow evening, the premier of the West Ocean Dragon Palace will come to the East Ocean Dragon Palace with the gifts and pick up Zheng Yitao," Zhao Guang said. "But West Ocean's style is not to play tricks. They don't think they need schemes with their greater strength. Zhao Hongyu analyzed in a low voice. Standing next to them, Hao Ren didn't understand the 180-degree change in the West Ocean's attitude. Mom. The pot is taken out. Shall I wash it? Standing on the other side of the living room, Zhao Yanzi asked with a dusty electric hotpot pot in her hands. Zhao Yanzi glanced at Zhao Guang. We'll talk about it when we get home. She turned to face Zhao Yanzi. Of course, you must wash it. It's dusty. Okay. Nodding, Zhao Yanzi walked to Hao Ren and placed the pot into his hands with a frown. Hurry up and wash it. You wash it. Zhao Hongyu glanced at Zhao Yanzi in exasperation. The pot belongs to him, and I don't know how to wash it. It took a great effort of mine to dig it out from the storage room, Zhao Yanzi said, widening her bright eyes. Hao Ren saw threads of spider webs on her arm. Knowing that she had indeed dug out the hot pot from under the pile of rarely used objects. Without talking back, he took the pot to the kitchen to wash it. Lin, Lily, come with me to rinse the vegetables. Zhao Hongyu beckoned to the sisters. Okay. The Lu sisters answered in unison. They needed to wash and rinse the vegetables and chop the meats for hot pot. Obediently, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily followed Zhao Hongyu to the backyard and helped her. This left Zhao Yanzi with nothing to do. While Grandma talked with her dad, she stood in the living room and found it quite empty. She thought for a while and ran into the kitchen to stand beside Hao Ren. Hao Ren was rubbing the pot with a piece of cloth, and he ignored her when she came in. Zhao Yanzi didn't speak, she just watched him by his side. What are you doing here? Hao Ren turned his head slightly and looked at her. Nothing. Zhao Yanzi curled her lips. Hao Ren rinsed the pot with hot water before scrubbing the stubborn stains with a tougher scrubby. Hey! Zhao Yanzi yelled abruptly. Ignoring her, Hao Ren continued scrubbing. Hey! Zhao Yanzi yelled again. When Hao Ren continued to ignore her, she said, Do you want me to call over your class president? Are you trying to mess with me? Hao Ren looked at her in exasperation. Not at all. You miss her, right? Zhao Yanzi glanced at him and said in a provocative tone. Ignoring her, Hao Ren scrubbed the pot more thoroughly. Give me your cell phone. I'll call her. Zhao Yanzi reached out her hand. I have no time for your nonsense. Hao Ren took the pot to the other sink. However, Zhao Yanzi followed him. While he was busy scrubbing, she stuck her hand into his pocket for his cell phone. Hao Ren tried to dodge, but her hand kept wriggling in his pocket. Hao Ren panicked. Finally, she grabbed the cell phone and took it out of his pocket. Hey! Give it back! Hao Ren chased her with the pot in his hand. However, she had run out of the kitchen and then out of the house, making the call. With the pot in his hand, Hao Ren could only watch her. Minutes later, Zhao Yanzi returned to the kitchen with his cell phone. Did you finish the call? Hao Ren looked at her. No. I lied to you. I didn't call her. Zhao Yanzi slipped the cell phone back into his pocket before running out of the kitchen to join Zhao Hongyu and the Lu sisters in the backyard. Hao Ren didn't believe her. After drying his hands, he took out the cell phone and pulled out the recent calls. Sure enough, there was a call made to Xie Yujia a few minutes ago. He dialed her number, and it was answered after 2 rings. Yujia? Hao Ren said immediately. Yeah, it's me, Xie Yujia answered. Did Zhao Yanzi call you? Hao Ren asked. Yeah, she called me, she answered lightly. What did she say? Hao Ren asked cautiously. Nothing important. She just invited me over for hot pot. She paused for a few seconds before asking, Is she with you right now? Yeah, she's at my home with her parents. Oh. Silence. To break the silence, Hao Ren asked her, What are you doing? Reading. Are you home alone? Yeah, she answered in a gentle and lazy voice. Do you want to come over and have hot pot with us? Lu Linlin and Lu Lily are here as well. No, I'll cook something for myself. Oh, now, Hao Ren didn't know what to say. Have fun. I'll go back to my book. Xie Yujia's words signaled her intention to end the conversation. Okay. And, Grandma hopes that you can come over when you have time, he said. Got it, she answered before hanging up. Hao Ren was suddenly at a loss. He could imagine Xie Yujia sitting in the small windowless room, reading under a yellow lamp. Seeing Zhao Yanzi playing with Zhao Hongyu outside, Hao Ren wondered if Zhao Yanzi had called Xie Yujia for fun or to meddle with her. Ren. Are you done washing the pot? Grandma called him from outside. Yeah, it's done, he answered immediately before taking the pot out of the kitchen. Then, a boisterous and lively hot pot meal began. With Grandma in the center, everyone talked, laughed, and got closer to each other in the process. Zhao Guang was in a great mood, eating, drinking and talking a lot. Grandma rarely had so many people eating a meal with her in recent years, so she was delighted. When the night came, Zhao Hongyu and the Lu sisters helped Hao Ren to clean the table, and then it was almost time to leave. Grandma stood in the doorway, seeing them off reluctantly. There were 2 vacant spots in the car, so Zhao Guang would drive Lu Linlin and Lu Lily back to downtown. Since Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were granddaughters of Lu Qing, they were also part of Zhao Guang's big family in a way. While the black Chevrolet drove away slowly, Grandma sighed slightly. Loneliness always came after the party. Knowing Grandma's sentiments, Hao Ren helped her back to the house. I called Yujia today, but she said she is busy and can't come, Grandma said while walking into the house. I guess she's busy, Hao Ren said helplessly. Well, nothing is perfect in the world. With a wave of her hand, Grandma walked into the brightly lit house slowly. While Hao Ren sighed together with his grandma, in her small room, Xie Yujia rubbed her head and closed a thick book. After checking the clock on the desk, she rolled her shoulders and stood up. Well, it's time for me to go to the old grandma's place and cultivate. Chapter 276. Grandma cherishes you. Xie Yujia cooked a couple of dishes and packed them in separate boxes before going to the nearby shanty town. After arriving in front of the old grandma's rundown little house, Xie Yujia knocked, and the old grandma opened the door. Grandma, I cooked these dishes and they are still warm. Xie Yujia walked in and placed the boxes on the black wooden table. The old grandma nodded and sat at the table. Xie Yujia sat next to her and took out 2 pairs of chopsticks. Today, she was alone at home, so she cooked the meal to eat with the old grandma. The old grandma ate slowly without a word. Xie Yujia glanced at her and said after a few seconds of hesitation, Grandma. Yes. The old grandma looked up. One of my friends wants to make beauty pills. She wants you to help her, Xie Yujia said cautiously while observing the old grandma's expression. What's her name? Su Han. The Dragon Tribe's inspector in East Ocean City. I won't help her, the old grandma said. Xie Yujia was a little surprised, but she didn't pursue the topic since the old grandma had refused to help Su Han. However, I can teach you how to make the pills. Seeing Xie Yujia's awkward expression, the old grandma softened and changed her tone. Me? Xie Yujia looked at her with doubt and excitement. Can I do it? Why not? You are my disciple. The old grandma's face fell a little. She couldn't bear to see Xie Yujia in such a hesitant and self-doubting way. She was a lively and confident girl, but she had become so hesitant and indecisive due to her love life. The old grandma's heart ached for her. A moment later, the old grandma's expression softened. The life-death note I taught you is not a simple technique of attack and defense. It can control the changes of the nature essence. Naturally, it can make elixir pills. Elixir creation, after all, extracted the 5 elemental essences from the materials before combining them in proper proportions with special techniques in a furnace. The 5 elemental life-death note could use the 5 elemental essences in nature, so it could control the flows of the 5 elemental essences in the furnace. By extracting the purest elemental essences from the materials, it could greatly enhance the success rate. But you can't make elixirs with mortal fires. You need to borrow the snow lion from that kid, the old grandma continued. She called Hao Ren, that kid, instead of his name, showing her disapproval of him. Okay, Grandma, Xie Yujia, who lowered her head to focus on her meal, answered gently. The old grandma stopped talking and began savoring the dishes cooked by Xie Yujia. After the meal, Xie Yujia cleaned the table, and the old grandma rested for a while before teaching Xie Yujia how to make elixir pills with the technique. The 5 elemental life-death note was the technique that earned old grandma her reputation in the world of cultivation. The 5 elemental note controlled life, death, and nature. She had used this technique to take essence from nature by force, leaping from the top-tier nascent soul realm to the soul formation realm. By learning the life-death note, Xie Yujia had undoubtedly become the direct disciple of the old grandma. However, due to her poor cultivation talent, the old grandma had no hopes of her reaching the nascent soul realm. Here is the key. The 5 elemental life-death note was the perfect counter for the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. While the light-splitting sword shadow scroll could activate the 5 elemental essences and turn the essences into sword energies, the 5 elemental life-death note could control and collect the 5 elemental essences in nature and thus became the nemesis of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. The old grandma taught Xie Yujia this technique, not in the hopes that she would sweep over the mortal world. Instead, the old grandma hoped that Xie Yujia could use it against Hao Ren if the latter dared to bully her. No matter how many sword energies or sword energy array formations Hao Ren released, Xie Yujia could absorb them all with the 5 elemental note. If the light-splitting sword shadow scroll was a sword, then the 5 elemental life-death note was the scabbard. I would never allow my disciple to be slighted. Seeing Xie Yujia practicing the elixir-making technique with 5 elemental note, the old grandma beckoned to her. "Grandma, is there anything wrong?" Xie Yujia got anxious since she hadn't made any progress after cultivating for a long while. Although she was smart in studying, she was quite obtuse in cultivation. "Last time, I gave you the life note, and now I'll plant in you the death note." The old grandma placed her hand on Xie Yujia's shoulder, and a surge of pure nature essence entered the center of her left palm after passing through her meridians instantly. With a burning sensation in the center of her left palm, a faint silver note was printed in Xie Yujia's palm. Golden was life while silver was death. One was the life note, and the other was the death note. The 2 notes the old grandma injected into Xie Yujia's body with her cultivation strength of the soul formation realm were source notes. After she could circulate them proficiently, she could create limitless life-death notes. The life note could absorb the essences of nature and other people's cultivation strength. The death note could shoot condensed energy beads into enemies' acupoints, blocking their meridians and exploding their bodies. The life-death note was a very aggressive technique both in cultivation and combat. Death and life correspond to yin and yang respectively, but it's not a fixed rule. Since you are still at the qi refinement realm, you can't understand the greatness of the life-death note. The old grandma straightened up the nature essence in Xie Yujia's body, and she explained to her the concepts of the notes at the same time. Xie Yujia cultivated while she listened, feeling one cold energy current and one hot surge of energy current moving in her body. It was an exquisite sensation. "Grandma, did you say that Hao Ren is already at the core formation realm?" Xie Yujia asked abruptly. "He has better cultivation talent than you. With that little help from me, he is now at the core formation realm," the old grandma said genially. Core formation realm, Xie Yujia murmured to herself. According to the old grandma, she was now only on level 2 of Qi refinement realm. After reaching level 10 of Qi refinement realm, she would have the opportunity to advance to foundation establishment realm. After she reached the top tier of foundation establishment realm, she would have the chance to form an internal core. There seemed to be a long way ahead of her before she could catch up to Hao Ren. "Grandma, you can speak well. Why did you pretend to be mute?" Xie Yujia asked suddenly. "What can I say to these mortals around me? It's enough for me to sit in the mortal world and watch the vicissitudes of the world," the old grandma answered. Xie Yujia didn't quite understand the thoughts and the mind of the old grandma who was already a soul formation realm cultivator. However, she knew that she was quite fortunate that the old grandma talked to her. Time passed quietly, and the moon rose and fell. Without noticing it, Xie Yujia had cultivated for a whole night in the old grandma's place. The house looked broken, but the essence intensity in it was dozens of times more potent than the outside. After one night's cultivation, Xie Yujia felt like her realm had elevated. "Grandma, it seems like I got a small breakthrough," Xie Yujia, a new cultivator, said with pleasant surprise. "Well, you are at level 3 of Qi refinement." The old grandma, who was sitting cross-legged on her wooden board bed, opened her eyes slowly and nodded. "Hee, thank you, Grandma." Xie Yujia was pleased. A smile appeared on the old grandma's wrinkled face. In fact, she was a little exasperated. Xie Yujia possessed the stone body type that was the most unsuitable for cultivation. After cultivating with a nascent soul realm life note, she only broke through one level in the Qi refinement realm. "Grandma, I have some errands to run today. I'll buy you breakfast, and then I'll head back," Xie Yujia stretched and said. "You don't have to buy me breakfast. You've cultivated for one night, so you must be tired. I'll give you a lift." The old grandma waved her arm. Shie Yujia felt her body was lifted suddenly. When she opened her eyes again, she was in the clouds. "That kid doesn't cherish you, but I cherish you. Don't worry, Yujia, as long as I have a breath in me, I'll never allow you to suffer." The old grandma held onto Shie Yujia's hand lightly and said while they traveled in the clouds. While feeling the moist mist rushing against her face, Shie Yujia heard the old grandma's words. She suddenly felt like crying. "Go. You are too soft-hearted. You don't want to fight for yourself, but I'll fight for you." The old grandma released her abruptly. Shie Yujia fell toward the ground. When she was close to the ground, beams of light appeared under her feet and steadied her body. She looked around and found that she was standing in front of Hao Ren's house. "Grandma even knows that I wanted to come here." Shie Yujia looked up at the sky but couldn't see the old grandma in the thick white clouds. No one could see the whereabouts of a Grand Master of the Soul Formation Realm. In the whole world, who would have the audacious to block a Soul Formation Realm cultivator? "Grandma! Grandma!" Shie Yujia stood in the doorway and called out in her clear voice. Hao Ren's grandma was an early riser. Hearing the voice, she immediately opened the window to check who it was. "Well, it's you, little Yujia. I'm free today, so I came to see you," Shie Yujia said, blushing. "I was wondering why you haven't come yet." Hurriedly, Grandma walked downstairs and opened the door for her. "Where's Hao Ren?" Entering the house, Shie Yujia whispered shyly. "Him. He's still in bed. He told me that he was going to the beach for a jog, and he came back very late. He must be tired." Grandma walked toward the stairs. "I'll go and wake him up." "Don't. Grandma." Shie Yujia stopped Grandma immediately. "Let him sleep." "Okay, okay." Grandma looked back at Shie Yujia's flushed face. "Yujia, you are even prettier than a couple of days ago. I wasn't planning to come here, but I still wanted to see you." Shie Yujia tiptoed onto the second floor. "You must come every weekend." Grandma held onto Shie Yujia's hand and said warmly. When Shie Yujia began to carry her heavy beddings to the balcony, she immediately said, "You are here to keep me company, not to do these chores. The sunlight is great today. I'll help you put the beddings in the sun." With smooth movements, she spread the bedding out on a string in the balcony. Hao Ren is a guy, so he doesn't know how to do these things. Just like his father, he cares for me but doesn't know how to do these things properly. Neither does his mother. She doesn't know how to do house chores too. Grandma complained while shaking her head. "They are busy." Shie Yujia helped their defense before asking, "Is there any laundry that needs to be done?" "I can't let you do such things for me," Grandma said. "Grandma, don't take me as an outsider. I will just do it while I'm here," Shie Yujia said with a smile. "I washed the laundry in the washing machine and planned to let Ren hang them to dry outside when he gets up." Grandma yielded after a moment of consideration. "Let me do it." Shie Yujia walked into the laundry room, took out the damp laundry, and put them into a basin. The damp clothes were heavy. No wonder Grandma had left them in there and waited for Hao Ren to get them out. In Shie Yujia's hands, such chores were a piece of cake. Although she had little talent in cultivation, she was a master in housekeeping. Watching Shie Yujia hanging clothes on her tiptoes, Grandma watched her and murmured to herself, "The girl is going to be a great wife." On the balcony, Shie Yujia found a couple of Hao Ren's washed underpants at the bottom of the basin. She picked them up and secured them on the hangers while flushing. When she carried the empty basin back to the house, it was already past 10 o'clock. Without a word, she rolled up her sleeves and went into the kitchen to prepare lunch. Grandma was pleasantly surprised. She smiled in satisfaction while remembering the cute face of little Carrot when she was little and played around her. A little more than half an hour later, the aroma of dishes floated from the kitchen. The alluring smell of the stewed pork ribs she cooked was especially mouth-watering. "Grandma, the lunch is ready." With some sweat droplets on her nose, Shie Yujia walked out of the kitchen. "Okay. I'll call Ren downstairs for lunch. The lazy boy is sleeping in so late today." Grandma scolded her grandson with a smile. "Well, if there's nothing else you need me to do, I'll head back." Shie Yujia waved at Grandma and walked toward the door. "What? Why are you leaving so early?" Grandma asked anxiously. "I have some homework to finish this afternoon. I came here in the morning to see you." Shie Yujia walked out of the door. declining Grandma's invitation to stay a bit longer. Meanwhile, Hao Ren sat in his room cross-legged facing the sea. Gradually, he returned from the state of oblivion. Last night, he tried the lightning cultivation again and unlocked 2 more openings. The progress was extremely fast with lightning cultivation. After reaching Gen level, the dragon cultivators would find the cultivation progress slower than before, and the unlocking of openings would get even more difficult. The early stages were easy, but the later stages were challenging. However, the lightning cultivation could not only temper his body but also unlock the openings in the dragon core. It almost broke all the cultivation rules for the dragon cultivators. Since the newly unlocked openings were not stable, he had immersed himself in cultivation until noon. The moment he regained his senses, he heard Grandma knocking loudly on his door. "Ren. What are you doing in there?" "What is it, Grandma?" Hao Ren immediately walked over and opened the door. Seeing the bafflement on his face, Grandma said helplessly, "Lunch is ready." "It smells so good." Hao Ren inhaled deeply, and his eyes lit up. "Haha, Grandma, you cooked today? They are all my favorites." Grandma glared at him. "Go down and eat." She didn't plan to tell Hao Ren about Xie Yujia's visit. To her, this boy was dull and oblivious to his peach blossom, and she didn't want to change her grandson. Chapter 277. Tragedy. In the East Ocean Dragon Palace, 60 elite soldiers were guarding the main gate with weapons. 5 meters from the gate stood a respectful man in his 60s. He was wearing a bright red robe with a belt and a pair of black boots. Behind him was a luxurious carriage full of treasures. With his bent hunched, Premier Shah strolled from the gate in the company of a young general of the palace. "Premier Shah, how are you doing?" The man in the bright red robe immediately stepped up to greet him. Premier Shah looked at this man and said, "Premier Lu, the Dragon King is not in the palace. Your unexpected visit to our East Ocean Dragon Palace with treasures put me in a difficult position." Premier Lu's fawning smile turned to bitterness. "It has been 3 days, and you still can't find the Dragon King?" "The Dragon King is very busy. Could you wait a few more days? I can't let you in without the Dragon King's permission." Premier Shah seemed to be in a dilemma. Premier Lu, who had traveled from the distant West Ocean Dragon Palace, felt like crying at this answer. At Old Man Zheng's order, he came to East Ocean with precious gifts as the extension of an olive branch. However, East Ocean only sent out Premier Shah to deal with him, and he received a cold treatment and wasn't allowed into the East Ocean Dragon Palace. He waited for 3 days outside the gate of the Dragon Palace, eating and sleeping in the open. However, it was what West Ocean deserved. Since Old Man Zheng had rudely broken into East Ocean by force, East Ocean was just returning the favor. With their crown prince still imprisoned in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, they had to keep their heads low despite East Ocean's cold attitude. "Sorry, but I have business to tend to. Premier Lu, I'm afraid that you will have to wait here a little longer." Premier Shah cupped his hands and slightly bowed at Premier Lu before turning around and walking toward the palace. Premier Lu gritted his teeth. Giving up his dignity, he hurried over and stopped Premier Shah with a hand on his arm. Brother Shah. We'll offer 5 more pieces of West Ocean Mystic Ice. How about that?" he begged with a bitter expression on his face. Premier Shah shook his head and lightly removed Premier Lu's hand from his arm. "I'll report it to the Dragon King." Premier Lu gritted his teeth. 8 pieces. They were offering 20 pieces of West Ocean Mystic Ice. When Premier Shah's expression softened at this offer, Premier Lu immediately said, "We are offering these treasures as a thank you for the excellent care the East Ocean Dragon Clan has given to our crown prince. However, we're afraid that we have troubled you guys for too long and hoped that he would return to West Ocean to recover from his injuries." He skipped the part about Old Man Zheng's intrusion into the East Ocean Dragon Palace as if these unpleasantries had never happened. 20 pieces of West Ocean Mystic Ices were the bottom line that Old Man authorized to him in this negotiation. Including many other treasures, West Ocean was indeed offering a fortune to get Zheng Yitao back. "Premier Lu, please wait here while I talk about it with the other elders. If they are just thank you gifts, I think we might be able to accept them." Premier Shah relented. Zhao Guang had ordered him to make West Ocean's envoy wait for 3 days before seeing them. If West Ocean got more anxious and offered more gifts, then this whole thing wouldn't be a trap. When West Ocean offered 20 pieces of West Ocean mystic ice which were important strategic resources, it showed that they were at their limits. Premier Shah returned to the Dragon Palace and reported West Ocean's offer to Zhao Guang. He finally nodded. Release him. Yes, Your Majesty. Premier Shah immediately walked out with Zhao Guang's order and went to the rear of the palace. Since West Ocean and East Ocean were not officially at war, it was troublesome for East Ocean to keep the Crown Prince of West Ocean captive. It was a good deal for them to trade off the burden for many treasures including 20 pieces of West Ocean mystic ice. The only thing that Premier Shah didn't understand was why Oldman Zeng suddenly submitted to them. Just a few days ago, he had broken into the East Ocean Dragon Palace and took away 16 elders by force. He mulled over it and couldn't think of anyone who could have changed the situation. In the entire East Ocean Dragon clan, there was only one person he was not certain about, and that person was Hao Ren, the Fuma. Because Zheng Yitao had been cussing Hao Ren all day long since he was imprisoned in the palace, Premier Shah knew that it was Hao Ren who had beat Zheng Yitao and threw him into the sea. Obviously, the 16 elders who fell into the sea with Zheng Yitao were also the victims of Hao Ren. Besides, Hao Ren had forced Qin Xiaoyang back at Zhao Yanzi's birthday party, got the trust of Inspector Su Han, and even absorbed the last lightning power in Zhao Kuo's heavenly tribulation. In Premier Shah's eyes, the Fuma had given them lots of surprises. Even Zhao Kuo had told him this before leaving the Dragon Palace. Keep an eye on Hao Ren. I'll count on him when I charge at the Heavenly Dragon Realm next time. Indeed, the Dragon King has sharp eyes. Premier Shah smiled while he walked to the back of the palace. Zheng Yitao had been fed simple meals each day in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, and he was grumpy when he was released from the palace. He shouted immediately when he walked out. East Ocean Dragon Palace, you dared to imprison me? One day, I'll dismantle the whole place. My grandpa will come with troops and trample you. Yuck! What garbage did you feed me each day? While he walked out, he cussed with the hatred that had been accumulating in his mind over the past few days. The guards of the Dragon Palace were angry at his arrogance. However, they had to keep their anger in check since Premier Shah was with him. Who's making such noises? Little Taoist Zhen, who had been collecting herbs in the nearby 100-flower palace, couldn't bear the noises and jumped out. He had been slapped in the face by Oldman Zeng a few days ago, and the handprint on his cheek had finally receded a bit. Today, he went to the 100-flower palace, getting some herbs to heal the swelling. After that, he was planning to go to the West Ocean Dragon Palace and make trouble for that old *SS. Now, he ran into the Crown Prince of the West Ocean Dragon Palace who was just released. Where did you come from, dirty urchin? How dare you block my way? Zheng Yitao was burning with rage. Since he couldn't defeat Premier Shah, he decided to vent his anger on little Taoist Zhen. He immediately kicked little Taoist Zhen. Bang! Unprepared, little Taoist Zhen was kicked hard on the chest. He fell back and slid half a meter on the stone path. The herbs in his hands flew into the air. Not expecting such viciousness from Zheng Yitao, Premier Shah wasn't quick enough to block for little Taoist Zhen. He gasped at the sight. In the past 100 years, little Taoist Zhen had been making fires for Chu Niu, but his status as Chu Niu's only disciple was extraordinary. He was a demon beast who had transformed into the human form 100 years ago. He restarted the cultivation since then, and he was now only at Li level despite his arrogant attitude. Chu Niu had not taught him any cultivation techniques, ordering him to focus on the fields of making elixirs and Dharma treasures since this ancestor of Dragon Tribe didn't think that anyone would dare to mess with his disciple. While little Taoist Zhen tried to get up, Zheng Yitao walked over and gave him 2 more stomps. These are what you get for your big mouth. Chapter 278. Who is more powerful? Instantly, the Taoist robe that little Taoist Zhen was wearing was covered with footprints. The guards rushed over to stop Zheng Yitao while Premier Shah pulled him back to prevent him from giving little Taoist Zhen more kicks. Bruised all over, little Taoist Zhen struggled and finally got up from the ground. Zheng Yitao snorted and said, "That's what you get for messing with me." In his mind, his grandpa must have come with troops, and the East Ocean Dragon clan was forced to release him due to the pressure. When the guards kept Zheng Yitao in control, Premier Shah hurried and helped little Taoist Zhen who was still dizzy. Little Taoist Zhen. He reached out to little Taoist Zhen. "Humph. Little Taoist Jen slapped away Premier Shah's hand angrily. Premier Shah was anxious. After all, it wouldn't reflect well on East Ocean when Grandmaster Chu Niu's disciple got hit in the palace. Now, he only hoped that little Taoist Jen would turn all his anger on the West Ocean Dragon Palace instead of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. "You'll get 100 times what you did to me today." Glancing at the trampled herbs on the ground, he limped to the southeast corner of the palace. Although his cultivation strength was weak, he had lots of ways to retaliate on the West Ocean Dragon Palace. He would make them cry. "Come at me! Come at me!" Furious, Zheng Yitao provoked even more. Premier Shah looked at Zheng Yitao with pity in his eyes and thought, "This kid is asking for death. The Dharma treasures in little Taoist Jen's room are more than enough to kill him." Looking at little Taoist Jen who was walking away, Zheng Yitao thought he was afraid of him. After seeing that no guard dared to make a move against him, he got even more overbearing. He strode toward the main gate of the Dragon Palace. To his surprise, there were no troops outside of the palace, and there wasn't even an elder from West Ocean. Only Premier Lu, alone, was standing by the carriage in a bright red robe. Seeing Zheng Yitao walk out, Premier Lu hurried over to him. "Crown Prince. Where's my grandpa?" Zheng Yitao asked in confusion. Old Dragon King, Premier Lu was at a loss for words. When Old Man Zheng returned to the West Ocean Dragon Palace a few days ago with half of a dragon horn, ragged clothes, and an ash-colored face, Premier Lu almost thought he was an imposter. "I got it. East Ocean has surrendered, and Grandpa sent you to pick me up," Zheng Yitao said immediately. Speechless, Premier Lu bowed slightly. "Please get into the carriage, Crown Prince." After getting into the carriage, Zheng Yitao looked back at Premier Shah. "I'll never forget the whole incident, and I'll never forget how Ren." Premier Shah shook his head slightly and turned to Premier Lu, and "Oh, yes." Premier Lu beckoned, and a luxurious four-wheeled carriage moved to the main gate of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. In it were shining treasures they had promised. These, Zheng Yitao couldn't believe his eyes, wondering why they had to give East Ocean gifts when they had forced East Ocean to release him. More astonishingly, Premier Lu took out 20 pieces of high-quality West Ocean mystic ice from his Zumi ring and handed them to Premier Shah carefully. Then, Premier Lu sighed with relief, got onto the front seat of the carriage, and drove it out of the territory of the East Ocean Dragon Clan. "Premier Lu, why did we give them gifts? They imprisoned me for 5 days." In the carriage, Zheng Yitao shouted. While driving the carriage, Premier Lu tried to placate him. "Crown Prince, things have changed. The Grand Dragon King has ordered us to give ways to the people from East Ocean when we meet them." "What?" Zheng Yitao didn't understand. "Besides," Premier Lu said in a placating tone, "we have finished the dropout procedure in the school on land. Grand Dragon King has arranged 6 masters to teach you in the Dragon Palace. I can't continue my study in East Ocean City." Zheng Yitao yelled, "We'll just forgive Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi. Where's my grandpa? What's he thinking?" "Grand Dragon King has declared a seclusion cultivation period of 200 years. You can't see him. Didn't he tell me to provoke East Ocean so that we could use that as an excuse and take all the territory of East Ocean? How come he is suddenly in seclusion cultivation?" Well, Premier Lu didn't know how to answer him. He whipped the demon horses that were pulling the carriage to make them run faster. The 2 horses pulling the carriage were demon horses that could move fast in the ocean. At this speed, they would return to the territory of the West Ocean Dragon Palace in 1 day and 1 night. At this moment, a beam of golden light dashed near the carriage. As a cultivator of Shuan level, Premier Lu sensed the fluctuations of nature essence nearby and was immediately alerted. In the dirty Taoist robe with footprints on it, little Taoist Jen appeared before the carriage, standing on a circular Dharma treasure. Seeing that he was only at Li level, Premier Shah relaxed and lifted the pass token hanging on his belt. "I'm the premier of the West Ocean Dragon Clan. I'm passing on an emergency." Besides the 4 ocean dragon clans, the other dominant force in the ocean was the Demon Sea, which was full of high-level demons. Outside of these 5 major forces were some small demon forces. Premier Lu had brought the pass token of the West Ocean Dragon Clan with him. Once it was shown, the minor demon forces would back off even if they didn't recognize the carriage. The small forces of 5 to 6 demon wouldn't dare to work against the dominant force of the West Ocean Dragon Clan. It's you that I've been looking for. Little Taoist Jen took out a small yellow flag and pointed it at the carriage. This Li-level demon couldn't even recognize the pass token. What Dharma treasures could he have? Premier Lu thought as he raised his hands and formed a blue light shield around him and the carriage. Swoosh! Swoosh! Beams of golden light broke Premier Lu's light shield and instantly turned the steel carriage into a sieve. Bang! The carriage collapsed, and Zheng Yitao tumbled out. Astonished, Premier Lu thought he had entered the territory of Demon Sea by mistake. He was about to explain when little Taoist Jen waved the yellow flag again. The two demon horses fled, and many beams of golden light overwhelmed Premier Lu. His exquisite red robe was turned into rags. Zheng Yitao was sent into unconsciousness when a few golden beams hit his head. He didn't even see who the attacker was. Then, little Taoist Jen waved the yellow flag again. Hundreds of golden beams shot toward Premier Lu and the unconscious Zheng Yitao like daggers. Knowing he was no match for the golden beams, Premier Lu scrambled to one side. Without Premier Lu's cover, Zheng Yitao's body was pierced by more than a dozen golden beams. Before the golden beams, his body was as fragile as a piece of cheese. Little Taoist Jen put the yellow flag away and drove the flying Dharma treasure away after the revenge. After he got kicked, he had returned to his small room in the southwest corner of the East Ocean Dragon Palace and dug out his fastest flying Dharma treasure and the most powerful attacking Dharma treasure. Without changing out of his dirty robe, he ran out of the East Ocean Dragon Palace to chase them. With his weak cultivation strength, he could only use the powerful offensive Dharma treasure 3 times. Otherwise, he would do more damage to Zheng Yitao. Besides, this place was some distance away from the East Ocean Dragon Palace, and complex forces were lurking around. Little Taoist Jen, a Li-level demon with great treasures on him, didn't dare to linger. With several holes on his body, Premier Lu looked at little Taoist Jen, who was dashing away, in fear. Then, he scrambled to the side of Zheng Yitao and tried to help the crown prince to stand up. Seeing the blood-stained body, Premier Lu didn't know if the crown prince was still alive or not. He looked around and couldn't find a trace of the 2 demon horses. Then, he looked back at the shattered carriage and sighed heavily. The West Ocean Dragon Clan is in bad luck this year. Even the Demon Sea is working against us. While Premier Lu was crying over the bloody crown prince, Hao Ren had just finished all of his classes. The setting sun was stunning, it dyed everything in gold. He left his books in the dorm before walking out of the southern dorm area to take the bus. Hao Ren. A clear voice sounded behind him. He turned and saw Xie Yujia jogging toward him in a dress. She dressed beautifully. Her pink jacket and deep blue dress matched each other perfectly, and the high-waisted dress underneath the open jacket made her legs look longer and accentuated their elegant lines. The dress was not fancy, but it was simple and elegant. "Are you going out on a date?" Hao Ren looked at her and asked without thinking. He remembered that she was not dressed like this during class, so she must have changed into them afterward. Xie Yujia pouted. "With whom?" Realizing his mistake, Hao Ren asked hurriedly, "Why are you dressed so beautifully today?" Recently Xie Yujia indeed got more beautiful. According to Yu Rong's gossip, more and more guys have begun to pursue her. Although everyone knew Xie Yujia had a boyfriend, Hao Ren, the guys hoped they could win her over from him. After all, she and Hao Ren didn't stay with each other very much, which gave the guys hope. "I'm going to Lingjiao Middle School. Want to go with me?" Xie Yujia smiled lightly and asked him. What a coincidence. Hao Ren was surprised. "Are you heading to Lingjiao Middle School, too?" Xie Yujia was also surprised. "I was invited by my former teacher to watch a play." Same with me, but it was Zhao Yanzi who asked me to see it." Hao Ren scratched his head. "Let's go together." "I wonder who plays the heroine." Xie Yujia walked with Hao Ren toward the bus station and said casually, "I once played Juliet." Chapter 279. A competition across time. A bus came, and Hao Ren and Xie Yujia quickened their steps and got on it. "You played Juliet before?" After sitting down, he asked Xie Yujia. "Yeah. Romeo and Juliet is the play that Lingjiao Middle School does every 3 years. Xie Yujia nodded, playing with her hair. She tried to catch her breath from the short jog before continuing. "My partner of that play was the most handsome guy in the school, so a lot of girls were jealous of me for playing Juliet." Hao Ren smiled. "Yujia, You were the prettiest girl in the school, right? No, that wasn't me. Shie Yujia shook her head immediately. Blushing, Shie Yujia continued, the pictures of the play that I participated are still displayed in the arts hall in the school. I will go see them later. He did want to see the pictures of Shie Yujia in middle school. Last time when he was in her room, he didn't see the photos of her playing Juliet. Oh, how is your cultivation going recently? Shie Yujia changed the subject. It's going steadily, Hao Ren answered. Since he had unlocked 3 openings with lightning cultivation last weekend, his cultivation strength had grown. After he went back to school, he couldn't find a place to summon the lightning to temper his body. He had to absorb the 5 elemental essences the regular way and tried to balance the elemental essences with the data Lu Linlin and Lu Lily provided him. In the mornings, Hao Ren jogged around campus before going to the small forest to practice the fundamental boxing techniques. After classes, he would go to tutor Zhao Yanzi in the evenings and come back to his dorm on Little White. His life had fallen into a routine. On the second thought, he had not been with Shie Yujia except sitting behind her during classes. No wonder the guys outside of their program were beginning to pursue her. I reached level 3 of the Qi refinement realm, and the old grandma taught me how to make elixirs, Shie Yujia said. Sitting on the bus, they talked about cultivation with such ease as if they were talking about homework. Making elixirs? Hao Ren was curious. Yeah. The life-death note the old grandma taught me is capable of making elixirs. Shie Yujia nodded. After a few days' practices, I'm familiar with the process and should be able to make the beauty pills. Hao Ren had a hard time believing it. After all, she was only at level 3 of the Qi refinement realm, and even the core formation realm cultivators had to spend years practicing before they could master the techniques of making elixirs. If Shie Yujia could make elixirs after a few days of practice, then the art of making elixir would be too easy. Seeing the disbelief on Hao Ren's face, she bit her lip. I think making elixirs is almost the same as cooking. The key lies in the control of the fire. The life-death note is like the spatula, and what I need now is fire. Making elixirs is almost the same as cooking? Hao Ren thought. He almost choked. However, on the second thought, none of the cultivators seemed to be able to cook. I'll need to borrow Little White to make the elixir pills, Shie Yujia said. Little White, okay, Hao Ren agreed after a moment of hesitation. Little White loved to eat and hated working. Maybe it was time for it to do something useful. The life note the old grandma gave me can gather essence, but I always find it difficult to circulate it. The trouble lies in the Zhongmen acupoint. Did you encounter this problem when you first cultivated? Shie Yujia took the opportunity to ask him fundamental questions about cultivation. The stuff the old grandma taught her was too profound, and she explained the basics very little. Shie Yujia was too bashful to trouble the old grandma with such simple questions, so she turned to Hao Ren. The Zhongmen acupoint. Hao Ren thought back to when he first started cultivating. It is a bit difficult. You must concentrate on breaking through the Qimen acupoint before you can unblock the Zhongmen acupoint. As a grandmaster of the soul formation realm, the old grandma couldn't remember such small details in the early cultivation stage, just like great writers who sometimes had trouble remembering the spelling of some words. However, Hao Ren had just reached Gen level and thus had a clear memory of the process when he cultivated and broke through the spirit concentration scroll. Although he didn't know about the cultivation technique Shie Yujia was practicing, the general idea of all basic cultivation techniques was unblocking acupoints and straightening out meridians with nature essence. Con level was equivalent to the foundation establishment realm, and the process of breaking through the spirit concentration scroll was equivalent to the Qi refinement realm. The only difference between the human cultivators and dragon cultivators was that the latter had an easier time before Gen level due to the existence of dragon cores. While human cultivators divided the Qi refinement realm into 10 levels, the spirit concentration scroll of the dragon tribe only had 3 levels. Shie Yujia took the opportunity and asked him a few more questions. Hao Ren told her everything he knew from his experience since they only talked about the process of cultivation and didn't touch the specific techniques. The exchange between low-level cultivators was beneficial to them. As the only disciple of the old grandma, Shie Yujia had no peers, so talking to Hao Ren was very helpful to her. While they talked, the bus arrived at Lingjiao Middle School. Many luxurious cars were parked on both sides of the school gate. Undoubtedly, they belonged to the parents who came here to watch the show. It was almost time to start, so Hao Ren and Xie Yujia hurried into the school. The night view of Lingjiao Middle School was very pretty. Lights shone on the lake and trees around it, giving people a peaceful feeling. The venue of the show was the arts hall. Not familiar with the layout of the school, Hao Ren followed Xie Yujia. The street lights highlighted the pretty views of the campus. Walking on the pebbled path, they felt like they had gone back to the time when Xie Yujia was still a middle school student in Lingjiao Middle School. The moment they entered the arts hall, lively crowds of students and parents came into their sights. Pictures were displayed in showcases in the arts hall. Hao Ren walked along the exhibition and finally found Xie Yujia's picture. In the picture, Xie Yujia was dressed in a beautiful Western dress, pure and pretty. Her smile looked as natural and beautiful as the white jasmine displayed on stage. Looking at the picture, Hao Ren found it difficult to believe that Xie Yujia was not the most popular girl when she was in middle school. "Yujia, here you are." Luo Ying, Zhao Yanzi's class advisor, suddenly appeared behind them. "Hello, Ms. Luo." Xie Yujia quickly greeted her, and Hao Ren bowed slightly as well. Seeing them together again, Luo Ying was convinced that Hao Ren was Xie Yujia's boyfriend. She looked him up and down and felt like his temperament was much better than before. "Who is playing Juliet this year?" Xie Yujia asked her. "Hee, you don't know?" Luo Ying glanced at Hao Ren and said, "It's Zhao Yanzi from my class." "Oh, it's her." Xie Yujia was surprised. The students voted for her in the school's forum. She didn't want to play at first, but after knowing that you had played the part before, she suddenly changed her mind, Luo Ying explained. Hao Ren smiled and finally understood why Zhao Yanzi wanted to play Juliet and rehearsed so hard. She wanted to surpass Xie Yujia's performance as Juliet. It was a competition across time. Zhao Yanzi, who was in middle school, wanted to defeat Xie Yujia when she was in middle school. Chapter 280. Little Beauty in Costume, It's Almost Time. "Let's go in to watch the play," Luo Ying said. "Okay." Xie Yujia nodded. After casting another glance at her picture displayed in the showcase, she walked into the auditorium. Obviously, she missed her middle school days. It was the most peaceful time in her life, and she had missed Hao Ren the most during that time. She had begun to understand love at that time, and her longing for her little older brother got even stronger. In the auditorium, the students and parents had all taken their seats, and the place was as lively as a movie theater 10 minutes before the movie began. The stage was all set, and the actors and actresses were backstage doing last-minute preparations. Hao Ren didn't see Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu. Therefore, he could only sit with Xie Yujia and Luo Ying in the boisterous auditorium. Lights and music were all ready. It was a full house, and it began to quiet down gradually. With ballet dancers entering the stage, the play began. Hao Ren was not familiar with Western plays. Instead, he had watched Beijing operas on TV with grandma and knew a lot of Chinese classical plays. Under the spotlight, students who were playing aristocrats dancing at a ballroom. As the music entered a small climax, Zhao Yanzi, in the stunning costume, slowly walked from the left side of the stage to the center. She was wearing the dress and the jacket that Hao Ren bought for her. With makeup on her gorgeous face, she stunned everyone with her beauty. So beautiful, Hao Ren heard the admirations from the guys sitting behind him. Very soon, a boy in a formal suit strolled onto the stage from the left with a wine glass in his hand. Hao Ren looked at the boy closely and found that his looks were okay but not at all handsome. The boy who was going to play Romeo was Zheng Yitao, a grade 11 student from the high school department who had just transferred to our school. However, he skipped school for several days and was replaced by this boy. "I heard that Zheng Yitao had dropped out," Luo Ying said casually. Hao Ren heard their conversation and finally understood why Zhao Yanzi had been in such a good mood when she found out that Zheng Yitao was imprisoned in the East Ocean Dragon Palace. "Tonight, the moon looks especially lonely." Zhao Yanzi looked up and spoke in the center of the stage. She had a small microphone attached to the dress near her neck, so her clear voice spread to every corner of the auditorium. From her voice, Hao Ren could tell that she was a little nervous. "This lady looks beautiful from behind." The boy who was playing Romeo walked toward Zhao Yanzi while murmuring to himself. The other students on the stage danced around them. A bit stiff, Luo Ying commented. Maybe they didn't have enough rehearsals, Xie Yujia said. Yeah. Your group rehearsed for at least 1 month, and you were the most hard-working ones, Luo Ying agreed. Luo Ying had her comparisons, but for the students from both high school department and middle school department, Zhao Yanzi's beauty made up for all the minor issues in her acting skills. While the play went on, and Hao Ren was amazed that the lazy Zhao Yanzi had memorized all the lines. When the conversation on the balcony ended, the curtains closed slowly, signaling the intermission. The students talked about Zhao Yanzi's beautiful dress while they went out to the bathrooms or to buy drinks. Hao Ren checked his watch and realized that 1 hour had passed. Even though he didn't know much of Western plays, he was immersed in Zhao Yanzi's performance for a full hour. He carefully listened to all her lines, observed all of her facial expressions, and noticed all of her change in tones. With only 1 week of rehearsals, they are doing great, Xie Yujia stood up and said as she took a deep breath. Well, yeah. Luo Ying agreed reluctantly. She only meant to give Zhao Yanzi a challenge by making her play the heroine and had not expected that Zhao Yanzi could give such an excellent performance. Maybe Zhao Yanzi isn't as a lazy girl as I thought, the class advisor thought to herself. Since you know Zhao Yanzi, why don't you guys go see her backstage? Luo Ying glanced at Hao Ren and Xie Yujia and suggested. Okay. Excited, Xie Yujia pulled Hao Ren to the backstage. She was quite familiar with that place. Behind the curtains, some students were arranging the set for the next scene. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia walked around them and went into the dressing room in the back where a young female teacher was freshening up Zhao Yanzi's makeup. Zhao Yanzi saw Hao Ren in the mirror, and she was pleased. Then, her lips pursed when she saw Xie Yujia. While she frowned, the teacher missed her eyebrow and had to wipe it off before doing it again. You are doing great, Hao Ren walked behind her and praised. Of course, Zhao Yanzi answered coldly. Hey, Yujia. The young teacher who was doing Zhao Yanzi's makeup was pleasantly surprised to see Xie Yujia. Hi, Ms. Liu. Xie Yujia smiled. Hee, you are even more beautiful. Last time when you came to the school, I wasn't in. You look the same as you were in the middle school except that your body is all grown. You were so thin at that time. The teacher looked at Xie Yujia with fondness. Ms. Liu, there is still the second half of the play. Zhao Yanzi looked at Xie Yujia in the mirror and urged the teacher. Today, Xie Yujia was indeed dressed beautifully. The deep blue dress and the little pink jacket made her look elegant and fashionable. Okay. I'll do the makeup for you first. The young teacher bent her back and resumed freshening up Zhao Yanzi's makeup. I'm just here to look around. I won't distract you any longer, Ms. Liu. Goodbye. Not wanting to disturb the preparations backstage, she looked around the dressing room and walked out. Hao Ren didn't follow her out. Instead, he stayed in the dressing room, looking at the displeased Zhao Yanzi in the mirror. The young teacher finished the makeup and checked it. Then, she left the dressing room. She was probably looking for Xie Yujia to catch up. Zhao Yanzi turned in the swivel chair and faced Hao Ren. She glared at him, viciously. What? You're not pleased that I'm here to watch your play? Hao Ren asked her. Are you here to watch my play or to keep someone else company? Zhao Yanzi retorted. Someone else? Hao Ren asked. I don't even want to say her name. Zhao Yanzi rolled her eyes. Where are your parents? Did they come? Hao Ren had to change the topic. At that moment, another teacher walked into the dressing room. As she clapped her hands, she called out, the second half is about to begin. Hurry up and get ready. My parents are here. They are sitting in the second row and have saved you a seat. Zhao Yanzi stood up and walked toward the door. On her way out, she rolled her eyes at him again. Humph, you forget friends at the sight of beauty. Forget friends at the sight of beauty one. Hao Ren didn't know how to respond. Chapter 281. Potential battle. Hao Ren returned to the seating area and found Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang in the middle of the second row. Zhao Hongyu saved a seat beside her for Hao Ren, so he waved at Xie Yujia in the sixth row to let her know that he was switching to the seat in the second row. Then, he squeezed himself over and sat down beside Zhao Hongyu. You went to see Z just now? Zhao Hongyu turned to Hao Ren. Yeah, I went to check on her, Hao Ren answered. Did you come here with Xie Yujia? Zhao Hongyu asked again. Yes, Hao Ren admitted in awkwardness. Zhao Hongyu kept quiet and turned to the stage. The curtain was pulled aside again as a brand new scene appeared in front of everyone. Romeo was begging for help from the priest in front of a church. Then, Zhao Yanzi was led in the church in her elegant dress. Zhao Hongyu sat up straight as she watched attentively. She was appreciating her daughter's performance. Although Zhao Yanzi's act was a bit immature and innocent, Zhao Hongyu showed her love for her daughter from the way she looked at her. It was Zhao Yanzi's first time being on stage, demonstrating her talent. If it weren't for Hao Ren, she would probably still be in her lazy state. When a girl tries to show her best side, it is definitely for someone specific to see. Zhao Yanzi moved around in the dress like a doll on stage, and her heavenly charm was amplified 100 times in the spotlight. The way she recited her lines was a little stiff, but she didn't stutter. The show went on smoothly. In fact, all the students from the high school department and middle school department were focusing on Zhao Yanzi's charm instead of her performance. Only people like Zhao Hongyu, who were highly educated in arts, paid attention to Zhao Yanzi's performance details. Zhao Hongyu caught all the shortcomings and highlights. The play was coming to the end. A grave? Oh no! A lantern, slaughtered youth. For here lies Juliet, and her beauty makes this vault a feasting presence full of light. Romeo's most famous monologue put an end to the classic play. Ah, dear Juliet, why art thou yet so fair? Shall I believe that unsubstantial death is amorous, and that the lean abhorred monster keeps thee here in dark to be his paramour? For fear of that, I still will stay with thee, and never from this palace of dim night depart again. Romeo picked up the poison and drank it all. Zhao Yanzi slowly woke up and was stupefied as she saw Romeo laying on the floor. Her acting is pretty good here as she demonstrated how astonished Juliet was. Her acting was a little emotionless before this scene, Zhao Hongyu commented lightly. Hao Ren didn't think it was Zhao Yanzi's excellent acting. He knew exactly what was going on. Zhao Yanzi forgot her lines. Sure enough, after a few seconds, Zhao Yanzi decided to omit the long lines in the end and went straight to take Romeo's sword. The straightforward suicide was to all the teachers' surprise. At the same time, Juliet's death brought the entire tragic play to an end. The curtains closed as the play finished. There was a big round of applause in the hall. All the actors and actresses came to the front of the stage and bowed in their costumes. The principal, who sat in the front row, asked the official from the Education Bureau nervously, "What do you think of it?" This principal felt like the ending of the play was its biggest issue because there was a long speech during the rehearsal. However, the student who was playing Juliet suddenly took out the classic verses during the play. It was not just a few sentences, so it had exposed the lack of preparation of the play and attracted lots of attention. However, the official nodded in satisfaction. It was a good play. Especially the ending where she committed suicide. She displayed the panic and anxiousness. It is rewritten very well. Ah, the principal lost his words. He was deeply relieved and said, yeah. The teachers are good writers, and the students are good actors. The students in your school got to develop all aspects of their abilities, which is very good. We will be advocating this as an excellent example to the entire city. The official from the Education Bureau continued. The principal was thrilled as he accompanied this official out of the hall. Oh, send over the recording. We'll show it in the news as a demonstration project and make copies for all the middle school and elementary schools for them to learn from. The official turned back and said to the principal. The principal was extremely excited. He only wished to demonstrate Ling Jiao Middle School's student integrated development plan and never thought that the play would be such a success. It would even be advocated in the entire city, and all the middle schools and elementary schools in East Ocean City would watch the play made by Ling Jiao Middle School as an example to follow. Mom. Zhao Yanzi came directly to the audience in her costume after the play and ran into Zhao Hongyu's arms. Don't be spoiled. We are not home now. Zhao Hongyu pinched Zhao Yanzi's little ear and pulled her away from her arms. Was I good, Dad? Zhao Yanzi immediately turned to Zhao Guang, who looked serious. It was all right, Zhao Guang said calmly as he didn't want Zhao Yanzi to get overly proud. In reality, as a father, he was very proud of his daughter's performance. He thought she wasn't good at a lot of things, but now he realized that she was quick on her feet and smart. She could do well as long as she put her heart in it. Hao Ren, on the other hand, looked at her with a smile on his face. He was happy for her success in her first performance. He could imagine how more popular Zhao Yanzi was going to get. The guys who had never witnessed Zhao Yanzi's charm finally got a taste of it through the play today. Juliet was a 13-year-old fairy-like young girl in the play, and Zhao Yanzi, who was 15, was also as beautiful as a fairy. There was another reason why Hao Ren showed up at the play. It was good that what he was worried about never showed up. It was a play in a middle school, so the acts were very innocent. The leading actor and actress didn't even hug each other. Even their hand-holding was just a symbolic drag on their costumes. He turned back and realized that Xie Yujia and Luo Ying already left. Come on. Let's get out of here. Zhao Yanzi held Zhao Hongyu and Hao Ren with each of her hand and headed to the exit. She was still in her beautiful formal dress. It felt like Juliet from the stage was still alive. Hao Ren sensed dozens of eyes staring their way. When they got outside, they saw that the parents of the support actors and actresses were talking with the teachers. Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang also noticed that Luo Ying and Xie Yujia were standing together outside. Since they rarely came to the school, Zhao Hongyu didn't want to miss the chance of communicating with the class advisor. She hurried over to greet Luo Ying. Zhao Yanzi was scared of her class advisor, so she dragged Hao Ren to the other side immediately. Ling Jiao Middle School appeared to be very quiet when they walked out of the arts hall. The sports field under the moonlight not far away reminded Hao Ren of his own middle school years. Hey, was I good or not? Zhao Yanzi pouted at Hao Ren when they walked a few meters to a basketball stand. It was very good, Hao Ren answered. I actually forgot my lines in the end, so I thought whatever, I'll just get it over with quickly. Zhao Yanzi stuck her tongue out and laughed. She was in a pretty good mood now that the play was finished. Why did you suddenly take part in this play? Hao Ren asked. The school voted me out. I didn't really want to be a part of this, but then I saw a video. Zhao Yanzi immediately shut her mouth. Video? What video? Hao Ren asked. Zhao Yanzi knew that she couldn't hide it anymore, so she twitched her lips at Xie Yujia, who was beside Luo Ying, the video of her from before. Oh? Hao Ren was interested. The video of Xie Yujia's play when she was in middle school. Oh, did Zheng Yitao get transferred to another school? Hao Ren asked her. Yes. I was so sick of him. Zhao Yanzi nodded without further discussion of why Zheng Yitao got transferred. A few guys who were passing by saw Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi talking face to face near the basketball stand and pointed. Is that Zhao Yanzi's boyfriend? He doesn't look that handsome, and has been to our school a few times now. Hao Ren turned to look at them as several middle schoolers hurried up and left. A few high schoolers, on the other hand, stared at Hao Ren viciously. Zhao Hongyu waved at Zhao Yanzi from beside Luo Ying. Zhao Yanzi knew that Zhao Hongyu wanted to ask her about some things, so she walked over slowly and reluctantly. Even if she was thinking with her feet, she could guess that they wanted to talk about her grades and performance in class. However, judging from Luo Ying's smile, Hao Ren could tell that she was in a very good mood. Therefore, she was probably going to talk about how well Zhao Yanzi had been. It's kind of late, so we will head back now, Xie Yujia said to Luo Ying and Zhao Hongyu when Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi walked over. Go back as early as possible because the dorm will be closed soon. Luo Ying nodded. Zhao Hongyu also nodded toward Xie Yujia. So, it's a deal, aunt. I'll come to visit you tomorrow. Xie Yujia lightly bowed to Zhao Hongyu. Hee, okay. Zhao Hongyu smiled in response. Hao Ren looked at Zhao Hongyu, then at Xie Yujia. He couldn't figure out what kind of agreement they had reached. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia got on a bus to their school. On the way, Hao Ren couldn't help but ask, what did you and Z's mom agree on? Just something small. She spoke with me privately for a little bit, Xie Yujia answered. Oh, I heard there is a video of the play you were in before, Hao Ren said. Do you want to watch it? Xie Yujia blinked. Do you have it? Xie Yujia took a DVD case out of her pocket as if she was doing a magic trick. My teacher says the original copy of the photos are lost, so she couldn't give me any extra copies. But they made a few more extra copies of the video from before. She specifically saved one for me. Chapter 282. No wonder Z wanted to challenge her. Can I borrow it? Hao Ren asked in an inquiring tone. Hee, I sure I wasn't as cute as your Z. Xie Yujia put the disc in Hao Ren's hand softly. Hao Ren thought, I'm just curious and never wanted to compare you two. Women always find themselves opponents. The bus was empty besides Hao Ren and Xie Yujia in the back row. The evening breeze blew through the window. Xie Yujia looked outside, and Hao Ren had no idea what she was thinking about. The bus arrived at the school gate near the dorm buildings. Xie Yujia waved goodbye at Hao Ren and walked toward the female dorm building. She didn't show any anticipation in Hao Ren walking her over to her dorm. Hao Ren weighed Xie Yujia's disc in his hand and walked to his dorm building. It was very lively in the dorm. Hao Ren went back to the room with his basin after freshening up. He asked Zhou Liren, who was playing with his phone in bed, "Who has a laptop here?" "Chen K from the room across the hall has one, but there is no internet. I heard that the internet would only be available for third-year and fourth-year students." "What an inhumane rule," Zhou Liren complained. "I don't need the internet." Hao Ren knocked on Chen K's door and borrowed the laptop after a few words. "Chen K uses that for studying only, so there is no games or movies," Zhou Liren said from the upper berth when he saw Hao Ren on the laptop. "Mind your own business." Hao Ren turned the laptop away from Zhou Liren and inserted Xie Yujia's disc. The laptop made a sound when it read the disc. The video played automatically. The stage looked similar to the one tonight, but it was only a little dimmer. After seeing Zhao Yanzi's performance today, Hao Ren suddenly had strong expectations for Xie Yujia's recording. "Hey, Ren. What are you watching?" Zhou Liren was bored, so he climbed down the berth. "You got some video and didn't want to share it with me?" He noticed that Hao Ren had turned the screen to himself and smirked. "Ah, I see. You are watching that kind of video. Let me see. Let me see." He dashed to Hao Ren and found that it was a play. "This is so boring." Zhou Liren immediately lost interest. Cao Ronghua came back from getting hot water. He saw that Hao Ren, who was sitting, while Zhou Liren, who was standing, were both staring at the laptop, so he came over to take a look as well. The stage and the dialogues were both similar to tonight's play, and it would be a little boring to watch the videotape. Zhou Liren yawned as he was about to climb back up into his berth. Suddenly, a girl in a fancy violet dress appeared on the screen. "Whoa! This is really something," Zhou Liren shouted immediately. Cao Ronghua was stunned for a bit. He felt like, the girl in the video, looked very familiar. "She is just too cute," Zhou Liren kept on shouting. But soon enough, he noticed something as well. "Oh! How come I feel like I've met her before?" Hao Ren rolled his eyes at him. "Stop yelling and close the door." "Okay." Zhou Liren closed the door to their room immediately. Cao Ronghua frowned intensively. Could this be Xie Yujia? Xie Yujia. Zhou Liren finally recognized the person on the screen. It is really Xie Yujia. "Told you to stop yelling," Hao Ren sighed, not knowing what to do about him. "I mean," Zhou Liren was still excited. "I had no idea that Xie Yujia was so cute before. Although she is pretty now, she had a completely different temperament when she was in middle school. This is from middle school, right? Could you just be a little quieter?" Hao Ren glimpsed at him. Okay. Zhou Liren finally shut his mouth and dragged over a chair. Cao Ronghua put the water bottle down and sat on the bed to watch as well. Xie Yujia indeed looked very innocent and pretty when she was in middle school. Her partner in the play was more handsome than the one today. However, he lost all his glamour when standing beside Xie Yujia. Ka. Zhao Jiayi opened the door and walked in. He saw the three of them sitting together and focusing on the laptop. "What are you watching? You even locked the door." "Oh, sh*t, are you watching that kind of? That's something you would do. I am a well-adjusted young fellow of the modern society," Zhou Liren said presumptuously. Zhao Jiayi rolled his eyes at him and squeezed over, covered in sweat. Is that the class president Xie Yujia?" "Yeah. It's a video of her when she was in middle school," Zhou Liren explained. "She is indeed Ren's girlfriend. She even found such an ancient tape for him to watch." Hao Ren smiled and shrugged as he was too lazy to explain. However, if she were really his girlfriend, it would have been a lovely move to show a video of her childhood to her boyfriend. Damn, Xie Yujia was absolutely a killer when she was in middle school. Zhao Jiayi took over half of Zhou Liren's seat regardless of his sweatiness from training. He watched the video with full attention as well. "She is gorgeous now as well." Especially after she started dating Ren, she is dressing prettier and prettier, Zhou Liren said. There must have been a lot of guys after her when she was in middle school, Zhao Jiayi said as he watched. I would have pursued her if I was at her middle school. Alright, move now. Hao Ren pushed them away as he didn't think the three of them would understand art. Okay, we'll leave Hao Ren alone to enjoy this. Zhao Jiayi pulled Zhou Liren and Cao Ronghua away from the laptop. Hao Ren had never seen Xie Yujia when she was in middle school, but he could get a feel through this videotape. Then, he thought about Zhao Yanzi and sensed the similarities as well as the differences between the two most popular girls at Lingjiao Middle School of different times. Hao Ren watched the entire 2-hour video patiently, yet he still wished there was more. Xie Yujia was almost perfect throughout the play, whereas Zhao Yanzi's performance lacked practice but was ingenious. Juliet was 100% focused in love and was willing to die for love. Xie Yujia is actually like that too. Hao Ren put away the disc and returned the laptop to Chen Kai. I didn't expect Xie Yujia to be so gentle and cute in her middle school years, Hao Ren thought. That was the period of time when he and Xie Yujia missed each other, but this video filled up that portion of his memory. Xie Yujia looked elegant and innocent in the play. No wonder Zhao Yanzi wanted to challenge her. She didn't want to lose to the current version of Xie Yujia and also the middle school version of Xie Yujia. In the second day, Hao Ren returned the disc to Xie Yujia before their first class in the morning. What do you think? In fact, I forgot about the details already. Xie Yujia wanted to know how Hao Ren thought about it. You were beautiful when you were in middle school too. If we could enter this play in some contests, you are probably going to win, Hao Ren laughed. I rarely participated in school activities while I was in middle school. That was the only one. Therefore, I paid extra attention to it. I was probably not as good as your Z from yesterday, right? Xie Yujia asked. You both did a good job. Hao Ren felt like she started to targeting Zhao Yanzi more and more now, so he went ahead and changed the topic. What did you and Z's mom agree upon after all? I thought about it all night yesterday and still couldn't figure it out. It's nothing. I'm just going over to visit her tonight. Xie Yujia smiled as she put the disc in her drawer. Chapter 283. The dinner. What are you standing up for? Go ahead and sit. Suddenly, Ma Lina pushed Hao Ren from behind and forced him directly into the seat beside Xie Yujia. I'll sit in the back. Before Xie Yujia could answer, Ma Lina ran to the back row where Hao Ren usually sat cheerfully. Hao Ren turned to look at Ma Lina speechlessly. However, since it happened already, he sat down beside Xie Yujia and accompanied her. The class bell rang, and the teacher walked in with his materials. He noticed that Hao Ren, who usually sat in the back, was sitting in the second row with Xie Yujia. He found it a little strange, but he didn't ask about it. On the one hand, students could sit wherever they wanted in the university, and there was no restriction at all. As a matter of fact, it was already a good thing that they showed up for class. On the other hand, Hao Ren was someone who had a golden star next to his name on the attendance list. He was one of the students who were looked after by Lu Qing, the vice principal. Therefore, this teacher needed to be extra careful about him. After Ma Lina went to the back row where the guys were, Xie Yujia wasn't used to it at first. But soon, she got close to them and started to chat with them in a low voice. Hao Ren, in the front row, didn't adjust to the change of the situation as well as Ma Lina did. He sat beside Xie Yujia and felt like the teacher was too close to him. Although he had known Xie Yujia since they were little, it was the first time that he sat with her during class. Hao Ren sensed a warm feeling from Xie Yujia's body, and he felt the softness of her arm even though they weren't touching. He could see the side of her charming face if he turned his head slightly. It was the scene many guys dreamed of. She quickly took notes with the ballpoint pen. Her handwriting was graceful but assertive. Xie Yujia suddenly turned to Hao Ren and blinked at him with her big eyes. Why aren't you taking notes? Oh, Hao Ren picked up a pen, not knowing what to write. Xie Yujia smiled at Hao Ren's clumsiness and turned back to the teacher to listen carefully. Her facial features were so delicate that she looked like the masterpiece of a sculptor. The graceful and perfect shapes such as her eyebrows, nose, lips were so beautiful that they looked like they were sketched out by an artist. She wasn't wearing any makeup or perfume. All she had was the light, fresh smell of laundry detergent on her clothes. Damn, Good boy Ren has such a peach blossom fortune. He even got Xie Yujia as his girlfriend. Yu Rong, Zhou Liren, and the other guys at the back were very jealous. Hao Ren sat beside Xie Yujia and felt like everything else started to turn into a blur. The tree danced outside the window, and the teacher kept writing on the blackboard. Hao Ren felt as if he was in a middle school classroom. Hao Ren suddenly had the illusion of him being in a middle school classroom, sitting beside Xie Yujia during class. The feeling of being childhood sweethearts, the feeling of knowing someone even better than himself, and the feeling of taking care of someone without the necessity of saying it out loud, all these feelings suddenly overwhelmed him. If only I was in the same school and same class as Xie Yujia when I was in middle school, he pondered. Hey, class is over. Xie Yujia nudged Hao Ren out of the blue. Oh, Hao Ren scratched his head. He didn't even hear the bell while he looked at her. Xie Yujia covered her mouth as she smiled. After she put her books in her bag, she said with a stern expression, "You have been daydreaming throughout the class. What are you going to do for the exam?" "Weren't you taking excellent notes?" Hao Ren asked. She pouted speechlessly. "I'll give you a copy before the exam." Hao Ren laughed. He turned to the back and found that Zhou Liren and the other guys were long gone. "When are you going to Zhao Yanzi's house?" Hao Ren asked as they walked out of the classroom together. "In the evening. Auntie invited me over for dinner," Xie Yujia answered. Hao Ren nodded, thought for a bit, and asked, "Did she say that you are the only guest?" "Not really." She shook her head. Hao Ren got lost in his thoughts. "I am supposed to go tutor Zhao Yanzi today as usual. But maybe it's not a good idea to tag along since Zhao Hongyu invited Xie Yujia over for dinner." Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren. She secretly wished that Hao Ren could go with her. Although she sensed that Zhao Yanzi's mother was a gentle and wise person, she was still somehow a bit anxious. "Call me if you need anything," Hao Ren said to Xie Yujia. "Okay." She smiled at him and left the building. In the afternoon, Zhou Liren dragged Hao Ren to watch Zhao Jiayi's training. Hao Ren was surprised to find out that the stadium was filled with Zhao Yanzi's fangirls. Zhao Jiayi had become somewhat of a campus celebrity, and his fame almost exceeded Huang Zuji's. The basketball team had won 3 games in a row under Zhao Jiayi's lead. It is ranked at the top in the National College Basketball League so far, Zhou Liren said as he scanned the girls. Hao Ren suddenly wondered what Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were doing as he looked at those excited girls. Gongzi. Hao Ren only thought of them, and they appeared by Hao Ren's sides understandingly. They looked like 2 Russian nesting dolls in their stylish red jackets. The jackets were kind of loose but very fashionable. The appearance of the twins brightened the stadium. Even the members of the basketball team ran as fast as bunnies when they saw that the Lu sisters were watching them train. "What have you been doing? I barely see you guys besides the weekends," Hao Ren asked. "Hee, we have been cultivating and trying to advance to mid-tier Qian level," Lu Linlin answered with a bright smile. "Plus, we didn't want to disturb Gongzi," Lu Lili added lightly. "How's studying going?" Hao Ren asked them. "Getting smoother and smoother. The classes aren't difficult." "Oh, we need to go shoot a short video off campus in a few days." Lu Linlin got closer to Hao Ren as she answered. Although she was in the baggy red outfit, the softness of her arms and shoulders was the same. That's good." Hao Ren nodded and turned back to the basketball court. Lu Lili secretly stared at Hao Ren from his side. She moved closer. She wanted to touch him, but she didn't have the gut to do so. Lu Linlin, on the other hand, put her hands on Hao Ren's shoulder and rested her chin on her hands, watching the game closely. "Damn. Hao Ren will definitely get punished for this," Zhou Liren said enviously since he was standing the closest to Hao Ren and saw how intimate the twins were with Hao Ren. After a little while, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili said abruptly, "Let's go get something to eat, Gongzi." Hao Ren looked at them with a strange expression. "How did you know that I'm not going to Zhao Yanzi's house today?" "We know Gongzi's plan too well. If you are going to little Jumu's house, you would be preparing tutoring materials in the afternoon instead of watching the training," Lu Linlin laughed and said. Hao Ren laughed and shrugged. "I might still need to go." He took out the phone and dialed Zhao Hongyu's number. "Where are you, Ren?" Zhao Hongyu picked up instantly. "I'm at school." Hao Ren asked up front, "Auntie, did you invite Xie Yujia over today?" "Yes, didn't she tell you about it?" Zhao Hongyu didn't deny it. She paused for half a second and said, "Why don't you come along?" "Okay, but auntie, do you have something to talk about with Xie Yujia?" "Nothing specific. I just want to treat her to dinner and get to know her." Zhao Hongyu heard Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's chatter over the phone and asked, "Are Linlin and Lily with you?" "Yeah," Hao Ren answered. "Ask them to come over too then," Zhao Hongyu said straightforwardly. Hao Ren covered up the speaker and asked the twins, "I'm going to Zi's house for dinner. Do you guys want to come?" He thought they would say yes without hesitation since they loved big crowds of people. But to his surprise, the twins shook their heads. "We had plans for today already, so we can't go." Hao Ren answered Zhao Hongyu, "They can't make it, so I'll come with Xie Yujia." "Okay. Zi's dad is busy today, so he won't be back. It's going to be the four of us," Zhao Hongyu said softly and hung up the phone. Hao Ren thought back to Zhao Hongyu's tone and felt like the dinner might not be as complicated as he thought. "What are your plans then?" Hao Ren asked the twins as he put his phone away. "Hee, we got an invitation too," Lu Linlin said. They didn't want to tell him the details, so Hao Ren didn't push them. No one in the mortal world was able to bully them after all. Hao Ren went to the bus stop at the school gate after sending Xie Yujia a message. Soon, Xie Yujia arrived at the bus stop in her casual outfit. "I thought you aren't coming." Xie Yujia relaxed and exhaled before speaking to Hao Ren. "I didn't want to go, but Zi's mom invited me as well. It is just a meal, nothing else," Hao Ren laughed. Xie Yujia nodded. Zhao Yanzi held prejudice against her, but in her mind, Zhao Hongyu was a very gentle lady. The bus came, and the door opened after braking. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia got on the bus. Everything seemed normal, just like the natural change of seasons from spring to summer. There were green buds slowly coming out of the tree branches on the roadside, and there were also flowers withering in the bushes. "Such nice weather," Xie Yujia lightly sighed on her window seat. "Yeah," Hao Ren answered casually. The sky was clear, and the sun was giving out the last bit of warmth of the day. High above the sky, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were flying inside their energy spheres, following a violet paper crane toward the direction of the ragged house. Chapter 284. Z can cultivate. When Hao Ren and Xie Yujia arrived at Zhao Yanzi's home, Zhao Hongyu was cooking. "You arrived early." Zhao Hongyu wiped her hands on her apron and opened the door. "I have no afternoon classes today, so I thought I might come a bit earlier to help. I hope we are not interrupting." Xie Yujia walked into the house carefully. "You don't need to get us gifts. You are only here to have a meal with us," Zhao Hongyu said politely as she saw Xie Yujia putting a gift on the ground. "It is what I should do," Xie Yujia replied with a gentle smile. Xie Yujia was indeed more thoughtful than Hao Ren as he had never thought about buying a gift for Zhao Yanzi's parents even though he had been to their house many times. "Z is not back yet. It seems like it is going to take a while. You guys can go read some books," Zhao Hongyu said thoughtfully. "Auntie, let me help you," Xie Yujia volunteered. "There's no need. I'm just going to make a few quick side dishes." Zhao Hongyu went back to the kitchen after she replied. "It seems like Zi's mom can cook very well," Xie Yujia said softly while looking toward the kitchen. Hao Ren smiled and thought, not only can Zi's mom cook very well, but she is also a top architect in the country. As Xie Yujia sat down on the sofa, she started to look at the decoration of the house. Although the house was not big, the interior was uniquely designed and made the house feel spaciousness. This chapter was originally shared via N.O.V.B.in. The green and blue tablecloth, the elegant linen curtains, the refreshing bouquet, all those details created a refreshing environment for the guests. The house provided a natural sense of belongingness, joy, and calmness of returning home. What a smart and elegant woman, Xie Yujia suddenly started to admire Zhao Hongyu. Pow! Zhao Yanzi, who was wearing her sky blue school uniform and had a bag on her back, opened the door and entered the house. When she saw Hao Ren and Xie Yujia sitting on the living room sofa, she froze for a moment before turning to the kitchen and shouting, "Mom, what's going on?" "I invited Yujia over to have dinner with us." Zhao Hongyu walked out of the kitchen and was holding several plates. Zhao Yanzi's expression immediately darkened. "Yujia, Ren, wash your hands and come to have dinner. Zi's dad won't be joining us tonight." Zhao Hongyu ignored Zhao Yanzi's frustration and said to Xie Yujia and Hao Ren, Thank you for your hospitality, Xie Yujia said to Zhao Hongyu and went ahead to wash her hands in the washroom. Zhao Hongyu looked at Xie Yujia and thought, I wouldn't worry that much if Z is half as polite and considerate as this girl. Hao Ren has such a good temper, and he is spoiling Z. After Xie Yujia finished washing her hands, she sat down at the table. Then, Zhao Yanzi ran in front of Hao Ren to wash her hands and rolled her eyes at him. She even bumped him with her body. They both returned to the table. As Zhao Hongyu picked up the chopsticks, she opened her arms and said politely as the host, since this is your first time visiting, feel free to start. Ha! Don't even think about coming here the second time, Zhao Yanzi mumbled. Z. Zhao Hongyu said to Zhao Yanzi with a stern tone. Zhao Yanzi pouted and picked up her chopsticks. Xie Yujia smiled awkwardly and said, thanks, auntie. Zhao Hongyu slightly nodded. Then, she looked at Hao Ren and Xie Yujia and thought. I have to admit, Hao Ren and Xie Yujia look great together. Compared to Zhao Yanzi, who has a bad temper, Xie Yujia gives people a sense of delightfulness. Zhao Hongyu picked up the remote and started playing soft music in the dining room, trying to ease the awkward situation. How long have you been cultivating? After a few minutes, Zhao Hongyu suddenly asked Xie Yujia. About 1 to 2 weeks, Xie Yujia looked at Zhao Hongyu and replied. It seems like you are at level 3 of the Qi refinement realm. Your progress is quite good, Zhao Hongyu said. I'm quite dull in regard to cultivation. It is all thanks to Hao Ren's guidance, Xie Yujia smiled gently and said. This girl does make people feel comfortable, Zhao Hongyu thought. Then, she asked again, are you normally busy with your studies? It's all right. Usually, I spend my days going to the library and reading books, Xie Yujia answered. What if, Zhao Hongyu suddenly lowered her tone, could Z learn from you when you're free? Huh? Xie Yujia was surprised, you mean, help her study? Mom. I don't want to study with her, Zhao Yanzi yelled. Not studying, Zhao Hongyu looked at Xie Yujia with her bright eyes and said, I'm talking about cultivation. Cultivation? Xie Yujia was even more surprised, and she quickly waved her hands. I'm really bad at cultivation right now. Hao Ren, too, was a bit shocked as he never would have thought that Zhao Hongyu invited Xie Yujia over to discuss this. Since this was the case, then Zhao Guang wasn't here not because of some emergencies. He probably wanted to give them a more relaxed atmosphere to discuss this issue. Hao Ren is at a higher level compared to me. Why not ask him to teach Z? Xie Yujia blushed when she saw Zhao Hongyu staring at her, so she tried to put the spotlight on Hao Ren. Oh, for some reasons, Z can't cultivate like Hao Ren. Zhao Hongyu stopped for a moment before continuing. Your master is willing to accept Z as her non-official disciple, but Z will need your help cultivating. Zhao Hongyu had met that old grandma already? Hao Ren was more shocked. Z was at Gen level before. Because of some incidents, she lost all her power. Now, she is getting weaker and weaker, which is what I'm concerned about. Zhao Hongyu directly stated her concerns. It was extremely dangerous for dragon cultivators to lose their dragon cores. Although it wasn't easy for adult dragon cultivators to lose their dragon cores, they would definitely die if someone else took it away from them. Since Zhao Yanzi was still growing, she could stay alive for a few years even though she lost her dragon core. However, as a member of the dragon tribe, the weakening of her body would become more and more evident without the support of the dragon core. Zhao Yanzi had never gotten sick before. However, she got a fever a while ago. That was an example. Although she could be quite irritating sometimes, she did, in fact, need protection. When that old grandma came to visit, she gave Zhao Hongyu some advice. Although she couldn't make a dragon core out of thin air, nor could she fix Zhao Yanzi's problem, she informed Zhao Yanzi's parents that Zhao Yanzi could cultivate like a human cultivator and absorb nature essence to improve her health. She might even be able to use some of the cultivation techniques. This advice gave Zhao Hongyu some hope. Not even the best elixir pills or spiritual herbs from the Dragon Palace could change the fact that Zhao Yanzi's body was becoming weaker and weaker. However, if Zhao Yanzi started to practice human cultivation techniques, it could at least assure Zhao Yanzi's good health within 3 years. In addition, Zhao Yanzi had a great body type known as the heavenly spirit body type, since she was a dragon. Compared to ordinary humans, she had much higher potential. Another thing was that, Although Zhao Yanzi was a non-official disciple of that old grandma, to others, she was related to a soul formation realm cultivator. Even if the old grandma wasn't going to do anything to help East Ocean, other people couldn't dare to bully or hurt Zhao Yanzi anymore. Chapter 285. Frenemy. Because of the old grandma's status, she couldn't be Zhao Yanzi's master. However, Xie Yujia could. It wasn't appropriate for a human cultivator on the soul formation realm to have a close relationship with dragon cultivators. Yet, Xie Yujia didn't have that concern. Zhao Hongyu understood the meaning of the old grandma's words and had been thinking about it for a few days. It was on her mind up until she met Xie Yujia yesterday and invited her over today. "Mom, I don't want to cultivate," Zhao Yanzi started complaining. Zhao Hongyu ignored Zhao Yanzi's complaint and looked at Xie Yujia sincerely. What do you think?" Xie Yujia hesitated for a few seconds and said, "If that is what master wants, then, I will try my best to teach Z." Zhao Hongyu smiled gratifyingly. "All right. That's settled. Hao Ren will guide Z with her schoolwork and Yujia will guide Z with her cultivation." "Mom." Zhao Yanzi put down her bowl as she was fuming with rage. Z. Zhao Hongyu finally turned her head to Zhao Yanzi. "From now on, Ren will have many things to do. Do you wish to stay at home, or go with him? Such as the Nine-Dragon Palace. Do you wish to follow Ren there but do nothing? Or do you wish to be able to help him?" Zhao Yanzi remained silent. Deep down, she understood that she had become a mortal after she lost her dragon core. All those places she used to be able to go were now prohibited, and she couldn't even touch the Dharma treasures she used to be able to use. "From now on, you will go through many things with Ren. If you want Ren to cultivate by himself to solve your crisis, that's fine. But, are you really not going to work hard for yourself?" Zhao Hongyu asked Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi pouted as she wasn't able to refute. If she still had the power of Gen level, she could at least team up with Hao Ren, go to the border of the Demon Sea, and get a few demon beasts as pets. Or she could go to famous mountains and collect herbs that couldn't be found inside the Dragon Palace. Of course, once she practiced human cultivation techniques, she could pretend to be a human cultivator, sneak into Fifth Heaven, and steal some good stuff from there. She just hadn't thought about that yet. When Zhao Hongyu saw Zhao Yanzi's silence, she knew Z implicitly agreed. Zhao Hongyu smiled at Xie Yujia and said, "Thank you so much for helping with this." "No problem," Xie Yujia replied with a gentle smile. "Also, about the elixir making matter you asked me yesterday, it isn't a problem. You can do that at the Dragon Palace tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I will ask Premier Shah to assign you a specific room," Zhao Hongyu said. "Thanks, Auntie." Xie Yujia nodded happily. "Ren, starting from this weekend, you should come to my studio and start learning things about architecture," Zhao Hongyu said to Hao Ren. "Okay, Auntie." Hao Ren nodded immediately. Zhao Hongyu finally showed a satisfied smile as she had everything arranged properly. Zhao Yanzi did not have any chance to express her thoughts. Even though Zhao Hongyu seemed like a gentle mother, her decision was not to be questioned and shaken. After dinner, Zhao Hongyu cleaned up by herself so that Xie Yujia and Hao Ren could start giving Zhao Yanzi her first basic cultivation lesson. Even though Zhao Yanzi didn't want to, she couldn't argue with Zhao Hongyu. So, all she could do was pout as she stomped up the stairs. Xie Yujia smiled gently at Hao Ren and followed Zhao Yanzi to the second floor. Hao Ren looked at Zhao Hongyu and saw her waving at him. Therefore, he went upstairs as well. Zhao Yanzi's room was warmly decorated. Compared to Xie Yujia's room, this room was 100 times more beautiful. The chandelier was shaped like a flower, and the light spread to all directions through the petals and was reflected by the walls of the room, filling the entire room with warmth. "May I call you Z?" Xie Yujia walked into the room carefully and asked Zhao Yanzi. "Huh." Zhao Yanzi sat at the edge of the bed and remained quiet. Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren helplessly and said to Z, "I will first teach you this basic cultivation technique called the Qi refinement technique." Zhao Yanzi tried to keep a straight face, but her ears were listening to everything. Xie Yujia kept quiet for a few seconds, preparing. Then she said softly, "Heaven and earth, the beginning of all things." Hao Ren heard the first few sentences and thought it felt familiar. He tried to recall it from his memories and thought, "Isn't this the scripture that was on the stone monument inside the Heavenly Oneness Temple at the mountaintop when we toured the Greenstone Mountain?" When he was having a hard time getting to con level, he got help from someone in the sky, and the technique that rushed through his mind was precisely the same technique Xie Yujia was teaching Zhao Yanzi. This is the basic cultivation technique of human cultivators, qi refinement technique. Yujia, should I leave? Hao Ren asked as he realized that Zhao Yanzi had started to listen seriously. Eavesdropping on other people's cultivation technique, even if it was the basic cultivation technique, was considered a taboo. It's okay, you can stay, Xie Yujia said. She thought that if Hao Ren were to leave, Zi would definitely start opposing her. Therefore, she might as well let Hao Ren stay to make sure everything was in place. Okay. Hao Ren sat down on a chair nearby. After she recited the technique that was more than 1,000 words, Xie Yujia started to explain it carefully to Zhao Yanzi. Although Zhao Yanzi was in a rebellious mood, she didn't want to give up cultivating and let Xie Yujia surpass her. So, she listened carefully to every word. On the other hand, Hao Ren was quietly practicing his own light-splitting sword shadow scroll and ignored Xie Yujia's explanations. Both spirit concentration scroll and qi refinement technique had the same effects. However, they focused on different types of bodies and had different ways of cultivating. As 2 hours passed, Zhao Yanzi memorized and understood the entire qi refinement technique. This surprised Xie Yujia as she did not expect Zhao Yanzi to be so talented. Hao Ren, do you still want to help her with her schoolwork? After a long exhale, Xie Yujia asked Hao Ren. Not today, we won't have enough time. Hao Ren summoned Little White from the necklace. We should leave now. Little White looked around and started rolling on the ground excitedly as it saw the 3 people inside the room. Hao Ren threw an essence replenishment pill to it and slapped its butt. Bang! Little White turned into the snow lion form. After opening the door to the balcony, Hao Ren sat on Little White's back and pulled Xie Yujia onto its back as well. Zhao Yanzi's cheeks were bulging as she felt wronged. Don't worry, I will not fight with you on certain things, Xie Yujia smiled awkwardly and said to Zhao Yanzi. Hey, this is for you. Zhao Yanzi suddenly opened her backpack and took out a disc before she threw it to Hao Ren. Hao Ren reached out his arm and caught it. This is. You will know when you see it. Zhao Yanzi closed the door to the balcony. With a loud banging noise, Little White carried Hao Ren and Xie Yujia to the sky. Zhao Yanzi stood behind the balcony door and started thinking. She walked back to her bed and tried to cultivate the technique Xie Yujia taught her. Shoo! A shallow white nature essence suddenly gathered around Zhao Yanzi's body. Chapter 286. Super cute beauty. While Hao Ren and Xie Yujia were flying toward the school on Little White's back, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were visiting the old grandma in her house. 1 shabby desk, 1 worn-out bed, and 3 cups of tea. The Lu sisters had been sitting across from the old grandma for more than 2 hours. The old grandma remained silent, and the Lu sisters also stayed silent. You two have the cultivation strengths of 3 lotus petals, the old grandma finally spoke. Elder, you have a cultivation of 4 lotus petals, right? Lu Linlin said. Almost. The old grandma picked up her teacup and took a sip. Politely, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily also picked up their cups and sipped. In the teacup was high-quality tiger club grass, which was a spiritual herb with the effect of steadying people's nerves. In the mortal world, there are specific rules. You must abide by the rules even if you don't belong to this world. The old grandma put down her teacup and said slowly. Elder, do you want to send us back? Lu Linlin stared at the old grandma and asked in a measured tone. Sitting next to her sister, Lu Lily blinked. The old grandma shook her head. I invited you to my place to discuss the necessity for you to abide by the rules. Rules? Lu Linlin looked at the old grandma in defiance. You almost hurt our Gongzi last time, and we haven't held you accountable yet. Since we can't agree with each other, then more talking is useless. The old grandma waved her hand. A strong wind lifted Lu Linlin and Lu Lily up. The shabby house was obviously the old grandma's zoomy space. Before they could react, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were tossed out of the house. Sister, she's so fierce. Lu Lily looked back at the house and said. When she was in the house a moment ago, she was almost out of breath under the aggressive suppression. Humph. We are no match for her right now. We have to endure her for now. Lu Linlin pulled her sister up into the sky with a 5-colored energy sphere around them. Although they were top-tier masters in East Ocean City, they were no match for the Grand Master of the Soul Formation realm. At their levels, they didn't need a battle to test each other's strength. By emitting auras, they get a feel of rivals' cultivation strength. The combined strength of the sisters was no match for the old grandma. Also, the old grandma knew quite a lot of things about the heavenly realm that was above ninth heaven. Meanwhile, Hao Ren walked Xie Yujia to her dorm building. After putting Little White away, he returned to his own dorm with the disc. He borrowed Chen Kei's laptop from the other dorm again to watch the content on the disc Zhao Yanzi gave him. As predicted, the disc was a video of Zhao Yanzi's performance from last night. In her fancy dress and tight-fitting jacket, Zhao Yanzi looked vibrant. When watching the video, he had a different feeling than when he watched the play in the auditorium. Zhao Yanzi's performance was quite good. Her presence on the stage was grand and fearless. Occasionally, her eyes scanned the audience as if she was looking for someone. "Silly girl, you were distracted during your performance." Hao Ren almost laughed as he watched. In the second half, Zhao Yanzi was more focused and recited the long lines smoothly while her movements and expressions were more natural and accurate. Her crisp voice was ear-pleasing. One couldn't get tired of hearing it. When the video ended, it was almost time for the curfew. Exhaling deeply, Hao Ren thought that Zhao Yanzi was indeed a cute girl. He was about to stand up when he saw a group of guys standing behind him. "Damn! What are you all doing?" Hao Ren was startled. With his cultivation strength on Gen level, he didn't even notice that a group of guys was standing behind him. He had been taken by the video. "Wow! Who's this little beauty? She is so cute, super cute. And her voice is great. Which school's play is this? She must be more adorable in person. Is it a viral video? How come I've never seen it before? Hao Ren, where did you get it?" The moment the video ended, they immediately talked animatedly among themselves. Hao Ren didn't answer their questions. Quickly, he removed the disc from the laptop before putting it away. The guys tried to grab the disc from his hands, but Hao Ren stopped them. "Please loan it to me. I'll make a copy and return it to you. It will go viral if we post it online." As they talked, they looked at the disc with coveting glances. However, Hao Ren got up to his upper berth and placed the disc under his pillow. He planned to bring the disc back home this weekend to show it to Grandma. He guessed it was one of Zhao Yanzi's intentions when she gave him the disc. "Forget it. We'll search for it online. She must be a new star on the web." Seeing Hao Ren hide the disc, the guys rolled their eyes before going away. They didn't believe that Hao Ren would know such a cute girl. They had already forgotten that Zhao Yanzi had once come to East Ocean University. However, Zhao Yanzi did look quite different on the stage. Besides, the guys only had a vague impression of her and couldn't make the link. It would be great to have such a girl as a girlfriend. "You pervert. She is a teenager. I can wait. You guys know nothing. Tons of middle schoolers are dating these days. A lot of them are dating high schoolers." They walked out of Hao Ren's bedroom while talking. If they had known that the super cute beauty was, in fact, Hao Ren's fiancée, they would probably have climbed up to his upper berth and strangled him in jealousy. Hao Ren spent half the night cultivating and the other half sleeping. Thursday morning came in the blink of an eye. Su Han's course was still taught by the substitute teacher. During the class, the guys got sleepy, and none of them tried to grab the seats in the front. At Zhao Jiayi and other buddies' urgings, Hao Ren sat in the front row with Xie Yujia and Ma Lina. Not wanting to be the third wheeler, Ma Lina sat with Zhao Jiayi and the others in the back. After the class began, Xie Yujia was engrossed in taking notes while Hao Ren flipped through the grade 8 math practice booklet and prepared the night's materials for Zhao Yanzi. They didn't look like a couple in love. Instead, they had returned to the relationship of childhood sweethearts. In the evening, they took the bus together and headed to Zhao Yanzi's home. The setting sun was as beautiful as a picture. Looking quietly at the scene outside the window, Xie Yujia said abruptly, "You were quite thorough with the preparations for Zhao Yanzi." Hao Ren's mind had been on other stuff. Hearing her words, he looked up with a bitter smile. "It's useless since she's not serious with her studies. Actually, she is a sensible girl. It's just that sometimes she is too combative," Xie Yujia said. "Sensible? She's sensible?" Hao Ren had his doubt. The bus arrived, and they walked to Zhao Yanzi's home together. Today, Zhao Guang was also home. Zhao Hongyu prepared a lot of dishes for them. Uncle, auntie. Seeing Zhao Guang's stern face, Xie Yujia was a bit nervous. She greeted them respectfully. He, come in and take a seat. Zhao Hongyu greeted Xie Yujia warmly and ushered her and Hao Ren into the house. Zhao Yanzi had returned home from school. She sat on the couch with the TV remote control in her hand, ignoring Hao Ren and Xie Yujia. Hao Ren looked at her closely and found no special radiance. However, her temperament felt different from yesterday. Her eyes were brighter, and her delicate skin looked smoother. Although she sat on the couch leisurely, a vibrant, youthful energy emitted from her. Come on, the dinner is ready. We will be troubling you two to tutor little Z after dinner. Zhao Hongyu held Xie Yujia's hand and pulled her to the dinner table. Her words were aimed at Xie Yujia. After all, after 2 hours of tutoring, Zhao Yanzi had reached level 1 of the Qi refinement realm in one night. The progress looked insignificant, but it was important to Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu. It meant that Zhao Yanzi could still cultivate despite her loss of the dragon core. She could get on a brand new road of cultivation. The more solid her cultivation foundation was, the better odds she would have in successfully receiving the dragon core in the future. Zhao Hongyu was moved by Xie Yujia's sincerity in tutoring Zhao Yanzi despite the latter's prejudice against her. Auntie, you are too kind. Xie Yujia was a bit overwhelmed by Zhao Hongyu's warmth. She sat at the dinner table, blushing. Zhao Guang sat at the table expressionlessly with the temperament of the family head. However, when he happened to see the faint fluctuations of nature essence around Zhao Yanzi this morning, he was more excited than anyone else. Since Zhao Yanzi was back on the road of cultivation, she would be able to take elixir pills without any side effects, and she wouldn't be as fragile as a mortal. Yujia, did you go to Lingzhou Middle School in the past? Zhao Hongyu chatted with Xie Yujia while they ate. Yes, auntie, Xie Yujia answered politely, a bit reserved. Ms. Luo is very proud of you. You must have been the top student in Lingzhou Middle School back then. The conversation was all centered around Xie Yujia, and Zhao Yanzi, who busied herself with eating, got more and more grumpy. Zhao Guang kept the stern look as the family head while he ate, and his presence made Zhao Yanzi not daring enough to throw a tantrum. Afraid that Xie Yujia would regard her as a nagging mom, Zhao Hongyu turned on the TV after consulting with Zhao Guang. On TV, the local news was being broadcasted. A couple of days ago, Lingzhou Middle School set a new standard for liberal education by producing a school play. The news attracted the attention of the people at the dinner table. Mom! It's me! Zhao Yanzi yelled in excitement. At the center of the stage, Zhao Yanzi in the company of the boy playing Romeo looked like a beautiful princess. The scene immediately caught the eyes of Hao Ren and the others. Hao Ren looked at the Zhao Yanzi on TV before glancing at her from across the table and found that her temperament had indeed improved. This news report that was about a dozen seconds ended quickly, but Zhao Yanzi's excitement was not abated. Half a minute later, Zhao Hongyu's cell phone began to receive calls one after another. It's okay. As a girl, it was a good challenge for her. You are too kind. And your Qianqin is also pretty. No, there are no plans for national performances. Okay, I'll bring her when we have dinner next time. And you must bring Yu. She's almost 5 years old now, right? Zhao Hongyu finally ended the last incoming call. Obviously, they came from Zhao Hongyu's friends who had watched the news. Zhao Hongyu sounded modest, but her smiles showed that she was quite proud. Z's performance that day was indeed excellent. Xie Yujia took the opportunity to praise her. Glancing at Xie Yujia, Zhao Yanzi wanted to retort but controlled herself. After all, she was secretly pleased with Xie Yujia's compliment. Seeing Zhao Yanzi's full-blown excitement, Hao Ren didn't flatter her. Instead, he said calmly, it was okay. Instantly, Zhao Yanzi rolled her eyes at him. After dinner, Hao Ren and Xie Yujia walked upstairs with Zhao Yanzi, one teaching her the basic cultivation technique while the other tutoring her schoolwork. Due to her appearance on the news, Zhao Yanzi was still excited while subconsciously thinking about her classmates' reactions when she goes to school tomorrow. So, she didn't act defiantly with Xie Yujia. Instead, she followed Xie Yujia's guidance and circulated the Qi refinement scroll. Then, she quickly finished the test papers Hao Ren gave her without any conditions. In the middle of her work, she got a call from Little Ling and chatted with her for more than 10 minutes. On the other side of the line, Little Ling predicted that Zhao Yanzi would become a big movie star in the future, and Zhao Yanzi was so happy that she rolled on her bed while talking to her friend on the phone. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia looked at her in exasperation and amusement. Knock. Knock. They had finished tutoring and were packing their stuff up when someone knocked on the door. Come in. Zhao Yanzi yelled. Thinking it was her mom, Zhao Yanzi's tone was playful. From the look on her face, she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. After all, she was only in grade 8, thus easily got dizzy with vanity. However, it was Zhao Guang instead of Zhao Hongyu who walked into the room. Zhao Yanzi thought her dad would scold her for yelling in the room and immediately sat up. However, Zhao Guang just glanced at her before turning to Xie Yujia. Yujia, you want to make elixir pills, right? I'll take you there. Chapter 287. Making beauty pills. Xie Yujia had indeed been thinking of making elixir pills, but she didn't feel comfortable mentioning it to Zhao Yanzi's parents again. Zhao Guang's suddenly appearance solved the matter for her. She nodded. Okay, Ren, come along. Zhao Guang glanced at him and seemed to have sensed his concern. Without a word, Hao Ren stood up. Dad. I want to go, too. Zhao Yanzi jumped up. You. Zhao Guang hesitated for a second before nodding. Okay. It was only 1 hour before the curfew in the dorms, so they couldn't make it back if they went to make elixir pills. However, Xie Yujia didn't mind. For the past few days, she had been practicing the procedure of making elixir pills that the old grandma had taught her, and she could only get less anxious if she successfully created the elixir. Zhao Guang drove the three of them to the seashore before walking to the Dragon Palace along the usual tunnel. Premier Shah had gotten the news and was at the gate to greet them. Among the 4 people, he was actually closest to Hao Ren. Premier Shah, sorry for the trouble, Hao Ren said when he found that their guide was Premier Shah again. It's my duty, Premier Shah answered with gratification. During the hundreds of years of being the premier of the Dragon Palace, this Fuma was the most considerate person he had ever encountered. The inside of the Dragon Palace was still heavily guarded despite the retreat of the West Ocean Dragon clan. Without the powerful support of Zhao Kuo, Zhao Guang couldn't let his guard down. After all, compared with the other 3 Dragon Palaces, East Ocean was the most wealth but also the weakest. Since they were in the Dragon Palace now, they were going to pay a visit to Su Han first. This time, Xie Yujia wasn't blindfolded and saw all the sceneries. Her expression sometimes showed astonishment and sometimes showed admiration. She almost acted the same way as Hao Ren when he first came to the Dragon Palace. After crossing a small plaza, they came to the palace where Su Han was recovering from her injuries. In the small garden before her bedroom, Su Han was practicing sword techniques in a white robe. She was still pale due to her injuries, and the surrounding flowers flew around under the force of her sword energy. It was a beautiful sight. She put away the white jade sword and turned to look at the 5 of them. Her pale face blushed a little as she cupped her hands in greeting. Although she was living in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, she didn't have to be this polite as an inspector. Zhao Guang nodded slightly to greet her as well. Sister Su. Zhao Yanzi ran over to her. Your sword techniques were so beautiful. Su Han patted Zhao Yanzi's head lightly before turning her gaze to Hao Ren and Xie Yujia. What are you doing here? Before she could finish her sentence, she looked down at Zhao Yanzi in surprise. Huh? You have nature essence on you? Can you cultivate now? No, I'm just cultivating for fun. Not wanting to admit that she was technically Xie Yujia's disciple, Zhao Yanzi mumbled. We are here today to make elixir pills, Hao Ren said before adding, to make beauty pills. Beauty pills. Su Han's eyes lit up. Yeah. The old grandma taught me how to make elixirs, and today, I'm here to borrow the venue and get the materials for the elixir, Xie Yujia said in a low voice. You, make elixirs? Su Han rarely showed her emotions, but she was surprised by Xie Yujia's words. She could tell that Xie Yujia was only at level 3 of the Qi refinement realm, and she had never heard that a cultivator in Qi refinement realm could make elixirs. The most they could do was to control the fire. Yes, Xie Yujia answered with a smile. Ms. Su, if you are interested, please come with us, Zhao Guang offered. Okay. Su-han said immediately. She put on another long white robe which elegantly trailed on the ground. While she walked crisply, she looked magnificent in the robe. Elder Xingyue was studying scrolls in her room, and she hurried out to greet Zhao Guang. When she heard that they were going to make elixirs, she wanted to go with them, too. After all, with her experience, she couldn't believe that a qi refinement realm cultivator could make elixirs. The group of people went to the underground elixir making rooms in the Godly Treasure Palace. The Godly Treasure Palace was an important structure in the Dragon Palace, and the elixir making rooms that were hidden underground were even more critical. Even ordinary elders couldn't get access to them without permission. Of course, Zhao Guang had personally arranged a room for Xie Yujia's use, so the restrictions didn't apply to her. Even with the great wealth of the East Ocean Dragon clan, they could only build 3 elixir making rooms which used the 10,000-year earthly fires from under the bottom of the sea. The elixir making room in the middle had the purest and most powerful fire. This room is usually used by little Taoist Zhen, but recently, he shut himself in his room, studying Dharma treasures and hasn't been coming. So, you may use this room to make elixir pills for the time being, Zhao Guang said when he walked into the room in the middle. The others followed, and the most curious one was Zhao Yanzi, who had not known that such an elixir making room existed. She looked around with interest. Bang! The moment they entered the room, they were greeted with a surge of hot air. The 10,000-year earthly fire. Su-han immediately threw out an energy sphere around Zhao Yanzi to protect her from the heat. Standing next to Xie Yujia, Zhao Guang was about to put out an energy sphere to protect her when 2 notes jumped out of her body. 1 gold and 1 silver, the 2 notes surrounded Xie Yujia, forcing the hot airwaves back half a meter. The notes emitted waves of energies and jumped up and down mysteriously as if they were alive. The silver and gold blinking lights showcased the powerful protection they offered. Your Majesty, the materials are prepared as instructed by Inspector Su. Premier Shah opened a box and presented it to Zhao Guang and Xie Yujia. Okay. Zhao Guang nodded slightly before backing to one side. Su-han was still weak, so she sat down on a steel chair in the room, looking beautiful in her white robe. Zhao Yanzi stood by her side, holding onto one of the armrests of the chair so she wouldn't be pushed back by the sudden surges of hot airwaves. Hao Ren also backed up several steps and watched Xie Yujia quietly. Hao Ren, it's time to let out Little White, Xie Yujia said to him abruptly. Oh. I almost forgot. Hao Ren immediately tossed out Little White from his necklace. He usually let this spirit beast out 3 times a day. For the rest of the time, it would be inside the necklace so that it couldn't cause trouble. The moment Little White landed onto the ground, it sensed the hot airwaves. With a booming sound, it turned into its snow lion form to block them. The main ingredient of beauty pills are these 3 beauty flowers. Other supplementary ingredients include 2 7-star grass, 1 dual hearts wood, 1 section of stone bamboo, a 1,000-year purple ginseng. With all the materials prepared, Su-han was still uncertain. She told Xie Yujia about the herbs in the box. Okay, I got it. Xie Yujia nodded cautiously. Her right hand moved forward, and the golden note hovering in front of her flew forward. Bang! The lid of the profound steel furnace that was as heavy as 1,000 pounds was instantly lifted. Chapter 288. Making elixirs with notes. Xie Yujia tossed the herbs in the box into the furnace one after another. The earthly fire under the furnace had been burning for thousands of years without stopping, and the inside of the furnace was already bright red. The inception of this chapter's publication is linked to N0V3 pounds 11N. The moment the herbs were tossed inside, they turned into essence liquid and merged slowly. Cautiously, Xie Yujia threw in the most critical herbs, the 3 beauty flowers. At the wave of her arm, the golden note blinked and moved the lid to its original position. Xie Yujia's movement of lifting and closing the furnace lid looked quite smooth, as if she had practiced it hundreds of times. Su-han looked at her with satisfaction and astonishment, wondering how a weak cultivator in the level 3 qi refinement realm could move a furnace lid weighing about 1,000 pounds. The Dharma note Xie Yujia used was indeed powerful. Elder Xingyue was also surprised. She had never seen or heard of this method of making elixirs with Dharma notes. Elder Xingyue believed that Xie Yujia must be the disciple of a Grand Master. In the furnace, the 5 elements in the herbs were instantly turned into essence liquid by the hot earthly fire. However, it was still a mortal fire and couldn't extract the 5 elements purely and merge them into each other. That was why 5 colored mists floated above the furnace. "Little White, it's your turn." Xie Yujia glanced at Little White that was by her side. Little White looked at Xie Yujia and then at Hao Ren behind it, wondering what it was supposed to do. "Silly dog. Spit fire." Hao Ren rushed over and gave it a light kick at its rump. Little White jumped forward and finally hissed out a red flame from its mouth. The flame merged into the surging earthly fire. It looked weak, but the combined fire instantly leapt up by 3 feet. The red fire had blue flames on the top, and the blue flames were obviously more potent than other flames. A faint aroma of the mixed herbs appeared. Little White's demon fire was, in fact, the Samadhi true fire, the fundamental fire for making elixirs. As a level 2 elixir pill, the beauty pills were not difficult to make. It was due to the rarity of the mature beauty flowers in the mortal world that caused the beauty pills to be long lost. The 5 colored mists transformed slowly, signaling the merging process of the essence liquid in the furnace. However, making elixirs was not done after tossing the herbs into the furnace. One must continuously adjust the power of the fire and the combinations of the herbs. The process was almost the same as cooking, which was not done the moment you dump the materials into the pot. Sitting in the chair, Su Han watched the process without blinking. So was Zhao Yanzi, who had never seen people make elixir before. Half a step behind Zhao Guang, Premier Shah, and Elder Xingyue were also observing Xie Yujia's movements and the slow turning of the furnace. The furnace was special, and ordinary cultivators couldn't turn it. Premier Shah and Elder Xingyue found it quite incredible to see a Qi refinement realm cultivator rotate the furnace with her cultivation strength. They surmised that the secret lied with the golden and silver notes that were as big as half a thumb. "Little White, more fire," Xie Yujia told Little White. However, it didn't understand her. Therefore, Hao Ren had to take a step forward and gave a little pat on its rump. Hiss, another 2 dashes of flame shot from the space between its teeth, and the fire instantly surged high, illuminating the whole room in bright red. Xie Yujia inhaled deeply, and her face grew grim. If the process before this was heating the pot, the following part was the real cooking. She raised her hand slowly, and the golden and silver notes surrounding her also rose. The golden one was the life note or the yang note. The silver one was the death note or the yin note. The change of yin and yang represented the shift of the world. Hovering above the furnace, the golden note extracted traces of nature essence from the crack between the lid and the furnace. These traces were the 5 elemental essences of the herbs. Seeing the essences condense outside of the furnace, Su Han held her breath and didn't move a muscle. Zhao Yanzi got nervous as well, her hand moving quietly to hold Su Han's arm. Zhao Guang looked surprised since he had never seen such a mysterious method of making elixirs. For Xie Yujia, it was as simple as tossing up ingredients in the pot and cooking. By doing this, she let the essence liquids receive heat evenly from Little White's Samadhi true fire. Ordinary elixir masters would stew the elixirs according to their previous experiences. However, Xie Yujia used the extracting and absorbing functions of the life-death note to turn the process into quick frying. The golden life note pulled the 5 element essences of the herbs to the outside of the furnace before the silver death note tossed them back into the furnace. With the nascent soul realm power inside these 2 notes, Xie Yujia carefully controlled the directions and the strengths of the notes. "Dragon King, I've never seen this method of elixir making before." Elder Xingyue took a step forward and whispered to Zhao Guang. "It's indeed powerful," Zhao Guang exclaimed in a low voice. He looked lost while he watched the movements of Xie Yujia's arms. "She will become a powerful elixir master," Elder Xingyue reminded him in a whisper. Zhao Guang instantly understood her meaning. He nodded while a thought dawned on him. Little Taoist Zhen was eccentric and rarely made elixirs. However, Xie Yujia would grow into a powerful elixir master. Low-level elixirs were not very important to the dragon cultivators who could cultivate fast before Gen level. They had less value to the affluent East Ocean Dragon clan members. However, high-level elixirs were strategic resources for them. While they talked, Xie Yujia flicked her fingers, and the golden and silver notes each turned into 10 smaller notes, circulating the furnace slowly. A more intense aroma floated from the furnace. It meant that the pills were almost done. Standing close to the hot furnace, drops of sweat began to slide from Shie Yujia's forehead down to her face and chin. Hiss, the drops of sweat landed on the ground and instantly evaporated. However, Shie Yujia didn't dare to wipe her sweat since she had entered the most crucial stage of elixir making. In this stage, yin and yang balanced each other, and the 5 elemental essenes gave birth to each other. Although the beauty pills were only level 2 elixir pills, she must be careful with the small details. After all, it was her first time trying her hand at elixir making, and the herbs were so precious. Yujia, keep steady. Sensing the slight shaking of her body, Hao Ren blurted out. Shie Yujia was indeed exhausted. Hearing Hao Ren's encouragement, she gritted her teeth and poured out all her nature essence. 10 small golden notes and 10 small silver notes brightened instantly. The flames whirled around the furnace between the notes like a small tornado. The fire was divided into small threads of flames which engulfed the entire furnace. It was a feat only an advanced elixir master could achieve. Hey! Who's in my room? Little Taoist Zhen's voice suddenly broke the tense atmosphere in the room. Chapter 289. Little White's boss. No one had expected that little Taoist Zhen would appear. Shie Yujia, who had been engrossed in elixir making, was especially shaken. Hao Ren saw it and immediately walked forward. He held her hand and injected surges of pure nature essence into her palm. After all her cultivation strength was put on controlling the life-death note, and one disturbance would cause nature essence deviation in her body. However, her 5 elemental life-death note was the nemesis of Hao Ren's light-splitting sword shadow scroll. The moment he touched her hand, he was bounced back by the great force of the life-death notes. Since the room was not big, he was bounced back and crashed hard onto the wall made from black rocks, and he was really dizzy. Fortunately, most of the power of the life-death note was put into controlling the furnace. Otherwise, he could have got his arm broken in the process. However, thanks to the trace of pure nature essence that was injected into her body, Shie Yujia was reinvigorated and continued to control the process of elixir making. She looked back at Hao Ren apologetically. You deserve the crash. Zhao Yanzi yelled silently. Humph! I'll see if you dare to touch her again. Little Taoist Zhen, we'll borrow this room for a while. Zhao Guang cupped his hands at little Taoist Zhen. A cultivator in the qi refinement realm is taking the risk in making elixirs here? Little Taoist Zhen glanced at Shie Yujia, who was standing before the furnace, and said. His cultivation strength was not high, but he had sharp eyes, instantly seeing that she only had the cultivation strength of the qi refinement realm and was not a member of the dragon tribe. However, his expression turned serious when he saw Shie Yujia's golden and silver notes stirring the 5 element essences in the furnace. What pills is she making? He asked Zhao Guang. Beauty pills, Zhao Guang answered. Although little Taoist Zhen was arrogant, Zhao Guang didn't want to offend him. It was not only because he had once saved Zhao Kuo's life. Instead, everyone in East Ocean Dragon Palace knew from the 100 years he was here that he was an intolerant, an eye for an eye type of person. Anyone who offended him would be in trouble. Oh, level 2 pills. Little Taoist Zhen's expression relaxed. Watching Shie Yujia's movements, he had thought that she was making some high-level elixirs. However, her elixir-making techniques were indeed exquisite. He stood there quietly, and the room returned to its previous silence except for the sounds of the flames. Little White was spitting flames without stopping. Little Taoist Zhen's gaze turned from Shie Yujia to Little White, a peer of his. They were both demon beasts, but Little Taoist Zhen had activated his intelligence while Little White hadn't. The process of intelligence activation usually took about 500 to 1000 years. Suddenly, Little Taoist Zhen was interested in this snow lion. The pills were almost done. Shie Yujia gritted her teeth. Obviously, it was consuming the last bit of her strength. One step. Only one step away, Little Taoist Zhen yelled. As level 2 pills, beauty pills were one of the elixir pills that were the easiest to make. As long as the elixir master balanced the 5 elemental essences, extracted the effects of the supplementary materials, and activated the essence in the main ingredients, it would be a success. Although Little Taoist Zhen had not participated in the beginning part of the process, he judged from the aroma floating from the furnace that the pills still needed some time before they were done. While Xie Yujia gritted her teeth and used the last bit of her strength, Su Han and Hao Ren were both looking at her anxiously. Su Han's was anxious because she was afraid that Xie Yujia would fail to make the pills at the last moment. However, Hao Ren was concerned that the process would put too much pressure on Xie Yujia. Little Taoist Zhen sniffed loudly and said abruptly, "No, one herb is missing." While everyone else was watching the furnace without blinking, little Taoist Zhen thought for a few seconds. Yes, the mixture is missing a unicorn lotus. He rummaged in his sleeves and drew out a black stick that looked like a sugar cane before walking to Xie Yujia. "Little Taoist Zhen, don't mess around." Zhao Guang tried to stop him. Su Han was going to walk over and block him, but Elder Xingyue stopped her. "You need this." With one hand, little Taoist Zhen lifted the furnace lid. The life notes and death notes were scattered, and Xie Yujia, who was controlling the notes with her mind and spirit, spat out a mouthful of blood. Little Taoist Zhen ignored it and tossed out a Dharma treasure to push down the essences that were surging out of the furnace before tossing the unicorn lotus into the furnace. What a pity! With the opening of the furnace before completing the process, half of the essences are gone. Little Taoist Zhen sighed while shaking his head. Hearing his words, Su Han, who had high hopes for the beauty pills, almost spat out a mouthful of blood, too. Yujia. Hao Ren hurried over to help Xie Yujia to stand up, but he was again pushed away by the remaining power of the life-death note. "I'm fine," pale-faced, Xie Yujia stood up. "This kid is too reckless." Hao Ren clenched his fists and began to walk to little Taoist Zhen. Despite little Taoist Zhen's high position, Hao Ren found it hard to control his anger towards this kid. He had only walked forward for half a step before Xie Yujia grabbed his sleeve. "He did it for my sake. He knew that I couldn't make it and walked up to continue the process for me." Hearing her words, Hao Ren was surprised. He stared at her and asked, "Why did you still want to go on when you know you couldn't make it?" Xie Yujia lowered her head and said in a low voice, "I didn't want to disappoint Su Han." Hao Ren was both angry and exasperated. If little Taoist Zhen didn't offer his help, Xie Yujia might have ended up worse than spitting blood. She looked gentle but was very stubborn. Little Taoist Zhen sat down cross-legged in front of the furnace and took Xie Yujia's place. He reached out and patted Little White's neck. "More fire. I'll feed you great pills later." Little White seemed to have understood his words. Sticking out its tongue, it instantly spat out stronger flames. Little Taoist Zhen chanted spells, and the furnace began to turn slowly. His elixir-making techniques were different from Xie Yujia's. If Xie Yujia's method was like stir-frying, then his method was like stewing. The stir-frying depended on the skills of the hands while stewing depended on the control of fires. "Lower! Lower!" Little Taoist Zhen yelled at Little White. Little White took a breath, and its samadhi true fire got less intense. The aroma floating from the furnace was even more intense. Elder Xingyue placed her hands on Xie Yujia's shoulders and began to help her settle down the surging blood in her body. "It's so slow, bored," Zhao Yanzi blurted out. Obviously, little Taoist Zhen's method was not as eye-catching as Xie Yujia's. It was as boring as watching a sweet potato being baked. "Can we rush the elixir-making process?" Little Taoist Zhen turned his head and gave her a fierce stare. "So fierce," Zhao Yanzi mumbled before hiding behind Hao Ren. She knew she couldn't afford to mess with little Taoist Zhen. She just hadn't expected that his hearing would be so acute. After more than 1 hour, Zhao Yanzi was feeling the soreness in her legs and feet, and Little White looked fatigued. Just then, little Taoist Zhen said casually, "Time to open the lid." With his right hand, he lifted the lid. An intense aroma instantly filled the whole room. Little Taoist Zhen took out a jade bottle and tossed it up. Hovering in the air above the furnace, the bottle sucked up the pills one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Su Han counted and got excited when she got to 4. She thought that the ingredients were enough to make at most 3 beauty pills. Since Xie Yujia was trying her hand at elixir making for the first time, she expected less than 3. Besides, with the interruption of little Taoist Zhen during the process, some of the nature essences had been lost. It would be fortunate if they could get 1 pill. To her surprise, they had made 4 pills, even one more than her highest expectation. Little Taoist Zhen beckoned, and the jade bottle returned to his hand. He shook the bottle and heard the crisp sound of the pills rolling around in the bottle. With a playful smile, he tossed the bottle at Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia caught it and was at a loss for what to do next. I just wanted to give you a hand. You must have been doing this for 1 day and 1 night, little Taoist Zhen smiled haughtily and said. No, before you arrived, we had been here for less than 1 hour, Zhao Yanzi interrupted. 1 hour? Little Taoist Zhen's proud face turned stiff. It would take him at least 1 day and 1 night at the furnace to make such level 2 pills. However, this Qi refinement realm cultivator only used 1 hour to finish the majority of the process? What strange elixir making technique is this? While little Taoist Zhen froze with astonishment, Little White stood up lazily. It leaned toward him with its red tongue hanging out, obviously asking for its reward. Here, little Taoist Zhen took out a gray bottle and poured out more than 10 pills before tossing them at Little White. Joyously, Little White stuck out its tongue, licked onto all of them, and swallowed. After that, it trotted around little Taoist Zhen with affection. In little Taoist Zhen's hidden space, which was his warehouse, there were at least hundreds of bottles of such low-level pills. If he liked, he could make hundreds of low-level pills in just 3 days and 3 nights. The so-called elixir pills were cheaper than beans to him. What he cared about now was that a weak cultivator could compress the 24-hour process into 2 hours. She was a living Dharma treasure who could make elixirs all the time. Hey, teach me your elixir-making techniques. Ignoring Little White's antics, little Taoist Zhen walked toward Xie Yujia and said. Chapter 290. The Head of Support. Xie Yujia looked at him in a daze, not understanding his words. Teach me your elixir-making techniques, little Taoist Zhen repeated. Frightened, Xie Yujia didn't know how to answer him. How can she teach you her techniques so casually? Hao Ren stood between them and said to little Taoist Zhen. I just want to learn them. I won't tell anyone else. Little Taoist Zhen continued to stare at Xie Yujia. He hated when his master made him learn elixir-making techniques. Although he was gifted and smart and could even make level 9 immortal pills, it usually took him days and nights to do it. For those level 9 immortal pills, he had to spend more than 1 month watching the furnace without rest. That was why he would rather make Dharma treasures instead of elixirs. It took him at most 3 days and 3 nights to make a Dharma treasure, and the process mainly involved his brain since he needed to arrange the different array formations. Compared to that, elixir making was purely physical labor to him. If he could learn Xie Yujia's techniques, my master told me that I couldn't teach anyone these techniques. Xie Yujia calmed down and told him. Who's your master? Tell him or her to see me in the Dragon Palace. Little Taoist Zhen said immediately. My master, Xie Yujia said after half a second of hesitation, she doesn't see people. I don't think there are people I can't see in the world. Little Taoist Zhen grew arrogant. Okay, I'll go and see her then. I'll see if she will teach me or not. Then, he waved his hand at Xie Yujia. Okay, all of you get out. I'm going to make Dharma treasures. I'll go find you later. Xie Yujia looked at this eccentric boy in exasperation. Let's get out of here. Zhao Guang led the group out of the room. Snow Lion, you stay. Little Taoist Zhen said abruptly. Little White looked back at him in bafflement. What are you looking at? I meant you. Little Taoist Zhen pointed at Little White. Stay with me. It's my spirit beast, Hao Ren told little Taoist Zhen. I don't care whose spirit beast it belongs to. It's my little follower now. You can ask it to see if it wants to stay with me for a couple of days. While he talked, he took out another bottle from his sleeve and poured out dozens of pale blue elixir pills. After looking at Hao Ren its watering eyes, Little White suddenly turned and trotted toward little Taoist Zhen. Damn dog. Hao Ren almost cussed out loud. Don't worry. I'll keep it for just a couple of days. I'll come and find you guys with it after I'm done, little Taoist Zhen said in a casual tone as he took out a silver conch-shaped Dharma treasure from his sleeve and tossed it into the furnace. Seeing Little White already leaning fawningly against little Taoist Zhen, Hao Ren was so mad that he got speechless. He had no choice but to leave them. While Hao Ren and others walked toward the first floor of the godly treasure palace, little Taoist Zhen in the room suddenly had a cold expression on his face. Today he was going to make a Dharma treasure which he named Destructive, making you beg for death, fire lightning superkiller conch. Since his master was in a 500-year exclusion cultivation in the 9-Dragon Palace, He could destroy the West Ocean Dragon Palace 100 times in the period, and no one would dare to stop him. If the conch unleashed its full force, it would turn the whole West Ocean Dragon Palace into a pile of debris. In this world, no one dared to mess with him. Even when he was in the Demon Sea and wasn't taken in as a disciple by Chu Niu, he feared no one. West Ocean, you dared to mess with me? I'll show you my power. With both hands, he placed the first layer of essence-absorbing array formation into the Dharma treasure. He planned to put 99 layers of powerful array formations into this super-powerful offensive Dharma treasure, and he didn't care that he would have to spend 3 days and 3 nights to do it. When Xie Yujia and others returned to the Great Hall inside the Godly Treasure Palace, she immediately handed the bottle to Su Han. Su Han took it and poured out one pill before placing it into Xie Yujia's hand. This is the reward for your hard work in making the pills. Xie Yujia tried to decline, but Su Han already took back her hand. Then, Su Han turned to Zhao Yanzi and gave her 2 pills. Zhao Yanzi took the 2 fire-red pills with amazement. They are for me? One is for your mother, and the other is for you in the future, Su Han nodded and said. What if I take it now? Zhao Yanzi asked. Then, you will always look like this, Su Han answered. Hearing her words, Zhao Yanzi immediately put away the pills. She was young and pretty now, but her blooming time had not come yet. And the last one is for me. Su Han smiled. Every woman wanted to look beautiful, including Su Han. While she concentrated on cultivation, she put a lot of thought on the beauty pills because she wanted to retain her beauty. She was now at the blooming age. If she took the beauty pill, she wouldn't have to spend a lot of cultivation strength or large amounts of other elixirs to keep her looks. She could put all her energy into cultivation and try to realize her dream of reaching the heavenly dragon realm. Let's head back, Zhao Guang said. Farewell, Your Majesty. Premier Shah and Elder Xingyue bowed at him. Zhao Guang led Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi, and Xie Yujia out of the Dragon Palace and drove them back to his home on land. It was midnight when they arrived. It's late. If you don't mind, you can spend the night here. Zhao Guang parked the car in the garage and said to Xie Yujia. Okay. Thank you. Xie Yujia lowered her head. Clutching the beauty pill in her hand, she leaned toward Hao Ren. Zhao Yanzi pouted, but she was less defiant now since she was envious of Xie Yujia's elixir-making skills and hoped that she could learn the skills from Xie Yujia later on. That was why she didn't want to alienate Xie Yujia for the time being. Zhao Guang led them into the house and thought for a moment before saying, Ren, you have to sleep in the living room, and Yujia can take the empty room upstairs. Okay. Hao Ren agreed immediately. Zhao Guang led Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi to the second floor and then brought a thick blanket down for Hao Ren. Thank you, uncle, Hao Ren said politely, taking the blanket from him. Ren, I need to talk to you. Zhao Guang didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stood in the living room and looked at Hao Ren. Uncle, please go on. Hao Ren was a bit nervous at Zhao Guang's serious look. Zhao Guang looked at Hao Ren and said slowly, Z must take the first place. First place, Hao Ren didn't quite understand. From the second floor came Zhao Hongyu's happy exclamation. Obviously, Zhao Yanzi was giving her the beauty pill. As an elegant woman, Zhao Hongyu must care about her looks very much as well. I mean, whatever happens in the future, you can't let Z suffer. That's my bottom line, Zhao Guang continued. Okay. Hao Ren understood only a part of it, but he agreed anyway. The second thing is that although West Ocean has retreated, it doesn't mean that our crisis is over. Among the 4 Ocean Dragon Palaces, the elders in our East Ocean Dragon Palace have the weakest average cultivation strength. Since Grandmaster Chu Niu is absent from the palace and Zhao Kuo is traveling, the situation is still precarious. Uncle, you mean, our East Ocean Dragon Palace has abundant resources but lacks good elixir masters. There is now a shortage of elixir pills above level 5, and that's why many elders are stuck in Dewey level. Now that West Ocean gave us more than 10 pieces of mystic ice, it's an opportunity for a collective breakthrough for the cultivators in the East Ocean Dragon Palace. The only catch is the shortage of elixir pills. Uncle, do you want to ask Xie Yujia to make elixir pills? Hao Ren asked directly. Zhao Guang's expression froze before continuing, of course, I wouldn't ask her to help us for free. I think she will help. Yujia is a warm-hearted and kind girl, Hao Ren answered. Then, he caught himself and corrected immediately, but you must consult her first. Okay. I'll ask her. The third thing is about little Taoist Jen. Zhao Guang looked at Hao Ren. In fact, he has been wanting to come up to the land and see the world. I'm sure he will use you as an excuse and try to come onto the land this time. I'll let him stay at Lu Qing's place for the time being, but I'm afraid Lu Qing can't keep him in check. You see, he's good at making trouble, and I want you to keep an eye on him. Me? Surprised, Hao Ren pointed at himself. Yeah. Only you can keep him in check. Zhao Guang nodded gravely. It is more a transfer of trouble than a compliment. Okay. Since I'm your son-in-law, I must take the burden from you. Hao Ren remained silent while he looked at Zhao Guang. Thank you. Zhao Guang patted on Hao Ren's shoulder before walking toward the stairs. Hao Ren turned to look at Zhao Guang's back, lost in thought. In the room on the second floor, Xie Yujia couldn't sleep, so she began to cultivate the 5-element life-death note. In the red box on the bedside table was the beauty pill, but she thought for a long while and couldn't decide if she should take it. Surges of essence came from all directions. The life note could gather the essence of nature. The intensity of essence in Zhao Yanzi's house instantly elevated to that of the 8th heaven. Hao Ren was cultivating the light-splitting sword shadow scroll in the living room on the first floor. He felt so great that with 2 crisp crackles, 2 openings were unlocked without the stimulation of lightning. In the room next to Xie Yujia's, Zhao Yanzi was counting sheep while cultivating qi refinement technique. Unconsciously, she had reached level 3 qi refinement realm. Only Xie Yujia's cultivation strength didn't grow. She was still at level 3 qi refinement realm with a little growth in her cultivation strength. Well, when can I catch up with Hao Ren if I go on like this? Xie Yujia sighed in disappointment. Withdrawing the shining life note into her right palm, she gritted her teeth and got under the covers. In the living room on the first floor, Hao Ren found the intensity of essence dropped suddenly, and some spirit energy that had not been transformed even had the tendency to escape from his body. Immediately, he locked it inside his dragon core and ended his cultivation. Strange, I had never felt Zhao Yanzi's home had such high-intensity essence, Hao Ren murmured to himself before lying down on the sofa and pulling up the blanket. Staring at the white chandelier, Hao Ren wondered if he could make elixirs with the light-splitting sword shadow scroll as well as Xie Yujia. Chapter 291. The inauguration ceremony. In the morning, Hao Ren went into the backyard and practiced the fundamental boxing techniques 6 times to strengthen his body and meridians. Last night, he unlocked 2 openings. By now he had 45 openings unlocked. His speed of absorbing essence was much faster than before. However, with his current strength, he still couldn't use the higher-leveled 2 dragons array formation. The one-line snake array formation was powerful with 80 sword energies connecting end to end. But to use 2 dragons array formation, he had to control 160 sword energies at the same time. Hao Ren could imagine the enormous power of the 10 sides ambush array formation, not to mention the ultimate sword array formation, 10,000 heart-piercing array formation, above it. Since Little White was staying with little Taoist Jen for the time being, Hao Ren missed it a little. Each morning when he practiced in the small forest in the school, he would release it from the necklace and let it stroll around. He wondered if the spirit beast would abandon him. He went back into the house and saw Zhao Hongyu making breakfast. "Good morning, Auntie." Hao Ren greeted her. "Ren, you are practicing so early in the morning." Zhao Hongyu walked over with a smile, holding a platter of freshly baked bread. Hao Ren looked at her closely and found that her skin was more radiant, and her eyes were brighter. He was sure that it was caused by the effect of the beauty pill instead of a night of cultivation. "Thank you for the beauty pill," Zhao Hongyu said with an elegant smile. "No need to thank me. It was Su Han who gave it to you, and it was who Yujia made it," Hao Ren said. Zhao Hongyu nodded slightly and didn't argue with him. As a level 2 pill, the beauty pill was not hard to make, and the ingredients were no secret. The only difficulty lied in the rarity of mature beauty flowers which were almost extinct in the mortal world. She must give Hao Ren credit for acquiring such rare flowers. "Today is Friday. Tomorrow you can go to my studio." Sitting at the table, Zhao Hongyu suggested before picking up a piece of bread and biting into it. "Okay." Hao Ren also picked up a piece of delicious bread. Unlike Zhao Guang, Zhao Hongyu never gave people pressure. It was always pleasant and relaxing to be with her. "They aren't up yet?" Hao Ren looked up at the second floor and asked. Yujia must be fatigued. As to Z, she's a late riser, Zhao Hongyu said helplessly. While she talked, Xie Yujia, who was freshened up and dressed, and Zhao Yanzi had messy hair and was in her pink pajamas, walked out of their rooms. Good morning, Auntie, Xie Yujia greeted her with respect. Mom, I'm tired today. Can I not go to school today? Zhao Yanzi walked down the stairs listlessly. Not again. Zhao Hongyu was about to scold her when she suddenly saw that Zhao Yanzi had reached level 3 of the Qi refinement realm. What is it, Mom? Zhao Yanzi rubbed her eyes and yawned. She didn't realize that she had reached level 3 of the Qi refinement realm by cultivating abstracted Ly while she read. It took her only 2 days to catch up to Xie Yujia, her master. Nothing, Zhao Hongyu didn't tell Zhao Yanzi in case the latter would get smug. But on the inside, she was exhilarated. If Zhao Yanzi could reach the foundation establishment realm, she would select a cultivation technique and return to the path of cultivation. Among the 3 of them, Hao Ren had the highest cultivation strength at Gen level, but Zhao Yanzi had the best talent, which meant that she could probably reach the core formation realm quickly and then surpass Hao Ren. Hurry up with your breakfast, and I'll drive you to school. Zhao Hongyu smiled brightly at them. Puzzled, Zhao Yanzi wondered why her mom was so happy this morning. Minutes later, they got into Zhao Hongyu's new SUV and headed for school. Ren, you will go to the city hall today, right? Zhao Hongyu asked abruptly while driving. City hall? Hao Ren was confused at her question. Yeah. Today is your father's inauguration ceremony. Didn't you know? Zhao Hongyu glanced at Hao Ren. Oh. Something like that, Hao Ren answered. You are a little forgetful. Your parents are coming back today, Zhao Hongyu smiled. In fact, Hao Ren was a little bitter inside. He didn't know that his parents would return to East Ocean City today. His reply was his way of saving face. Zhao Hongyu drove Zhao Yanzi to Lingjiao Middle School before driving Hao Ren and Xie Yujia to East Ocean University. Then, she drove to her studio. While he walked to the school gate, Hao Ren dialed his dad's number, but the line was busy. He then called Yu Yang, and the result was the same. Well, you come back together after one night's absence. Did you do something naughty? Malina was passing by the school gate. When she spotted them, she immediately screamed in excitement. Xie Yujia's face flushed instantly. She hurried over and urged, stop your nonsense. You came back together. You can't deny it. Malina laughed so hard that Xie Yujia had to reach out and cover her mouth. Treat me to KFC and a 6-inch pizza from Pizza Hut, and I'll keep it a secret, Malina threatened. Okay. Xie Yujia was exasperated. She glanced at Hao Ren, wondering why he would help her explain the situation. Well, what's this? Sharp-eyed Malina saw the small box in Xie Yujia's hand. She grabbed it and opened it quickly. After seeing a red fragrant pill in the box, she picked it up and opened her mouth. Hey! Don't, Xie Yujia almost jumped up, grabbing Malina's arm. Haha. Look at you. I was just joking. You're so easily tricked. Malina looked at the pill closely before putting it back in the box. What is it? It smells so good. Relieved, Xie Yujia put the box into her pocket. A small gift from someone. Oh, Malina glanced at Hao Ren. It's from Hao Ren, right? A new brand of perfume. It smells so good. Tell me where you bought it. I want to buy one as well. You can't buy it, Xie Yujia answered sulkily. She was indeed scared by her friend a moment ago. Hao Ren, where did you buy it? Malina turned to ask Hao Ren. It's one of a kind. Hao Ren threw the words at her before walking toward the academic building. Malina looked after Hao Ren and then at Xie Yujia. What's wrong with him? He's in a bad mood. Looking after Hao Ren's lonely figure, Xie Yujia felt hurt inside. Others might not understand him, but she knew Hao Ren was in a bad mood because of his parents. She had admired Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang, but at this moment, they dimmed in her mind. When Xie Yujia and Malina walked into the classroom, they saw Hao Ren sitting in the last row of the room. Is he angry because of me? Malina asked uneasily. With a faint smile, Xie Yujia shook her head before sitting in the front row. I have big news. Yu Rong, the new class president, suddenly stepped onto the platform in the front of the classroom. The school selected some top students to attend the inauguration ceremony of the famous scientist Hao Zonghua in the City Hall. The students qualified to attend the ceremony in our class are Xie Yujia and Hao Ren, Yu Rong announced in a loud voice. Hao Ren looked up immediately. Xie Yujia also looked up in surprise. Each program has 6 spots. Besides the list the school selected, we still have 1 spot. Is there anyone who wants to attend the ceremony? Yu Rong asked. Hao Zonghua? Is he the biologist who is said to get the Nobel Prize? Not interested. I have to have lunch at that time. The City Hall is a government building. I've never been there, but I guess it must be boring. The students talked about it, but no one wanted to go. Then, only Hao Ren and Xie Yujia will attend. Yu Rong finished the announcement and returned to the back of the classroom. Hao Ren didn't want to go. But after seeing Xie Yujia's glance from the front of the room, he thought for a moment. Then, he dropped his head on the desk and closed his eyes. At the end of the second class, Hao Ren heard someone knocking on his desk. He looked up and saw Xie Yujia standing before him. Don't be so dispirited, okay? Xie Yujia pursed her lips and grabbed his arm, pulling him up from the seat. Zhou Liren and others watched with envy as Xie Yujia pulled Hao Ren up. They would be exhilarated if such a beautiful girl handled them that way. Let's go. The school bus is waiting at the gate. Xie Yujia pulled Hao Ren out of the room. Envy, envy, looking at Xie Yujia's pretty figure, Zhou Liren almost bit his pencil in half. All the guys regretted not pursuing the former class president before Hao Ren got her. The blue school bus was waiting at the main gate of the school. When Xie Yujia pulled Hao Ren on board, the bus was already half full. The person sitting in the front row was Lu Qing, the vice principal of the school. The best students seated on the bus all watched as Xie Yujia got onto the bus holding Hao Ren's hand. Noticing their glances and especially that of Lu Qing's, she lowered her head while blushing. At that moment, all the guys, especially the 3rd year and 4th year students, found their hearts racing. They were surprised that such a cute girl was one of the top students. After observing the guy who she held, they found him quite average. It seems that everyone is here. Let's go. Lu Qing, the supervisor of this trip, glanced at the back seats and shouted. Chapter 292. Get out of here. The school bus's engine started, and it started driving towards the city hall along the road outside the school. Hao Ren sat down in the middle of the bus, and Xie Yujia sat beside him. Although he didn't know what the inauguration ceremony would be like, he didn't want to ask too many questions about it. Xie Yujia knew Hao Ren was in a bad mood, so she gently put her hand on Hao Ren's back to comfort him. Some students inside the bus started discussing amongst themselves. They were all the elites of their schools. Some were the presidents of the student councils of different programs, and some were winners of science fairs, etc. They were showing off and chatted with each other in order to grab Xie Yujia's attention. The school bus drove through a security checkpoint and entered the city hall. As East Ocean was a well-developed city next to the coast, the city hall was also extraordinary. The city hall was divided into a few halls, and those elite students on the bus quieted down since they had never been here before. Lu Qing walked to the front and led everyone into the first hall. The marble floors, the majestic chandeliers, rows of red chairs, this hall looked just like what was shown on the news on TV. The inauguration ceremony was starting within half an hour, so the students from the East Ocean University were assigned to sit in the 5th and 6th row in the middle section. In front of the first row, there was a long table with name tags of the high-ranking officials of the city. Around 5 to 6 cameras were set up on both sides of the table. At the front, there was a slightly raised platform with a podium on top of a huge red carpet. These students had never experienced anything like this before. Although they were sitting in the crowd, they got nervous since cameras were pointing directly at them. Not long after, some officials of the East Ocean City entered the hall. Deputy Mayor Huang, who overlooked the city's economy, walked in front of everybody, and Huang Zuji was walking alongside his father. He was one of the elite students who was invited today. Yet, he didn't get here on the school bus like everyone else. Instead, he came here directly with his father. As he was standing next to his father, he even dared to ignore Lu Qing. Even though Lu Qing and the students from the East Ocean University were sitting not too far away, he didn't even greet them. Huang Zuji glanced through the students, and his face suddenly turned ice cold when he noticed Hao Ren. He excused himself from several high-ranking officials and walked to the fifth row. He stared at Hao Ren and laughed coldly. Hee hee, how are you considered a top student of the East Ocean University? What awards did you get? What is your position at the school? Hao Ren ignored him and looked toward a different direction. Vice Principal, for this event, only students that are the best of the best are invited. Why is he here? Huang Zuji asked Lu Qing aggressively. Before you graduate, you are still a student of the East Ocean University. I hope you recognize your position. Lu Qing looked at him and said lightly. Position? My dad is the person who is sitting in the second row. Vice Principal, are you not thinking clearly? Huang Zuji smiled wickedly and said. He didn't think that a vice principal, who was sitting in the fifth row, could do anything to him. Since this vice principal was protecting Hao Ren, he decided to insult this vice principal as well. He was more furious as this vice principal's granddaughters, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, were completely ignoring him. Vice Principal, I am 100% sure that this Hao Ren is not qualified to be here. Huang Zuji kept on pushing and said. Huang Zuji, don't go too far. Xie Yujia could not stand it any further, so she stood up and said. What do you mean by that? I am just telling the truth. What qualifications does he have to be here? Huang Zuji continued. Since he was connected with the student council, he had met Xie Yujia a few times. He had recently heard the rumor saying that Xie Yujia was Hao Ren's girlfriend. Today, he suddenly found Xie Yujia several times more beautiful than he remembered. Jia, what's wrong? The reporters are coming soon. Huang Zuji's father came over and asked. Dad, me and the vice principal are having a disagreement, Huang Zuji answered gently. Whatever it is, you can talk about it when you are back at school. Huang Zuji's dad pulled him to the front and assigned him a seat in the third row behind him. Recently, this deputy mayor Huang had attained success and was about to be promoted. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to Lu Qing, the vice principal. Of course, he didn't see Hao Ren as well. Huang Zuji, who was sitting in the third row, turned around and pointed at Hao Ren. His lips read, I will be back for you later. The first row was for the prominent officials of the city and the province, the second row was for the officials of different departments within the city, and the third row was for the talented people who were recognized by the government. It was evident that Huang Zuji was in his father's grace as he was assigned to sit in the third row. His father was trying to put Huang Zuji into East Ocean City's young elites. The students who were sitting around Hao Ren let things pass as it didn't affect them personally. None of them wanted to offend Huang Zuji. On top of that, some of them even wanted to build up their relationships with Huang Zuji to have a better career in the future. Only Xie Yujia was infuriated and wanted to speak some sense into Huang Zuji. Shoo! A small paper ball suddenly hit Huang Zuji at the back of his head. The small paper ball did not hit anywhere but his Tianchong acupoint, which was located at the back of the head, and made his head numb. Huang Zuji turned his head immediately and couldn't spot anyone who might have done it. Thus, he turned back. Shoo! Another paper ball hit the back of Huang Zuji's head. Haoding acupoint. It was also located at the back of the head. Although it was a paper ball, it caused more pain than before. Huang Zuji rubbed his head, turned his head around again, and then turned back to the front. Shoo! The third paper ball hit his Yamen acupoint on his neck and made him nearly lose his voice. Who is that? Huang Zuji could not stand it anymore as he finally burst out. His father, who was sitting in the second row chatting with other officials, furrowed his eyebrows. Jia, stop screaming. Before the inauguration ceremony began, these politicians arrived early in order to show their thirst for talent. Since Huang Zuji was shouting, it made him look impolite. Huang Zuji controlled his anger as he sat down a bit lower and covered himself with the back of the chair. Shoo! Another paper ball hit the back of the chair. Huang Zuji felt like his brain was about to explode as the back of the chair smacked him in the back of his head. Xie Yujia, on the other hand, held Hao Ren's finger lightly with her soft hands. She smiled and said, if you keep tearing the paper off my notebook, all the pages are going to be torn out by you. Hao Ren smiled, torn another piece of paper out between her fingers, and sent it out again. The paper ball directly hit Huang Zuji's exposed wrist. Yanggu acupoint. Huang Zuji grimaced in pain. However, he could not scream on such occasion. Shoo! Shoo! Once again, two paper balls hit Huang Zuji's shoulder and back. Jianjing acupoint. Wantiao acupoint. Huang Zuji jumped off his chair and nearly pushed over the chairs in front of him. Jia! What are you doing? His father could no longer cover up for him and scolded him. Someone was throwing paper balls at me. Huang Zuji was trying to justify himself. This is not an elementary school classroom. Stop messing around. His dad looked at him angrily. Someone is plotting against me. Huang Zuji was also filled with anger as he bent down and tried to find the evidence on the floor. At that moment, Hao Ren sent out 7 weak sword energies and took back the paper balls. Here, these are for you. Hao Ren put the 7 paper balls in Xie Yujia's palm. You naughty boy! Xie Yujia could not hold in her laughter, and she lightly punched Hao Ren with the paper balls in her hand. Huang Zuji, on the other hand, was squatting down and couldn't find any paper balls. His indecent position was incredibly embarrassing for his father. Other officials looked at Huang Zuji with disdain. They suspected that although Deputy Mayor Huang's son was good-looking, something was wrong with his intellect. Enough. Huang Zuji's father could not stand watching his son trying to find the paper balls anymore. Huang Zuji stood up and saw Hao Ren smile. His anger finally burst out, and he shouted, I know it is you. I dare you to come to fight me one-on-one. Bam! His father's anger finally burst out as well. Get out of here! Veins bulged on his father's face. Huang Zuji tried to explain himself. He could still feel the pain on the 6 acupoints and knew that it wasn't a hallucination. Get out! His father slapped him on the head. Huang Zuji took a few steps back after being slapped. He turned his head and saw every student from the East Ocean University looking at him as well as the reporters who arrived a bit early. He immediately felt extremely embarrassed and nearly collapsed. Deputy Mayor Huang, what's making you so mad? At the crucial moment, Hao Zonghua, who was dressed in a silver suit, suddenly appeared at the door. Excuse my badly behaved son. Huang Zuji's father smiled awkwardly as he wished to bury himself in a hole. Kids, it's normal for them to make silly mistakes sometimes. Hao Zonghua smiled kindly. He looked at the back rows and noticed Hao Ren and Xie Yujia. He called immediately, Ren, Yujia, come to sit in the front. I saved 2 spots for you in the first row. The first row, Huang Zuji, whose brain was still ringing, wondered if something was wrong with his ears. His father looked toward the direction where Hao Zonghua was looking and thought as he noticed the person sitting next to Lu Qing, that young man looks very familiar. It seems like he was the person who Jia was arguing with. He looks like academician Hao's son who studies at the East Ocean University as well. B-starred. As Huang Zuji's father suddenly understood everything, he slapped Huang Zuji's head once again. If they weren't in public, he would want to beat him with a stick. Chapter 293. Huge promotion. Under Huang Zuji's strange gaze, Hao Ren and Xie Yujia moved to the seats on the right side of the first row. Hao Zonghua walked to the podium, tested the mic, and placed the paper that had his speech written on it on the podium. Some provincial officials continued to enter the hall one after another. Academician Hao, congratulations. An official who was walking in front of all other officials walked toward Hao Zonghua and shook his hand. I'm extremely honored that Provincial Governor Lu came here to attend such a small ceremony despite your busy schedule, Hao Zonghua said politely. The country has high hope for you, and I'm just here to show the support from the Jiangdong province. From a research position to a management position, there would be an adaptation process. Don't overwork yourself, Provincial Governor Lu said encouragingly as he patted Hao Zonghua's shoulder. Hao Ren sat down in the seat on the right side and kept quiet while he watched Hao Zonghua chat with the city and provincial officials. A while ago, your dad was the vice director of a large-scale research project, Xie Yujia, who always read the newspapers, science section, said to Hao Ren quietly. Isn't it sad that I am learning about my dad through the newspaper, Hao Ren sighed. As the inauguration ceremony was about to start, reporters from different TV stations and newspapers were getting ready. The governors who were politely chatting with Hao Zonghua sat down in the first and second row. Since Hao Ren and Xie Yujia's seats weren't located in the center, they weren't worried that the cameras would catch them directly. Huang Zuji, who wasn't acting normally today, was driven away earlier by his father. Of course, when his father returns home, Huang Zuji would face another beating. It was a few minutes before the ceremony started. Yu Yang, who was wearing a black casual dress, walked in hurriedly. She smiled at Hao Zonghua, waved her hands, and saw Hao Ren and Xie Yujia. She walked over and sat down next to Xie Yujia. "Hi, Auntie," Xie Yujia immediately greeted. Yu Yang wasn't only Hao Ren's mom. She was also Xie Yujia's most admired female scientists. In last year's Time magazine's ranking of the world's most influential women, Yu Yang ranked 26th with her reputation within the scientific community and her professional achievements. "Hello, hello." Yu Yang nodded. While replying, she looked Xie Yujia up and down and thought, "This girl, she seems prettier than a month ago." After Yu Yang saw Hao Ren's straight face and knew that he didn't want to talk to her, she explained, "I was attending another event before this. That's why I'm a bit late." "What is today's ceremony for?" Xie Yujia tried to break the ice as Hao Ren remained silent. "It's for Zonghua becoming the director of the Chinese Ocean Research Institute and being promoted to the vice-ministerial level," Yu Yang answered. "Then, will uncle continue to conduct researches?" Xie Yujia asked. She didn't want to be long-winded, but she also didn't want to see the relationship between Hao Ren and Yu Yang become stiff. Therefore, all she could do was to try and keep the conversation going before the ceremony began. His next research will be based on marine biology. From now on, he will manage the institute and study marine life near East Ocean City. That means he will stay in East Ocean City, Yu Yang replied. Although it sounded like an answer to Xie Yujia's question, it was meant for Hao Ren. Hao Ren's heart dropped. Marine life, are the dragons considered a part of marine life? He wondered. "Auntie, do you have any plans for your next research topic?" Xie Yujia asked again. "For me, I am still studying the climate. But, I might team up with Zonghua and create a big project on ocean climates," Yu Yang smiled and said. However, she didn't tell Xie Yujia that after returning from Beijing, she had already been promoted to the vice dean of the Eastern China Meteorology Institute. She was responsible for overseeing 5 research centers, 1 national state laboratory, and 2 departmental state laboratories. Her position was even higher than Hao Zonghua's. However, no matter what, she was Hao Zonghua's wife. Therefore, she had to attend her husband's inauguration ceremony and show her support without grabbing the limelight from him. "That's great, Auntie can stay in East Ocean City more often from now on," Xie Yujia replied with a smile. Yu Yang nodded happily and was amazed by this smart little carrot as she understood her thoughts. The reason why Yu Yang accepted the position as a vice dean from the higher-ups was to force herself to stay in East Ocean City and spend more time with her son and her mother-in-law. After knowing Yu Yang's thought, Hao Ren looked at her, and his expression wasn't as cold as it was before. Xie Yujia sat between them. She held Hao Ren's hand with one hand and Yu Yang's with the other. A family reunion. How great is that? She was desperate to resolve the estrangement between Hao Ren and his parents. How could Hao Ren not understand her nice intention? His heart was touched as he was being held by Xie Yujia's small and smooth hand. "Thank you to all officials, ladies and gentlemen, and all my reporter friends." On the podium, Hao Zonghua, who was calm and handsome, officially started his speech. From a successful scientist to the director of a national state institute, he had completed a magnificent transformation. Hao Zonghua has become one of the world's best scientists in the field of biological research and biomedicine. His existence had stimulated the rapid development of the bio-industry in East Ocean City. As he has been promoted to the director of the Ocean Research Institute, he will undoubtedly boost the growth of the marine industry in East Ocean City. The fisheries industry, the offshore oil and gas industry, the ocean mining industry, the sea salt industry, all these industries were large-scale industries that are worth hundreds of billions of yuan. Top scientists like Hao Zonghua were more precious than a giant panda. In this age of technology, Hao Zonghua had more influence than any official in the municipal or even provincial government. Wawawawa, waves of applause erupted at the moment Hao Zonghua ended his speech. Yu Yang smiled at Hao Zonghua and gave him an encouraging look. Although Yu Yang surpassed Hao Zonghua on the administrative level, in Yu Yang's mind, Hao Zonghua would always be better than her. Xie Yujia was also clapping her hands as Hao Zhonghua's speech was wonderful. Next, it was time for the provincial and municipal officials' relatively boring speeches. Hao Zhonghua sat in the middle of the first row and was quietly chatting with a few officials around him. Although he was a world-famous scientist, he was no Frankenstein who only stayed inside a boring lab. With his abilities and talents, even if he didn't make a name for himself in the scientific community, he could still excel in any other fields. Based on his friendship with the provincial governor, these officials of the East Ocean City wouldn't dare to challenge him. Next, was the inauguration ceremony. The dean of the Chinese Academy of Science handed a golden wheel that symbolized the future developments of the Ocean Research Institute to Hao Zhonghua. Click, 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 all the flashes of the cameras were on. Hao Zhonghua didn't want to approach the media and the public. However, he had to make this choice since he wanted to stay in the East Ocean City. Less research and more managing work. Not only did he not lose his scientific research career, but he could also spend more time with his son. Now, we would like to announce that the chairman of the Mingri Group, Mr. Zhao Guang, has donated 300 million yuan of research funds towards the Ocean Research Institute, the host of the ceremony announced. Chapter 294. A Perfect Match. Zhao Guang, who was sitting on the left side of the first row, stood up slowly and was directed to the podium by the host. He looked magnificent and dignified in a black suit. Compared with him, Hao Zhonghua was taller and more elegant. Hao Zhonghua is amazing. The moment he takes the position of the director of the institute, he gets a 300 million yuan donation from a business group. Mingri Group sure is rich. It donated 300 million yuan just like that. By donating such a large sum of money on Hao Zhonghua's inauguration day, this gigantic business group at East Ocean City is showing great respect to him. Seeing Mingri Group's act today, the other companies will probably follow up and begin to contribute to the science research in East Ocean region. Yeah. Didn't the mayor say that the East Ocean City will gradually develop into a city that specializes in both scientific research and tourism? While Zhao Guang walked to the podium, people whispered to each other. Hao Ren didn't expect that Zhao Guang would show up here. After looking toward Zhao Guang's seat, he found that Zhao Hongyu was also sitting in the first row in a rose-colored dress. He was sitting on the opposite end of the first row and didn't notice them before now. Zi's father is giving your father a great boost by contributing 300 million yuan. Yu Yang looked to the podium and said. Zhao Yanzi's family is indeed rich, Xie Yujia thought to herself. Before the podium, Zhao Guang handed Hao Zhonghua an oversized check with 300 million written on it. The series of zeros on the check was dizzying. The inception of this chapter's publication is linked to N0V £3.11n. The journalists began to flash their cameras. As the #1 business group in the East Ocean City, Mingri Group was the first to show their support for Hao Zhonghua's ocean science research career by donating 300 million yuan, helping Hao Zhonghua to establish his reputation in the Ocean Research Institute. Hao Zhonghua had won the support not only from the governor and the local government but also the big business groups as well. With money, there would be projects which would produce results. It was highly promising to work under a world-famous scientist. The younger, ambitious researchers were all excited. Meanwhile, the experienced researchers of the institute who held a grudge against Hao Zhonghua, the outsider, knew that they would get nothing if they tried to set traps for him in the future. Everyone knew that Mingri Group, the largest business group in eastern China, was listed in the U.S. stock market and had businesses all over the world. With the support from such a huge business group, who would dare to edge Hao Zhonghua out? It would be suicidal. Zi's family did such a big favor for us. We must invite them to dinner to thank them, Yu Yang said in a low voice. Okay. Hao Ren nodded slightly. Xie Yujia was silent. All of a sudden, she felt like Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren's families matched each other perfectly while she could do nothing for Hao Ren. The ceremony ended with great success. The journalists went back to write articles while the government officials came over one by one to shake hands with Hao Zhonghua before leaving. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu stayed behind, and they stood at the gate to chat with Hao Zhonghua a little. Not wanting to catch attention, Yu Yang waited until the audience had almost all left before taking Hao Ren and Xie Yujia over to them. It's been a while since I last saw you, Mrs. Zhao. You look even younger than before. Yu Yang complimented Zhao Hongyu. Whether it was flattery or out of sincerity, complimenting a woman's looks was always the best conversation starter. Even Yu Yang, a scientist, knew that. "Mrs. Hao, you look more energetic than before," Zhao Hongyu replied with a smile. While they chatted, Hao Zonghua continued with what he was saying. "Then, it's settled. You and your family come to have dinner at our house at 6 o'clock tomorrow evening." "Okay, we'll be there," Zhao Guang agreed immediately. They talked like old friends. However, Hao Zonghua didn't know that Zhao Guang would donate 300 million yuan to the Ocean Research Institute until yesterday. It had been a great surprise for him. "Yujia, you come tomorrow afternoon as well." Hao Zonghua glanced at Xie Yujia and said. "Oh, I can't." Xie Yujia declined in a stammer. "Please come. It will be a lively occasion," Zhao Hongyu tried to persuade her. "No, thank you." Xie Yujia shook her head determinedly. "I have things to do tomorrow." Since it looked like she would be busy, they didn't push her. Zhao Zonghua looked at Xie Yujia and Hao Ren, saying, "Ren, Yujia, are you going back to school?" "Yeah, we are going to head back with the group." Xie Yujia turned her head and realized that Lu Qing had left with the students of East Ocean University already. "Why are you looking so distracted?" Hao Ren asked her. "I'm fine," Xie Yujia answered in a whisper. "I'll drive you back." Hao Zonghua took out his car key and patted Hao Ren and Xie Yujia's shoulders. "Yu Yang, you keep Mr. and Mrs. Zhao company while I drive them back to school," Hao Zonghua looked back and said when they were outside of the hall. "Okay." Yu Yang answered without hesitation. Hao Zonghua's white Ford was parked in the open parking lot before the city hall. "How come grandmother didn't come?" Hao Ren asked. At the sight of this car, he knew that his dad had gone back home as soon as he arrived at East Ocean. "She's not interested in such events." Hao Zonghua opened the door and got behind the steering wheel. Hao Ren pulled Xie Yujia gently to the back seat. Hiss! Xie Yujia's arm emitted a weak current of electricity, numbing his fingers. The 5-elemental life-death note was the nemesis of the light-splitting sword shadow scroll. Even if Xie Yujia only had a tiny trace of resistance on her mind, Hao Ren couldn't even touch her. On the way, Hao Zonghua talked about the things he did and saw in Beijing to break the awkward silence. The car arrived at the gate of the East Ocean University shortly. Hao Ren tugged at Xie Yujia's sleeve and got out of the car with her. "Uncle, I need to go to the library. I'll have to leave now," Xie Yujia said, bowing slightly at Hao Zonghua who was sitting in the car. "Okay. Goodbye." Hao Zonghua answered her warmly. "Dad, I have class, and I'll have to go, too," Hao Ren said as he looked at Xie Yujia who was walking away fast. "Wait." Hao Zonghua leapt out from the car and grabbed Hao Ren's arm. "What is it?" Hao Ren looked at his dad in surprise. "I need to talk to you." Hao Zonghua pulled him to the roadside. "What is it?" Hao Ren looked up at his dad. "How are you treating Yujia?" Hao Zonghua was direct. "Not bad," Hao Ren answered. In fact, he knew he cared for Xie Yujia a lot, but he didn't want to show it. "Have you ever considered deepening your relationship?" "Not for now," Hao Ren answered cautiously. "Okay, it is simple then. Since your attitude is clear, I'll tell you mine. A few days ago, when I was in Beijing, I got a call from her dad, and he told me that Yujia's aunt and uncle, Xie Wanjin's parents, had arrived at the US 1 week ago." "What?" Hao Ren was surprised that Xie Wanjin's parents went to the US as well. "How come Yujia never mentioned it?" he asked. "It seems that Yujia didn't want you to worry about her." Hao Zonghua shook his head and sighed. On the phone, Yujia's dad hoped that I would take care of Yujia since she told him that she doesn't want to study in the US. Chapter 295. One extra person. Dad, you mean? Hao Ren turned his head to look at his dad. During the weekdays, little Carrot would still live on campus. But during the weekends, she is going to live at our house, Hao Zonghua said. "Yujia will live in my home?" Hao Ren's heart began to race. "We can't let little Carrot live alone. Her family moved to East Ocean in the 1980s and has no other relatives here. Yujia's dad is one of my best friends, and it's my duty to take care of her," Hao Zonghua continued. "I'll live with Xie Yujia from now on." At this thought, Hao Ren felt as if his blood was going to boil. "Little Carrot's family gave us help when we needed it the most, and your mom and I will take care of her as our own." I know you have a good relationship with her, but you are used to living alone. You must learn to yield to her a little in the future. After all, Yujiya looks very independent and strong, but she's still sensitive and fragile inside. Hao Zonghua patted Hao Ren's shoulder before walking to his car. He had a meeting in the institute in the afternoon and would be busy in the following days. Hao Ren watched his dad get into the car and drive away as he exhaled deeply. He was surprised at the turn of events. If Zhou Liren and the other guys know about this, they would be even more jealous. Childhood sweetheart, gentle girlfriend, living sweetly together, going to and from school together, and have the parents' support. Hao Ren quickened his steps to return to his dorm for the books before hurrying to the classroom. They had the mechanical drawing class that afternoon. The class began the moment Hao Ren arrived at the computer room in Academic Building A. Hao Ren. This way. Zhao Jiayi gave him a little wave from a corner. The computers in the school didn't all run smoothly. Some of them were very slow. The guys secretly installed some games into the faster computers in one corner, and they would always choose those machines whenever they came to this class. However, Hao Ren just glanced at him. He looked around and saw Xie Yujiya on the other side of the room, so he walked over to her. Damn. You forget friends at the sight of beauty. Zhao Jiayi lowered his arm and mumbled. Xie Yujiya was adjusting the computer. When Hao Ren approached, she continued her work with her head lowered. Did you have a fight or something? Sitting next to Xie Yujiya, Malina bumped her and asked. Let me do it. Hao Ren walked behind Xie Yujiya's computer. He bent down behind the computer desk and adjusted 2 chords. The mouse cursor could move again. After that, Xie Yujiya pursed her lips but remained silent. Hao Ren looked at Malina. Oh, got it. Got it. With a chuckle, Malina packed up her books and pen. She saw the vacant seat by Zhao Jiayi and went for it. Hao Ren took Malina's seat without hesitation. What are you doing here? Xie Yujiya turned and glared at him. Today, she had pulled up her hair in a ponytail. When she turned, the ponytail swayed playfully. I never knew that our former class president Yujiya also has a little temper. Hao Ren glanced at her and said while he tried the mouse and the keyboard of his computer. I didn't lose my temper. Xie Yujiya snorted lightly and ignored him. Your face is all red from being upset, Hao Ren continued. Xie Yujiya had been trying to keep a straight face, but she flushed instantly at Hao Ren's words. Okay. Let's start the class. Standing in the center of the computer room, the teacher said in a loud voice. Xie Yujiya gritted her teeth and sat up to look at the teacher. Sitting on the square stool in the computer room, her posture looked straight and tall while her curves were as beautiful as a drawing. Today we'll learn about the gears commonly used in mechanical drawings, the teacher continued as he looked around at the students. Xie Yujiya looked like a beautiful stone statue, and Hao Ren felt like he would watch her all class if he didn't control himself. Therefore, he forced himself to turn and look at the teacher standing in the center of the room. Xie Yujiya turned to look at Hao Ren after a while and saw that he was also listening to the teacher attentively. Taking out a notebook, she turned her head and continued to listen while making notes. After explaining the process with words, the teacher demonstrated it on his computer and projected his computer screen onto the big screen before asking the students to draw by themselves. Since mechanical drawing is one of the most challenging courses this semester, many students didn't quite understand the process, and they began to consult each other. Hao Ren understood the general concept but didn't note down the details. When he turned on the computer and began drawing, he couldn't make the drawing right. Yujiya. What should I do with this? The girl sitting next to Hao Ren walked past him and asked Xie Yujiya. Open this icon and draw a cross first, then do this. Yeah, this is a spur gear. If you are drawing a bevel gear, you must. Xie Yujiya taught her patiently. Yujiya. How do I draw the turbine? First you draw a gear, then add central axis in the center of the gear. Draw a circle, and we get. Oh, I understand it now. Yujiya, you're amazing. Yujiya. How do I do the catching of gears, one by one? Xie Yujiya answered the questions of her classmates in a patient and gentle way. Hao Ren glanced at Yu Rong, the current class president, across from them and saw him scratching his head. It was clear that he didn't know how to do it as well. Yujiya, I don't know how to draw the turbine, Hao Ren leaned over and asked. Oh, first you draw. Xie Yujiya was about to explain when she realized that it was Hao Ren. Immediately, she turned her back at him. Okay. Okay. Get back to your seats. Seeing the disorder of students crowding around Shie Yujiya, the teacher yelled. They returned to their seats reluctantly and raised their hands to ask the teacher about the things they didn't understand. Hey! You don't have to treat me this way. Hao Ren bumped her arm. Shie Yujiya pouted. She began to draw on the screen with the mouse while she checked the project the teacher given out on a piece of paper. What's wrong? What did I do? Hao Ren moved his stool closer to her and asked. The computers were placed closely together. The old-style CRT screens provided a natural block, and the teacher standing in the middle couldn't see everything the students did behind the screens. Gongzi Hao, you are too high up for me to reach. Shie Yujiya curled her lips and whispered. Is it because my parents got promoted? Hao Ren bumped her with his hand, amused at her frustration. Gongzi Hao has a perfect official match. Shie Yujiya gritted her teeth and busied herself in the drawing. It's no use bickering with him. Anyway, Shie Yujiya, I'm not a good match for Hao Ren, she thought while typing on the keyboard in frustration. A lot of meaningless words appeared on the screen. I don't know about the official match you're talking about, but it seems someone will join my family at my house. Hao Ren looked at her and said. Chapter 296. Different Stance. Shie Yujiya continued to type on the keyboard with a cold expression on her face. Seconds later, the meaning of Hao Ren's words dawned on her, and she turned to him. Who's going to live in your home? You know this person, Hao Ren said with a smile after seeing her nervousness. Zhao Yanzi? Her eyes shifted. No, Hao Ren shook his head. Lu Linlin? Lu Lily? Shie Yujiya guessed after a moment of thinking. No, Hao Ren shook his head again. You're teasing me. Shie Yujiya threw the words at him before turning to the paper with the project on it. This reaction wasn't what Hao Ren had expected. He moved closer to her, almost sharing the computer with her. It's true, I swear. Doubtfully, Shie Yujiya turned to look at him again. Is it, Suhan? No, Hao Ren shook his head again. I have no time for this guessing game. She pushed him. Move back. However, her slight strength was too little to move Hao Ren. Her soft hand on his shoulder felt like a massage to him. Hao Ren's square stool was next to her square stool, forming a long bench. They were so close that they could feel the warmth emitted from each other's bodies. If the teacher had seen it, he would have thought that they were flirting in class. The person is right here. Hao Ren finally relented after several pushes from her. Who? Shie Yujiya still didn't understand. She looked around Hao Ren and then saw her reflection on the screen. Okay. I will stop teasing you. From now on, you will live at my home during weekends. Hao Ren looked at her and said. Shie Yujiya blinked in surprise. Whose decision is this? Your dad and my dad's, Hao Ren answered. Shie Yujiya widened her eyes and wanted to ask more questions, but Hao Ren had moved his stool back to his computer. At this moment, the teacher strolled along the aisle. Looking at the teacher walking closer to them, she bit her lip and put her mind back to the project. Ding, the bell rang, signaling the end of the class. Shie Yujiya picked up her books and walked to Hao Ren's side. What on earth did you mean? Hao Ren packed up his stuff and walked out of the computer room without answering Shie Yujiya's question on purpose, and she had to follow him closely with books in her arms. She grabbed Hao Ren's arm. What did you mean by? Wow. You two just can't stay away from each other. Walking out of the computer room, Malina teased with a snicker. Shie Yujiya let go of Hao Ren's arm and rolled her eyes at Malina before following Hao Ren downstairs quickly. They've been together for a short time, but their relationship is so deep now, Malina said as she looked at them. Outside of the building, Shie Yujiya continued with her question. What did our dads talk about? She looked a little nervous like a cautious little bird. Why didn't you tell me that your aunt and uncle went to the US? Hao Ren asked her and didn't answer her question. It's meaningless to tell you that, Shie Yujiya answered in a low voice as she lowered her head and looked down at her shoes. Streaks of hair slid down and covered her eyes. Isn't it hard for you to live alone? Hao Ren looked at her and asked in a caring tone. It's okay. Shie Yujiya's voice got lighter with each word. From now on, you live in my home during the weekends, Hao Ren said in an unquestionable tone. He had been a bit surprised when he first heard that Shie Yujiya would live in his home. However, on second thought, he couldn't let her live like that on her own. I don't want to bother you. I can still stay in my aunt and uncle's apartment, Xie Yujia looked up and said. However, she was stopped mid-sentence by Hao Ren's stare. You will live in my home during the weekends, Hao Ren said in a determined tone. Okay. Xie Yujia somehow agreed without thinking. She felt like the hard shell outside her heart was shattered by Hao Ren's words, and she felt warm and cared for. Shall we go to the library? Hao Ren looked at her. Okay. Xie Yujia gave him her usual faint smile, but the smile felt as warm as the spring breeze to Hao Ren. My bike is parked at the library, shoulder to shoulder. They walked toward the huge library that was shaped like an open book. In the evening, they walked out of the library and took a bus to Zhao Yanzi's home. Xie Yujia's mood had brightened up. She was both nervous and expectant at the fact that she would be living in Hao Ren's home, though only during the weekends. She was nervous because she was afraid of making mistakes and causing trouble in Hao Ren's home, and she was expectant because she could have another place to call home. After all, Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang were both world-famous scientists. Hao Ren's grandma was genial and loving, and Hao Ren looked dumb but was attractive when she got to know him. She turned to look at Hao Ren, who was sitting beside her, and found him staring at the city view at night out of the bus window. Hao Ren is quite deep sometimes. With that thought, a blush appeared on her face. That female celebrity on the commercial is very beautiful, Hao Ren turned and said to her. Xie Yujia almost choked. When the bus arrived at their destination, and they quickly got off. Just like the past 2 days, Zhao Hongyu prepared a fancy dinner mainly to show Xie Yujia their appreciation. Zhao Guang was sitting on the couch in his loose furry pajamas. He looked like a successful businessman. On TV, the news of Zhao Guang's 300 million yuan donation to Hao Zonghua was being broadcasted. Zhao Yanzi was on the couch playing with the iPhone 4 Zhao Guang had just bought her. Here you are. Dinner is ready. When Hao Ren and Xie Yujia walked into the house, Zhao Hongyu greeted them politely. She looked elegant with her bright earrings. Thank you, Auntie. Xie Yujia sat at the dinner table. Zhao Guang and Zhao Yanzi walked to the table, and Hao Ren sat beside Zhao Yanzi. Today, I'll teach Z the last bit of the basic cultivation technique. Xie Yujia picked up her chopsticks and said abruptly. Really? Zhao Yanzi was a little surprised. On the first day, Xie Yujia told her that she would learn the basic cultivation technique in 3 days, but she didn't know that Xie Yujia was being literal. Well, thank you, Yujia, Zhao Hongyu said with a smile. She knew that for Zhao Yanzi, who had cultivation experience, the basic cultivation technique of human cultivators wouldn't be difficult. No problem, Xie Yujia answered in a gentle voice. It didn't matter how Zhao Yanzi treated her, Zhao Hongyu was kind to her. Zhao Guang and Hao Ren remained silent, lost in their own thoughts. This is an affluent family in the mortal world and a royal family in the cultivation world. They are well beyond my reach. Xie Yujia looking at the low profile but luxurious furnishing in the house and understood that. From this weekend on, Yujia will be living in my home on the weekends, Hao Ren said and broke the silence in the room. Zhao Yanzi and Zhao Hongyu looked up at him, and Xie Yujia also looked at him in surprise. Only Zhao Guang remained calm and continued to drink his wine in a casual manner. Hao Ren continued with his meal. Zhao Hongyu thought for a moment and lowered her head, keeping cut the steak in her plate. Zhao Yanzi glared at Hao Ren before looking at Xie Yujia and gritting teeth. Since no one responded to what Hao Ren said, she ate and chewed on a big mouthful of rice. After dinner, Xie Yujia tutored Zhao Yanzi in terms of cultivation, teaching her the last details. Xie Yujia felt like a war was brewing, but she didn't want it to affect Zhao Yanzi's cultivation. After all, any minor mistake would cause great problems in the future. After the 2-hour cultivation session, Hao Ren tutored Zhao Yanzi for an hour on geometry. While she was doing the geometry drawings, Zhao Yanzi accidentally poked the pencil tip into the back of Hao Ren's hand several times. She was angry but didn't understand the source of her anger. When the sessions ended, Hao Ren and Xie Yujia returned to the first floor to say goodbye to Zhao Hongyu, who was quietly reading in the living room. Zhao Hongyu immediately stood up and walked them to the door. She said politely, I really appreciate what you did for us, Yujia. No problem. Xie Yujia nodded slightly. It's late. Ren, please take care of Yujia, Zhao Hongyu said to Hao Ren. Okay. Hao Ren nodded, knowing that she was troubled with them since she didn't offer to drive them back. However, he wouldn't let Xie Yujia live alone in that old apartment building because of the disapproval of Zhao Yanzi and her family. Since Little White was with little Taoist Zhen, they had to take the bus to the old apartment building where Xie Yujia lived. The night was quiet, and Hao Ren and Xie Yujia's shadows fell on the uneven ground. It was too quiet to feel safe. As to the beauty pill, do you think I should take it or not? Xie Yujia asked abruptly. She had the pill in her pocket and couldn't decide if she should take it or not. You can take it at the peak of your beauty, Hao Ren said. Do you think I'm at the peak of my beauty now? Xie Yujia suddenly stopped. In the pale moonlight, Xie Yujia looked as beautiful as the moon goddess. Yeah. Hao Ren nodded subconsciously. Zhao Yanzi's beauty was different from Xie Yujia's. He didn't know how to put it, but he knew that they were in different zones in his heart. Xie Yujia put the beauty pill back into her pocket before walking to the nearby shanty town. In the shadows of messy electrical wires, Xie Yujia stumbled to the door of the shabby house where the old grandma lived. Grandma! Grandma! Xie Yujia knocked on the wooden door. Since she was moving to Hao Ren's home, she wouldn't be able to visit the old grandma as often. Besides, she felt like she needed to tell the old grandma that she was moving. No sound came from the house for a long while. Instead, the door of the next house creaked open. She moved. Today, her son drove here in a car, and they left together after moving 2 boxes of stuff into the car. A mid-aged woman looked at Xie Yujia and Hao Ren and said. Chapter 297. Dependable. Seeing their astonishment, the mid-aged woman continued, she left a letter for you, young girl. Oh, Xie Yujia walked over in a daze. The mid-aged woman walked back into her home and returned with an old yellow envelope. After handing it to Xie Yujia, she immediately went back to her home, obviously not wanting to get involved with anyone who was close to the old grandma. Xie Yujia opened the envelope and read it under the dim streetlight immediately. The letter was written with an ink brush. Although it was short, the words were written with force. Everything comes to an end eventually. Grandma has lived here for over 100 years and has seen the vicissitudes of life. You have kind-hearted but lacks cultivation talent. I'm afraid I won't see you again. Zhao Hongyu from East Ocean is kind, and you can depend on her. Everything could happen on the road of cultivation. If you encounter any grandmasters who try to make trouble, tell them my name, Qingfeng Hermit, and they will back off. Xie Yujia folded the letter, and her mind was full of complicated emotions. She had taken care of the old grandma for 2 years and didn't know about her real identity until recently. However, the old grandma probably had watched her go from middle school to university. Their master-disciple relationship only established for a couple of weeks, but she felt closer to the old grandma than any of her family members. Maybe the old grandma moved abruptly with the hope that Xie Yujia could settle down in Hao Ren's home, or she had her own business to deal with. Let's go, Yujia. Hao Ren nudged her lightly. He was surprised by the old grandma's sudden move, but he knew that grandmasters didn't want people to know about their whereabouts. He guessed that little Taoist Zhen wouldn't be able to meet Xie Yujia's master after all. Okay. Xie Yujia put away the letter before walking to her old apartment slowly. The old grandma didn't mention Hao Ren in the letter, and Xie Yujia wondered about her opinion of him. She looked at Hao Ren's side face and felt a little lost. After opening the slightly rusty iron gate of the building and climbing up the stairs, Xie Yujia dug out the key and opened the old anti-theft door. Hao Ren had been here once and was not strange to this place. However, he came here in the daytime, and Xie Wanjun was still here. Now, the small apartment was quiet and dim despite the lights. He looked into the other 2 rooms. They were empty. Xie Wanjun's parents had indeed left. He felt terrible for Xie Yujia since she was living here alone, knowing that she didn't tell him about because she didn't want him to worry. Pack up some of your stuff for now. We can return for more later. Hao Ren looked around the dim room and said to Xie Yujia. Okay. Nodding, she went into her room to pack some books and clothes. On the shelves were professional and academic books while the wardrobe was full of simple garments. Please go out for a minute. Xie Yujia turned her head and told Hao Ren who was standing behind her. Seeing the blush on her cheeks, Hao Ren understood that she was about to pack her undergarments. Oh, I'll wait for you outside. Hao Ren immediately backed out. The wooden table looked like it was at least 10 years old with its legs covered in black grime. Under the glass surface of the table were some paper sheets and pictures of Shie Wanjun and Shie Yujia. While he looked, he imagined Shie Yujia's life there. Okay. Let's go. Shie Yujia walked out of her room with 2 bags in her hands. Hao Ren walked forward and took them from her hands before going downstairs with her. They didn't speak, and their steps resonated in the stairway. It was midnight, so they took a taxi to Hao Ren's home by the sea. In the taxi, Shie Yujia remained silent. She took out the old grandma's letter and read it again and again carefully. The old grandma's handwriting was better than any of the calligrapher artists, and her short letter seemed to have many hidden messages. Qingfeng Hermit. So old grandma's name is Qingfeng Hermit. Shie Yujia put the letter back into the envelope before putting it into her pocket. In her pocket, there was also the box containing the beauty pill. She held the box in her hand with hesitation. Permanent youth was every woman's dream, but with such a youth pill in her hand, she hesitated. Zhao Hongyu, Su Han, and even Zhao Yanzi were real cultivators and thus half-immortals. They wouldn't have any problem with taking the beauty pills. However, she cultivated because she wanted to enter Hao Ren's circle and help him. She never expected herself to become as powerful as the old grandma. Since Hao Ren is already on the road of cultivation, if I decide to stay with him forever, then I will take this beauty pill. If I can't stay with him, I would rather not take it and live the life of an ordinary person, she thought. Clenching the small box in her hand, sweat began to appear in her palm again. The taxi soon arrived at Hao Ren's home by the ocean. Grandma! Grandma! Hao Ren shouted while opening the door. Oh, here is my good grandson. Grandma was dozing in front of the TV, and she immediately got up and greeted them. When Grandma knew that Hao Ren was coming home, she would wait for him on the sofa, didn't matter how late it was, despite her physical discomfort and dizziness. Grandma! Shie Yujia greeted her sweetly beside Hao Ren. Little Carrot is here, too. Grandma was a bit surprised. She immediately grabbed her hands, saying, okay, you stay the night here. She didn't even ask why Shie Yujia was here at midnight. Since she was here, Grandam invited her to stay. Grandma, from now on, Yujia will live in our home, Hao Ren told Grandma while he walked into the house. Oh. Grandma was surprised again. Then, she immediately said, that's great. Little Carrot can keep me company now. Shie Yujia was sensible and considerate while Zhao Yanzi was cute and adorable. As to the Lu sisters, they are sweet talkers who made Grandma happy. She liked all of them, and she felt pity for Shie Yujia who lived alone in the city. Shie Yujia's aunt and uncle all went to the US, and it's not safe for her to live alone. She will live with us during the weekends, Hao Ren explained. Indeed. Grandma cried with sympathy. She rubbed Shie Yujia's wrist with her wrinkled hand and said, from now on, just live here, and Grandma will take care of you. For some reason, Shie Yujia felt like all her sorrows that were accumulated from the last dozen years well up suddenly, and she almost shed tears. Grandma, you should go to bed now, and I'll clear a room for Yujia. Haven't my mom and dad returned yet? They said they have a celebration banquet or something tonight and would return home tomorrow. Okay. I'll go to bed now. You take care of yourselves. After patting Shie Yujia's hands and back, Grandma walked to the second floor slowly. Chapter 298. Breakthrough. Breakthrough. Hao Ren watched as his grandma walked up the stairs before turning to Shie Yujia. There are 2 vacant rooms on the first floor, but they need to be cleaned. Since my parents won't come back tonight, how about you spend the night in their room? Okay. Shie Yujia answered in a low voice. She picked up her 2 bags and was about to go upstairs. I'm going out for a walk. Do you want to come with me? Hao Ren asked her. Huh? Along the beach? Shie Yujia was baffled. Yeah, I'm going there to cultivate, Hao Ren answered. It's late, she hesitated for a few seconds. I'll go with you. She put the bags on the floor before walking toward him. The moon was bright at midnight. Hao Ren walked to the place where he had cultivated last time. After inhaling deeply, he released 80 sword energies. One-line snake array formation. After the sword energies spun in the air twice, they dashed down and cut a perfect circle in the sand. The area inside the circle was the danger zone. Hao Ren stood in the center of the circle as the target of the lightning. 85 colored sword energies connected end to end, turning into one large Hunden sword energy and shooting up into the clouds. Hao Ren was now very smooth with the process. Just a couple of months ago, he would never have imagined that he could control 80 sword energies smoothly. Xie Yujia stood outside of the circle, watching Hao Ren's movements in amazement. Boom! Boom! The calm clouds began to tumble under the stimulation of the Hunden sword energy. Regardless of Zhao Yanzi's attitude toward him, he would never slack off in his cultivation since he was determined to repay the kindness Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu had shown him. Swoosh! A bright white beam of lightning traveled down the path of the Hunden sword energy and shot down toward Hao Ren from the southeast side. Hao Ren emitted a pale blue energy sphere while the Hunden sword energy split into 80 sword energies and formed an array formation in front of him like a colorful dragon. Bang! Lightning struck the sword array formation and instantly scattered the first 40 sword energies. The 40 sword energies in the back connected and formed a dense net. It was the second line of defense. The lightning penetrated the net and turned into several narrow, earthworm-like lightning beams before piercing all the acupoints on Hao Ren's body. Having never seen such a scene, Xie Yujia was anxious and alarmed. Summoning lightning into one's body was a dangerous method of cultivation. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll in Hao Ren's body immediately swallowed the small beams of lightning before turning them into pure chaotic lightning energy. This week, Hao Ren had followed Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's instructions and balanced the 5 elemental essences in his body. That was why he could absorb the lightning energy more smoothly. If his 5 elemental essences were not balanced, he would probably be hurt by one of the elemental essences in the lightning and got his meridians destroyed. Hao Ren looked up at the sky, waiting for the arrival of the second bolt of lightning. Xie Yujia looked at him in shock, and it dawned on her that he had been using this dangerous method to cultivate. Boom! The second lightning streaked through the air toward Hao Ren. The 2 barriers put up by the one-line snake array formation were instantly shattered by the lightning. This lightning was more powerful than the last one. It entered Hao Ren's body and struck his dragon core. Painful. Very painful. But he had to bear it. How could he achieve breakthroughs fast if he couldn't endure the pain? Xie Yujia was stunned by his determined expression while he bore the pain by gritting his teeth. Is this the real cultivation? One could never achieve a high realm without great fortitude. In comparison, my cultivation is a simple method of breathing. Did he ask me to come with him because he wants me to drag him back to the house once he couldn't bear the strikes of the lightning? Xie Yujia's heart hurt at this thought, knowing that Hao Ren was risking his life to cultivate for the sake of that little girl. However, that little girl would never understand his sacrifices. The third lightning arrived in the blink of an eye. Xie Yujia suddenly stood up straight and shot out the 2 godly notes with both hands. The golden one was the life note, and the silver one was the death note. With one absorbing essence and the other releasing essence, they formed a cycle of yin and yang. As if receiving strong guidance, the lightning shooting from the sky turned to the golden note. The life and death notes in Xie Yujia's hands were on the nascent soul realm, and the power of the lightning Hao Ren summoned was well below that. Therefore, the fierce-looking lightning was instantly absorbed by the golden note. After absorbing the lightning energy, the golden note instantly turned from palm-sized to the size of a truck. Xie Yujia felt some numbness in her body, but she felt like she could manage it. The silver note that was close to the golden note was getting bigger and suddenly spat out a narrow beam of lightning. Hao Ren's light-splitting sword shadow scroll moved instantly. It cut the lightning beam into pieces before absorbing them comfortably into his body. The silver note shot another beam, and Hao Ren absorbed it again. The third lightning was divided into pieces by Xie Yujia's life and death notes. Hao Ren felt like he was bathing in a hot tub after a long day, and all his pores were absorbing the warm lightning energy. The 5 elemental essences that were cut into pieces by the light-splitting sword shadow scroll were flowing into his dragon core like gentle streams. This continued 10 more times until the lightning energy of the third lightning entered Hao Ren's dragon core without any waste. When the fourth lightning came, Xie Yujia's golden note caught it, and the note got as big as a house. With the help of the golden note, the silver note turned the huge amount of energy into traces of pure lightning energy before transferring them into Hao Ren's body. Xie Yujia caught the 5th lightning in the same way. With crackling sounds, 5 openings were unlocked in Hao Ren's dragon core. Xie Yujia was literally hand-feeding Hao Ren. Right before the sixth lightning struck, Hao Ren yelled, "Yujia, stop." Okay. She immediately withdrew the life and death notes after feeding him the last beam of lightning energy. Hao Ren immediately withdrew his nature essence and rolled to Xie Yujia's side. Boom! The sixth lightning struck a half-meter deep pit where Hao Ren had been standing. It was fortunate that they were on a remote beach, and the deep pit would be smoothed out after one night's surging waves. Hao Ren was delighted that he had unlocked 5 openings in one night. 5 elemental technique versus 5 elemental technique. Xie Yujia's 5 elemental life death note was a perfect match for Hao Ren's light-splitting sword shadow scroll. After unlocking 5 openings, Hao Ren was one step closer to Gen level. However, Xie Yujia got nothing out of it herself. She still had to cultivate slowly with her basic Qi refinement scroll. But Xie Yujia didn't care. She was happy that Hao Ren wasn't hurt in the process. "Yujia, thank you," Hao Ren stood up and said to her after brushing the sand grains off his clothes. Shui Yujia lowered her head and smiled, and they began to stroll in the direction of their home. Shui Yujia's hand slipped into her pocket and clenched onto the little box containing the beauty pill. Chapter 299. Hao Ren is a big bad guy. When the bright morning light shot on the house by the sea, Hao Ren exhaled deeply and stood up slowly. It was not an easy task to solidify the 5 newly unlocked openings. With a total of 50 openings unlocked, Hao Ren felt like he had elevated half a realm. With a casual wave of his hand, sword energies flew between his fingertips. Each of his fingers emitted one colored light. It was quite a mystic sight. Each of the sword energies he had contained the strength of Gen level, an enormous improvement compared with the state he was in when he began cultivating. Refreshed, he got dressed and walked downstairs. He felt hungry. Grandma was back from her morning walk, and now she was listening to Chinese operas from the radio while sitting in the wicker chair on the balcony. With her hair pulled into a ponytail, Xie Yujia was seated beside her, chatting with her while peeling an apple. In the morning light, they looked as graceful as a classic painting of a grandma and a granddaughter. "Grandma." Hao Ren pushed the door open and walked out. "Ren. Come, Yujia peeled an apple for you." Grandma handed the newly peeled apple to Hao Ren. "Grandma, that is for you, not him," Xie Yujia complained sweetly. "Hee hee, you don't want Hao Ren to eat it." Grandma placed the apple in Hao Ren's hand. "Peel another for Grandma." Xie Yujia pouted. She put a long apple peel into the nearby dustbin and picked up another apple before turning her attention to peeling it. Hao Ren watched her peel the apple with her head lowered and found that she emitted a mysterious light that only cultivators could see. Every movement of hers was elegant and graceful. The beauty pill. Hao Ren immediately thought of those 3 words. Elixirs were indeed miraculous. A small level 2 elixir pill gave Xie Yujia, who had just entered the world of cultivation, such a drastic change. Sensing Hao Ren's eyes on her, Xie Yujia looked up and met his gaze. "Oh, Grandma, I'll go out today." Embarrassed, Hao Ren immediately looked away and told Grandma, who was dozing in the wicker chair. "Where are you going?" Grandma opened her eyes and asked. "I'm going to Zhao Yanzi's mom's studio to help her with some errands." "Oh. Do what you can to help Hongyu. Remember to come back for dinner. Their family will come for dinner, and your parents will be back by noon," Grandma said. Hao Ren looked at Xie Yujia and Grandma. "Will it be okay for you two to stay here by yourselves?" "No problem." Grandma waved her hand graciously. "Get on with your errands. In a while, Linlin and Lily will come, and it will be lively here." "They will come, too," Hao Ren thought to himself but didn't voice it. "You can go and do your stuff. I'll take care of Grandma," Xie Yujia said. Okay. With Xie Yujia keeping Grandma company, he had nothing to worry about. Biting into the apple, he walked toward the garage. Since Hao Zonghua was using the white Ford, Hao Ren drove the red Ferrari to Zhao Hongyu's studio. This limited edition race car was a dashing sight as Hao Ren drove toward downtown, and the vehicle caught the eyes of the girls on the street and car enthusiasts. Located in the 1825 Art District, the LOM studio was one of the top 6 architectural studios in the country. If Zhao Hongyu didn't spend most of her time on her family, this studio that only occupied an area of 200 square meters could have been the #1 architectural studio. The students of design majors in top universities of the country fought for the opportunity to be an intern for this studio. However, Hao Ren, a student of engineering major in East Ocean University, could come into the studio and learn stuff there. The so-called elite students would have been jealous of him if they had known about this. Walking up the iron stairs, Hao Ren pushed the door open and entered the studio. Some employees were working overtime that Saturday. Their boss Zhao Hongyu had not arrived yet, but one of the employees remembered that Hao Ren had once been there with Zhao Yanzi, so she greeted him warmly. Hao Ren sat down, flipped through some design books, and had some tea. Half an hour later, Zhao Hongyu finally came in. Following her was Zhao Yanzi in a purple sweater. "Ren, you are early." Zhao Hongyu put the keys on the plate by the door and greeted him. "Good morning, Auntie." Hao Ren stood up. Zhao Yanzi snorted and rolled her eyes at him. "Well, little Z is here." At the sight of Zhao Yanzi, the quiet studio suddenly became lively. The older girls and women surrounded her immediately. "Little Z is getting even more beautiful. I saw you on TV. Your performance was great." Faced with these compliments, Zhao Yanzi looked up and answered them one by one with politeness. "Humph. You pretend to be so polite here, but back at home, you are an aggressive little bully." Hao Ren thought to himself. Seeing everyone was there, Zhao Hongyu pulled Hao Ren to her side and said, "Everyone, this is Hao Ren. From now on, he will come over and help us every weekend. If he has any problems, please give him a hand." No one would object the request of the boss, and everyone applauded to welcome the newcomer. Working in this world-renowned architectural studio, one could learn a lot of stuff. Seeing Zhao Hongyu's high regard for Hao Ren, the employees understood the hidden message. It seems like this young man might become the future boss of the LOM studio. They remembered the intimate relationship between Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren when they were here last time and guessed that he must be Zhao Hongyu's relative. Therefore, the staff would immediately surround him and answer his question when he was doing the work Zhao Hongyu gave him. While Hao Ren was running the errands of the office, Zhao Yanzi sat down at an empty desk and began writing and drawing. The staff felt strange since Zhao Yanzi had never been able to sit still in the past. She would go out and walk around even when she was waiting for her mom to finish the day's work. Zhao Yanzi was drawing rough comic, and whenever she finished one, she would look up and search for Hao Ren. Oh, the staff suddenly understood. This Hao Ren is, in fact, Zhao Yanzi's boyfriend. No wonder the boss took in such a newbie into the studio. It seems that the boss is quite open-minded, they thought. Today is a busy day, and I'll order some takeout food for us. Zhao Hongyu came out of her office and said. Okay. Everyone answered her in unison. Zhao Hongyu often took them to have lunch in the nearby fancy restaurants, so they didn't mind having takeout food while working overtime once in a while. More importantly, Zhao Hongyu gave them not only monetary rewards but honor as well. That was something a lot of other studios couldn't offer. The big projects and magnificent buildings they had designed were the symbols of their success. I'm meeting a client this afternoon. Call me if you have any problems, Zhao Hongyu said before walking to the door and picking up the keys. Ren, you can go back with Z around 4 o'clock. Okay, Auntie, Hao Ren answered immediately. The staff in the studio looked at each other and thought, sure enough, Hao Ren is Zhao Hongyu's future son-in-law. The upper class is indeed different from ordinary people. The boss had already picked a son-in-law when her daughter is only 15 years old. What is this Hao Ren's background? He must be the son of a founder or a CEO of big companies like the Mingri Group. Zhao Hongyu left with the keys in her hand. Shortly, the dozen or so lunchboxes Zhao Hongyu ordered arrived at the studio. Zhao Yanzi took a box and sat beside Hao Ren. She looked like a homeless kitten. What's wrong? Why are you looking so serious? Hao Ren asked her while eating his lunch. Humph. Zhao Yanzi snorted but remained by his side. Xie Yujia doesn't live in my home every day, Hao Ren explained. I don't care where she lives. Hao Ren thought this was the response he would get. To his surprise, she turned to look at him and pursed her lips. You only think of her. Hearing the jealous words, Hao Ren almost fell from his chair. He lowered his head and cleared his throat, trying to calm himself down. He didn't know how to reply to that. After lunch, the staff got back to their busy work. Last month, Zhao Hongyu's design secured the bid for the new plaza in Beijing, and that would keep them busy for a while. Hao Ren was instructed to review the architectural design of the other 7 bidders and compare them with Zhao Hongyu's. However, due to the lack of knowledge and background, it was hard for him. Zhao Yanzi, on the other hand, had moved to Hao Ren's desk. After taking out some books from her bag, she began to do her homework. Hao Ren was surprised at the sight of this well-behaved Zhao Yanzi and almost thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Time ticked away, and one female employee walked over and reminded him, "Little Hao, it's 4 o'clock now." Oh. Hao Ren had been engrossed in understanding the other designs and commenting on them and didn't notice the passage of time. Zhao Yanzi checked her cell phone and found that it was indeed 4 o'clock. It was the first time she had been focusing on her homework for hours on end. "Okay, we'll head off now." Seeing Zhao Yanzi put her homework into her bag, Hao Ren said to everyone in the studio. That female employee waved at him with a smile. This young man is cute, but no one would dare to flirt with him since he is Zhao Hongyu's son-in-law. After Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi walked out, this female employee carefully picked up the A4 paper which had Hao Ren's notes on it, wondering what kind of reviews this newbie could write. Suddenly, her pupils widened slightly. The diameter of the spring pond in the core area should shrink by 80 centimeters. The shops on the street have a 5-degree slant difference with the height of the street. The shops, from the 7th to the 15th, would have the nature sunshine blocked off by the building on the opposite side. These sharp and accurate comments were results of a powerful sense of space. This woman didn't know that Hao Ren was a cultivator who could easily control 80 sword energies from all directions. If he didn't have a good sense of space, he could have accidentally chopped off his own head. If little Taoist Zhen, who excelled in array formations, had seen these designs, he could have been able to draw out each tile and brick in the graphs. Oblivious to this female employee's admiration of his sense of space, Hao Ren was driving Zhao Yanzi toward the seashore. Zhao Yanzi had been silent at first, but she finally turned to him and blurted out, "Hey, are you satisfied now?" "With what?" Hao Ren was nonplussed. "The beautiful women in the office," Zhao Yanzi said with a pout. Hao Ren could do nothing but put on a bitter smile. There were indeed some young and beautiful office ladies in Zhao Hongyu's studio, but he was not a pervert, right? Zhao Yanzi stretched in the car. In fact, she was quite satisfied with Hao Ren working in her mom's studio. After all, Hao Ren could only stay with her mom and the office ladies while working there, thus having no time to go out with other girls. While Hao Ren drove, Zhao Yanzi watched him before turning to him slightly in the warm breeze. Looking at his right hand on the gear knob, Zhao Yanzi thought for a moment before reaching out and slightly drawing on the back of his hand. "What are you doing?" "I'm driving." Feeling itchy, he withdrew his arm a little. However, Zhao Yanzi immediately grabbed his hand and continued to draw on the back of his hand with her finger. "What character is it?" she asked him. "No idea," Hao Ren answered. Zhao Yanzi wrote again. "How about this? Ren." She wrote another. "And this? Is." She wrote another, and Hao Ren immediately said, "A big, bad, guy." Hao Ren read out the words one by one. "Hao Ren is a big bad guy." Hao Ren guessed and recited the full sentence. "Oh? You know that as well?" Hearing Hao Ren's words, Zhao Yanzi said smugly, wrinkling her nose. Hao Ren turned to look at her and found that Zhao Yanzi was so cute in the sunlight. Chapter 300. Little White is back. When Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi arrived at the house by the seaside, it was already lively inside. Zhao Guang's black Chevrolet, Zhao Hongyu's SUV, Lu Qing's black Benz, and Hao Zhonghua's white Ford were all parked by the garage. In the living room, they had pushed the 2 square tables together, forming a long table. The girls, grandma, and Zhao Hongyu were standing around a big bowl of dumpling filling and big piles of dumpling wrappers and wonton wrappers. "Haha, Z is here!" Grandma yelled happily at the sight of Zhao Yanzi. "Grandma!" Zhao Yanzi ran over cheerfully and jumped into her arms regardless of the flour on Grandma's hands. "I missed you so much." Grandma pinched her cheek, leaving some white marks of flour on Zhao Yanzi's delicate face. "Z, come over and learn how to make wontons," Zhao Hongyu beckoned to Zhao Yanzi. Hao Ren looked around and found that Lu Qing was indeed there. Hao Zhonghua and Yu Yang were sitting on the sofa, talking animatedly with Lu Qing and Zhao Guang. "Ren, come here and make dumplings," Grandma called out to Hao Ren. "Gongzi, here, here." Lu Linlin and Lu Lily waved their arms that were covered in flour. He joined them as the only male member of the group. Xie Yujia was not fast at making wontons, but the ones she made looked great and neat. Zhao Hongyu was slower than Xie Yujia, and her wontons looked so artful that people wouldn't want to eat it. Grandma was also slow and steady, but Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were like two wonton production machines. Their 4 hands danced on the table. Zhao Yanzi had just joined the group, and her wontons looked crooked and ugly, looking quite unique, standing next to the other wontons on the table. Standing next to Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, Hao Ren was opposite to Xie Yujia, who was across the table. Big Jumu is on the level 3 Qi refinement realm, and Little Jumu is on the level 4 Qi refinement realm. Lu Linlin leaned to Hao Ren and whispered. Really? Hao Ren was surprised. He didn't expect that Zhao Yanzi's cultivation strength would surpass her, master, Xie Yujia, in a few days. Okay. I'll help you. Yu Yang finished talking with Lu Qing and Zhao Guang. She stood up from the sofa and walked to stand at the table, rolling up her sleeves. She chose to stand beside Zhao Yanzi. While making her wontons, she began adjusting the wontons Zhao Yanzi had made. It has been a while, and Z is even more beautiful. Yu Yan turned to look at Zhao Yanzi and said with a smile. Zhao Yanzi pouted and looked a little sulky. The kid, Zhao Hongyu, sighed helplessly. Yu Yang smiled with understanding, thinking that Zhao Yanzi was very cute even when she pouted. Our institute recently bought a deep ocean detector which could explore as deep as 3,000 meters under the sea. Many unknown creatures are living in the ocean, and our research has a long way ahead of us. Hao Zonghua got excited when he talked about his research programs on the sofa. Besides the unknown creatures, there are precious resources at the bottom of the sea, waiting for us to explore. After taking this position, I'll try my best to get some results for our ocean research project. Lu Qing and Zhao Guang nodded while they listened to him. Yu Yang came back, and she is going to work on a new area. She used to research climates of oceans and wetlands. Now, she will focus on the meteorology of the ocean and the coastal cities. According to the recent reports from the Bureau of Meteorology, the weather in East Ocean City has experienced many weird changes, especially near the sea where thunder and lightning appeared unpredictably. Yu Yang's initial research will focus on explaining such strange local meteorological phenomena, Hao Zonghua continued. Hao Ren, who was making dumplings, felt like his heart began to race. The weird meteorological phenomena is caused by my lightning cultivation, he thought. Okay. Stop talking about such mysterious stuff. Grandma knew Hao Zonghua would go on forever if he got started with his work. She interrupted him and added, hurry up and cook the dumplings. Okay. Although he was a world-famous scientist, Hao Zonghua was an obedient son in front of Grandma. He immediately stood up and carried a big plate of dumplings into the kitchen. Yu Yang also took a big plate of wontons and entered the kitchen. No matter if it were science research or family life, they always worked together. Zhao Hongyu nodded at Zhao Guang, satisfied with Hao Ren's family. She knew that Zhao Yanzi would be safe no matter how the world changed. After all, the world of cultivation was not as peaceful as it looked. If the situation changed drastically, returning to a mortal and living with Hao Ren wasn't a bad option for Zhao Yanzi. From what they saw, they believed that Hao Ren would try his best to protect Zhao Yanzi no matter if they were in the cultivation world or the mortal world. Come on. Dumplings and wontons are ready. Girls first, Yu Yang called out from the kitchen. The girls all went into the steamy kitchen, and each of them carried a bowl of dumplings or wontons out. Then, Grandma, Lu Qing, and Zhao Guang, each of them got a bowl of dumplings or wontons. Very soon, the living room was filled with steam. They ate the dumplings and wontons while talking with each other. Are you eating dumplings? I'll give you a wonton. Xie Yujia walked over to Hao Ren and spooned a wonton into Hao Ren's bowl from her own. It was a natural and intimate gesture. Zhao Yanzi leaned over abruptly. Here, I'll give you a wonton as well. Ignoring Hao Ren's reaction, she put the ugliest wonton into his bowl. It was obviously her own creation. Gongzi, we'll share with you, too. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily also stood up to join in on the fun, giving Hao Ren a wonton each. Hao Ren's bowl was pretty full, and now the soup in it almost spilled out. Seeing the girls gathering around Hao Ren, Grandma shook her head and smiled. Tick, tick, tick. Suddenly a white puppy trotted to Grandma's feet, and the golden bell that was hanging on its neck jingled crisply. Little White! Zhao Yanzi yelled immediately. Since everyone was eating, Little White wagged its head and stuck out its red tongue. Little White is here. Then, a thought occurred to Hao Ren. Little girl, teach me your elixir-making techniques. Little Taoist Zhen suddenly appeared in the house. He was wearing a brown Magua one and had a small ponytail on top of his head.